During their talk, Jason found out that the two of them would only stay on Asterix until Saron's second soul bond would hatch, which was roughly 6 months from now. Until then, both of them would stay in Zero City and play teacher and student, while Saron would improve his strength and mana core rank. Mr. Grail would most likely just continue playing teacher, because he asked Jason to keep their identity a secret. Jason didn't mind that, and getting to know how long the two of them would stay on Asterix gave him the chance to receive more benefits from them. Considering the fact that he already got a unique skill that was more difficult to obtain than most Tier 3 techniques and equivalent to blessed skills, without much effort made Jason expectant. The fact that Mr. Grail gave him resources worth multiple 100-star notes was neglected by Jason because he had to endure 60 hours of pure torture, which felt like years to him. It was not like he liked holding grudges, but he saw the cultivation resources he received from his teacher to perform the first level of the splitting mind technique as compensation for the torture he endured because Mr. Grail informed him wrongly. Maybe this mindset was wrong, but there was nothing he could do against it. He was not an exceptional greedy person, but after figuring out how important movement techniques were, he was obsessed with the thought of obtaining such a technique. I think they're called lace point for the Vanguard School. How can we obtain them? I need a movement technique as soon as possible to improve my strength. Jason licked blood and he wanted to get stronger. Who cared about the big families with their wealth and prodigies from great backgrounds? He didn't, and the only thing he wanted was to get stronger in order to live free without anyone obstructing him. Furthermore, there was the hunch that he might even be able to change something about humanity's current obnoxious society that disgusted him. While Jason was deep in thoughts, his teacher answered him, causing him to come back to his senses. Oh. I probably forgot to tell everyone that each promoted class rank will give you guys 2 lace points, while each win after a streak of 10 will give out 5 lace points. Because you guys won against Class 54, which is 21 wins a row, 75 lace points will be added to your school profile. Lace points can be exchanged with credits, while 1 lace point is worth around 20 credits, but I don't recommend you change them. You can't change credits into lace points, and in my opinion they are worth much more if you take a look at the school shop later. Sighing, their teacher added. It's already a wonder that you guys came so far, but I think Class 53 will end the first class battle for us. Class 53 has some quite unique students, while their teacher is sly. Nevertheless, everyone astonished me, and it changed my view on Asterix's top schools quite a bit. Getting to know that they already obtained some lace points, and Jason was quite pleased. Maybe he would be able to purchase a movement technique soon. It was now time for the 3 of them to leave because their battle against Class 53 would start soon. When Jason went into the combat arena, he could already see Class 53 with their teacher, and the sight was quite shocking. Out of 200 students, more than half of them looked like bulldozers to Jason. Their sheer muscle mass was excessive, and they didn't look like bodybuilders, but rather mountains of muscles. Jason questioned himself if they consumed steroids or other drugs to pump their muscles. Looking at their mana core, he was astonished to see that their mana core was only at the 1st or 2nd adept rank, while the size was slightly larger, probably between the 2nd and 3rd adept rank, while there was no transmuted mana, which indicated that they formed a soul bond with a physical beast. Physical enhancing beasts amplify mana not as much as other beasts, and seeing that their mana core size was 2 ranks above their initial rank, indicated that all of them formed contracts with evolved beasts. Their strength was probably the same strength as Greg's with his reinforced horn bull. This shocked Jason, but he wasn't the only one because his classmates were looking at the 1.8+ meter tall human bulldozers like they were monsters. He wondered how so many of the same kind could be together in a class, and it was only later that he found out that initially these large groups of bulky youths were placed in different classes. However, the teacher listened to their pleading and placed them together. All of these bulky youths came from the same city, and it was rare to see so many youths from the same school having roughly the same amount of soul energy. To add another odd fact, they formed a contract with the exact same beast, that was a fierce mountain ape, an intermediate evolved beast. Apes are considered the perfect beasts to share physical strength because they enhance every body part, while other beasts focus their amplification on a certain area, and Jason immediately got a bad premonition. The battles started and the bulldozer youth's eyes turned red as they entered some kind of berserk state, which was apparently an ability they inherited from their soul bond. It didn't take long for Jason's classmates to be defeated, while only 90+ students were left standing after a single minute. Meanwhile, Jason fought with a water affinity user that seemed to act rather defensively with a small shield around her. Sometimes she shot water bullets, but their strength was rather weak. Jason wasn't concerned about his mana consumption while he pressured the female water practitioner, whose mana core was extremely large compared to her physical strength. It wasn't rare to see someone utilizing the passive mana replenishing technique, and Jason was aware of that fact. As such, he pressured his opponent even more, and she had to concentrate on the fight against Jason fully in order to prevent getting overwhelmed within a second. Losing focus for a short moment would decide over victory and lose, which the water practitioner noticed after fighting Jason for a short time. Throwing knives would be easily deflected by a thin water shield, but she didn't calculate her mana consumption into account, which was a big mistake. After Jason threw all of his knives, he was already at advantage. He used a quarter of his mana to enhance his lower body and circled around her while stabbing and slashing with various angles and different velocities. Jason could have ended the battle sooner, but he acted to save when the female water user could not continue fighting after 4 minutes passed. Coming out victorious, he left the combat arena, only to see that only slightly more than 40 classmates were left alive. Because they could decide who to fight, Jason looked around to find some weaker students of Class 53, and he found another water user with a second Adept Mana Core rank, while its size seemed slightly smaller compared to his previous opponent. The female water user probably contracted a better soul bond, which amplified more of her Mana Core size. While fighting, Jason found out that his opponent was not playing defensive while operating his water, rather he attacked Jason frontally, with an axe in his hand. Jason sneered, thinking about the stupidity of some students. Fighting a dagger's wielder with a heavy axe, okay. Jason smiled on the inside, as he predicted that the water affinity user would most likely try to prevent him from avoiding the axe with water bullets or some thin walls. Without many surprises, Jason's prediction was correct, as a thin water wall erupted next to him, while he was a frontal attack from 2 water bullet. His opponent was already about to turn to the left side, where he predicted Jason to jump to while pulling his axe back, as Jason did the exact opposite. The water wall next to him was roughly 2 or 3 centimeters thick and not even stable enough to block frontal attacks. It was only a bluff to pressure him and force Jason to make a sudden decision, causing him to jump straight into the attacking axe wielder. Jason was aware of his opponent's scheme, and additionally, that he most likely used up roughly half of his mana in order to erupt the water wall and shot 2 water bullets at the same time, which played into his hands, because the focus one had to use to do all of this at the same time was also not to be neglected. In his mind, Jason praised his opponent. However, that didn't change his decision, as he sliced at the water wall before he jumped through it while getting a little bit wet. Water entered his eyes, but he forced them to stay open, as he could see the blurry outlines of his opponent, who probably looked at him quite shocked, with his axe already raised high. Throwing 3 knives in a row, the water user could deflect the first with another water bullet. However, his focus was completely in disarray, as he had to lower his axe as fast as possible to deflect the remaining 2 knives that flew straight towards him. This gave Jason enough time to enhance his lower body and appear behind his opponent to kill him with ease, as he pierced into his neck, which ended the whole battle. However, Jason was dissatisfied with his own speed after he remembered what kind of acceleration the floating sky techniques provided even at the most initial proficiency. Staring at Saron's combat area, he felt jealous. Saron was already done, and seeing Jason's look caused him to smile dryly as he figured out why Jason looked so sad. In his opinion, it was completely understandable. He would probably feel the same, and he felt a little bit guilty after indirectly taking away a treasure right in front of Jason's nose. The third round was embarrassing, as Jason was overwhelmed by a 3rd Adept rank with 5th Adept physique, while only 8 students of Class 54 survived, with one of them being Saron. The first class battles ended for their class after the first week, but their achievements were nothing to be ashamed of. Jason wasn't all that sad that the class battle was over for them, rather than that he was expecting to do some missions in order to be able to purchase a tiered movement technique. He immediately entered the school website before he clicked on the section for lace points, where many columns like a trading section, mission board, purchase, sell could be seen. What made him curious was the sell section, because he might be able to sell something he owned. However, he became disappointed because the items the school would purchase were extremely rare, and the price was below average in his opinion. Looking at the purchase section, however, was the complete opposite to him, as he was immediately dumbstruck. Thousands of manuals, magical plants, weapons, armors, accessories, and so on could be purchased. Only the price seemed slightly high compared to his 75 points. He wanted to know what types of Tier 1 movement techniques he could purchase. Only around 100 techniques could be seen, and even the cheapest of them would cost 500 lace points. 10,000,000 credits if converted, but in the end it was probably more, considering that it's harder to obtain lace points. This frustrated Jason, and he closed his holographic screen while his mood hit rock bottom. He had 75 points, but even the worst Tier 1 technique was extremely expensive and wouldn't satisfy his needs. It was Friday afternoon, and Jason was walking to the school gates to enter the shuttle with a sour facial expression indicating his frustration when Saron ran after him. "Jason, wait a moment," Saron said, and Jason stopped in his track, shaken out of his absent-minded walk. Is something wrong?" Jason asked because Saron looked somehow serious and hesitant. Saron was similar to Greg and didn't have many friends. He was extremely intelligent since young, but his malfunctioned mana channels caused him to be a disgrace to his family as he was seen as a nuisance. Sparring with Jason for a whole week was different, and he felt accepted around him, even if he couldn't show his true combat prowess all the time. Because Jason would hide his master's secret and not train the floating sky movement technique anymore, Saron felt bad, and he had a short discussion with his master about it. "Now we force you to stop practicing it. Must be frustrating. Our present will help you increase your combat prowess. Maybe I don't have to hold back next time, hahaha." Saron's silly laugh was annoying, and he felt embarrassed as he sent him a file before running back to the school, leaving an astonished Jason alone. Received wasn't sure what to do right now, but he got a notification that his shuttle was waiting for him. Entering the shuttle, he opened the file sent from Saron. Tier 1 weightless steps, huh? Jason was astonished to see that Saron sent him a movement technique. Was Saron really sorry that he sent him the Tier 1 skill manual, or was it his teacher's guilty feelings? Jason didn't know the reason, but after finding out that Saron and his teacher came both from big families that governed an island with over 400 million citizens, he thought that a Tier 1 skill might not be worth much for them. He thanked Saron sincerely, and even wrote a message to his teacher in order to thank him sincerely. While the 14-year-old Saron seemed quite happy, Mr. Grail messaged him, "It's okay, you deserve it," which confused Jason. It was not like Jason did something to deserve that, or did I? Without really thinking about his teacher's answer, he messaged Saron, "If you need help with picking your second soul bond, I might be able to help you out. I'm pretty good at picking beasts with high potential." There was not much meaning behind his words to Saron, who looked a little bit confused at the holographic screen, but to Jason, it was quite dangerous to tell anyone about his ability to distinguish between a beast's mana core purity. At least until now, Jason had reviewed his mana eyes abilities over and over again, but he couldn't figure out their limits or what exactly they could do. Somehow he innately knew roughly what they were supposed to do, but it was still difficult for him to comprehend it and express it into words or actions. In the end, he decided to stop thinking about his eyes' ability with the conclusion that he could detect almost everything with them, including the purity of beasts, which was probably their potential. Furthermore, Jason knew that without injecting mana into his eyes, he could intimidate opponents with them without even trying. Adding his released killing intent, even someone with a slightly higher mana core rank than him would be horrified by him. Jason was almost entirely clueless about his eyes, and thinking about it frustrated him a lot. He was expectant to open the Weightless Steps manual to learn a movement technique that Jason was allowed to practice without anyone hindering him when his soul world began to shake slightly. Entering his soul world, he noticed that the thick cocoon around Artemis was slowly starting to become thinner as sweat drops began to appear on Jason's forehead. "Darling, I'm not ready yet," he thought, and from the diminishing speed he saw, Jason could estimate that Artemis would finish her evolution in 1 or at most 2 weeks. F was the only thought in his mind, and he decided to read through the Weightless Steps manual later before he went closer to his soul world core. Over the whole week, Jason's soul energy reached 11.1 units, while he used up 10 for his soul bonds. Considering that Artemis would at least reach the awakened rank, he would have to speed up his increase of soul energy by a few folds, which was extremely annoying. But right now, he couldn't be calm as he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique with a normal helix formed by 2 strings. Without being able to calm down, practicing a higher difficulty of his Heaven's Hell technique could be considered suicidal due to the dangers, as Jason was rational enough to discard this stupid thought without looking back. He estimated that his soul energy increased by 0.1 or 0.2 daily right now, which was astonishing, considering the fact that Jason's innate soul energy was only 11.1 units right now. Normally others would need 3 days for that, but Jason's insanely fast reproduction of soul energy was the cause for this astronomical speed. The increase of one's soul energy was exponential instead of linear, and Jason was confident that it would only take 1 week time, with his current speed, to have a consistent increase of 0.2 soul energy per day. This meant in 2 weeks, Jason would be able to increase his soul energy to 13.2 at the worst. Deducting the soul energy used for Scorpio, he would have 7.2 soul energy for Artemis. If Artemis had a soul energy of 11 units at the bare minimum, Jason would receive an amplification of his own soul energy of 2.3. Calculating everything, Jason noticed that his soul energy would still be short of around 1.5 soul energy units. This calculation was the best-case scenario. including the fact that Scorpio could enter the 5-star wild beast rank in the meantime, and the high possibility for Artemis to have an innate soul energy of more than 11 units. Jason didn't like his soul bonds reaching a higher soul energy than him because of the marginal chance that they hated him, for whatever reason, causing them to break out of the soul bond contract, or even worse. Everything was possible even if Jason was confident in the thick connection with his soul bonds. He adored them more than anything. Even Greg, who became his best friend over the last few weeks, was not as important for Jason as his two little companions. Jason felt extremely pressured by Artemis' surprise event, and before he could continue his train of thought, the shuttle arrived. Leaving the shuttle, he decided to eat dinner with the Fleurs, and everyone noticed that he was absent-minded, which happened quite often over the last few days. Greg wasn't concerned about Jason as he had to think about his own combat prowess because their own class battles also started. Only now understood the strength of his peers, which was nothing to scoff at, even if his combat experience was superior. Melia had it slightly easier, but she would have to leave her home soon for an expedition mission from the school as one of her exams, which made her somehow expectant and anxious at the same time. A single mistake could kill her and the whole expenditure team, which was quite some responsibility for a 16-year-old kid. Gabriella and Mark looked at the youths with worry, but there was not really anything they could do to help them. Their own strength was at most above average, considering that both of them had entered the Magus rank, but that was it. It was only that their beast-capturing ability was superior to others, which made them slightly famous and caused them to receive a noble title. But to real nobles, their title wasn't worth anything because commoners couldn't enter the real royal society according to their beliefs. After eating, Jason went to his room, where he decided to calm himself down by reading through the Weightless Steps manual. In the beginning, he was still thinking about his scarcity of soul energy, but after reading the first few pages of the tiered movement skill in front of him, Jason felt like he was bewitched. To his surprise, the Weightless Steps skill seemed to be a subform of the Floating Sky skill Jason had copied. Reading through the manual within a few hours, Jason was certain that he would be able to reach a terrifying speed with this skill, once he reached a certain degree of mastery with it. Maybe he would even be able to use the copied mana circulation with some modification into the Weightless Steps technique, but that had to wait for some time. First, Jason had to practice the original technique, and he would have left to the combat area if his soul energy wasn't close to being completely replenished. Only around 1 hour was left according to his estimation. As such, Jason, he to enter the video uploading platform Celitube to watch some videos. He was slightly embarrassed when he clicked on the videos. If anyone saw him right now, it was very likely that he would be laughed at. Only the descriptions alone were way too complex for Jason to understand and comprehend, as his hair was relatively short without him being able to practice braiding. Jason watched multiple videos and even rewatched some to imprint the details into his mind when his soul energy was completely reproduced. Now, his concentration would have to do all the work as Jason steeled his heart before he entered the soul world. Only a short moment later, he stood in front of the stable floating soul world with the soul energy liquid buzzing around vigorously. Taking a deep breath, he divided his soul energy into 5 equal sections. This alone took Jason already 3 minutes to forcefully calm down the vigorous soul energy that buzzed around. Luckily, Jason's mind was already refined, and his will strong enough to hold out the strenuous work. Numbering the sections in his mind would help him keep the track of the whole process before he even began. The strand at the leftmost was his number 1, while the one next to it was number 2, until he reached section number 5. Jason placed the soul energy strand 1 over strand 2 and under strand 3, while strand 5 was placed over strand 4 and under strand 1. This was just the first step, and Jason was already confused if he did the right thing, but doubting himself would hurt him more than helping himself. Now the soul energy strand 1 was at the sideways angle, near strand 5. After passing strand 5 over strand 4, he passed it under strand 1. Jason smiled lightly, seeing the ground fundament of a braid forming while sweat poured out of his pores. After foolishly smiling, Jason placed strand 2 over strand 3 and under strand 5. It looked like strand 5 was now the second to the left, and Jason repeated the same basic process with strand 2 that he used at the beginning of the braiding. He made sure to pass a strand over first and under second, as it was said to be the pattern of the 5-strand braid. After taking a deep breather, Jason felt mentally exhausted. He placed strand 4 over strand 1 and under strand 2, and it is now closest to strand 1 and strand 2. Moving strand 1 to strand 2, Jason made sure to weave strand 4 over and under. Jason continued this pattern until he reached the end of the soul energy strands, and he wondered how the hell he finished it without failing a single time. But somehow it worked, and Jason smiled bitterly. It was much easier for him to control the single 5-strand after he finished braiding. The soul energy 5-strand helix was roughly 10 centimeters long, but at least 3 times thicker compared to the commonly used helix. His mind was racing, and he could hear his heart thumping loud, while he forced himself to inject the 5-strand helix into his soul world core. The pain of forcing a thick and more solid soul energy strand into his soul world core was multiple times more painful than the mosquito bite the common helix gave him. It was a shorter process, but definitely more painful. A few seconds passed before the searing pain in his mind lessened considerably, while Jason was forced out of the soul world. His whole concentration was used up, and Jason was lying in his bed, sweating severely. The only thing he had to find out right now was how long the whole process took him. Gazing at the clock of his holographic screen, around 90 minutes seemed to have passed, which was shorter than he expected for his first try. After getting to know that, Jason couldn't control his body anymore as his mind entered the dream world it longed for. The sun was already up when Jason woke up. Looking at the clock, it was already 9 a.m. It took him quite a while until he remembered what he did the day before at night. Once he remembered, Jason immediately entered his soul world. Sensing the reproduced energy, Jason thought for a second before a smile appeared on his face. One single practice of the Heaven's Hell technique brought him slightly more than 0.1 soul energy. Practicing the technique 3 times a day would give him at least 0.3 soul energy, and this was for the first week. Maybe he could push it up to 0.4 for the second week. If Artemis waited for 2 whole weeks, Jason's soul energy would increase from 11.2 units he had now to 15.9, which was a huge difference. With the amplification from Artemis's evolution, Jason was confident in reaching the needed requirement for a low-awakened beast. Jason could endure the pain from the 5 braided soul energy helix because of the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit's torture. Comparing these pain of both was unnecessary as the result was obvious. Only Jason's concentration would need time to adjust to controlling 5 strands at once, but that would be fine after multiple tries. He was confident in doing so. Now with his completely reproduced soul energy, Jason wanted to practice the 5-strand braided helix once again. Slightly less than 90 minutes passed, and Jason was again on his bed without enough strength to stand up. Grumble. He was craving food, but he was unable to stand up. It took him almost 20 minutes until he could barely stand. Staggering down, Greg greeted him, while Jason's mind was solely focused on the fridge as he lamented about his empty spatial storage. Opening the fridge, Jason took out a few sausages, and Jason sighted some toast next to the fridge and picked the whole package up. Jason scarfed down everything, while Greg looked at him with astonished eyes. What's wrong with him? He thought when he remembered that he was about to practice his combat skills. Hey Jason, let's spar again, Greg asked Jason, without letting him gulp down all the food he prepared. Jason was joyful about his successful second try in practicing one of the most difficult helixes of the Heaven's Hell technique's second level, and it was a feat to be proud of when Greg threw him out of his train of thoughts. Before he could even answer, he was dragged out by Greg, like he himself did only a few days before. It felt like a déjà vu, and Jason's eyes looked longingly at the sausages and toasts that were still on the table, close yet far away. But there was nothing Jason could do about it, and he was also expectant to test out his newly acquired movement skill. Maybe he could overwhelm Greg with it and win his first fight. But almost immediately after Jason thought that his mana eyes detected something different on Greg, did you break into the 4th adept rank? Jason asked, slightly hesitating. What if he doesn't restrict his mana core rank anymore? Never mind that. Jason was comfortable with Greg, and he believed his friend wouldn't kill him or heavily injure him. From what Jason knew about Greg, he was rather guys with fair play principles who wanted to improve his technique rather than bullying the weaker opponent. As such, Jason was confident that Greg would at least restrict his mana core strength to the 9th novice rank or at most the 1st adept rank. Oh, haha, yes, yesterday, he said, not even trying to cover his pride expression. Suddenly, the 2 boys saw Malia absorbing mana in the backyard with her soul beasts around her when Jason's eyes detected yet again something. Gee, Greg, your sister also broke through. She is already at the 2nd master rank, and only 16 years old. Whoa, her aptitude must be extremely good. Jason praised, and he already forgot that he hadn't praised Greg, who looked at his sister jealously. He swore to himself that he would be stronger than her in the future, while thinking about the first soul bond that was better than Malia's. Laughing inwardly, Greg continued to drag Jason to the combat arena before he could avert his gaze. Jason was astonished seeing that Malia had reached the 2nd master rank, which was definitely not something commonly seen at the young age of 16. Thinking about Malia's feat, Jason scanned his own mana from the inside and found out that the passive mana gathering and absorbing technique was definitely working well, as he would probably be able to break into the adept rank in 2 weeks at most. He knew that the passive mana gathering technique he used was only a basic technique because everyone with enough credits would be able to purchase it. There were probably much better mana gathering and absorbing techniques out there, but he just didn't know of them. However, he didn't mind that. Everything would come with time, and Jason had more than enough time to nurture himself into someone nobody would dare look down on him if nothing huge happened before that. Didn't take them long until both Jason and Greg stood inside the combat area, and he quickly went into the small changing room with a shower inside in order to change his clothes. He decided to wear comfortable training clothes because he knew that his spar with Greg would take some time. Furthermore, if he wanted to practice his newly acquired movement skill, the whole spar would be more taxing than normally. I've learned a new combat technique during the last few days. Keep your guard up, Jason. Greg said, and Jason found it quite interesting that both of them would practice their newly acquired technique in this spar. While he would use his full strength, Greg restricted his strength to the 9th novice rank while his soul bond was not suppressed. Both stood opposite each other with a 30-meter distance when their eyes suddenly met, which indicated the start of their battle. They sparred so many times with each other, and there were no words needed to start their fight. Circulating his mana according to the weightless steps description, he could almost instantly feel that his body seemed lighter. It was relatively uncomfortable in the beginning, but he was able to adjust to it pretty fast. As such, Jason was the first one to take a step, and it felt like his speed could increase by around 20 if he achieved the basic mastery of this technique. Jason's increase of speed right off the bat was only around 10 when he rushed at Greg, who observed him carefully. Greg's newly acquired technique was similar to Jason's weaponry knight skill, but more advanced while he used his technique in addition to the gloves he was familiar with. While Jason charged at Greg, both circulated their mana according to their peculiar technique. Jason's increase in speed was not kept unnoticed by Greg, and he was astonished by this fact. However, there was no time for him to admire Jason's speed, as a dagger was thrust to his right sight. It was only a dull dagger, but it would still hurt, when Greg deflected the dagger thrust with a solid punch, while Jason felt the strong impact passing through the dagger. He was aware that it was bad to fight a glove user with his daggers, because his weapon could be more easily destroyed during the fight, and Jason had to enhance his dagger with a small membrane of mama in order to prevent such an accident. But that wouldn't stop him from practicing daggers as his main weapons for the moment, as he felt the most comfortable with them right now. Greg immediately went into a counteroffensive, using the short moment Jason was not guarded to deliver a straight punch. Jason predicted that, and jumped to the site where he landed with a smooth roll. Not a single second was wasted, as Jason immediately stood up. Greg and Jason knew each other's combat style, as Greg stood already behind Jason with another punch ready. It was obvious that both knew each other's combat style, and only new techniques or a complete change in one's combat style could change the situation, as Jason used his weightless step skill to the limits, without considering any possible issues. To evade Greg's punch, he stepped forward with his body leaned closer to the ground. Greg was astonished that Jason took a step towards him instead of away when his other fist was already approaching Jason due to his instinctive way of acting when Jason's dagger already touched Greg's abdomen. The fight was instantly over, and Greg stopped his fist mid-air before he stepped back a few meters. Both of them had a tacit agreement that once one was hit, the other one won the round. Jason was overjoyed that his speed was comparable to Greg's speed, probably even better if he injected his whole mana pool into the technique, as he grinned craftily at Greg, saying 10. Hearing this was extremely frustrating to Greg, as he underestimated Jason's speed. Furthermore, he was unaware that Jason learned a new movement technique, which astonished him a little bit. Jason had acquired 2-tiered skills in such a short time, which was kinda uncommon even for the main Vanguard school, as he wondered how Jason did that when he thought about his own achievements. But Greg wasn't really displeased. He only lost because of the surprise attack, and the next rounds would prove him. Again. Greg said confidently before both distanced themselves until they reached a certain distance. Go, both said at the same time, and one could see a bright shining light in both youths' eyes with a foolish smile blossomed on their faces. The spar between the two youths was becoming more and more violent as they adjusted their newly acquired technique to the combat style of their respective opponent. Each round was taking longer and longer to end, while they adjusted their combat style each fight in order to surprise attack each other. Hours passed, and it was lunchtime when both were lying on the ground, panting heavily but still foolishly smiling. Both were proud due to the same reason. Previously, both of their new techniques' proficiency was horrible and comparable to non-existent, but right now it seemed that they were already nearing basic mastery, which was an astonishing feat. 106. Ha ha ha, I won, Greg said with an exaggerated proud face, while Jason remained silent, thinking that Greg was not looking at the big picture. Previously, Jason was unable to defeat Greg a single time, which changed now. After sparring with Saron, and in addition to the newly acquired movement technique, Jason was able to overcome Greg's overwhelming fighting style better than before. Jason was infinitely close to the basic mastery of the weightless step technique, as it neared an acceleration of 20. After both washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes, 1 p.m. had already passed when they sprinted to the dining table, where everyone was already waiting for them. Melia had seen them sparring with each other and didn't want to disturb them, as it looked like both of them were fighting with all their might, while trying to adjust their combat style to land a surprise attack. Furthermore, she noticed that both youths used new martial art techniques. Gaining insights was extremely difficult, and she would rather let them starve instead of disrupting their enlightenment. Gabriella looked at them with a smile and gestured them to sit down, while Mark was looking at them without showing many emotions. Greg and Jason had used up too much energy during their fight, which caused them to gobble down their lunch, a second fill before a third fill was eaten within a record-like speed. Looking at the two gluttons made the others smile weirdly. Even Mark couldn't cover his smile for a second before his emotions were hidden once again. After they finished their meal, Jason washed the dishes before he went into his room to practice the Heaven's Hell technique with the 5 braided helix again. This time it took only 85 minutes and nothing major happened. Jason was confident that he could reduce the Heaven's Hell second level refining time to 60 minutes, or probably even less as long as he practiced enough. It would give him more time to practice his martial art skills or read more books, which could be helpful in the future. Jason felt like a bookworm because he liked to read more and more after getting to know that there were so many different types of magical plants, beasts, habitats, important characteristics, mutations of beasts caused by selection pressure, genetic mutations, rare ores, soul and mana weapons, foreign intelligent races, information about souls in general, and so many more things. His thirst for knowledge was almost limitless, and he would spend at least 6 hours a day reading alone. This caused his knowledge to surpass his peers by a huge margin because they were mostly training their body, mana core, soul bonds, or even playing around with their friends. However, that was only the case with average families, as superior and big families, clans, companies, and so did not prioritize soul strength, because intelligence, craftiness, and other characteristics were at least as important as strength to them. While reading many books, Jason often read about alchemist, blacksmith, and runemaster, and he found all 3 lifestyles occupations extremely interesting. One could say that these lifestyle occupations were almost as important as beast creators. Unfortunately for Jason, however, was that there was not much information about beast creators in the book he had access to, which caused him to be slightly dejected. Jason wondered how it would be to have a lifestyle occupation like being a blacksmith, alchemists, runemaster, or even a beast creators. They were said to be some of the most profitable occupations, while their requirements were also extremely high in order to reach higher ranks. It was a long dream of his, and reading through the school's forum, he read a particular thread that interested him extremely. From his mother, Jason heard many fairy tales about all kinds of godly weapons, indestructible armors, immortal reagents, holy inscriptions, and terrifying beasts that could split the heavens and destroy mountains with a single breath. He would have never imagined that these fairy tales could be true, but at least some truth was hidden in every lie, and Jason was sure that some blacksmith masters would be able to smith and manufacture mighty weapons, armors, and much more. He always admired the fairy tales about strong and magnificent heroes, saving the universe with their godly weapons and different than others. Jason was always sad that the craftsmen who forged the god-killing weapons were extras, almost negligible for the whole tale. Thinking about these occupations, Jason's curiosity increased more and more. In the end, he decided to look online, searching for general information about lifestyle occupations and their requirements. Upon doing deeper researches, Jason found out that the requirements to learn either of the 3 basic lifestyle occupations were both easy and difficult at the same time to fulfill. The easier requirements Jason could fulfill were a peak intermediate mana mastery and a certain mana sensitivity outside the body. Jason wasn't exactly sure what peak intermediate mastery meant, but he was still confident that he had already reached that a long time ago, as even his teacher praised his mana control. Considering the fact that Mr. Grail was from a large family and additional from Canier, that praise was worth quite a bit, which caused Jason's confidence about his control over mana to soar even higher. Another easy demand was one's knowledge, which had to be deep in the lifestyle occupation. For blacksmithing, that would be knowing everything about ores, ingots, heat, smelting process, tempering, quenching, sharpening, and so on. Jason could just read the required books and memorize them after a second or third reread at most. This was only able because he refined his brain, otherwise he would have to read books more often to memorize them completely, which would be a hassle. But there was one main problem. The costs. Not only would purchasing the books of each of the 3 basic lifestyle occupations be extremely expensive, but some couldn't even be purchased by commoners, which was ridiculous in his opinion. Additionally, each of these three occupations would require one to learn everything from scrap, which would require experimenting with many ores, herbs, mana stones core, and so on. Materials were expensive, and it would take a long time to even reach the 0th rank of the particular occupation, also called apprentice. Furthermore, there were not many teachers instructing students because they were either too expensive or would not teach students without gaining other benefits. This meant average or maybe even above average families wouldn't be able to hire an alchemist for individual tutorings. It was easier for high-ranked schools to hire blacksmiths, alchemists, and runemasters because they were able to give them more benefits due to their good connections. And that was where the school's official thread came into play. Jason read that there would be a rank 3 blacksmith, alchemist, and runemasters at school, giving lectures for a certain amount of time. Rank 3 lifestyle occupations were also called intermediate blacksmiths, alchemists, runemasters, while the ranking was as following. Rank 0, apprentice, rank 1, beginner, rank 2, basic, rank 3, intermediate, and so on. Intermediate occupations could already produce grade 2 weapons, reagents, and magic circles, which could accumulate a vast amount of resources and credits. Being a rank 3 would be considered the average for the Artisan Alliance, which governs the three occupations, as the average member was at the 3rd rank. There were many lower and higher ranked lifestyle artisans, but most would be stuck at rank 3 and never enter higher rank due to their low determination, ambition, and most likely low control over mana. Rank 3 also meant for blacksmiths that they would be able to craft mana weapons with the help of runemasters, which was definitely nothing to scoff at, and Jason wondered who their lectures would hold. But there was also a test one had to pass to enter the lectures of the three individuals. Their test would question one's knowledge, control over mana, and even the aptitude with a practical test. Jason found blacksmithing and alchemy extremely interesting, and after reading the description of inscriptions and runes, he fell in love with all three occupations, causing him to ponder for which test he should apply. He questioned himself for quite some time until he noticed a certain piece of information, causing his mood to heighten. Each of the tests was at a different time and wouldn't overlap with each other. As such, Jason could enter all of the tests, which pleased him, and maybe he would be able to pass at least one of the tests. If that happened, he would be able to get lectured by a rank 3 artisan. Jason happily registered himself for all three tests, and each exam would start on Friday, while there was 4 hours time between each of them. After thinking for a moment, he concluded that they made this deliberately, so everyone could give each lifestyle occupation a try. Jason laughed while thinking that his school was really evil. There were more than 10 books for every occupation. Previously, Jason thought that his school wanted to give each student a try for every occupation, but applying for every lecture was suicidal, considering that each book had more than 600 pages. Each test would consist of more than 6,000 pages, filled with knowledge, while all three tests had concluded more than 18 pages, which was a ridiculous number. But Jason was only smiling, with greed in his eyes. Jason was aware why it was so hard for average students to learn one of the basic lifestyle occupations without a teacher, even if one had a high mana control and enough credits to purchase the herbs. Prescriptions, experience from dozens of generations, and knowledge could only be acquired by the rich. Right now there were over 30 books Jason wouldn't be able to acquire normally inside his quantum bracelet storage, not being able to digest all the information provided. Don't FK with Bookworm Jason. There were still slightly more than 6 days left for him, and if needed, he would just skip school. Before Jason decided to do something like that, he would message his teacher, which he did immediately after considering his chances. Mr. Grail was different from the normal teacher, and Jason was aware of that. After explaining his situation to him, the only thing he got as an answer was, attend the morning lessons, because he'll be able to solve some unanswered questions. I'll write you out for the afternoon lessons. This astonished Jason a little bit because even if Mr. Grail was not a real teacher, wasn't he too chilled about his decision to pick all three tests? Wouldn't he try to change his decision because it was dumb? But Till Grail wouldn't do something like that, as he knew that Jason was extremely mature for his age. As a teacher, he wanted Jason to figure out the limits of his ambition on his own. If he could pass all tests, that would only mean he is good enough to learn all occupations from their theories, and not that he was talented in all of them. Knowing the basics of all occupations was a must for all offsprings from big families, and Saron already knew most information, which however would not hinder him in acquiring new knowledge. Saron would also join the three tests, and he would have to solve them with flying colors, as his master. Till would be disappointed if Saron would fail. But to be honest, this possibility was marginal low. It was only 3 p.m. when Jason opened the first book, and he entered his particular kind of zone, as he started to devour the content without caring for his surrounding. Time passed, and it was 7 p.m. when he was shaken out of his zone-like state. Suddenly, he felt that someone picked him up as he was thrown over a muscle-packed shoulder, and Jason immediately knew that it was Greg. "Jason, we called you a few times, and you want to tell me that you couldn't hear us because you read a book." "Don't fool me," he said while Jason was still laying over his shoulder. When Greg entered the living room like this, Jason was immediately embarrassed about the situation as everyone could see him like that. "Sorry, but let me down," Jason almost shouted, and Greg put him down. Just as he was about to sit down, everyone began to laugh out loud as the sight was just too funny to look at. Arg, so embarrassing. Jason looked straight on his table without looking at anyone, and he wouldn't be able to look into someone's eyes right now. It took everyone quite a while to calm down, and dinner began with a few chuckles remaining. Jason had not looked up a single time, and when dinner was over, he excused himself as soon as possible to run up into his room. Gabriella and Malia found this reaction cute, while Mark looked somehow disappointed. Jason had to calm down, and looking at the holographic screen, he noticed that he had already read 3 books. He remembered almost all parts, and rereading it another time would probably be enough to completely memorize them, which shocked him. Jason admired his own reading speed and memory, as he silently thanked his teacher for the opportunity he received to refine his brain, even if it was extremely painful. After he calmed down, he practiced the Heaven's Hell 5-strand helix before he continued reading the large batch of books in his library. It was already Friday morning, and Jason's whole week was filled with reading, practicing the Heaven's Hell technique, and sparring with Greg, while most of his time was occupied with the reading section. In only 5 days, Jason had completely read through all 30-plus books, and the last day was used to completely memorize the last subtle details. Going to morning classes was extremely helpful as many questions tormented his mind, but Mr. Grail answered them easily, helping him out a lot. Other than that, Jason's mana core surprisingly reached almost the required mana to break through the adept rank barrier, which was a few days faster than expected, but it would be quite helpful to break through into the adept rank before Artemis finished her evolution. Breaking through into new mana core levels and ranks would enhance Jason's body overall, which included his soul, as it would also receive a small enhancement. It was said that novice rank breakthroughs enhanced the soul energy by around 0.1 units, while adept ranks would give a whole point for one's soul energy. With that in mind, Jason entered his soul world to look at the already enlarged pebble-sized soul world core with magnificent shining runes on it. He already reached a soul energy of 13 units, which was not far away from his required amount Artemis would probably require once she finished her evolution, but Jason was still careful and diligently practiced the Heaven's Hell's 2nd level 3 times a day without letting a single sitting out. There were a few times where Jason almost failed braiding his 5-strand helix due to minuscule mistakes, but he saved himself every time. After almost a week passed, he repeated the 5-braided helix almost 20 times, and watching braid videos almost every day caused his mind to comprehend and control everything much easier. It was still taxing, but not as difficult to practice as before. Scorpio was another small issue. It looked like he wouldn't take long until he would break through into the 5-star wild beast rank, which needs between 8 to 10 soul energy. If both Scorpio and Artemis were about to draw more of his soul energy at once, only trouble would await Jason. But even if that were about to happen, Jason was relatively confident in his thick connections between him and his soul bonds. As long as he wouldn't force them to attack others suicidal, Jason was confident to control them to a certain degree. Even if he would force his soul beasts into a suicidal attack, Jason wasn't sure if Artemis or Scorpio would sacrifice themselves. However, that wasn't something Jason wanted to figure out at all, and he would never order them to do something like that either. Today would be the theoretical knowledge exams and a mana control test that was done to tell how high one's mana mastery was. It didn't matter for which of the 3 basic lifestyle occupations one applied, the mana control test was the same for all 3 of them and could be done in one run. In order to receive the chance to take the theoretical knowledge tests, one would have to pass the mana mastery exam first. After passing the first test, he would be able to enter the theoretical exam, and passing the second test would allow Jason to enter the final exam, which tested the praxis, with nobody being proficient in it. Jason was confident in himself, and because of that calmly walking into his classroom with the number 54 on it. Seeing the number, Jason smiled lightly before he looked around, only to see almost all of his classmates reading something on their holographic screen as a weird smile appeared on his face. His classmates didn't seem to be the smartest students, but they still wanted to give the lifestyle occupations a try, which he admired somehow. Jason saw Saron, who was sitting in front of his table with closed eyes. Upon sensing a pair of eyes looking at him, he opened his eyes and greeted Jason. He looked extremely calm, and so was Jason as he greeted Saron back before sitting down on his seat. Upon sitting down, the front door opened, and Mr. Grail walked in with a head-sized marble in his hand. This marble would be used to test one's control over mana, and different lights would indicate a superior or subpar control over mana. There were 3 different tones of red which were equal to the basic control over mana, while a lighter color indicated a better control. Orange was equal to an intermediate control over mana, while yellow represented an advanced control over mana. These 3 sections were not the only ones, but it was difficult to see a higher mana control standard. With a light yellow peak advances control over mana, one would most likely be able to enter the Magus rank at a young age. The control over mana wasn't the only factor to specify such a statement, but it was definitely an important one, and most youths at the age of 14 with advanced control over mana would enter the Magus rank sooner or later, as their potential was still developing. It wouldn't be surprising if youths would increase their control over mana with hard work, and Mr. Grail told them that almost everyone should be able to enter the Magus rank with enough hard work. Jason wasn't so sure about that, but if his teacher said that, there should be some credibility in this statement. Once the large mana testing orb was placed in the middle of the podium, the students greeted their teacher respectfully. Today we'll test everyone's control over mana. Almost all of you applied for one of the 3 occupations lectures, and it is only obvious that you guys aren't the only ones. This opportunity is rare to come by, and the whole school was only able to afford 2 rank 3 and 1 rank 4 artisan, which results in the following. Every grade is allowed to apply for the lectures, and this means that more than everyone could have more than 30 rivals for the lecture spots. To ensure fairness, the higher grades need to have a higher degree of mana mastery, while their knowledge has to be deeper. While grade 1 students need only to have a peak intermediate mana mastery, grade 2 and 3 need to have an advanced mana mastery. The difference in knowledge is also not that much because most students had never seen the books required to learn either of the lifestyle occupations. Some students may ask why the required mana mastery is so high, and the answer is pretty simple. If someone exceeded the lecturer's expectations, they might invite someone to Zero City's Artisan Tower, where one is able to learn more about the basic lifestyle occupations. Without a certain degree of mana mastery, one will never reach higher ranks in these occupations, and it is useless to nurture someone without future potential because it's extremely expensive. I think I've talked enough. Let's start the testing according to the class ranking. You all know your number, just queue up. Mr. Grail finished talking, and everyone tried to digest the information before the top student within their class went down to have his mana mastery tested. He was confident in himself, as he had already reached the 6 adept rank while being 14 years. Not only was he the highest in mana core, but his strength was also superior to everyone else, which his proud face clearly demonstrated. But after entering the inside of the mana testing orb with his senses, his facial expression was filled with shock, and one could only look at the orange illuminated mana orb in front of him. Mid-intermediate, failed to enter the second round, Mr. Grail announced cruelly, and the youth wanted to oppose his teacher's decision when he sensed his teacher's piercing gaze. You don't want to make space for your classmates, he asked with a cold but emotionless voice. It was obvious to Till that this youth used up a vast amount of mana stones solely to increase his mana core rank, without considering that it was equally important to absorb nature's mana due to its own characteristic. The mana within mana stones was rough, and it wouldn't help out to absorb too much of it at a time, because one's mana sensitivity and control were equally important. In the end, consistently absorbing nature's mana might be less efficient but better for a long-term plan, as one's mana control and sensitivity would increase consistently, while a short absorbing session with mana stones only gave minute benefits. The youth's hair stood up, and he immediately left the mana orb for his classmates, shuddering violently. This was only a demonstration to show everyone who wanted to oppose their teacher in order to figure out what happened, and some hadn't noticed what their teacher did. However, Jason knew what happened, as he frowned as their teacher released killing intent for such a trivial matter. He found this cruel, but he decided to ignore it, while waiting for his turn, without much interest for his classmates. There weren't many in his class with an acceptable control over mana, and most of them only reached the intermediate adept rank while being 14 because of their parents' resources and nothing else. Astonishing to Jason was also the fact that some students had only peaked basic mana mastery, which was extremely bad. This caused him to question the selection process to be accepted into this school. It was only when it was Saron's turn that Jason looked down to the podium with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, as he wanted to know how good Saron's mana mastery was. A dark yellow light illuminated the mana orb's surrounding, and Jason nodded his head, not forgetting that Saron could only feel the mana in his surroundings for a few months. Considering that fact, it was definitely a shocking feat for Saron to reach such a high mastery over mana within the given amount of time. In Jason's opinion, Saron was the most promising student of class 54th, which was not really something to brag about, as their class was not filled with prodigies. More than 10 minutes passed until it was Jason's try, and he stood in front of the mana orb, placing his hand on it without hesitation. It would be a lie if Till said he wasn't interested in figuring out Jason's momentary mana mastery, as Jason activated his mana eyes, while he sensed everything clearly. Combining the effect of him seeing everything and feeling it at the same time, he found dozens of entangled strings when he began to unfold them. Seconds passed and there was still no color emitting from the mana orb. The more time passed, the less patient everyone became. The students began to shout that Jason should just leave the mana orb and that it was useless for him, because his mastery was too bad. Some ridiculed him, while others tried to cheer him up, but Jason couldn't hear them at all. Till was also kinda confused, as it wouldn't normally take so long to test one's mana mastery. More than a minute passed without anything happening, and almost everyone's mood was already the worst because they couldn't enter the second round of the lecture selection, while Jason increased their frustration even more, without doing anything. Suddenly, a golden shimmering light illuminated the mana orb that was more than a few dozen times stronger and denser than the dark yellow light from Saron, which was the best mastery previously seen. Till was blinded by the sudden outburst of light, was almost forced to close his eyes as he looked at the mana orb. His eyes widened, and he immediately knew that Jason had unfolded every entangled string within in less than 2 minutes. It took him quite some time to clear his thoughts, and in the meantime the golden light dissipated slowly, leaving Jason and his teacher next to him. Clearing his throat, Mr. Grail announced, "Superior Mana Mastery passed." Jason barely opened his eyes when the classroom went into an uproar. "Am I seeing things? What was that golden color? Superior Mana Mastery. What the hell is that? He obviously cheated. Let us stand there for some time too. We might as well be able to increase our mana mastery like that." Some students shouted, and Mr. Grail was unsure if he should just shut them up with force or let them bully Jason a little bit. They were instinctively envious until couldn't find fault with that. He was also jealous of Jason's mana mastery. How should a 14-year-old youth be able to have such a high mana mastery? And that was not even everything. Jason's overall aptitude to cultivating was superior, which he was also partially at fault, because he gave Jason the opportunity to create a sub-area in his mind in order to passively absorb mana continuously. Till wondered how long Jason would need to enter the Magus rank with such capabilities, but thinking about that caused his heart to sting. A minute passed and Teal calmed down before he forced everyone to quiet down with a mana-enveloped snap. Quiet. He was already in a bad mood because of Jason, but the babbling students in front of him frustrated him even more, causing killing intent to gush out accidentally. It was dead silent within a second, and Jason could see tears in some weak-willed student's eyes, which was kinda funny for him. He was still not sure what happened and wondered what a superior mana mastery was, but sensing the atmosphere around him, it should be something good as he silently went to his seat, not minding the murderous glares of his classmates, with a bright smile on his face. In the end, Till announced the result, after the last student finished his mana mastery test. Saron Jeer and Jason Stella passed the test. You two will continue to test your theoretical knowledge soon. As for the others, I'll test every one of you about the 3 occupations. Everyone who is not able to answer my tests will be punished. Don't even dare to think that the school will gift you non-purchasable and extremely expensive books about the 3 basic lifestyle occupations without considering someone trying to exploit the given opportunity. We all know that some students applied for all 3 lectures after finding out that rare books will be filed to you. In class 54, only Jason and Saron passed the first test, which was a 1 in 100 ratio. Considering that their class was the worst in the beginning, and the first 20 to 30 classes already have some 7 adept ranks, Jason concluded that in all grades together, at least 3,000 students might have passed the first test. Round 7 passed the first test, and the theoretical exam was said to seed out even more students. Considering that the most difficult exam would be the last test about one's practical aptitude towards the particular lifestyle occupation, which involved mana sensibility, control, accuracy, patience, persistence, vast knowledge, and many more characteristics to be even able to produce even the easiest things. Jason was aware that it would be difficult to pass all 3 aptitude tests, but he would at least give it a try. He was sure to pass the theoretical exams with flying colors, so he just went outside the class with Saron after Mr. Grail finished his short lecture. Mr. Grail also went outside and led Saron and Jason to their first theoretical exam. While the knowledge about inscription and runes was the first to be tested, alchemy followed suit, and after that, blacksmithing came. Both students followed their teacher calmly, and they entered a huge hall both of them had never been. It was the school's assembly hall that was connected to all 3 schooling buildings, and the sheer size could fit thousands of students. There was a white stage in the front with an ancient wooden podium highlighted in the middle, while many tables and chairs were placed all around the assembly hall. Their test would be in the assembly hall, cheap. Jason lamented in his mind, but it was easier to survey the students like that with each table at least 2 meters apart from each other. Row after row of tables could be seen, and many of their seniors were already waiting for the test to finally begin. They were probably eager to learn about the basic lifestyle occupations, as it was a rare opportunity to get known by some lower authorities of the Artisan Tower. With some luck, they might even be able to learn one of the 3 occupations. Jason and Saron were amongst the calmest youths inside the assembly hall as they sat down next to each other without saying a single word. Wishing each other luck would be useless, as one's luck was not tested, only pure knowledge. What was the use of luck in exams? Jason didn't know, and neither did Saron. More than 20 minutes passed until the last group of students arrived at the assembly hall. The doors were closed, and even if thousands of students sat there, waiting patiently, nobody said anything at all as it was deadly silent. Not much time passed until a brown-haired bulky man with a long beard entered the stage next to a blonde-haired youth with blue eyes, thin glasses, and a long black robe with ancient-looking runes on it swirling around. Between both of them was a fair-skinned woman with black hair tied into a ponytail. She was busty and had nice curves perfectly fitting for her figure, causing some youths to drool. It took the youths quite some time to regain their senses, and they sensed something was off as their foolish behavior shocked themselves more than others. She used a pheromone reagent. Jason questioned himself while his mana eyes saw a pinkish haze following the black-haired woman with every step she took. The busty woman was standing on the podium while the 2 men were standing next to it, clearly indicating that the woman had higher rank and authority. Hello, dear students. My name is Antalia Sharon. I am a rank 4 alchemist. It's my honor to be here to test everyone's knowledge about the 3 basic lifestyle occupations, and I hope we will find a few hidden gems to nurture in the future, she said with a light and gently smile before she continued. We know that some of you have applied for all 3 exams because it occurs quite often that students try to trick schools in order to gain more resources. But before that, I want to say that we'll do the 3 exams right now in a row without wasting any time. Everyone that applied for all 3 lectures at once should be confident in their own ability, otherwise you guys wouldn't have applied for all of them right. Antalia was still smiling, but her eyes turned cold. After a discussion with the principal, we decided to make a few changes in the exam. Everyone that applied for more than 1 lecture, and without being able to pass the exams, will have to pay the full price for the books they acquired. If that is not possible, their lace points will be deducted according to the costs. With that, everyone that doesn't pass and is not able to pay will have to request a loan from the Artisan Tower or the Vanguard School. This also applies to all students that didn't pass the first round. They will also be tested about the theoretical knowledge. If they can't pass the exams, they'll have to pay. As for the jokester that applied for all 3 tests and failed all of them, nice try in working hard to repay the debt. The whole surrounding turned upside down and everyone began to lament about being conned. Some students even cursed the whole school, the Artisan Tower, and so on. Jason's lips curled up, thinking that the school and Artisan Tower were frauds, as he clearly remembered the small written notice that costs could occur if one were to fail the exam. Apparently most students hadn't seen this notice, and it was somehow difficult for Jason to cover his smile. He had to hold his laughter in when more and more students jumped up, cursing at the Magus-ranked authorities in front of them. When the whole situation was about to escalate completely, Jason felt a familiar snap amplified with a dense amount of mana, causing a shocking wave spreading through the whole assembly hall that threw some students from their chairs. Jason and Saron predicted this scenario and used most of their mana to envelope themselves, which saved them from being pushed from the chair. Quiet, Mr. Grail said with a cold, amplified voice while he suddenly stood in front of the podium. If you can't even read, don't even try to con others without expecting to be conned yourself. I think the Artisan Tower and the school are lenient with their punishment, or do you guys want to die or live with a destroyed mana core? I don't think so. The assembly hall turned eerily quiet, and the students that were blown away went back to their place with tears in their eyes. Considering that they jumped into a huge well of debt, once they wouldn't be able to pass 2 out of 3 exams, some had already given up on trying, looking lifelessly in front of them. The busty ponytailed woman continued her speech with telling another few changes. Normally, every exam would take 4 hours, but we changed it slightly. Everyone that only applied for 1 lecture will have 4 hours without any change, but the students that applied for 2 lectures will have 7, while the many of you that were eager to learn will have 9 hours time to finish all 3 exams. Many youths groaned in misery, but due to the fear of being blown away by a mana shockwave, they didn't do anything else than groan. Receiving 60 right answers is enough to pass the second test, and our Artisan Tower will reward everyone that can pass with 90+ with a recipe suitable for the tested subject. When Jason heard this, he lifted his head and looked straight into the busty woman's eyes, while she didn't notice him. We've lowered the percentage to pass the test because the test is already extremely difficult for our students that learned for more than a month. I hope we'll have some students capable to pass the theoretical exam. Our artisan tower is extremely generous if you make some effort," she said, full of enthusiasm when she saw a raised hand within the last few rows. "Yes, student with black hair and golden eyes. What is your question?" Everyone turned to the direction of the raised hand, and only now did Jason notice that he had raised his hand. He was curious about a certain fact: rewarding the one that makes effort could be understood in many ways. Clearing his throat, Jason asked in a loud, slightly mana-amplified voice that was filled with confidence, "In my understanding, the Artisan Tower thinks that nobody will pass all 3 tests. I might as well be wrong, but what if someone passes all 3 exams with 100? Can you give me some better rewards if that happens?" he asked with a tinge of greed glimmering in his eyes. Passing all exams with 100, Antalya looked at the golden-eyed youth in front of her with a ridiculing smile. "Passing one exam with 100 is already extremely challenging for our best apprentices, but passing all 3 without making a single mistake, don't make yourself a laughingstock with empty words. Learning for a single artisan exam within 1 week is already though. Don't overestimate your abilities," Antalya said with a serious voice, and she was obviously not pleased with Jason's. "What if I can do it?" Jason resolutely asked, without listening to her words. Saron also looked at Jason as if he was asking to get beaten up or punished. He would not receive any rewards because he wasn't included in the statistics because he learned about the basic occupations since birth. Furthermore, he didn't have the ambition to learn a lifestyle occupations as his mana channels gave him enough work to do. Saron would probably receive a high score for all tests and 1 or 2 100, but being able to receive full marks for all exams would be even hard for him if a nasty question were to come up. Jason looked confident on the outside, but nobody knew how his insides looked, and if they knew he was as confident on his inside as he was on the outside, they would be questioning his sanity. Even Till looked at Jason as if he was an idiot, but Jason didn't mind the onlookers. He was only looking at the fair-skinned, busty woman who returned his gaze. She saw ambition, determination, and confidence in his eyes, which caused her to gulp down her anger because it was obvious that Jason took this seriously. "If you can pass all 3 exams with 100, I'll give you a copy of my book of experiences. Inside this book, all recipes I've learned are written down, including the things I've gone through while brewing." Jason listened carefully, but he wasn't really sure how much of a reward her book of experience was. However, everyone sitting inside the assembly hall was shocked as they began to gossip. This told him that it was definitely nothing cheap, and if he knew that reagent recipes were extremely expensive, he would know that her reward was worth more than a few billion credits. Not many artisans would sell their occupational diary to others, and if someone did, the prices would soar to the billions within seconds during an auction. Receiving first-hand experience was important, as the basic lifestyle occupations could be dangerous and reagent recipes couldn't be purchased by everyone except grade 1 healing reagents. Jason knew, for example, that the price for paralyzing reagents were not expensive solely because of their material costs, as their selling price would bring in more than 20 times the material costs in profit. These reagents were so expensive because of the astronomically high prices for reagent recipes, the uncountable failure rate, and the investment one paid while learning the basics. Antalya looked at Jason with a proud face, but she frowned when she noticed that the youth in front of her wasn't even slightly impressed. Never would she know that Jason wasn't aware that the book of experience from rank 4 was worth a lot. She thought he ridiculed her indirectly, which caused her to fume in anger. Provoked by his non-existent reaction, she thoughtlessly blurted out anything she wanted without considering what she did. "In addition, I'll give you the chance to make a request at the Artisan Tower in Zero City." However, when she noticed what she said, it was already too late and she could barely add, "Under the condition that you pass all aptitude tests." Before the whole assembly hall went wild, with this being said, Jason's curiosity was finally picked up. Making a request in the Artisan Tower could mean almost anything, either crafting a mana-gathering platform at home or crafting him mana or even a soul weapon, but also a mysterious potion, if a high-ranked artisan that was capable to fulfill the requirement was present. He knew that the Zero City Artisan Tower had a rank 5 blacksmith that was said to be infinitely close to the 6th rank. As such, he could craft mid-grade 3 weapons and also mana and soul weapons, but that was not what made Antalya's statement so foolish. If she allowed him to make a request for almost everything, he could also ask for guidance from this rank 5 blacksmith, or even worse, asking him to take him as disciple, and Antalya could only slap herself for being foolish and stupid. But what said was said, and it would harm the reputation of the Artisan Tower if she would take back her words, as she was representing the whole Artisan Tower at this moment. Arg, I am so stupid, she thought, and Jason smiled lightly while asking himself what kind of things he could request at the Artisan Tower. However, it would be extremely difficult to pass all 3 aptitude exams, and Jason was aware of that fact. Till quieted down everyone with another snap, and Antalya tried to not mind Jason anymore. Turning away, she tapped on the holographic screen in front of her, as a holographic screen appeared out of their tables, where one had to write down his or her data to enter the exams. After login, and the exams immediately started, and there was no time to waste. Almost everyone's credentials and financial status were on the line, as nobody would ever want to graduate from school with debts. A silent pressure permeated through the whole assembly hall, and everyone's concentration heightened. Jason entered his data before looking at the first file, which was about inscribing and runemasters overall. Only a few minutes passed, and Antalya was looking through the rows of students, and she saw many despaired youths. In her opinion, the questions weren't that hard. Only the large section of topics to learn was more difficult, including a few in-depth questions. Learning for the most basic exam like this would at most take 1 month, but considering the time span of 1 week, she hoped that at least a few good seedlings would be able to enter her eyes. Among the frowning youths, she saw one particular caused her to almost laugh in joy. Jason, the handsome youth that was so full of himself, was frowning when only a few minutes passed. She almost couldn't contain her laughter, and it took her a while to calm down. Upon inspecting Jason closer with mana amplified her eyes, she noticed that Jason was neither sweating nor showing signs of being afraid to amass a huge amount of debts, which wondered her. Seeing Jason writing down answers consistently, she thought that he was guessing the answer without thinking about the right answer. His answers were too fast for someone who had only a single week to memorize everything, and she lost interest in Jason after a short amount of time. One could say Antalya was disappointed, because she somehow hoped that she would find a hidden gem. Considering that she was forced to join as lecturer for the weakest affiliated Vanguard school, she was in an unpleasant mood since the beginning, and Jason caused her to feel slightly better. She wouldn't really lose anything if she had to send Jason a copy of her book of experience. Furthermore, sending such a file to a genius who learned for all 3 basic exams and could pass them with flying colors within a week wouldn't be a bad trade to gain some trust. If his mana mastery was extremely good and he could pass the alchemy aptitude test, she would immediately try to lure him as her disciple. With this, she might even be able to gain a decent amount of fame and reputation as a prodigy's teacher. She had that dream for a decent amount of years already, like many other artisans, but the truth was that it never really worked out, and if it did, higher-ranked artisans would lure their prodigious disciples over, saying that they nurtured them. Antalya had seen many cases like that, and it was always sad to see gentle and innocent children drawn into the scheming of others. Without anyone knowing, 6 hours passed, and more than half of the students were still sitting in front of their exams, with most of them showing desperate expressions. Some of them even began crying because they couldn't answer most questions. Figured out that there was no way for them to pass the theoretical exam, their mind was devastated. This meant they had to pay back the costs of all filled books, which would amass to a huge fortune. Would they be able to pay everything back before they graduated from school by doing school missions? Probably not. Most students that only picked a single lecture to attend had long since gone, and it was not difficult to figure out if they passed or not due to their joyous mood, as most hadn't fallen for the school's scheming. Jason was still writing his answers at a fast pace, and it looked like his writing speed hadn't changed since the beginning. Only a few minutes after the 6th hour passed, Jason sent the files to the AI. The AI would correct the exams within 5 minutes, and he decided to lift his head in order to look out for the rank 4 alchemist's reaction. After 5 minutes, Jason got a notification, and the 3 exams were sent to him, but he didn't look at his score and continued gazing towards the busty woman, who also received a notification. Every file that passed the exam would be sent to the head lecturer, which was in this case Antalya. Previously, Miss Sharon hadn't looked at a single notification she got, which left a few students wronged as they tried to show of their knowledge in front of the 3 artisans. However, nobody didn't care about that at all. But right after she got the last notification, she felt weird, as if someone wanted something from her. It was uncomfortable, and she felt naked in front of the unknown gaze. Turning around, she saw Jason staring at her, and when both looked into each other's eyes, Jason smiled, while pointing at his own quantum watch. Antalya had a bad premonition rising up inside her as she immediately opened up the last notification she received, only to see something pleasant and unpleasant at the same time. Jason Stila, Grade 1 Class 54, Rank 224. Basic Alchemy Apprentice Exam 100. Basic Blacksmithing Apprentice Exam 100. Basic Runemaster Apprentice Exam 100. Her jaw hit the ground in a "what" was screamed out unconsciously, waking up all students out of their focus. Jason liked her reaction and knew that he passed the exams with 100, so he stood up and left the assembly hall, without minding Miss Sharon's burning eyes following her, even though they felt extremely unpleasant. Goosebumps spread over his skin, and if Jason didn't know better, he would think that Antalya wanted him to take off his clothes and do something to him, as her burning eyes burned with desire. Her eyes followed the black-haired youth, who looked no older than 14, as she questioned herself, how it was possible to learn for 3 basic apprentice exams at the same time within a week. To add on, Jason had used 2 hours for every exam, which was 1 hour less than planned for every exam. Previously, she scanned Jason's monocore, and now, this information combined with everything else was more shocking to her than seeing a rank 5 artisan. But never would she have known that Jason's memory was so good because he refined his brain in order to split his mind. Without that, it would be impossible for Jason to score 100 in every exam. Rather than that, it would even be difficult for him to pass all exams at once, as the required knowledge consisted of a wide range. Antalya was standing motionless on the stage, looking at the closed door which connected the assembly hall with the first grader building. Is it finally my time to shine as a teacher? She asked herself when a creepy smile appeared on her face, scaring the 2 remaining men on the stage. Both the blacksmith and the runemaster were only rank 3 artisans, while Antalya was not only younger but also more talented in alchemy. She had reached the 4th rank and was said to be able to reach the 5th rank within a few dozen years if she was able to reach certain requirements. While Antalya was thinking about Jason, he was already allowed to go home because today's schedule was only consistent with the artisan apprentice exams. Passing them all, Jason had nothing else to do. Suddenly he felt his mana core shaking, and sensing his insides, Jason noticed that the mana inside his core was raging violently, trying to break out of the novice rank shackles. It was uncomfortable and even hurt slightly, as the mana core resisted against the outburst of mana, forcing it to stay inside the core. He had still some mana stones left for the current situation, and he took some of them out while searching for a tranquil place with a decent mana current. Pain inside his mana core intensified a little bit, however. It was still endurable, and only 5 minutes passed when he had found the perfect place. Jason was at the outskirts of the forest which he entered on his first day, and he clearly remembered that Mr. Grail told him that he was not allowed to go inside. He wasn't sure why this was the case, but he didn't mind it. Even if he was able to venture inside, he wouldn't, as the mana flow he perceived was perfectly fit for his breakthrough. If Jason was capable of creating an isolation mana circle, he wouldn't need to take mana stones into his hand, and placing them on the mana circle would be more than enough. Everything could go smoother and faster, but apparently, Jason wasn't a rune master and couldn't inscribe mana circles or runes. As such, it had to be done the old-fashioned and less efficient way. Jason relaxed his body and loosened up mana threads from the mana stones in order to lead them into his body. His pores opened up subconsciously as he greedily absorbed the mana from his surroundings and the small grade 1 mana stones around him and inside his hands. Doing a large circle with the gathered mana inside his channels, he absorbed them into his body, bringing his mana core almost to the brink of destruction. At least that was what it looked like. It didn't take long until the mana core began to crumble slightly, but before it completely cracked open. However, before anything could happen, the mana inside his core filled up the gaps and caused the mana core to enlarge itself. Jason was completely enveloped in mana while his body was shimmering lightly due to it, causing his appearance to look even more stunning. Time passed slowly, and cold sweat pearls drenched his back and forehead due to the excessive focus he endured. It was not excessively taxing to absorb mana, but filling the gaps of his mana core all the time was not as easy as he thought in the beginning. More than 4 hours passed, and it was already evening when Jason opened his eyes slowly. His eyes shimmered vigorously, and it seemed like golden flames were flickering inside, while the depth of them could not be determined anymore. This depth only appeared for a second before it vanished, and Jason's whole body scrunched when he was about to stand up. His clothes were dirtied with bloodstains, a black mass of reeking impurities, and skin. When he broke through, his old skin peeled off naturally, which was relatively uncommon, but considering that his soul bond was a scorpion that also enhanced his skin by a considerable degree, it wouldn't be that abnormal to peel off his old and weaker skin once he broke into a new rank. His new skin looked fair, and one could see his veins without much difficulty. Without activating his mana eyes, Jason was even able to see his mana veins, which were interconnected to his veins, shining brightly as if a stream of stars flowed through them. Activating his mana eyes and using his senses at the same time, Jason carefully inspected his mana core rank at the adept rank. His core was around 50 larger compared to before, and Jason felt much stronger in every possible way. This feeling caused Jason to be overjoyed, and he was now at the same mana core as the second weakest mana core rank in school, which would most likely cause an uproar the next time anyone scanned through his monocore. It only took him slightly more than a month to conquer 5 levels and a whole rank, causing Jason to be extremely proud of himself. Not many could do that, even if he could only do so due to his teacher's help. Jason changed his clothes inside a bush before rushing off to the school gates, with a happy smile on his face. Suddenly, a red-haired girl with a voluptuous chest, a brown-haired youth, and a small blue-haired girl walked out of the forest, and they had a certain thing in common. Their bead-red cheeks and gazes that followed the black-haired youth who looked somehow familiar to them. Clearing her throat, the red-haired girl was the first one to gather her senses. "Haven't we seen him before?" "At the lake," she said, and thinking about the naked boy jumping down into the lake in the middle of the forest, everyone's cheeks turned even redder if that was even possible. Probably. The brown-haired youth said shyly it had never been easy for him to talk to anyone except his 2 friends, and seeing a stranger naked wasn't something one would normally see, but they had seen his thing 2 times at that. Even if the blue-haired girl was tiny, her mind was shameless and she remembered the youth's lower body part, which was the cause for her to turn red. Forcing her brain to change subjects, she stated, "But wasn't that boy only at the 6th novice rank previously? Hasn't it only been slightly more than a month? How can he break into the adept rank so fast?" Hearing that, her 2 pals were shocked as they hadn't thought of that. This caused their minds to forget that the black-haired youth was naked a moment before, and they began to wonder how such a feat was even possible, as they could never do something like that. They were already 3rd grades and at the peak expert rank, but considering the constant rise of more prodigious youths each year, their feat was, unfortunately, nothing to be proud of, even if it was considered above average amongst their classmates. Jason didn't know that the group of 3 saw him changing his clothes. If he did, nobody could be sure how he would react, not even Jason himself. Meanwhile, Jason ran towards the gates and his speed seemed to have increased by at least 30, probably even more. Thinking about that, he wondered how his future spars with Greg would be. He was even able to fight some awakened beasts head-on. Jason noticed that he was relatively short on money, even if his money wrecker, Artemis, was evolving. After Artemis finished her evolution, she would demand even more food, which would cause him to pay more credits to nurture her. He had still a few thousand wild rank cores left, and he would force her to eat them first, but they wouldn't be sufficient for a long time. In addition to his awakened beast cores, Jason hoped that he could provide her with food for a month. Thinking about credits, Jason was reminded about the magical treasure that emitted in light gray color. He only knew that it was a Siphon Agnes castus flower, and he was still not sure what exactly its effects were, as this particular flower wasn't described in the books provided by his teacher and the artisan towers for the alchemy exam. Would Jason ever find out that his teacher was scolded for giving him the Siphon Agnes castus flower? Even though Till was from a high family, that wouldn't mean he could do whatever he wanted on someone else's governed island, and he had to reimburse them with something equally worthy. Jason also didn't know that the Siphon Agnes castus was a magical treasure used by beast creators to increase the potential of nature, healing, and wholly attributed beasts, in addition to a few other materials. Something that could increase the potential of beasts was already rare, but treasures that could increase the potential of rare and unique attributes like sentient plants, healing, and wholly attributed beasts was even more shocking. The Siphon Agnes castus was said to be even able to give half-sentient plants the opportunity to fully awaken their sentient, causing them to create their incomplete core, which would be similar to an invitation to the path of cultivation and mana absorption. If Till would have known that before, he would have never allowed Jason to pick up such a precious treasure. In the end, he could only lament, as it would hurt his pride to ask Jason to give the Siphon Agnes castus back, considering the possibility that it was already used up or sold. It was Saturday morning and Jason woke up excitedly. Today he would enter a 2-star wild zone again in order to test out his adept rank strength and hone his hunting skills, which was a complete contrast to sparring with other humans, which were intelligent and used scheming instead of their wild instincts. Beasts relied on their instincts to fight, and only a few rare beasts had the ability or intelligence to set up traps or use other kinds of tricks to kill or manipulate others. Considering that most of these beasts were at the magical rank or higher, Jason wouldn't be scared to find such beasts in a 2-star wild zone. The only thing Jason was worried about were the recent news about goblins infesting the nearby wild zones, with the info that their hunting groups became larger with time passing. Some online forums spread rumors about a hobgoblin shaman gathering and breeding goblins in order to attack Zero City, while others said a goblin king was going to establish its kingdom nearby. There's still quite a lot of other rumors, but considering the increase of goblins in the local areas, it was more feasible for the first 2 rumors to be true. Both of these existences were terrifying, not only because of their advanced combat abilities, but also because their leadership and scheming were on par with humans, if not higher, due to their willingness to sacrifice thousands of their subordinates within a blink of one's eyes. Goblins were terrifying existences. Their strength was rather weak, but their ability to copulate made even rabbits envious, while they are as tenacious as sea cockroaches. If one male goblin survived, the whole race could blossom again, which was terrifying, thinking back of the multiple tens of thousand men getting ripped apart by the small green monsters, while women were taken away and raped to increase their population. Humanity gave their best to annihilate them, but apparently, they were back to resist humanity once again. Jason found many mission issues on the school mission board, which was connected to the hunting association and government, as they issued most missions. The big three schools would also accept these missions and change the rewards to lace points, which were much more valuable for students due to the wide variety of skills materials and other rare resources one couldn't purchase outside school without having a certain authority. With this exchange, schools would still have a slight profit, and it was a win-win situation for everyone. Seeing the rewards for goblins were so high, Jason asked himself what exactly was going on. Searching through the issued mission, Jason found out that hunting 40 goblin soldiers would reward 1 lace point, while 5 lower goblin mage apprentices could also be exchanged for 1 lace point. It was extremely rare to see awakened ranked elite or mutated goblins, let alone hobgoblins, as they reached the evolved rank within a few days after birth. Hunting a single one of these would award 5 lace points, which were 20 to 100 credits. Considering the common price for awakened beasts between 50 and 500 credits, the given rewards was definitely worth the effort. Goblins didn't have anything valuable for humans, and their worth would normally be at most around 100 credits, while their equipment could even be worth more than their corpse. Jason was tempted and accepted the mission. It was only 5 a.m. and he ordered a shuttle, which arrived after he finished his morning workout and washed up. Inside the shuttle, Jason didn't forget to practice the Heaven's Hell technique with his 5-strand helix. Jason calculated that the increase of soul energy he received was around 2.5 each day, which was a vast difference, and solely because of him being able to practice it 3 times a day. Otherwise, the increase of soul energy would be slightly higher than 0.8, which was still high, but even possible for normal practitioners. For someone with 100 soul energy units, this increase would be with 0.8 soul energy per day, and it would only heighten more and more. Jason wasn't sure how much energy was needed to form a contract with a magical ranked beast, but he imagined it should be a vast amount and nothing to scoff at. When the shuttle arrived around a kilometer away from the dome, he finished his practice of the Heaven's Hell technique. The city was so vast that the shuttle needed more than 90 minutes to arrive at the dome, which was more than enough time for him to finish his soul energy practice. After Jason left the shuttle, he already wore his leather garment. The daggers were sheathed in his newly purchased scabbard that was attached at this thigh, and the completely filled mechanic knife holder was stuck behind his lower back. The quiver was already attached to his belt, and he was ready to receive some credits and lace points. Nevertheless, it would be a huge lie to say that Jason wasn't at least a little bit frightened, but rather than feeling scared, he was more expectant to fight with beasts once again. Jason remembered the time where he vomited and questioned himself about killing beasts, but after killing hundreds of beasts and getting to know more about humanity's history and their sacrifices to build relatively safe cities, he didn't think like that anymore. With his current abilities and weapon, Jason could barely kill intermediate awakened beasts and only advanced beasts with weak defenses, because his throwing knives were at the lower grade 1, while his bow was only at the mid-grade 1. His daggers could be considered slightly unique among the mid-grade 1, and they were able to easily penetrate the defenses of advanced awakened beasts, but that was already the main function they had. Advanced awakened beasts would be much faster than Jason, and it would be similar to a death sentence to attack them without a plan. Luckily, Jason also bought a holder for his mana pistol and 4 magazines, which was attached to his belt and could be easily pulled out once something unexpected happened. He had only loaded common bullets, but these were more than enough to kill awakened beasts with ease, while even evolved beasts should have some problems from the impact. Jason inspected his whole equipment once again while slowly walking up to the dome as he sighed deeply when he stepped through it. As expected, he was once again assaulted by the huge mana density behind the dome's protection, overwhelming him. Adjusting to the sudden mana density change, Jason could see many youths absorbing mana directly behind the dome with bodyguards protecting them against beast attacks. He thought this was a clever way to save credits and nodded his head in agreement. Instead of hiring someone to construct a mana-gathering platform at home, bodyguards at the expert or master ranks that could be hired to protect the new generation were much cheaper in contrast. There are mana advantages and disadvantages with everything, and one would need to find a solution for oneself to figure out what was better. If Jason had the credits, he would rather hire a runemaster to construct a mana gathering platform at the Fleur's house to save the time needed to make a round trip to the dome and back. Walking through the 2-star wild zone, it didn't take long for Jason to sight the first goblin hunter group. To his astonishment, Jason saw that compared to his trip a few weeks ago, this group seemed to have more than 30 goblin soldiers. Their weapons seemed to be better than before, and it almost looked like they were from other hunters, which caused Jason to frown slightly. Some of these goblins had still old-looking stone weapons, but they looked sharper and tougher than a month ago with something disturbing radiating from them, while others had jade iron and other forged weapons. Are there already goblin runemaster and blacksmiths? Jason asked himself. Even though most weapons looked rather crude, they were not only forged, but some stone weapons had runes inscribed on them with a weird color on them. Why are the higher-ups not doing anything against these goblins? If they continue to multiply and grow even further, Zero City won't be able to guarantee their citizens' safety. Fortunately for Jason was that he was more than 50 meters apart from them, as he distances himself a little bit. Looking at the group of goblin soldiers in front of him, he was sure that there were only a few archers, while not a single goblin mage apprentice could be seen by Jason. His archery proficiency increased by a lot over the last month, and Jason could already hit slower evolved ranked beasts in their head, even if they were repelled due to his previous weak pulling strength. But now that Jason's strength increased to the adept rank, he was confident in beating the shit out of the goblin soldiers in front of him. Taking out his bow, he knocked the first arrow at the bowstring before he pulled it back, aiming at the goblins 100 meters away from him. Sir. 3 arrows flew out in rapid succession, and Jason could only marvel at the accurate and smooth sequence he had perfectionated over the last few weeks. Not wasting any time, he lodged the next arrow to continue shooting them at a fast pace. The first arrow killed an archer by piercing through its skull, while the remaining 2 arrows shot hit another 2 goblin archers next to it, piercing its heart and abdomen. Before the goblins were even able to notice the disaster approaching them, another volley of arrows killed 2 of their brethren. Not knowing what was going on, another batch of goblin soldiers fell, and now all archers had been annihilated. The whole situation turned chaotic, and the intelligence of the goblins was not high enough to immediately figure out where their hidden enemy was, and it took another volley of arrows for them to find out Jason's rough position. Only slightly more than 20 goblins were able to continue fighting as they roared in anguish, while their eyes turned bloodthirsty. Charging at their sole enemy, Jason picked out 5 goblins before he decided to store away his bow. It was only now that he started to feel the pressure of a quantitative disadvantage, as he pulled out multiple throwing knives to injure the raging goblins' legs and joints to further decrease their combat prowess. Around 10 uninjured goblins were left when they reached Jason's 5-meter range as he pulled out his 2 tempered jade iron daggers. Exerting the weightless steps movement technique to its fullest with the weaponry knight technique at the same time, Jason leaned forwards and with a slight push, he stood in front of the first goblin soldier that was shocked to see the human appearing in front of it, without it noticing. It thrust its long spear at him, but it was at a huge disadvantage because its opponent was already too close to fully utilize a spear, while Jason didn't need to exert much strength to slice through the goblin's throat. There was not much resistance, and Jason disappeared from the dying goblin's side before a huge fountain of blood spurted out of the cut-open throat. Due to his amplified speed, Jason was much faster than the short-legged goblins, and they weren't able to overwhelm him with their quantitative advantage either. As such, Jason gracefully moved through the group of goblins and slaughtered them, while his golden eyes flickered full of life. Jason took a few deep breaths to inhale some air, as he was too tensed up during his close combat fight with the 10+ goblins. A single mistake could have ended his life, and the goblins' numeral advantage was extremely annoying. Not even normal beasts would form such big groups except a few herd beasts, but that was not as annoying as goblin groups as they worked together. Jason stored all goblins and inspected some of their weapons only for him to figure out that most forged weapons seemed to be from hunters, while only a few were crudely forged from somebody else. What astonished Jason, however, was that the runes he found on the stone weapons were either rare or not listed in the books provided by the Artisan Tower. If these were unknown runes, Jason could make a huge fortune by selling them. But rather than that, it looked like they were probably only basic weapon-strengthening runes, like sharpening, toughness, and so on with a few adjustments. Still, Jason was sure that not many runemasters knew these runes and maybe selling them could bring him some credits. Furthermore, he would save a few for himself to research them, because Jason doubted that goblins used rare materials to inscribe these runes. Maybe it was not required to use liquefied mana stones or higher, ranked beast cores to inscribe runes. After storing everything away, Jason was sure that he could make a huge fortune by hunting goblins, either by handing in missions for lace points or by selling their weapons. The only small problem was that some of Jason's arrows couldn't be found or broke when they penetrated the goblin's bones. Jason had only around 100 arrows, after purchasing another batch a few weeks ago, and he had never thought that he would end up with a shortage of arrows so soon. He had enough throwing knives and didn't really bother the lost ones, but he still picked up the ones he found as throwing away credits was extremely wasteful. Not wasting any time searching for the lost knives and arrows, Jason continued his hunt for goblins. Only half an hour passed until he found the next large group of goblins, and it wondered Jason that he could barely see any other beasts, which was a good and bad sign at the same time. It seemed like the beasts were either hiding, already killed, or captured by goblins, which would be relatively bad, considering the fairy tales about goblin riders. The only good point for Jason was that he didn't have to be that careful about approaching beasts than before, which didn't mean he would lower his guard in any way. Scanning through the next group of goblins, Jason noted that the group was slightly smaller than the one before, while two larger mage apprentices could be identified among the group of hideous green beasts. Jason took out his bow once again. Pulling back the bowstring with an arrow knocked on it, he shot at the slightly larger goblin mage apprentice among the two of them. To play everything safe, Jason decided to shoot all 3 arrows at a single target, because he noticed weird mana fluctuations around the goblin mage apprentices through his mana eyes. It was not only that both goblin mage apprentices reached the intermediate awakened rank, while one seemed larger, the mana fluctuations he perceived enveloped something. A bad premonition was slowly building up inside his mind when the arrows smoothly left the bowstring. The arrows flew in a perfect curve at the goblin group that didn't detect anything at all when the arrows pierced into the larger goblin mage apprentice daughter. That was what Jason hoped for. Right before the arrows pierced into its target to kill it, a thick bright rune appeared in front of the arrow, illuminated the surrounding, lightly deflecting the first arrow easily. Once the first arrow was deflected, Jason saw that the fluctuations he saw weakened, while the second arrow caused the manifested rune to lose its luster completely. The last arrow ripped the rune apart and pierced into the goblin mage apprentice. The last arrow was the only one that hit the target, and ripping apart the manifested rune caused it to change its trajectory slightly. As such, the arrow pierced into the large goblin's abdomen, injuring it seriously, instead of killing it instantly with a hit into the head. It cried out in pain, and the other goblin mage apprentice immediately took action, looking around while mana particles swirled around it. Due to the more superior intelligence of goblin mage apprentices compared to normal goblins, it detected Jason almost immediately when another volley of arrows entered its view. When Jason saw the manifested rune, he immediately knew that his first attack wouldn't kill the first goblin mage apprentice. As such, he shot another volley of arrows at the same target to finish it off, before knocking another arrow on the bowstring. The first lethal target was killed, and the only possible threat to him was the remaining goblin mage apprentice, as it would be able to use mana to attack with it. Jason only fired single arrows in fast succession now, as his priority were the 4 archers. Seeing a single human attacking them, the remaining goblin mage apprentice ordered his troop to attack him. His rapid firing speed increased even more, as the protection rune of the goblin mage apprentice that was still alive couldn't be immediately destroyed. Before the goblins could begin their counteroffensive, Jason already killed the goblin archers, as a fireball came flying all the way towards him. Its speed was much slower than arrows, but the explosiveness upon hitting a target would be great, as Jason decided to abandon his current position, storing away his bow in order to make a smooth roll. The fireball didn't hit its target and exploded without hurting anyone, except the plants in a small radius. Jason took out the throwing knives and charged at the goblin soldiers that were also rushing at him with wrath gleaming in their eyes. Right when the goblin mage apprentice wanted to shoot another fireball, it noticed that Jason was already among its brethren, and it was forced to stop chanting its spell. But then a hideous smile appeared on its face as it saw Jason massacring its brethren when began to summon another fireball. Jason thought that the goblin mage apprentice would not kill its brethren with a fireball, and was overjoyed when he saw it canceling the spell. But only a few seconds later, he saw through his mana eyes that the goblin mage apprentice was gathering mana around it once again, which caused him to frown. From a corner of his eyes, Jason could see a red flame appearing within the goblin mage apprentice's hand, forming into a ball that was double the size as before. When he noticed the goblin throwing the fireball, he immediately exerted the weightless steps movement technique to the limit, as he rushed out of the densely packed area, with the 10 goblin soldiers following his gaze with wrath and bloodlust in their eyes. They wanted to follow him when a fireball hit the center of their group, which wiped out their life without much difficulty, as the reeking smell of burned flesh tormented his nostrils. Jason felt the fireball's explosiveness, and he was astonished that an intermediate goblin mage apprentice was able to form such a strong fireball. But looking at it, he noticed its exhaustion. Even the fluctuating mana around the area, where the mysterious protection rune seems to be placed, was weaker than before, and he estimated that the goblin mage apprentice absorbed some of the mana around this area. There were still 3 goblin soldiers hanging on the life's thread when Jason finished them off without regarding their pained cries. He was disgusted about the goblins' cruelty amongst each other. Killing its own brethren to assassinate a single human, was it worth the sacrifices? Jason didn't think so, but for goblins it could be, and he didn't want to think about this anymore as he approached the last goblin that was alive, the mage apprentice. It looked like the protection rune was still able to do something, and Jason wondered if it would only deflect projectiles or not. However, seeing that the goblin mage apprentice was without any combat strength left, Jason wasn't all that scared about a counterattack. When he was only 2 meters apart from it, the goblin tried to attack him, but it was useless as Jason used throwing knives to pierce its joints, crippling it and destroying its last resistance. Apparently, the protection rune was engraved on a necklace, and he had never seen the rune at all. However, the rune was only able to deflect projectiles, and Jason killed the last goblin before picking up his spoils. Injecting mana into the almost completely depleted rune, it began to shine more vibrant, and Jason's whole stored amount of mana was used up. He estimated that the fully empowered rune should be able to block projectiles at the intermediate awakened rank to prevent sniper or affinity-based enemies to assassinate them. Being able to inscribe various types of runes meant that the goblin runemaster's knowledge was vast. Even if the runes were low-based ones, the material used for all of them seemed to be extremely cheap. With strong equipment and external help, humans were able to kill beasts at higher stages than their own, and thinking about the goblin's equipment Jason encountered, he felt somewhat complicated. If goblins were able to produce protection pendants which could deflect projectiles and enhance simple stone weapons, what were they waiting for? Will they gather more strength until they could overwhelm Zero City with their sheer number, or was their plan grander? There has to be at least one extremely smart and knowledgeable goblin, considering that their society gifted the lower-ranked goblins weapons and pendants with inscribed protection runes. Are they scheming something, or what are they waiting for? Jason thought, and he couldn't answer this question no matter how long he thought about it. The only thing that made Jason relatively satisfied was his mana core that was about to be completely consolidated. After fighting another few battles against smaller groups of tens of goblins, he felt his core being completely solidified because the passive mana gathering technique would take some time to finish the process. When it was lunchtime, Jason decided to go back inside the dome to practice his Heaven's Hell technique. Furthermore, he sent his teacher pictures of the protection pendants and the runes inscribed on the amplified stone weapons. He wanted to be sure, as he thought his teacher was the most knowledgeable person he knew, and he remembered him inscribing a magic circle, which indicated his identity as a runemaster. If not even Mr. Grail knew about these inscriptions, something had to be wrong, and for Jason, being safe was more important than sacrificing his life needlessly. After he finished his practice, there was still no message from his teacher, and Jason decided to go back hunting some goblins. Leaving the protection of the dome, Jason saw a few injured heavily hunting teams consisting of youths that were only slightly older than him, staggering to the dome's protection. They looked terrified, as if they escaped Grim Reaper by a hair, and Jason wondered what scared them so much. He thought these youths were extremely dumb, as they immediately stopped advancing once they entered the dome. The dome was only a transparent wall that let everything go through, and if these groups of youths were pursued by beasts or goblins, it would still take a few seconds until the dome's AI could annihilate the threat. Projectiles wouldn't be seen as threats to the city, and elemental attacks or arrows and other long-range attacks could easily find their targets, even if beasts stopped in front of the dome. Jason's mana eyes were always activated outside the dome, and looking at the injured youths, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong with them. Poison. Is this also the work of goblins? Jason asked himself, but his eyes only told him that the poison wasn't lethal enough to kill someone at the adept rank and could at most paralyze them. He had a certain innate resistance to poison due to Scorpio. As such, the effect wouldn't be that much of a threat to him. However, it was still worrisome. He continued his hunt, and after some time, Jason just decided to not use his bow and immediately sneak up to the goblins, as it was much faster that way due to the existence of goblin mage apprentices that sacrificed their own brethren. The more goblins Jason killed, the easier it was for him to predict their movements. After killing the 6th large group of goblins, something began to change innately. It was already close evening, and he noticed many goblins using blast pipes with poison, which was not exactly an advantage for them, as they fought Jason. Rather, it would make his onslaught much easier, and he lost count how many goblins he slaughtered throughout the whole day. His golden eyes were flickering even more vigorously, and the goblins that looked into his eyes were scared to the bones, causing them to step back as they shivered in fright. He hadn't sustained many injuries, and only a few small cuts and poisonous darts hit him. The poison was not entirely useless, but the whole massacre was already over when he noticed the effect. Jason was about to pick up the goblin corpses when he senses mana fluctuations from behind. Exerting the weightless steps to the limits in addition to him covering his body in a mana membrane, Jason jumped to the side, rolling over a dead goblin corpse, squashing it. Only a moment later, he heard an explosion as 3 fireballs exploded where he previously stood, turning to the direction where the 3 fireballs came from, and Jason's eyes widened in shock. Another 6 fireballs came flying towards him, and he could only make a big jump backward while activating the protection rune on the pendant. A large rune manifested in front of Jason, and fortunately, only one head-sized fireball flew right into his direction, while the other 5 exploded in front of him, blowing him 2 meters away. Rolling on the ground, Jason forced himself to stand up without wasting any time when he noticed that the protection pendant's mana was already used up, and with his current remaining mana, he wouldn't be able to activate it anymore. He had only a quarter of his mana left, and looking at his enemies, Jason could only curse. There were 10 goblin mage apprentices standing in front of 3 adult human-sized goblins, which were packed with muscles and razor-sharp fangs which stuck out from their jaw. Hobgoblins. Jason frowned, and upon scanning their incomplete mana core, Jason could immediately tell that they were evolved ranked beasts. As if that was not enough, behind these hobgoblins stood more than 100 goblin soldiers as his skin was covered with goosebumps seeing his opponents. Jason thought that once such a horrifying scenario would appear in front of him, he would be scared shirtless, but right now, he was terrifyingly calm. He sighed and told himself in the end, the only good goblins are dead ones. As he felt like the protagonist of a fairy tale he heard a long time ago when he pulled out his mana pistol. Jason's eyes turned cold and killing intent gushed out of him when he switched his mana pistol's magazine calmly to anti-magic bullets. Without caring about the eerie and bloodthirsty cries in front of him, his eyes began to flicker violently, giving the fear inside him not a tiny chance to overwhelm Jason's thought. Pulling the trigger, a loud bang resounded through the 2-star wild zone, and a protection rune manifested in front of a goblin mage apprentice. However, the rune was immediately destroyed as the goblin cried out in pain before its eyes turned dim. The anti-magic bullets were nothing special, but extremely expensive and only capable to destroy grade 1 runes, but it was more than enough to shatter the crude protection runes in front of the goblin mage apprentices. Between its eyebrows, a tiny hole could be seen. Before the whole herd of goblins could even react, a volley of bangs could be heard, before 9 identical runes manifested in front of their respective wearer. They shattered without showing any signs of deflecting the bullets when all goblin mage apprentices collapsed lifelessly. While Jason changed his magazine into one with armor-piercing bullets, the goblins and hobgoblins were shocked and enraged at the same time. While hobgoblins had a higher position in their society, goblin mage apprentices were not something one could easily kill without attracting the wrath of their race. As such, they began to charge at the lone enemy they faced while disregarding the threat his mysterious weapon possessed. Hobgoblins were more intelligent than normal goblins, but not comparable to mage apprentices. This was also the reason why Jason killed the mage apprentices first. If they warned their brethren about the lethal threat from his mana pistol, how could Jason enjoy the scenario that occurred right in front of him? 3 hobgoblins and over 100 goblins were charging at him, while Jason only smiled as if he lost sanity as he emptied his magazine before holstering his mana pistol again. After Jason holstered his pistol, the 3 hobgoblins noticed a searing pain spreading out from their chest, before blood poured down their chest and head, covering their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, an armor-piercing bullet pierced through their skull, exiting it without much resistance. They felt weaker and tried to wipe away the blood covering their eyes, but it was too difficult for them to lift their arms. Each step felt heavier and more difficult than a step before, and they only noticed the goblin soldier overtaking them before they collapsed on the ground. Only a few moments later, their life force dissipated with dead corpses remaining. Sighing in relief because the most lethal threads were wiped out with the large number of cannon fodder left alive, Jason felt excited. Finally, I can use this. Jason smiled slyly when he took out a cylindrical-shaped crystal in the size of a baby fist. Injecting half of his remaining mana into the crystal, he threw it horizontally in the air before he crouched and closed his eyes and additionally covered them with his clothes. And this was not even enough, as he could still see a bright light illuminating the already darkened sky. he heard an endless echo of cries, and the light began to diminish slightly, causing him to jump up before he pulled out his daggers instinctively. Without wasting a single second, he rushed towards the mass of goblin soldiers as a smile blossomed on his face. His smile widened as he saw that all goblins were covering their blood-leaking eyes, crying out in pain and anguish. The cylindrical-shaped crystal he threw into the air with his mana injected was a primal luminous crystal that was mainly used to illuminate streets with a marginal amount of mana injected. Injecting too much mana into this crystal would cause the inner structure to overdrive and cause a forceful reaction by the crystal. This reaction would cause a terrifying bright light to appear, which could cause even expert ranks to be dazzled for a few minutes without being able to blind them completely. Looking straight into this light would cause awakened beasts and adept-ranked humans to become dazzled for hours with a high chance of becoming blind, and Jason used this overdrive effect to blind the horde of goblins in front of him. He had never thought that all goblins would look into the primal luminous crystal, and he felt fortunate, even though he was confident in defeating a few uninjured goblin soldiers. As such, he started his onslaught of goblins before he picked up the primal luminous crystal that began to crackle lightly. Picking up all corpses and the equipment, Jason asked himself if goblins would tell nightmares about him if a single one of them escaped. This thought lightened up his mood, and he left for the dome when everything was done. Entering the dome, Jason was suddenly bombarded with notifications. Outside the dome, one couldn't receive messages without a certain device that Jason didn't have, as saw over a dozen messages from his teacher with most of them saying, "Come back immediately." Jason was a little bit confused because Mr. Grail messaged him dozen times. However, only now could he respond to his teacher. "I was outside the dome until now. What's wrong?" Jason asked, not knowing what exactly was going on. "Don't leave the dome's protection for the time being. Something is wrong with these goblins and we still can't figure out what. Fortunately, nothing happened to you and you haven't met larger hunting groups. Students below the expert rank are forbidden to leave the dome for the time being." His teacher almost answered immediately, and Jason asked himself how his teacher wrote the two messages within such a short time. Furthermore, Jason had never seen so many messages from his teacher, which was also new. Jason thought about his encounters during the day, and he wanted to know why exactly only expert ranks were allowed to leave the dome's protections, because in his opinion, without mono weapons or guns, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the hordes of goblins with their setup of goblin mage apprentices and hobgoblin. Thinking about the last battle, he immediately thought about the prismarine luminous crystal, and Jason's heart fluttered lightly, without him knowing why. The crystal itself was extremely cheap, with a price of 20 credits considering its overwhelming effect. Jason had still a lot more of them, but not many used them like he did, because it could be quite dangerous. Most people would use the more expensive flash grenades, which were made out of the same crystal in addition to other materials. But these grenades were much safer and flashed a certain area and not the whole surrounding. Furthermore, they didn't have to be injected with mana, as a small incomplete beast mana core could be inlaid to operate everything. He was still thinking about his fight with the goblin mage apprentices and the hobgoblins when he sent a message to his teacher unconsciously. Looking down, Jason checked the content of his message and couldn't help but smile wryly. Why can expert stages go out of the dome's protection? Aren't groups of hundreds of goblins or dozens of mage apprentices at once too much for them to handle? Or at least the evolved ranked hobgoblins inside 2-star wild zones should be reason enough to forbid them to leave the dome. Jason wouldn't have sent the exact same content in his message like he did, but now it was already sent. However, his teacher's answer was kinda weird. "What do you mean? Hundreds of goblins, dozens of mage apprentices and hobgoblins. Did you see them, separated or together? All of that inside the 2-star wild zone. Where are they now?" Jason was confused about his teacher's reaction. All incidents with the goblins were uncommon and definitely not normal, but Jason concluded out of Mr. Grail's reaction that there was more than that. He explained the situation with a simple message. There was a huge group of hundreds of goblin soldiers, led by 3 hobgoblins and 10 goblin mage apprentices inside the 2-star wild zone going somewhere. But I don't really know where they wanted to go. They are dead, I shot them. As such, this particular group shouldn't be a problem anymore. After sending the message, Jason waited for a moment before closing the holographic screen. It wouldn't take long until his shuttle arrived, and while waiting, Jason skimmed through his loot to calculate his rough gains. He killed 3 evolved ranked hobgoblins that would give him approximately 3 or 4 lace points each. Furthermore, he had killed 14 goblin mage apprentice, rewarding him with 3 lace points in total. Counting the numbers of goblin carcasses would be too much of a hassle for him, and as such, he estimated that there were about 300 corpses inside his storage space, giving him 7.5 lace points. He would have never thought that he was able to kill so many goblins within one day, or rather 12 hours, and the last group was the main culprit for his gains. In addition to the vast number of corpses, Jason estimated that more than 70 of the goblins' weapons were made out of tempered stone, with runes inscribed on them that seemed to increase their sharpness and toughness. Jason couldn't estimate a price for them, including the protection pendants he picked up from the mage apprentice corpses. There were still many forged weapons. Most of them were crude and would probably end up as low-grade 1 weapons. Due to Jason's improved blacksmithing knowledge he achieved since he read the blacksmithing books required for the basic blacksmith apprentice exam, Jason knew a lot about ores used to forge these weapons. It was rhyolite ore, which was a rare grade 2 material and quite expensive. Seeing weapons made out of rhyolite ore in the hands of goblins was a fascinating sight, as it was quite uncommon, and they could be used to reforge into a grade 2 weapon. Jason knew that these ores could be found in one of the permanent rifts on Asterix. The permanent rift was a lush, vast mountain range with many ores inside, and a habitat for many unblemished ranked beasts. There are a few magical ranked and lower ranked beasts, but mostly unblemished beasts dominated the mountain range plain. Its size was larger than Asterix, and many mines were situated there, causing Jason to wonder how the goblins were able to get their tiny hands on rhyolite ore. Did they mine them by themselves, or have they ambushed merchants? Jason couldn't find an answer, and he decided to not think about that right now. Considering the value of rhyolite ore, Jason was confident in getting a good amount of credits for it. There were also a few grade 1 weapons that remained from killed hunter teams, and Jason felt sour about that. This sourness, however, wouldn't prevent him from selling these weapons later on as he began to estimate their value. Before Jason could finish his train of thoughts, he felt a strong air current blowing through his surroundings, and with a sudden boom, his teacher appeared in front of him. Looking at his teacher with widened eyes, it was impossible for him to not notice something in particular, which frightened Jason for a short moment. His teacher had white wings on his back. He isn't from the winged race, right? He questioned himself but shook his head in denial after remembering that his teacher said that he was from one of the big families. Not a tiny speck of mana fluctuations could be sensed by him before, and his exceptional senses were useless against Till's speed. If they were enemies, Jason could get killed without him noticing it, which was scary. But seeing his teacher's slightly worried face, Jason knew that he didn't have to be on guard against him. He didn't know what to say as his teacher picked him up, enveloping both of them in a thick film of mana. Before he knew what was going on, Mr. Grail's white wings, which had tiny golden specks inside them, began to flap violently as they ascended into the air. Jason only noticed that his feet loosened their connection to the ground below him, and suddenly they soared through the sky to the city. He couldn't estimate how fast they flew through the sky, but looking around, Jason noticed that the surroundings looked slightly blurred. Turning his gaze to the ground, he saw a slightly larger black dot moving towards the dome's directions. "Oh, is that the shuttle?" he asked himself, and its pace looked extremely slow compared to his current speed. The whole situation was awkward, as Mr. Grail was holding Jason with a firm grip, and Jason wanted to question his teacher what was going on, but he would have to wait for some time. It took them only 2 minutes before they reached the city. Upon reaching the city, Mr. Grail slowed down. Less than 5 minutes later, Jason noticed that their speed decelerated even more as it looked like they were about to land. Suddenly, he noticed that they were above a school, with a huge forest surrounding it almost completely. At least, that was what Jason thought, as the outlines of it looked similar to their own school. But they didn't land in front of the school buildings or behind the school gates, rather than that it seemed like their destination was somewhere within the forest. Trying to figure out where exactly they would land with his mana eyes activated, he saw a small mana hue covering something deep inside the forest. However, even with his mana eyes activated, he couldn't look through the mana veil at all. It was the first time for him that he was unable to see through something, and he wondered what it was and if it was their destination, which was very likely. And as expected, their destination was behind the veil of mana he couldn't see through. Descending slowly, their feet were the first that slipped through the veil without hindrance. Once his whole body went through, Jason's eyes widened unconsciously. His mana eyes detected more than 10 terrifying mana fluctuations, which were fully exposed, while hundreds of weaker mana could also be sensed. Their mana fluctuations were weaker than his teacher's, but comparing their innate characteristics, his teacher's mana fluctuations were gentle and kind. Jason couldn't help but cry out in shock. What are magical and guardian-ranked beasts doing here? In front of Jason were at least 10 guardian-ranked beasts and hundreds of magical-ranked beasts. Dozens of different races could be seen inside the flourishing valley, which had the size of multiple football fields, and everything suddenly felt like a dream to Jason. It was as if he was in a completely unknown biotope. Pinching his cheek, he could feel pain, and only now did he slowly begin to grasp that everything was real. There were predators and preys lying next to each other, and not a single beast attacked one another. Rather than that, it looked like they were peacefully living with each other right now, if there was not a horrified glimpse in their eyes. Something seemed to have scared them out of their wits. Confused, he looked at his teacher, and Mr. Grail was about to say something when an old voice but wise voice behind him said, "These beasts are searching asylum here and won't hurt humans due to our temporary truce. All of that because of the Goblin King and his subordinates. One could say for these beasts here, this is their sanctuary and only place to retreat at the moment." Turning around, Jason saw a white-haired old man with a long beard walking towards them with a crane in his hand supporting his lumbering steps. Wearing a white robe, Jason got the feeling that the old man seemed to have lived for a long time. But contradicting that, he also thought differently as he activated his mana eyes. It was as if an electric current spread throughout his whole body, and he couldn't control himself anymore as he began to shiver violently. Jason was almost unable to speak a single word, but he forced his mouth open and said, "Who are you?" Even if this man seemed to be weak, a single exposure of the old man's mana would probably kill Jason in an instant. But the only thing that lessened Jason's worry about the old man's strength was that his mana core looked extremely unstable and cracks spread through it like cobwebs. Jason began to step back, unconsciously until he bumped into his teacher. He looked up with shocked eyes and saw his teacher's calm and gentle expression reassured his safety, at least indirectly. The old man chuckled a little bit before he began to cough up blood. Apparently, he was extremely sick and would die soon, and Jason felt bad about being scared of him. It took the old man some time before he calmed down as he looked into Jason's eyes, saying, "Young brat, I am the governor of Asterix and also Vanguard's main school's principal. My name is Matthew Drake, but call me Old Drake. Little Till told me some stories about you. I'm sorry that he had to abduct you, but it was important to bring you here. I hope you can accept my apology. Little Teal can explain everything about the sanctuary later to you, but there is something else we have to do." From the first few sentences Jason heard from the old man in front of him, Matthew Drake seemed to be extremely polite and reasonable for someone from a big family. Thinking about it, he thought it was either his age or his living experience. There might as well be another reason, but Jason didn't care about that. The only thing important was that old Drake had a reason to bring him here, and it was obviously not for a simple introduction. They had something to do. Little Till said that you were out on the 2-star wild zone, and during your hunt, you found runes inscribed on weapons and pendants. Is that right? Furthermore, before picking you up, he also told me that higher-ranked beasts started entering the lower wild zones. Can you tell me everything, please? It's very important. Jason was still slightly perplexed that such a tycoon spoke politely to him, and without thinking much he took out some inscribed stone weapons and 2 protection pendants before he began explaining everything that happened today. Both Mr. Grail and Old Drake listened carefully, without interrupting him a single time, and half an hour later, he finished his explanation with his killing spree of the 100 goblin soldiers. While listening to Jason, Old Drake became curious about the young man's combat prowess, as his explanations were only based on facts, without showing off or expressing anything with emotions. It was as if Jason was reading down a report that had nothing to do with him. Being able to stay calm in front of a numeral disadvantage, with a few beasts a complete rank higher than oneself, was definitely not something everyone was capable of. Even if hobgoblins were only at the evolved rank and still easy to kill with mana guns, Old Drake gave him high credits for that. Till was also astonished that Jason could stay calm in such a perilous situation, but he was already unable to predict his student. As such, he just accepted this fact and thought of ways to increase Jason's strength, even more, to gain a prodigious asset for humanity against the foreign intelligent races. After that, Old Drake until inspected the runes on the weapons and pendants carefully, while Old Drake furrowed his brows after a while, before saying something to his teacher. Jason decided to stay quiet after he finished his explanation, and both his teacher and Old Drake began to talk wildly about certain facts he could hardly imagine without understanding most of it. These inscriptions are made out of low-ranked beast cores and only of bad quality, but that doesn't matter considering the fact that the Goblin King provides these weapons to their weakest combat force. It looks like he is using them as scouting and hunting groups at the same time. What scares me is the fact that there are so many inscribed swords and furthermore these unknown runes on these pendants. We have never heard about projectile protection runes made out of beast cores, and these are perfect to prevent long-distance assassinations. If the Goblin King can produce higher-graded protection runes, we can forget our long-distance artillery advantage. We might as well be forced to fight them in close combat where their numerical advantage could threaten us. The old man explained calmly. Till sighed and added, "That's true, but there is not much we can do about it. We don't know where the Goblin King is or what rank he already entered. We already lost more than 10 Magus-ranked scouts, which were proficient in concealing themselves, and Grand Magus-ranked individuals with stealth abilities are extremely rare on Asterix. If I were to search for the Goblin King, he might as well attack the city with his troops while stalling me. That's not something we can accept. And your injury looks worse while your strength decreases with each day passing. I don't even want to imagine how much time you have left, old Drake. The Goblin King could already be a Lord-ranked beast, while it has most likely intelligent subordinates, because a single rune master shouldn't be able to inscribe runes for their massive number of lowly goblin soldiers that are on the awakened rank. The only good information Jason brought is that the weapons from the hobgoblins were used by humans and self-made, which lets me think that their rune master is only capable of inscribing low-grade runes. If we can't search for the Goblin King, let's just bomb the magical zone. We figured out the rough position of their settlement. Let's just annihilate it with a mana-amplified hydrogen bomb. Listening to his teacher, Jason's eyes widened. They wanted to bomb the magical zone, destroying it completely. Were these goblins really so dangerous? But wouldn't that devastate the landscape while only killing all goblins below the magical rank stage? This wouldn't exterminate their root problem. And this was exactly what the old man said. You know that you can just kill these little ants with a wave of your hand, and I think you're also aware that the main problem we face is the Goblin King with his direct subordinates. There might be more than dozens Guardian-ranked goblins. Otherwise, the beasts inside the valley wouldn't be there hiding behind us humans, who they loathe, right? Till thought for a moment and stated the simplest solution. Can't you just request help on Canier? Once another Lord-rank individual arrives, we will be able to obliterate the thread without sacrificing Zero City or even the whole island, right? When the old man heard this, he frowned, but he couldn't deny the logic. Both Jason and Till heard the old man mumbling before a holographic screen appeared in front of him. How annoying! Please don't send the annoying stinky brat, old Drake almost pleaded, and before writing a message to his clan home, he informed the government about their plan. Stalling time until reinforcement arrives. It was their simple plan, and the government could rake their brains to figure out how to stall time, as old Drake had more than enough to do. Mr. Grail turned to Jason and indicated to him to distance themselves a little bit to give old Drake some privacy. But before old Drake could even request for reinforcement, he felt that someone or something intruded into his illusion mana shell magic circle without breaking it. Normal one could only enter this magic circle through a certain position or code, but the intruder didn't use anything like that. This meant the intruder was either more knowledgeable than him or a certain ability was the reason. A sudden voice was transmitted into his mind, and his eyes widened in shock and confusion at the same time. How is he still alive? He survived that. Impossible. Old Drake listened carefully to the voice, and before Mr. Grail and Jason could distance themselves from old Drake, he told them that he has something to do. Both Jason and Mr. Grail could see sweat forming on old Drake's forehead, and his eyes looked extreme scared as he closed his holographic screen, which had already connected to someone at Canier, where a blue-haired middle-aged man could be seen shouting something before he disappeared from their sight within seconds, as nobody answered him. Jason was only astonished that the old man was still capable to run so fast even if it should be painful, and he asked himself what was happening today. Till was as astonished as Jason, if not even more, as he knew old Drake since he was a small boy, and he had never seen him being so scared. But right now nobody could answer their questions, as Till told Jason. You did a good job here, and according to your narration, your combat prowess has probably increased quite a lot. Congrats to your breakthrough. You're finally an adept rank and not far behind the others anymore. Jason smiled lightly, but his pride about the breakthrough into the adept rank could wait for the time being. Suddenly remembered his teacher's white golden-striped wings and the sanctuary they were inside. There were too many secrets, and Jason didn't know what was going on, as he only wanted to hand in the goblin corpses for lace points before he was abducted by his own teacher. Questions tormented his mind, and he could only hope that his teacher would answer them. Mr. Grail, can you maybe explain to me why you brought me here, or maybe why you had wings on your back? Did you manifest them somehow, or what are these? What's the origin of this valley? Or should I call it sanctuary? Furthermore, I understand that goblins are terrifying, but are they so terrifying that not even Grand Magus-ranked individuals are not capable of defeating them? Till himself was not exactly sure why he had to bring Jason here at this secret valley, and he could only assume things. I can't say for sure why I had to bring you here, but it's not like this valley is a secret among the higher authorities. Maybe it's because the information you provided is extremely important to us, because the situation with the Goblin King is going out of our hands. There is not really a different reason for me to bring you here, because it doesn't benefit you or anyone else. As for the sanctuary, it was established more than 100 years ago with a certain race that was about to be extinguished. Apparently a lesser fire wyvern attacked the Treant's territory, and incinerated a whole magical zone. We are not sure why it did that, but there could have been the appearance of a magical treasure, beneficial for it, or something similar. More importantly is that the sentient trees inside the forest uprooted themselves and left the magical zone, trying to survive. Upon uprooting, their strength began to diminish extremely fast, and more beasts began to attack them, as they sensed a chance to increase their strength. Apparently, old Drake found the almost dead treants, bound one to himself due to their innate sturdiness and healing ability that was beneficial for him. In exchange, he told the other treants to follow him. They were brought to the valley and rooted themselves inside the soil. Over the course of a century, more and more beasts began to seek asylum. Now around 40 magical ranked beasts and 2 guardian ranked beasts are living here under the condition that they let their offsprings form contracts with humans or give up other benefits in exchange for their protection. Following that, the beasts were obviously enraged, but they gave in under the pressure of being exiled. The only thing they wanted to do was to decide who would be allowed to form a contract with their offspring. Jason listened carefully and roughly understood its meaning. It seems like the sanctuary is a win-win situation for all of them. As for the other beasts, they have to give up a tribute to stay there. Magical ranked beasts were not as rare as guardian ranked beasts, but on Asterix probably only a few tens of thousand have their habitats there, while probably less than 100 guardian ranked beasts lived here. In the end, the Beast Pagoda and other hunters didn't have many magical ranked beasts, while breeding them was extremely difficult because of their low fertility rate. And only now did Jason understand the threat of the Goblin King. The chances for it to be at the Lord rank were extremely high, and if that was the case, it was possible for many magical and guardian ranked goblins to follow their king, which would be devastating. It was extremely important for Asterix's survival to kill the Goblin King as soon as possible. Continuing with his train of thoughts, he wondered why Zero City accepted so many guardian and magical ranked beings, even though they themselves had to face a dangerous threat. This question was easily answered by Till, who noticed Jason's complex expression. In recent years, the new generations have better soul awakenings than ever before, and there are many youths and young men-women waiting for magical ranked beast cubs to form a contract with them. The cause of this sanctuary is more a breeding ground than for asylum, and old Drake gave every beast the chance to either give him something in exchange for letting them live here until the incident with the Goblin King is over, or he demanded their next offspring in order to obtain another beast for a soulbond contract. This might be cruel, but during the last decade, some foreign races began to attack Canir, and we need to increase our quantity and quality of capable fighters, which includes better soulbonds. Our life is on the line. You are still not aware of the strength these foreign races can exert, but even the weakest of them have a better control over mana than most master-ranked humans. Our only advantage is that our population is large, and we haven't seen any of the intelligent races attacking us with 100,000 or more soldiers. If that was the case, I doubt that anyone would live in such peace as we do right now. Maybe this is because the biggest threat of most foreign intelligent races are the other foreign intelligent races, or something else, who knows. Mr. Grail shrugged, and it was obvious that he didn't want to continue talking about the foreign intelligent races, as his eyes radiated cold, killing intent, covering fear and sadness. Jason didn't know much about these invading races, except that they were supposed to be extremely strong, and they didn't seem to act in large groups. It was only said that every individual of these races had to be kinda strong and innately tougher and more compatible with mana than humans. The only real advantage Jason knew the humans had was their soul awakening and their inextinguishable will to live. Goblins were supposed to be tenacious and hazardous, but humanity survived them as well. Their sheer will to live alone caused them to increase their mana core rank to an unimaginable height within 300 years, without any former knowledge about anything about mana control and absorption at all. But more importantly was the soul awakening and its benefits. Not only could soulbonds be performed with every compatible living being, but the amplified strength and shared affinity were also extremely helpful to strengthen humans' combat prowess. And with the awakening of the soul, humans could at least prevent the intruders from invading Canir and the archipelagos around it. The next thing Mr. Grail said opened a new world to Jason, and he finally began to understand why soul awakenings are so important. Jason, have you ever heard something about fortified soul conjunctions? Shaking his head, Jason's interest was picked up upon hearing a new term. You might have noticed that the bond between you and your first soul bond is stronger compared to before, even if it is only by a small amount. Emotions, thoughts, and even pictures can be transmitted, and that's not everything. Due to the connections between beast and human, they share everything, and once a certain threshold is crossed, they know what the other one will do or even think, before you're aware of it. Some humans have formed a soul bond more than 100 years ago, and these humans and beasts have survived and experienced thousands of battles without dying. The stronger a bond is, the more in synchro are both contractor and soul bond. Fortified soul conjunction means, in this case, that the bond between human and beast is consolidated and stable enough to sacrifice oneself for each other. This doesn't mean the forced loyalty between contractor or soul bond, but rather a sincere bond from both sides. Most authorities consider this bond as thicker than blood, and in my case, I would rather sacrifice myself than my radiant star, eagle, or greater blessed wolf, which you already saw. Forming such a stable and consolidated bond is a long-term process one can only create while treating your soul bond as a family member, if not better. There are some exceptions that can cause a fortified soul conjunction, like sacrificing yourself for your soul bond's own good. Raising your soul bond since it was born, for example, decreases the period to form a fortified soul conjunction, for example, and many more methods like that exist. After having experienced hundreds of life and death battles you overcame together, you will notice the unstable connection between both of you becoming stabler and with more emotions transmitted to each other. While your beast will receive a large enhancement in intelligence, while you already saw the benefits for us humans, y'all notice that you have established a fortified soul conjunction once it happens. Now back to your main question. You asked if I manifested the radiant wings or what these were, right? And to tell you the truth, the wings you saw were my radiant star eagle's wings. After having established a fortified soul conjunction with your beast, both your soul bonds and your soul have an unbreakable connection with each other, and the soul will fuse together. This means your soul bond and you are not two beings anymore, but rather one being that can divide into two living forms. Both of you will remain individual, but at the same time, y'all fuse together. This fusion can be quite painful in the beginning, but once everything is over, you might be able to transform your body into body parts of your soul bond. According to your soul amplification, you might be able to exert more strength than both individuals alone while being fused. For example, if I transform my hands into an eagle talon, my strength will increase by more than 10, which is extremely high, considering that my physique and mana core rank are much higher than my radiant eagle's rank. Furthermore, with my radiant star eagle, I'm able to fly around after summoning its wings on my back, which shouldn't be possible at my rank. Jason nodded ambitiously and asked multiple questions about the limits of the fortified soul conjunction, but Till had to be honest with Jason, as he explained that his limits were already filled by summoning his radiant star eagle wings for 2 hours, because his consolidation hadn't been that long. This astonished Jason slightly, and he wondered if the radiant star eagle was his teacher's first soul bond. However, he wouldn't ask that because he didn't want to seem rude, and it wouldn't be that helpful to figure that out, because Till told him that he was already older than 40 years. 40 years, Jason estimated when Mr. Grail began to answer all questions. As a teacher, Till didn't feel bad answering dozens of questions from ambitious students that obviously liked to get to know more about everything, and time passed without them knowing. It was already 10 p.m., but Jason continued asking questions straightforwardly. But now his previously bright face was rather pale, as the answers he received became rather unpleasant to listen to. He asked his teacher about the recent incidents with goblins and why nobody did anything against them. Considering that he fought them already a month ago, there seemed to be something essentially wrong with either the goblins or the government that acted too slow, but the answer worsened his mood. After he brought back the evidence about goblin soldiers and goblin mage apprentices striding through the 2-star wild zone, almost everyone was shocked. This included us and the government. We immediately sent Magus-ranked individuals to exterminate them, and the surrounding wild zones were cleared within a day. The adjacent wild zones were already infested by orclins and hobgoblins at the evolved rank, orcs and hobgoblin warrior at the unblemished rank, and even goblin lords, orc warrior and goblin mages, which are existences that have already formed a complete monocore, turning them into magical ranked beasts. Orcs are higher existences and a rare path from goblins. While their strength and endurance are not incomparable to goblins, their reproduction phase is much longer. Most orcs establish their own society, but apparently not in this case. Orcs have a high mana resistance and strong physique, which is kind of hard to deal with, and to exterminate all threads out of the surrounding wild and magical zones, we had to gather a large troop of Magus. Furthermore, the leader of the troop was a Grand Magus rank. As such, the extermination was possible, even if many Magus suffered heavy injuries. We thought that everything was over and didn't expect a goblin king hiding somewhere in the Forbidden Lands. Only when the guardian-ranked beasts began to seek asylum from us, we got to know the information about the goblin settlement in the Forbidden Lands. Even our Grand Magus-ranked captain can't kill some of the guardian-ranked beasts that sought asylum within the sanctuary, and due to that, we concluded that either hundreds of guardian-ranked goblins established their settlement with their goblin king, only being at the peak Guardian rank, or the Goblin King is already at the Lord rank, which can be considered the worst-case scenario. A Lord rank being can immediately shatter Zero City's walls without wasting any energy, and without a Lord rank human protecting the whole city, or rather asterisks, we would have a big problem right now. But only when you sent me the images of the runes on the pendants, we figured out that the goblins could also supply their weakest force with weapons, which is a huge problem. If I were to fight the Goblin King, the city would be without protection because old Drake is not able to fight anymore. Furthermore, there might be hundreds of Guardian-ranked goblin shamans, mutated goblin lords, goblin magic knights, or high orcs that would enter the city unhindered. If the military could stall the former Guardian and magical-ranked goblins and orcs, tens of millions of goblin soldiers and mage apprentices with their inscribed weapons would be able to attack the citizens unhindered. Even if the goblin soldiers are barely at the awakened rank, if non-combatant civilians would fight them, the result would be obvious. Death. Zero City has around 80 million citizens, while more than half of them were either too young and below the expert rank or only at the novice rank because they didn't even start to sense mana. The military strength of Zero City is around 1 million soldiers, which takes care of everything within the city, while less than 200 are at the Magus ranks. The Zero City has probably around 100 Magus-ranked beings, which is not really much but still more than enough to defend against the magical-ranked goblins. The main issue, however, is among the 100 Magus-ranked beings, less than 1 are Grand Magus. And among these 1 Grand Magus, more than 70 are old, sustained seriously injured, or have a disease. At most 500 Grand Magus are able to fight with most of their combat prowess, but they are still at a disadvantage against the Guardian-ranked goblins, because humans are innately weaker than beasts. Without a Guardian-ranked soulbond, or at least 3 to 4 powerful magical-ranked soulbonds at once, this gap is extremely difficult to overcome. Most Grand Magus have at most 2 or 3 magical-ranked beasts contracted, because the soul energy requirement for a Guardian-ranked being is huge, and one is only capable to bind if one possesses innate high soul energy, since birth or didn't contract many higher-ranked beasts for dozens of years to increase the soul energy, with the Heaven's Hell soul energy increasing technique or other techniques that are less painful but also less efficient. To add, even magical-ranked beasts are difficult to find, and taming matured ones is even harder. To contract magical beasts, one also needs a large amount of soul energy, and it takes most humans years to accumulate it. Youths with a high talent migrate to Canir in order to obtain more resources with an additional higher mana density. As such, not many should have a Guardian-ranked beast as their soul bond. That means 2 Grand Magus would have to fight a single Guardian-ranked opponent, bringing us into an even more disadvantaged position due to the goblins' innate high numerical advantage. To survive, most humans would unleash their soul beasts to fight with them, and only with that, we could survive in our current situation, but the casualties we had to suffer would be tremendous. Till ended his long speech, and Jason looked at him with widened eyes. He wanted to tell Jason everything, because he felt that this youth in front of him should know everything, as he seemed mature and more rational than his peers. Saron also knew about the Goblin King's threat, but he was also unable to do anything. If worse comes to worst, he would just take Saron and leave Asterix, but he didn't really want to let it come to the worst case if possible. Jason was still shocked, and he knew that Zero City had many strong beings, but even if 1 Grand Magus seemed grand, Jason figured out that the truth was different, and a slight tinge of fear spread through his body. How long does the Goblin King need to set up his army, and when will the massacre against each other start? Will our reinforcement arrive before that, or is the Goblin King aware of his lack of time? Too many questions rotated inside his mind when he heard a somewhat unfamiliar, but also familiar voice behind him. "Brat, don't think too much or you'll get a headache. Zero City won't fall." It was an old voice, and he was familiar with this voice, or not. Both Jason and Till turned around, and when they saw an old man standing next to old Drake, their reactions were completely different. Old man Jason said, confused and happy, while being reminded about his soul awakening. It was the old man that was present when he had his soul awakening, but what is he doing here? Wasn't he a higher-up from the Beast Pagoda in Art City? Jason wondered as he looked at old Drake, who stood behind the old man, slightly worried, which confused Jason even more. Mr. Blair," Teal asked hesitantly, not knowing what to do. "You're alive?" He asked with his guard up, enveloping himself in Jason instantly, ready to pick his student up any moment to vanish once he sensed something wrong. "Little one, don't even try to run away," the old man, apparently called Mr. Blair, said, while releasing a vast and pure mana to shackle down Till, forcefully loosening his mana. He couldn't move a single inch, while Jason only saw the vast and dense amount of mana through his mana eyes. Looking straight into the released mana core of Mr. Blair, which was completely sealed when they met for the first time at his soul awakening, Jason's eyes widened involuntarily with 3 words unconsciously escaping his mouth solidified prismarine crystals as he stumbled backwards and fell on his butt. Mr. Blair looked at Jason with slight astonishment and interest could be seen in his eyes. My prey, he thought, satisfied with what he figured out. Over the last weeks, Jason astonished him over and over again, while the most astonishing fact was that he could remain calm in almost all situations, overcoming the trauma of being killed thousands of times without much difficulty. And even more important, Mr. Blair could confirm his guess about Jason's unique soul. His soul energy reproduction ability had to be superior because it was impossible for someone without a single unit of soul energy to suddenly have contracted 2 soul bonds, while both of them needed at least 4 to 6 units at the moment. From almost non-existent soul energy to a soul energy of at least 10 would take at least a half a year in common cases, and Mr. Blair grew even more curious about Jason. Unfortunately, there wasn't the perfect timing for him to approach Jason, as he seemed to do fine. Mr. Blair wanted to look after his achievements and figure out what he was about to do once he solved one problem after another. He knew that Jason was innately an extremely good combatant, while his affinity to mana was superior, which included his senses, control, and so on, but most importantly were Jason's eyes and soul that kept Mr. Blair's patience. Yeah, I'm still alive and kicking. Little one, he said, looking fiercely at Till Grail before he smiled gently at Jason. He had found his treasure and would do everything he could to make him his. I'll help you guys with the Goblin King, but first I want to talk with this brat, he ordered without giving Till or old Drake the chance to say anything at all. He went closer to Jason, who was obviously scared about the released mana which approached him, suffocating him due to the pressure when he couldn't breath any more mana. Core. His eyesight blurred and Jason couldn't stay awake as he lost his consciousness. The old man noticed something wrong when Jason's head turned red, and he immediately concealed his mana when he heard the youth in front of him. Oh, sorry, Mr. Blair said as he ran towards Jason, putting a hand on his chest and injecting a marginal amount of mana inside him to operate his body normally. His released mana was nothing to make fun of and Jason was only an adept rank. That could have been embarrassing, killing my treasure before he even accepted me. But old Drake until looked at Mr. Blair in shock. He said, sorry, is that really the Blair we know? He seems to have aged quite a bit, but is that really Mr. Blair who annihilated the Shore clan because they abducted his wife? Why is he so worried about Jason? Old Drake until looked at each other and the exact same thought appeared in their mind. Is Jason their child? With this thought, their eyes widened in shock as their gaze turned back to Jason that still looked extremely pale with blood leaking out of his eyes and mouth while Mr. Blair was taking care of him. It can't be right. Jason has mana eyes and not the unique body of Mrs. Blair, Till whispered to old Drake who faintly nodded. Rather than awakening an unknown special trait, one would more likely receive a special trait within the genetic predisposition. He acknowledged and they could only look at the two in front of them. It didn't take long for Jason to regain his consciousness, and the only thing he noticed was a gentle stream of mana circulating inside his body. Opening his eyes, the blood around seemed to have already dried up. Looking at the old man in front of him, Jason was sure that it was the same man that was present at his soul awakening. However, he was baffled about the old man's strength and more importantly, why was he here? Who are you? Jason questioned, and he noticed that his teacher and old Drake were obviously suspicious and worried because of the old man's appearance. Jason thought he could see a faint trace of fear in their eyes, but why should they be afraid of this old man even if he seemed extremely strong? Was he dangerous? My name is Shane Blair and you don't have to be afraid of me. Just call me Shane for the time being. I'm not here to hurt you or anyone here, rather it's the complete opposite. Turning to old Drake he proposed. I obviously won't kill the Goblin King because it will draw too much attention on me, but I can protect the city in the shadows. Your Lord-ranked being will need at least a week to come over here to Asterix considering that they will use their fasted flying soul bonds without caring about its health. Old Drake's lips twitched, and even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the fact. It was already hard to predict the thoughts of the Goblin King, and if he decided to attack Zero City before the reinforcement arrived, it would be too late, causing everyone's death. He sighed and asked, frustrated, what do you want? Shane Blair raised his hand and pointed towards Jason, making his stance clear. Let me talk with him, and you guys have to form an advanced soul contract with me, so that nobody will ever get to know about me being alive or that I am on Asterix. An advanced soul contract was more serious than a common soul contract that could only destroy one's soul once the contractor breached the contract. The advanced soul contract was different, and the soul would already start burning once the contracted individual had the single thought of breaching the contract's content. As such, it was impossible to betray someone, and additionally, if someone were to disregard the searing pain and continue with their thoughts of betraying the contract's content, one would die while enduring unbearable pain. After thinking for a moment, old Drake and Till accepted his proposal as it was not bad. They would have to lie to their surrounding as if Mr. Blair had never been there, but they wondered why Mr. Blair wanted to talk to Jason. Mr. Blair was cruel and bloodthirsty as long as someone thought of doing something against his woman, but he had never intercepted in humanity's issues or supported foreign intelligent races in any way. It also seemed like Jason had seen Shane Blair at least one time before, even though he wasn't sure who exactly Shane was. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask who he is, with such a confused expression. They were still hesitating what to do when old Drake's quantum bracelet began to inform him with dozens of notifications. He frowned and opened the holographic screen only to pale after seeing who these notifications were from and what they were about, till Grail looked over and his face was almost immediately drained of blood and paperwhite. "We accept." Both shouted at the same time, and even Jason could roughly comprehend what was going on because they accepted the old man's, or rather Shan's offer after reading through the messages. Frowning, Jason had a bad premonition. Shane only smiled lightly, and a transparent sheet with silver letters on it formed out of thin air, and Jason noticed a thread coming out of Shan's body supplying the transparent sheet with something. Jason had only once seen such a threat, and it was when Sauron took out his soul weapon. As such, Jason concluded that this transparent sheet was formed out of soul energy and a marginal thread of Shane's soul. Suddenly, Jason noticed two additional threads coming out of his teacher and old Drake's respectively, and they signed the transparent sheet with their name and soul. As such, the contract was easily finished, and Shane took out a large marble that was filled with brimming and vigorously flickering mana, which shocked Jason. Multiple runes were inscribed on it, and Shane gave the marble to his teacher while instructing. This multi-magic device can tell you where the Goblin Lord currently is. Additionally, it can release a curse to weaken the Goblin King slightly, and another function is the construction of a mana grade 3 dome that not even Guardian-ranked beasts can break. Just fight within it and release the curse, and you will be able to defeat the Goblin King if you're not completely stupid, alright. If the mana inside is not enough, just finish the Goblin King by yourself. I don't think you can even defeat a weakened Lord-ranked beast, right? Shane said when he turned to Jason as he said with a smile. Do you want to watch a large beast tied from close-up? He completely disregarded the existence of his teacher and old Drake, while Jason nodded. Jason wasn't sure if he should feel benevolence from the old man, because he saved him from the violent radiated mana, or not because it was Shan's own mana. It was obviously an accident, and Jason knew this existence in front of him could kill everyone in this city without any problem. In the end, his curiosity about the old man in front of him won. He wanted to know why he was here, or more likely about this man's past, and why it seemed like he was hiding in asterisks, even though he seemed so strong. From who was he hiding and what was going on? But Jason knew that the old man wanted to talk to him, because Shane had already said that, and now he was also expectant to spectate a high-tier beast tide led by goblins. There was no reason to reject Shan's offer, and the old man, who was only an arm's length away from him, touched his shoulder when space twisted with both of them suddenly vanishing into thin air. While Till was shocked, old Drake sneered show-off he never changes, and a small smile appeared on his face. If only your wife wasn't abducted from the Shore family, you would have never annihilated their clan, and the other big clans and families wouldn't have pursued you. Fleeing and hiding all the time shouldn't be considered living. Jason noticed the space around them twisting, and suddenly both of them were standing above the city. He was enveloped by Shan's thick mana he controlled, and both stood in the air without caring about manifesting wings or anything similar to that. Shane could disregard the natural gravitation without summoning wings on his back or using abilities to float, but only his mana alone was able to do that. This astonished Jason, and he wondered how strong Shane really was, as his identity seemed mysterious. He was also curious about the space portal he seemed to have manifested, which teleported them far away. However, there was no time for him to think about that when he noticed a green mass that began to slowly move towards the dome, while the darker green colors seemed to be faster, already making their first step through the dome. Jason and Shane could see everything from above, and Shane tore open space, causing them to appear closer to the mass of green dots that could now be identified as goblins. Both were only 50 meters above them, and the goblins were not able to sense or see them as they ran past them, without caring that a terrifying existence like Shane stood above them. Let's look at how the city guards handle the situation, Shane said, smiling lightly. He would only help in perilous situations in order to stay low-key, while Till would have to kill the Goblin King. Jason was shocked to see so many goblins, and it seemed like there were a few million goblin soldiers, which terrified him. He couldn't even see the end of the masses while more goblins ran past them. Not even a minute passed, and Jason was already unable to tell how many magical ranked goblins he had seen, but one thing was for sure. the magical and guardian-ranked goblins and orcs were running towards the city in disciplined order, dividing the masses into different groups. The other goblins below the magical rank were aimlessly running, without any sign of discipline. More important, however, was that all of these higher-ranked and disciplined goblins had one thing in common. Jason perceived strong mana fluctuations comparable to magical ranked beasts' innate mana around their necks. Looking around, he noticed that not a single disciplined goblin or orc missed these mana fluctuations around their necks, and they seemed somewhat familiar to him. Doesn't it look quite similar to the projectile protection pendants the goblin mage apprentice had, only much stronger in mana density and quality? Shane looked at Jason and smiled lightly. Your eyes are pretty good, Look out, he simply said, and right at this moment, Jason could see missiles raining down from the sky, causing him to cry out in surprise when dozens of car-sized runes manifested above the goblins lightened up the sky, slowing down the missiles. Sensing that they touched something, the missiles exploded midair, burning the air without killing a single goblin. More shocking, however, was that the runes were still standing firmly in the air, while Jason focused on the mana within the pendants that summoned the runes. They were still strong enough to take on a few missiles that could kill multiple unblemished beasts or a single magical ranked beast otherwise. Even Shan's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he praised the runemasters silently. To think that their runemaster can even produce mana projectile protection pendants that can hold out multiple grade 3 explosive missiles. Not bad. This caused Jason to frown slightly when he heard that, as he looked at Shane with a complex expression. Shane noticed that and smiled. It's not like I want the goblins to overwhelm us, but their intelligence can't be neglected, and I don't think anyone on Asterix is able to produce such complex runes with the same effect. Additionally, it seems to me that the materials to make these pendants are not that rare, as tens of thousand goblins wear them. The most difficult task was probably to completely fill them up with mana. To be honest, I investigated the Goblin King and his subordinates, and they did a really good job in establishing such a decent society without being discovered. It may look like that the goblins only appear for a few months, but they had to inhabit the Forbidden Lands much longer. The Goblin King's patience and determination are admirable, at least in my opinion. You may have a different opinion, but completely ignoring your enemy and labeling them as dumb, cruel, hideous, or something like that should never happen. Once you underestimate your enemy, you'll die faster than you may think. Somehow Shan's words seemed logical, as it was indeed bad to ignore your enemy's scheming, underestimating their intelligence. Apparently, the Goblin King was crafty and scheming, which Jason didn't think of in the beginning. Hundreds of runes manifested inside the sky, illuminating the area around them, while exploding missiles filled the air with the smell of burned flesh, as a few missiles pierced through protection runes. More missiles filled the sky, and even more exploded in the sky, lightening the heaven in a red-orange hue. But only a few thousand goblins, hobgoblins and so, were killed by missiles, as the main force already entered the closer proximity of the city, while sniper shots could be heard. Unsurprisingly, only the weaker goblins could be killed by them, as the stronger force was protected by the protection pendants. The goblins protected each other with the pendants, and once the protection pendants were completely used up with the manifested runes shattered, the goblins changed their position, letting the ones with filled pendants to the front to protect the larger mass. The city guards began to notice that shooting missiles was rather useless after some time passed when they began using elemental spells, which were similarly useless. Only a few spells that changed the environment or passively attacked the goblins were useful, without attacking them directly with fireballs, spikes, spears, and so on. Jason wanted to shout out in joy when he saw a few strong-looking individuals appearing on the city walls, while brown and blue mana transmuted mana circulated in their body. Within seconds, their complete mana pool was used up, and the landscape began to change within seconds. Clouds began to manifest high in the sky, while the ground was burst open with deep fissures ravaging the goblins' lives, causing them to fall deep into their condemnation. Wondering why the city guards manifested clouds in the sky, he noticed a few more high-ranked humans appearing on the city wall, using up their mana to thickening the cloud. A few raindrops began to fall down from the clouds, and a rainstorm began. It seemed as if he was injecting his yellow-greenish mana into the clouds, while standing on top of a yellowish feathered eagle that looked extremely sick but also vigorous. The raindrops' color changed and turned sick green-yellowish like the mana injected by the Grand Magus, while a reeking smell permeated the air. When that happened, Shan's lips curled up as he said, Still as cruel as ever that we still use such methods to annihilate this kind of threat." Turning to Jason, he began to explain after noticing the black-haired youth's confused expression. "You saw the dozen magus ranks creating the clouds with their water, wind, and fire affinity, right? In addition to forming rain clouds, a Grand Magus injected his mana with his lethal poison affinity into the clouds. Once these infested water drops hit any being below the magical rank, they will die within a few minutes. This includes humans. There are a few wind and water magus that control everything, but once they lose control, they could similarly kill most humans inside Zero City. Nevertheless, it's an old war strategy that was used for a long time, and it looks like the protection runes don't see the raindrops as a threat, maybe because they are too slow or something else. I'm not exactly sure about that. Zero City resists this beast tide better than expected, but even if they can easily kill millions of goblin soldiers with that, the biggest threats are still alive. Inspecting their equipment and weapons, it looks like most higher-ranked goblins had quite a bountiful hunting trip. Their weapons were mostly at the grade 2 rank, while some grade 3 weapons could even be seen. I wonder which rich hunting teams they hunted. Jason was interested in the war strategy utilized by humans, but Shane seemed to admire the goblin side much more than the human side, which wondered him somewhat. Shane approached the city wall while enveloping them with a dark transmuted mana that seemed to work similarly to a shadow cloak in the night. They were now above the city wall, and Jason could see the goblin mages releasing car-sized fireballs, earth spikes, wind blades, and much more spells that pierced into the city walls. While the goblin soldiers in the back began to struggle due to the poison, the front soldiers were already feeling dizzy, which did not hinder them to continue their charge at the city wall. However, before they could even enter the city, they collapsed, struggling to stay alive. The magical and guardian-ranked goblins roared out in rage when a particular high orc stood in front of the city walls. Upon inspecting it with his mana eyes, Jason's eyes were filled with shock. Runes. He shouted, and Shane followed Jason's gaze as his eyes similarly widened. Runes on his body. Suddenly, one of the runes on the 3 meters tall brownish-green orc lit up, enlarged his whole body to 3.5 meters. Jason noticed that the orcs had a brown touch in his mana as earth spikes shot out of the ground, spiking the city wall in an orderly manner, forming a cruel path towards the top. Amplification rune. Shane's eyes opened in shock, and both could only see the now 3.5 meters tall guardian, ranked orc charging up the city wall, greeting his opponents openly. In the orc's hand appeared a black 5-meter-long greatsword that was stuffed and overlapped with hundreds of runes as it began to smile devilish. Feel the wrath of my new invention. Overgeared extinction. The orc said in rough human language, as the black greatsword began to shine in a vibrant white light with all runes activating at the same time. Enlarging to a size of more than 10 meters, the greatsword looked extremely horrifying with the vibrant white light lightening up the surrounding, as the orc injected its whole pool of a peak guardian-ranked beast into the sword before slashing down towards the city center's direction, where everything the dome, management, government, and everything else was situated. A 100-meter-long sword beam left the 10-meter-long greatsword, which immediately lost its luster, shattering into 1,000 particles. Before the sword beam was to hit the center of the city, it would have to wreak havoc in all the different districts that stood in its way. The mana released by the sword beam was so strong that even the surrounding magus shivered in fear, forced to retreat a few steps in order to stay conscious, due to the killing intent injected into the sword beam. Some closer buildings began to vibrate violently, causing their windows to shatter. Some civilians that woke up due to the loud noises would only see the horrifying sword beam shooting past them. If not for the large distance between the sword beam and the civilians, they would either die due to the high pressure emitted by the sword beam or faint without being able to show much resistance. The orc didn't look after the sword beam he caused as he jumped down back to his comrades, trying to disappear without making many noises, when its movements were suddenly restricted, without being able to move a single inch. Noticing the space around him twisting, he suddenly appeared next to Jason, enveloped within tight shackles made out of mana. Jason looked extremely shocked at the orc, that also looked surprised at Jason, and only now he noticed that only the two of them were there. Where is Shane? Where is Shane? Jason wondered when he sensed the sword beam shaking violently. The sword beam released vast mana fluctuations, trying to break out of an unknown invisible chain that restricted its speed, which decelerated visibly until it suddenly stood still midair. Turning more unstable, the slower the sword beam became, Jason noticed that the mana fluctuations that couldn't move freely anymore. Once it stopped moving, the sword beam turned violent, ravaging inside the invisible shackles. Suddenly, Jason sensed a somewhat familiar mana, revealing itself in front of the sword beam, which began to slowly envelope it. While the sword beams surrounding were lightened up, the front was filled with darkness. Not a single speck of light was able to penetrate the dark hue, and the blade beam couldn't pierce it, as a small hand reached out of the darkness, firmly gripping the white shining blade beam. Jason's eyes widened as it looked like the blade beam was shrieking out in fear, trying to wrest out of the hand's grip. However, everything was in vain and the sword beam was slowly encased by darkness. From the outside, the only thing that could be seen was the bright light around the sword beam was turning dimmer, while its struggle decreased over time. The pressure released by the darkness-enveloped hand increased, while the sword beam became weaker. Not much time passed until the hand began to exert more strength, causing the last resistance of the sword beam to break down as cracks appeared on its surface. More cracks formed on the sword beam's surface, while the mana fluctuations weakened further until the sword beam looked as if it was completely patterned with cobwebs. Exerting more strength onto the sword beam, the hand shattered it into smithereens, and the released mana fluctuations dissipated into all directions, brightening the sky without harming anyone. Behind the city walls, only the luminous crystals lighted up the darkness, while the skyscrapers were completely dark, probably having lost their connection to the mana converter that empowered the districts. Thousands of civilians, as well as high-ranked guards, looked into the brightened sky. Were the sword beam shattered, with shocked eyes as if they had seen a miracle? Was it a dream? That was a thought that appeared in their mind, but the shocking pressure they had to endure with the killing intent that felt was so real, it couldn't have been a dream. But there was nothing left behind, and the unknown hand that reached out of the darkness vanished without leaving a shred of evidence about the existence of both the sword beam and the hand behind. Jason and even the orc who was chained were looking at the shattered sword beam when a sudden voice behind them said, "Your sword beam was not bad. If you were stronger, you might even be able to seriously injure me with that." Turning around, Jason saw Shane looking at his hand which had a shallow cut on it. Did Shane destroy the sword beam only with his hand? And if he did that, such a small cut was everything the sword beam was capable of. The orc looked at the old man's hand and shook could be seen in his eyes, as it began to shiver in fright, knowing that it wouldn't be able to escape anymore. How did you survive that, human? Even Master would die facing my newest invention head-on. Just shut up, Shane said, and he didn't even want to exchange a single word with the high orc right now. If you want to die peacefully, y'all have to tell me all your secrets, otherwise you won't die even if you want to, Runemaster. Turning to Jason, Shane said. This orc is the Runemaster that produced probably all higher-graded runes. With the information from it, we are able to increase our knowledge about runes by a large margin. Well, take him with us. Jason nodded his head, still somewhat flabbergasted, and he decided not to say anything as he looked down at the city wall that was almost completely destroyed by elemental spells or physical attacks from the goblins and orcs. The poisonous rain was still pouring down outside the city, and the whole landscape was filled with goblin soldier corpses, bloated and with greenish spots all over their body. Some goblin soldiers were still standing and struggling to reach the city wall, but not a single one survived long enough to enter the city. It took less than a few minutes until mountains of goblin corpses filled the area in front of the city wall, turning the whole atmosphere eerie as it looked like a mass grave. But the city wall was also not looking as if it was new construction, with a few hundred holes destroying the prior aesthetic site. Meanwhile, multiple muscular orcs that also had runes on their bodies shining brightly through one punch after another, tearing down the city wall with an astonishing speed. In the back, multiple guardian and magical ranked goblin mages combined their mana to form a fireball the size of a detached house. Throwing the fireball, Jason looked worriedly at Shane, who looked like he didn't want to stop the fireball as it crashed into the city wall, tearing it apart. Humans cried out in pain as they ignited, while others fell down the collapsing city wall, surviving while sustaining shallow injuries. Jason became worried, seeing thousands of magical and a few hundred guardian-ranked goblin lords, mages, orcs, squeezing through the small torn-apart city wall, trying to massacre Zero City. Looking pleading at Shane, he could only helplessly reply, slightly annoyed. Why do you even have mana eyes if you don't use them? Can't you see that all goblins and orcs that enter the city are injected with darkness-transmuted mana, injuring their mana cores? Do you want me to do everything alone? Am I some kind of welfare or what? If they can't kill weakened guardian-ranked orcs and goblins, they wouldn't be able to protect this city, which is above a large natural mana vein. Furthermore, I can't reveal myself, so bear with it or kill them yourself if you can. Jason nodded with red cheeks. He really didn't notice that all goblins and orcs that entered the city wall had Shan's darkness-transmuted mana attached to them, attacking their mana core innately, weakening them tremendously, and Jason could only complain about himself inwardly. This was only because he didn't activate his mana eyes all the time, because it was taxing and scanning one's cores was even more so. Jason had only occasionally activated his mana eyes to look at a few goblins and other beasts that interested him, because he was in a beast breakout with millions of lower-ranked beasts, while at least a few thousand were at the magical and guardian rank. The higher his mana core rank became, the easier it was for Jason to use his mana eyes. However, right now blood leaked out of his eyes as he wanted to reaffirm Shane's declaration. Obviously, what Shane said was a lie, and Jason grew even more curious about the old man he met at the Beast Pagoda in Art City for the first time, or rather Shane Blair, a being above the Lord rank. Who was he really and why was he hiding? Jason didn't know anything about this individual next to him, but he did not seem to have evil intentions, even if his teacher and old Drake seemed to be scared of him. He was still looking at the battlefield of weakened goblins and orcs against humans, with his mana eyes activated, while they continued to bleed without the slightest hint of stopping. Somehow, for Jason the whole fight seemed staged, as the humans were now obviously at an advantage, as the inflicted darkness mana inside the goblins and orcs showed their true color, causing their strength to decrease by more than 30 instantly. Before the goblins' strength decreased, Magus and Grandmagus ranked humans were overwhelmed and pressured by their opponent's might, but this pressure lessened over time, causing the humans to be able to fight back, turning over the fight to their advantage. It was unavoidable to secure the surroundings, while magical and Magus-ranked beings fought against each other, without considering Guardian and Grandmagus-ranked being. Zero City's guards tried to draw the fights to the outside the city if possible, or to the ghettos, which were already comparable to noble districts of D-grade cities, if there was no other way to avoid fighting within the city walls. Nevertheless, houses were ripped apart by elemental attacks. Orcs charged towards their opponent, killing hundreds of innocent civilians without caring about them. More time passed, and when Jason saw the first skyscraper collapsing, his eyes turned gloomy, as more than tens of thousands humans were most likely within. FK Jason only said with grief in his voice, as he thought about Shan's strength. However, Shane couldn't do something without drawing attention to himself, and probably even blocking the sword beam was already considered too much, even if Jason didn't know why the old man next to him had to avoid attracting a commotion. Sighing deeply, he could only helplessly see innocent citizens crying out in pain and anguish when the Magus and Grandmagus humans began to completely overwhelm their opponents. The outcome of the Goblin Tide was already obvious, and Jason lost his interest in the staged fight. He was sorry for the innocent lives that were lost and didn't know what to do with his emotions as he tried to change his train of thoughts. This caused him to look straight into Shan's eyes, with his golden shining eyes piercing into him, trying to find out more, while fresh blood poured down his cheeks. "Who are you?" "Who are you?" Jason asked, not minding the trembling peak guardian ranked orc next to them tied up in thick mana chains. "Me, I don't think this is the proper timing to tell you about me and my life, right?" Shane stated as he added. "Let's talk after everything is finished. I'll bring you back to your home and we can talk for the whole Sunday, all right, brat?" He asked, and only now was Jason once again reminded that it was already 11 p.m. while the Goblin Beast Tide was still not completely over. The Goblin King was probably still alive, somewhere, and the magical and guardian-ranked goblins and orcs were ravaging inside the city, even if they were already on the losing side with their lives on the line. Zero City would suffer a lot today, but without Shan's help, the whole city would be demolished or completely annihilated. Even now the transmuted darkness mana inside the beasts, weakening their mana cores, injuring them as long as time passed. Jason was curious about the darkness mana Shane was using, and it seemed like there were different kinds of darkness transmuted mana within him. On one side, Jason noticed the shadow affinity he already used, while on the other side curse mana coursed through his mana, which astonished Jason. Apparently having an affinity didn't mean that all of us would be the same. If a beast had a stronger water affinity, one would also receive a stronger affinity compared to others. What if a beast has an affinity to searing hot water? Would I have the same affinity? It should be, right? Jason asked in his mind, and it seemed like he found out something new once again. Turning his attention back to the battle once again, Jason observed everything with his mana eyes to study the combat techniques used by the Magus and Grandmagus, while the goblins and orcs relied mostly on their instincts, which was also quite interesting to observe. Nevertheless, just looking at them and the circulation of mana gave Jason many insights on how to increase the mastery of his techniques. As such, he gained many benefits while observing the fights that the human side seemed to win by a huge margin. Only a few dozen Guardian-ranked goblins and orcs were left alive, while some seriously injured magical-ranked goblin mages were throwing their last spells, demolishing a few buildings before they collapsed on the ground. It seemed like a whole district was put at risk and demolished in order to prevent the goblin army from killing their way throughout the whole city. With a few smaller buildings sticking out of the apocalyptic-looking landscape in front of Jason, he wondered how many innocent lives had been harvested with today's incident. His saliva felt sour and Jason could only sigh in regret. Why am I so slow in becoming stronger? What he saw looked similar to the incident in Gyro City, but much worse, as hundreds of skyscrapers were completely overthrown, and instead of standing high in the sky, they were flatly lying on the ground, while blood and human bodies could be seen everywhere. It shocked Jason quite a bit, as he could cope with the sight of death more easily compared to a few months before. Seeing the dead corpses of millions of goblins was shocking, but not something that caused him to throw up anymore. Jason was only sad that so many humans died needlessly. Once again, the weakest layer that had to endure the grief and agony within the society, or rather Zero City. Once all goblins and orcs were taken care of, he thought Shane would bring them back to the Hidden Valley, as Shane opened another spatial tier in front of them. After the first 2 times, Jason could see the released mana from Shane more detailed, and it seemed like his mana had 3 main transmutations. 2 different types of darkness transmuted his mana. A blue touch could be seen in his mana, probably indicating a water soul bond, and a mix between golden, yellow, and orange, which proved Jason's theory. Shane had a weak affinity to spatial magic, and because of that, he could open spatial tiers and move around however he wanted. Previously, he thought it was because Shane was simply too powerful and could negate nature laws, but that wasn't the case, and Shane could only partially do that because his mana was extremely strong. That was also the reason why he could float in the air without caring about falling down. His pure and dense mana was the cause. Shane used his spatial affinity multiple times in succession, and it brought them to a completely different landscape that was filled with dense and flourishing forest. It was already dark, and Jason couldn't see much without his mana eyes. However, the mana currents he saw and sensed were still inferior to the natural mana vein below Zero City, while it was still extremely fine and pure, and Jason wondered where exactly they were. His surroundings looked fresh, while most trees were above 100 meters tall. Looking around with his mana eyes, Jason could see that everything was seemingly alive, and the mana radiated from everything was moving around vigorously, when he suddenly saw an outburst of destructive mana from far away. Shane was flying straight towards this direction with Jason, and the Tide Orc dragged behind him. And the closer they came to the mana outbursts of 2 terrifying beings, Jason noticed more and more explosions. The flourishing landscapes looked devastated, and trees, rocks, and rivers were overthrown and completely demolished. A huge crater with a radius of dozens of meters could be seen, and the darkness suddenly lightened up in bright holy light when a sword beam soared through the sky, hitting something that was 3 times the size of the individual that fired the holy sword beam. Upon further inspection, Jason noticed that it was still fighting an over-dimensional bipedal beast. Only now he could clearly observe the body of the presumed Lord-ranked Goblin King. The Goblin King was more than 5 meters tall and had the proportions of a normal human. There were only a few things that were different to humans, which were its dark green color, the oversized arms, and the large, hideous-looking head. Its head was double the size of normal, proportionate humans, while multiple runes could be seen on its forehead. Razor-sharp black fangs pierced out of its jaw. The Goblin King's eyes were blood red, while Jason shuddered seeing them, as they released a deep and condensed killing intent. The cranked nose was overproportional, and the mana it radiated ravaged the surrounding 2 meters. The Goblin King was bleeding out of multiple cuts, but it looked extremely vigorous, while Till seems to have been injured more heavily, as his leg seemed to have sustained serious burns. This astonished not only Jason, but also Shane, who looked confused at Teal, before his gaze turned to the Goblin King, weirdly. Why is little Till injured instead of the Goblin King? It should be the other way around. And why is there a burn? Jason heard Shane whispering, and his mana eyes that were now constantly activated. Even though it hurt, noticed something odd. Jason wasn't sure if that was the reason for the Goblin King to overwhelm Till, but he had to tell Shane in order to help his teacher. As such, he tugged at Shane's robe, and before he even turned around to look at Jason, whispered, "The Goblin King is not cursed, and he has a strong fire affinity," Jason said, and Shane's eyes widened in surprise. Teal noticed the newcomers and shouted, "That's my prey," and before Shane was even able to do anything, he took out the orb Shane gave him and activated the mana dome. Jason already knew that Teal was prideful, and it seemed that once Shane helped him, he wouldn't be able to accept this. As such, he announced his prey and activated the mana dome, which was completely useless against someone at Shan's league. But Shane understood the meaning and decided to not intervene in their fight. If Till was about to die, he would help out otherwise. Till could still activate the one-time use curse that was inscribed into the mana orb. Jason looked at the respective mana orbs before his attention changed to the 2 Lord-ranked individuals' mana core. He noticed that Teal's mana core seemed larger compared to the Goblin King's, which indicated that he had more reserves and maybe even a stronger physique. However, because goblins were normally non-elemental beasts with a higher physical enhancement, Till's larger mana core didn't say anything at all. Suddenly, Jason sensed strong and familiar mana fluctuations from Till, which healed his burned leg within seconds. It was the Greater Blessed Wolf's healing ability, and after he healed himself, he changed his weapons, which astonished Jason. But after he saw what kind of weapon he took out, Jason understood what was going on. "Soul weapon," Jason whispered, and Shane could hear him, and he widened his eyes. Are his mana eyes even capable to differentiate if it's a mana or soul weapon? He wondered, but that could be found out later. A huge white spear with a golden blade could be seen in Till's hand, and Jason was sure it was a unique soul weapon due to the connections between the contractor and the weapon. He could clearly see. It was much stronger than the connections between Sauron's weapon, and Jason wondered what this could mean. But what astonished him even more was that once Till injected his mana inside the spear, it began to glow and amplify the injected holy light mana by a few times, purifying it further. Holy and light energy were advantageous against everything. Evil beings and goblins were said to be creatures created by evil due to their hideous and cruel nature. Upon noticing the holy light getting a few times stronger within a few seconds, the Goblin King felt slightly restless, and it lifted its war axes, releasing a blue burning flame that soared into the sky before it enveloped him and his weapons that shone brightly. With this, Goblin King began to charge at Till. Within an instant, it had crossed a distance of more than 100 meters, and Jason could only see a blue blur, while he was able to feel the surrounding temperature rising by a few dozen degrees. Till also vanished from his spot, and he was barely able to faintly perceive a white blur, charging through a dark green blur, before everything went that, with the white light that illuminated the devastated forest, vanishing, as a loud thump could be heard. Jason couldn't see anything within the sudden darkness, and his mana eyes could faintly perceive the Goblin King's mana fluctuations dimming, while a deep hole pierced decorated its chest. The Goblin King died after taking its last breath, while a deep cut could be seen on Till's right shoulder, almost severing his arm. Blood spurted down the shoulder, and Jason was worried that Till might die if he wouldn't heal his wound soon, but looking at his mana core, it seemed completely drained. As such, Till exerted his tiny amount of strength left behind to take out a deep red vial from his storage space, which he gulped down at once. Jason sensed that Till's drained mana pool was slowly regenerating, and he immediately used this mana to heal the severe injury on the shoulder. With the effect of the potion, permanent injuries could be prevented, while he would only feel numb due to the regrowth and regeneration of his severed Asturias, veins, and mana channels. The mana dome disappeared slowly, and Shane went closer to the Goblin King in order to inspect its body. From the outside, it looked like a normal Goblin King, but he obviously had a mutation causing a strong fire affinity seed to manifest within the mana core. Blue flames were an advanced elemental affinity, not comparable to normal flames from their heat and tenaciously seen. The orc was looking at its dead master with shock, and only now did it know that their conquest ended before it really began. They had wasted so many years to create and nurture the protection pendants, strong weapons, and an army of goblins, but everything was in vain. He couldn't believe it, and the previous resistance against the invisible shackles completely disappeared. Shane and Jason landed on the ground as Jason also began inspecting the Goblin King. However, he couldn't detect anything special except the blue flame affinity seed within the mana core. The Goblin King's war spoils belonged to Till, and they weren't allowed to take something, at least morally seen. It didn't take Till long until he regained some of his strength. Slowly walking towards him and the Goblin King, a proud smile emerged on his face. The real fight was only a short exchange of blows, but the adrenaline he felt during these few seconds was exceptional. Defeating a low Lord rank alone without any help could be seen as a glorious feat, even if Jason knew that the Goblin King seemed to have only advanced to the Lord rank recently, because the mana core was unstable and not consolidated. But that wasn't important for anyone here. Defeating a Lord rank beast was probably more difficult than fighting two normal Lord ranked humans at the same time, with the exception of them having contracted a Lord ranked soul bond. Both Shane and Jason congratulated Till, but Shane's congrats didn't seem sincere after he found out that the Goblin Lord only reached the Lord rank some time ago. Apparently, he was similar to a hypocrite in such things, while Jason sincerely congratulated Till's amazing feat, which he accepted thankfully. Till stored the Goblin King's body inside his storage space, which had an integrated cooler to prevent the important alchemy ingredients from going bad. Almost everything from beasts at the magical rank or higher could be used as alchemy and inscribing ingredients, which meant that their bodies were worth a fortune. Nevertheless, a lord being was worth even more, and such an astronomical sum would probably not be purchased by anyone on Asterix, because it was just too valuable but useless for anyone here. After inspecting the war axes, Till exclaimed in surprise. Pseudo-mana weapons, grade 3 at that. This caused even Shane to look at the war axes in surprise. Turning his gaze to the runemaster orc, a complicated expression could be seen on his face. Jason wasn't sure what this exactly meant, but he knew that grade 3 mana weapons were considered one of humanity's strongest weapons, while Till told him one time that the beast grade 2 mana weapons would be able to pierce through guardian-ranked beast hide. From his knowledge, Jason deduced that the pseudo-mana war axes at the third grade were probably around the same strength as grade 4 weapons, which were second to grade 3 mana and soul weapons. Till also told him one time that grade 5 weapons were still researched, and the materials required to create them were to heat up and forge with. Even using Lord-ranked bones could at most produce peak grade 3 weapons, which shocked Jason. Everything felt new to Jason, and he could only listen to them in surprise. But Shan's gaze was still focused on the orc, and Jason thought about it for a moment before his expression turned unsightly as he said, "Was this orc able to produce these pseudo-mana weapons without any knowledge about mana weapons, only with his own comprehension and experiments?" It had to be like that because these war axes were too large for humans to handle, even if their weight could be neglected after reaching a certain physique. These war axes were obviously custom-made for the Goblin King's large size. The material the war axes were made out of also looked extremely beautiful according to his mana eyes, while its outer appearance looked shabby and crudely made. Additionally, it was forged, and Jason wondered if there was a rank 6 goblin or orc blacksmith capable of forging a treasure like the war axes, while the orc in front of them inscribed the runes inside the oxidated ores. Or did he do everything alone? Jason noticed that Shane averted his gaze, and for a millisecond Jason could see a tinge of greed in his eyes as he asked Till. "Little Till, you're done here, right? Will you return to the city right now?" Till thought Shane was worried about the city and the humans living there. As such, he told him that he was done and they could go back together. Surprisingly, Shane declined his offer to go with Till as he dragged Jason, before the chained orc floated to them as he twisted the space around them, vanishing into thin air once again. Till was still standing there with widened eyes and a confused facial expression. "What's with me?" he lamented before summoning his white golden wings to soar straight in the dark night, towards the city. After Shane used his spatial magic 2 times, they appeared above an extremely dense forest with giants that were 1,000 meters tall. Jason's vision blurred and his stomach revolted against the continuous teleportations as they finally arrived at their destination. It took him a few seconds in order to regain control over his body again, and once that was done, Jason activated his mana eyes as he wanted to train them for continuous usage. Through his eyes, Jason could see the many different kinds of mana flows radiating from the different types of trees all around him, and it was no wonder that the gigantic trees radiated the purest mana, as it looked like they were built around something, providing them with exceptionally strong mana. To Jason, it looked like the gigantic trees were the center of the forest, with a single tree overshadowing all of them. Their roots were firmly rooted within the soil, while a dense and excessively pure purple light could be seen radiating from down below. What is that? A magical treasure or maybe a beast? Jason thought, but he couldn't clearly see where this purple light was radiating from, because he was overwhelmed by thousands of green and uncountable dark green, light gray, and black colors he perceived. There are still so many goblins left. Jason muttered, and Shane also senses something, however. His senses were much stronger compared to Jason's still undeveloped body. He knew that there were still quite a lot of goblins left behind, but the main source was completely different. No, behind these mana-suppressing trees are not that many goblins anymore, he simply said, and released his mana to split the trees in front of him apart, opening a path towards the dense forest. Shane had to acknowledge that the Goblin King was really crafty as he looked around curiously. What came into their sight was a medieval town with thousands of small huts made out of wood, stone, and other resources that could be found in their surrounding. The astonishing fact, however, was that the forest surrounded a cave entrance and was built around it, while many constructions could be seen inside and around the trees, with suspension bridges connecting everything together. Everything was intertwined with each other, and it was extremely easy to lose the right path. Looking around, Jason wondered how long it would take to build such a town in the trees, which was not only connected with each other, but also with the ground. Jason couldn't see where the goblin's basement ended, even if his eyesight was many folds better than his peers. He was able to see more than 100 meters through the dense and lush forest, but there was not a single sign of it ending. When he was about to go around to look, Jason noticed that he was still floating in the air, and he asked Shane to let him down, to move around. Shane ignored his request, which caused him to lament a little bit before he heard a surr as an arrow was repelled from Shane's mana membrane that enveloped Jason. His face was drained from all blood, and Jason began to sweat heavily before he looked down. There were still more than 100 goblin soldiers, and a few higher-graded goblins that were shrieking in rage, as they did not accept anyone invading their territory. Shane waved with his hand horizontal, while he released his mana with the darkness affinity utilized. A beam of scattered darkness with a length of more than 20 meters was descending towards the shocked goblins, who weren't aware of what kind of existence they had offended. The last thing they saw was a pitch-black boomerang-like blade, killing them without differentiating between their ranks at all. After the goblins died, Shane smiled lightly to Jason, trying to calm him down before he said, "Let's exterminate the goblins," and while he said that a dark magic circle appeared before him, with a black 5-meter-tall wolf emerging out of it. It was a peak guardian-ranked beast without seeing anything odd about it, when blood-red eyes opened on its back, piercing through him. Goosebumps appeared on Jason's body, but that was not everything. More and more blood-red eyes opened all around the wolf's body, and they faced all directions, seeing everything around them without a single blind spot. Jason's body tensed up as the wolf looked extremely ugly when Shane said, smiling, "Fuku, may your hunt be a fruitful one. Kill the goblins to your heart's content." All of the wolf's eyes were widened, and Jason sensed something unfamiliar being released when he began to shudder involuntarily. "Brat, this is the bane of the thousand eyes, wolf, be careful. Once Fuku looks into someone's eyes with murderous intent, you'll die faster than you can think. Everything below the magical rank will have its soul shattered before even being able to move around." Shane said lightly, and the lush and flourishing forest that was previously filled with birds chirping and goblins crying out in their crude language was now deadly silent, without anything daring to make a single sound. Shane didn't look after his soulbond anymore, and flew through the dense forest towards the cavern entrance that was guarded by 2 guardian-ranked orcs and a goblin mage. They roared out in anger as soon as they saw the trio consistent of Jason, Shane, and the chained runemaster orc. Shane manifested a blade around his hand and shot out small darkness rays that pierced through the guards without wasting any time. Jason grew somewhat accustomed to Shane's strength, and the shock in his mind was drastically reduced each time he saw Shane using his mana. He remained calm, and Shane noticed that. Smiling lightly, they descended into the cave. The cave entrance was 10 meters high and around 30 width, while crystals lightened up the interior. With the mana density inside the forbidden zones, they would be operated by the surrounding mana instead of mana stones. The interior of the cave was carved out, and the tunnel that could be seen further ahead grew wider, with the cave walls being round off. Shane was walking straight through the tunnel without losing his focus, while his mana was released to prevent any kinds of surprises. Jason just followed him, looking around curiously as mana currents could be seen all over the place when they went closer towards the thick and more pure-looking purple light that was surrounded by large numbers of different colors. These colors were widely spread, and far in the back, Jason was able to see the cavern tunnel connecting with a large room. At least that was what Jason assumed, because the end of the tunnel was brightened up by a firm wall of mana that was surrounded by small runes, brightening up the whole conjunction. Walking towards the bright end of the tunnel, Jason was expectant to see the large cavern hall. Stepping through it, Shane shattered the firm mana wall without doing anything at all. He used his physique as a means of force to bend the mana wall, and in the end to shatter it completely. The bright light from the runes dissipated, and in front of Jason appeared a completely new world he had never expected to see inside the goblin basement. Entering the hall, Jason could see thousands of cages placed one after each other, row after row, numbered in the thousands, as far as his eyes could see, and inside these cages were all kinds of beasts looked up. The whole hall was thousands of meters in width and length, while its height was more than 30 meters. But what astonished Jason the most was the locked-up beasts' behavior. They didn't care a tiny bit about someone entering the halls, and not the slightest sound came from them. All beasts were lying on the ground as if they were dead, and only because of his mana eyes Jason could tell that all of them were alive. It seemed weird, and Shane answered Jason's question before he could even ask. "I think all of these beasts are females. They were probably abducted and violated to raise the goblins' population at an extremely fast speed. But it's weird that even beasts that have a completely different genetic pool were abducted, and they seem as weak-willed as the other beasts did they try to copulate even with these beasts." Shane was also astonished, but it was rather the fact that it seemed like the goblins tried to copulate with every living female being they could abduct. There were flying beasts like winged lions, hawks, eagles, but also beasts like rhinos, wolves, antelopes, and many more. They could even see a small artificial pond with marine beasts inside, and Jason couldn't even tell what race most of them were. It was truly shocking to see that, and it wasn't long until they could see the first human victims. Jason's eyes widened in shock, and he wanted to run up to them, as he could finally see the first women's soulless eyes. They lost their will to live, he thought, sad, as he continued to walk towards the cages that inhabited humans. There were dozens if not hundreds of such cages, and Jason felt truly disgusted at the sight of these women. Their clothes were ripped apart, and even flesh was torn out of. Seeing them, Jason thought that they were probably even unable to cry anymore. Who knew how many days or months they had to endure being violated? It was no wonder that their will to life lessened, turning them into what they were now. Jason turned to Shane, saying hesitantly, "Can we save them now? Maybe it's not too late." Shane lived for a long time and was already accustomed to such cases, but it was different in every case. I'll open the doors and everyone that has at least a tiny will to life left can go out. Let's just ask those that stay behind if they want to stay there or if we should release them from their suffering. After we went through the whole goblin basement, you can send till your coordinates to send a rescue team for the ones that are still alive. After saying that, he released his mana, and the locks that sealed the cages were burst open, causing the gates that locked up all humans to open up by themselves. Jason's eyes widened, releasing them from their suffering. Did he mean killing them? He swallowed his saliva and couldn't think about doing something like that. Jason killed many beasts, but it was different than killing humans that weren't even able to defend themselves anymore. Being unsure what to think about this scenario, Jason saw the first few women exerting all of their strength to stand up as they reeled out of the cages. Outside the cages, they could see Shane and Jason, causing their eyes to turn wet, which was previously unthinkable for them as tears poured down their cheeks. Before they could do anything, their strength left them when they collapsed on the cold ground. Jason wanted to run to them, but Shane held him back. You don't know if these women got any kind of contagious disease from the goblins, or if they turned insane. Without being able to differentiate between friend and foe, they will attack and kill anything that is close to them in order to protect themselves. You're just an adept rank, keep that in mind. Halting in his track, Jason listened to Shane, and his words seemed reliable. Some books told of numerous contagious infections caused by all kinds of beasts, which caused Jason to shiver in fright. Shane was deep in thought, and Jason looked at him expectantly, because he was still inexperienced with such situations, and he wasn't sure what to do, while an expert was standing next to him. Let's the veteran do the main job, but Jason's expectation was almost immediately disrupted. Just ignore these women. After we finish our trip through the cave, you can call Till, and ignore my statement about releasing them from their suffering. That will take too long, let's go. But what if they die? At least the ones that want to survive should get the chance. Jason was shocked to hear Shane being so unbothered by his own race's struggle to stay alive. Pondering for a moment, Shane said resolutely, "Arg, I forgot that you are still wet behind your ears because it's your first time. I can compromise with you at least a little bit. If you want to call Till right now, he has to accept a condition of mine." Jason could see greed gleaming in Shane's eyes, which disgusted him a little, but Shane was extremely greedy, even if he tried to hide it, and Jason could only faintly detect it in the beginning, but it looked like this greed began to show more of its true nature the more time passed, causing Jason to feel disappointed with one of humanity's most powerful individuals. But maybe Jason could figure out a good way to help both sides, Shan's and the unfortunate women here. What is your condition? Jason asked hesitantly. It's simple. These rescue teams will not only save the female victims, but probably also collect some of the beasts here, as many of them are rare and good to breed with. They have to pay 20 of the market price for these beasts. Additionally, 20 of all materials that will be found here, which I didn't collect, should be given to me in star notes or mana stones, Shane said with a sly smile on his face. Considering that these beasts were extremely weak-willed and on death doors, 20 were a huge price. There might even the chance that they don't even want to get offerings anymore due to the trauma they received. Jason found these 20 a little bit unreliable, while the 20 for materials were more understandable. Furthermore, another problem appeared in his mind. I think the second clause is acceptable, but I don't think the first one will be accepted. What if they accept in the beginning and don't pay you later? I'm the strongest being here, right? They'll see what happens if they try to con me. As for the first clause, they should consider it as a protection fee. In the end, I saved the whole city, right? Shane said, and the whole conversation ended with his last words. Jason could only nod helplessly as a holographic screen appeared in front of him. Shane activated a special device which caused the reception to work as Jason called Till, who was already back in the city. Upon answering the call, Till was astonished about the information Jason provided him. He reluctantly accepted the conditions stated because he was aware of the fact that Shane saved the city, as rumors of a black hand shattering a humongous blade beam were already spreading throughout the city. Old Drake, who stood next to him, also accepted his clauses, and all sides were rather satisfied with the outcome of the Goblin Tide, except the casualties in their family who suddenly lost their loved ones. But Till would have never known that so many beasts were locked within the goblin basement, which would cost a fortune. After the conditions had been accepted, Jason sent Till the coordinates, while Shane laughed out in joy. Ha ha ha, I would have never been able to sell these beasts, but now we are rich. Hee, it's always nice to save cities only to gain favors. Jason frowned, and it was true. Shane could never be able to transport tens of thousand beasts from the Forbidden Lands to Zero City without attracting a commotion, and neither could he sell them as he was not a beast merchant and nor legally on Asterix. But by using Jason as the medium, Shane could receive his fortune, which made him happy. Let's go. We have still some time left until the rescue team arrives, Shane shouted, as he picked up Jason before he rushed through the hall inside the next tunnel that led them to another hall. As they entered the second hall, Jason noticed that it was even bigger than the first hall where all the monsters were inside, and by a large margin at that. It was a gigantic underground city with large compressed stone compounds that were connected with wooden suspension bridges. In the middle of the underground city, one could see a huge natural water stream, separating a 100-meter-high building that almost looked like the buildings made by higher nobles. At least similar valuable materials were used to build it, and Jason could see mana radiating around the whole building. However, much more important was what he saw inside the building. Jason was still not extremely proficient with his mana eyes, and he wasn't able to look through too many stone layers, or rather materials, with larger amounts of mana inside. Nevertheless, Jason could see that multiple colors radiated from within the large compound, and these colors seemed somewhat different than the ones radiating from beasts. Not only were the colors rather weak, but also extremely close next to each other and not moving. There was the chance that Jason's instincts were wrong, and these colors represented goblins or other sleeping beasts, but he didn't think the Goblin King would let goblin soldier or similar low-ranked beasts inside such a magnificent building, as high-ranked beasts seemed to have at least some pride. Shane looked at the large building compound and turned to Jason with a crafty smile. "Let me be honest with you. The rescue team will need at most 20 minutes to arrive. With you, I'll be slowed down, which means I can gather fewer treasures. There is not a single beast left inside the large building compound in front of us, which means I can leave you alone, right?" he said, and Jason wasn't even able to say anything at all as Shane already vanished from his sight. Did he really leave me alone? Jason wondered, and he had to acknowledge that Shan's greed was almost obsessive, in addition to his slightly cruel side he gave other humans. This caused him to think about Shan's behavior towards himself, which was rather nice and gentle until now. He also tried to explain me a lot, right? He asked himself, not knowing how exactly he should think about Shane. These things confused him, and Jason was unsure what Shane wanted from him. Previously, he said that he wanted to talk to him, but until now there hadn't been a real discussion between both of them. He believed Shane's statement that the magnificent building in front of him didn't have any beasts as he predicted, and seeing Shane's vast mana core radiations appearing in front of something that radiated a purple hue, Jason concluded that these colors were either extremely potent and pure herbs or other valuable materials. Over the last few weeks, Jason questioned himself more about the ability of his eyes, and the more he thought about the colors he could see radiating from almost every living being except humans and Artemis, the less he really understood about his ability. Artemis' color was somewhat disguised with him being unable to look through it, and exactly the same case was with humans. Neither did humans radiate a certain color, nor did they not radiate anything, causing Jason to feel weird and uncomfortable, as both scenarios at the same time should be impossible. Was their potential unlimited, or the purity in humans and Artemis not fixed? In the end, it didn't really matter what exactly the truth, as both of his solutions would tell him roughly the same. The more distinct a color, the more valuable it is. Furthermore, the thickness and size of the colored hue could also be seen as a fact to determine the value. From his long-time observation, Jason could say that light gray colors radiating meant that it was more valuable, stronger, or better, in effect, than the object that radiated a black hue. In addition to that, Jason could also determine that two things of the same color could be better or worse while comparing both of them. The thicker, denser, or larger the same colored hue was compared to the other one, the better its effect or strength had to be. The only problem were rare items that didn't radiate any color, as he had seen some mana weapons from the Goblin Raid a few hours ago that didn't radiate any color, even though they were extremely expensive and valuable. But Jason didn't have any time to think about something like that. With this knowledge in mind, he stepped through the building entrance. Looking around, Jason saw a huge entrance hall with 4 white pillars supporting the whole building. There were large stairs in a helix shape that would allow him to go upstairs, while a large door could be seen in every direction with unknown letters and symbols engraved above them on a sign. Jason was unsure where to go, but seeing the speed at which Shane was collecting the valuable goods, he seemed to be a proficient looting expert. Each item or material Shane collected had the strongest colors radiating from them, and Jason knew he wouldn't be able to obtain anything extremely good. As such, he used the same tactic as goblins, as he utilized his weightless step movement technique with his basic mastery to charge through the right door, which had the weakest colors radiating from it, while they were extremely close next to each other with a high quantity. Jason wasn't sure what it exactly was, but he had a small hunch, and if he was right, his need for credits would vanish into thin air. It was not like he was extremely greedy, but he knew that resources were important to increase his strength and combat prowess as quickly as possible. Without wealth, even with the best aptitude towards mana absorbing and refining, he would lose out. Considering Jason's superior aptitude towards mana, he would be considered a genius everywhere else, but he was still much worse compared to people with above average aptitudes and a mountain of resources. If Jason didn't know it before, he would have noticed it at the latest, when he used the splitting mind technique to refine a sub-area in his mind. Since then, his absorption and refining of mana skyrocketed, and combined with his mana aptitude, he could be considered extremely talented. But creating his sub-area was only possible because of resources, and Jason wanted to refine his second sub-area in the future, while resources required to accomplish that were multiple times larger than for the first sub-area. For the first mind division, Till paid a few hundred star notes for the mana stones, while he wasn't sure about the price for a non-elemental Lord rank mana core. In the end, Jason couldn't even imagine the value of a devilish Valkyrie shield fruit. Even though it was extremely painful, its efficiency was not to be neglected. This caused Jason a slight headache as he stormed through the hallway, which was connected to many doors. But this didn't cause him to look through all of them to inspect them. Rather than that, Jason had a certain target in his view with the most colors and mana fluctuations situated in a certain place, gathered together. Not even a full minute passed when Jason entered his desired room that was filled with a fragrant aroma streaming towards him. Taking a deep breather, Jason immediately felt more vigorous, and looking around, he noticed that he was inside a garden with many different kinds of herbs and fruits within. Each of these herbs and fruits radiated a certain color, with the strongest being a single thin dark green colored herb, situated in the center. Dark green was the indicator for unblemished beasts. If what he saw was a beast but for plants, the colors were apparently slightly different. For example, the siphon Agnes Castus Jason found could even be used to help beasts with the potential to reach the unblemished rank, to evolve, while the color it radiated was only light gray, which was comparable to the evolved rank. Jason was overjoyed because Shane seemed to be occupied with some extraordinary plants or other materials on the higher floors, as the colors he saw up there were mostly green as he smiled lightly. This trip is really fruitful for me. I have to thank Shane later for bringing me with him, he thought as he began to pick the herbs in accordance to the theoretical knowledge he learned from the herb books he memorized. Jason tried not to injure these herbs, stems, and roots to plant them again, as the fruits didn't seem to be completely ripe yet. The only unfortunate thing for Jason was that he couldn't bring living beings inside his spatial storage as it was not good enough. As such, Jason pondered what he should do, as some of these herbs, stems, and trunks were relatively large. He couldn't just take out a large bag and run around with it, as all plants together would be multiple times his size and weight. Making a decision, Jason decided to use his mana to seal the unripe herbs, to cause a similar situation than death. It would decrease the efficiency of the herbs, but Jason could live with that if he would be able to get all of them with him. Storing the sealed herbs away, Jason looked at the soil and noticed it was also radiating mana. As such, he didn't have to think long as he stored it away, leaving empty pots behind. Turning around, Jason noticed many necessary things used for gardening, and he collected all of them, before leaving the completely cleared room in a rush. Looking at the time that seemed to disappear without him knowing, Jason noticed that there was only enough time for him to clear a few more rooms. However, an unknown emotion began to ignite within him, as he was about to become too greedy because he wanted to rush back to the main entrance into another hallway. He had already cleared the biggest room in these hallways, while the quality of the materials in the other floors was much better compared to the remaining things Jason could receive here. Trying to keep a cool mind, Jason decided to clear the rooms with the most herbs gathered at a single spot while impatiently making his way back to the main entrance. Almost 15 minutes passed, and Jason was back to the main entrance, while his face was dirtied by the soil he collected. Entering the next hallway, a burning heat wave flooded him. A minute before Jason entered the second door, he was pondering which one to choose. The left had definitely more treasures inside that radiated mana colors at once, but Jason's was somehow drawn to enter the one in the middle. This caused Jason to have a slight headache, but he just followed his gut feeling, as he didn't want to regret anything afterward. His mana eyes were not absolute, and there was the chance that something important could be amiss if he solely relied on them. The same could be said for Artemis in particular. She radiated a distinct color, but this couldn't be seen through other colors, and Jason was only lucky to have found her egg when she was extremely weak. Jason didn't think extremely weak colors or mana radiations could be seen through the wall, and in the end, he followed his gut feeling, only to get surprised by a heat wave flooding his face as he opened the door to the middle hallway. Forging room. Maybe this is the hallway used by their blacksmiths. Jason knew that the goblins had at least one or two high-ranked blacksmiths, as some weapons were either custom-made or crudely forged by someone, while weapons made by humans were not as ugly as the weapons he previously saw. Jason knew they didn't have much time left before they would have to leave this place to prevent anyone from finding out that Shane was alive, which Jason still couldn't understand. Nevertheless, he also had to be careful. If someone found out what kinds of treasures he found here, Jason was sure that many would be jealous of him, and they definitely would want to steal it from him, as his strength was still not on par with adults. It would be extremely easy to steal anything from him, which was kinda problematic. Running through the hallway, Jason felt the heat increasing even more until he reached the last door where he was oddly drawn to. Opening the door without hesitation, he entered a large room with a smithy situated in the front. But what astonished Jason more was that the smithy seemed to be completely filled with colors. Dozens of different types of ores could be seen inside chests in the corners of the room without radiating any colors. However, the smithy, anvil, and other necessities to forge, which could be seen by him, radiated colors, which was something new to him. Even forged goods can release a colored hue, he thought, and this was one of the most shocking things that happened today, as it changed most things he previously thought about his mana eyes ability. He had never seen any reagent that radiated a color, neither weapons nor garment, except the soul weapons from Sauron until. As such, Jason wasn't sure if he had seen wrong, but the weapons from Sauron until showed signs of radiating a colored hue, which was however suppressed in Sauron's case. Jason didn't know why it was suppressed or if this was intentional, but after seeing all these colors radiating from the items in front of him, he was sure about one fact. These things are worth a fortune, Jason thought, and it was the first time for him to feel his greed igniting within him. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, and wealth was the best way to accomplish this. As such, he collected all lighter items he could find while lifting the ores he saw with all his effort to store them inside his spatial storage. To store something in one's spatial storage, one would only have to touch it. However, if it was still in touch with other items one didn't want to store, like the building he was currently in. Otherwise, one could be able to mine all kinds of ore occurrences without much difficulty. Storing soil and so on was exactly the same. Jason had to pick it up to collect it, otherwise, he could also envelop it with his mana. Fortunately, he decided to preserve some of his mana for scenarios like he was currently in. Almost 5 minutes passed when Jason had collected all ores, even though they didn't radiate any color, as he identified them as rare ores, which caused him to be extremely overjoyed. After that, Jason tried to pick up the anvil, only for him to notice that its weight was probably more than a ton, and forcing him to envelope it with his mana in order to store it away, which was definitely the easiest way. Unfortunately, Jason couldn't envelop the whole forge with his mana, and he would have to leave the smithy behind when he looked around it once again to see if he missed anything. His gut feeling told him that there was something important he missed, while his soul world shook slightly, which astonished him as he approached the smithy. Suddenly, overwhelming dizziness spread through his head as Jason's soul world began to shake violently, causing him to stumble. What is going on? Jason was confused and he wasn't able to regain control over his body as the balance inside him was completely interchanged. Not being able to stand firmly, he fell to the ground, holding his head in pain. The pain coming from his soul world astonished him, and Jason wasn't sure why his soul world was acting so violently, without any prior signs. Has Artemis finished her evolution? Was the only solution he could come up with, but entering his soul world, he noted that Artemis was still in her evolution, which left a confused Jason behind. Leaving his soul world, the pain vanished as abruptly as it appeared. However, Jason was now left even more confused, which was apparent in his unsettled expression. As he was about to stand up, he noticed something weird inside the hearth of the forge, a black crystal. Jason wondered, and with his mana eyes activated, it was apparent that this black crystal was nothing special, but his attention was drawn to it. Inside the black crystal, one could see a small, almost not distinguishable black fire flickering, trying to break out of its shell, which was a bewitching sight. The fire had the size of his pinky finger's fingertip, and it looked kinda cute in Jason's opinion. The more he looked at the flame, the more interesting it seemed, and he decided to take the black crystal with him. Holding the black crystal carefully in his hand, Jason noticed that the crystal gave out a cooling feeling, which wasn't what he expected. Suddenly, Jason's soul world shook again, but this time his head didn't hurt, and he felt the insatiable desire of his soul world to obtain the black crystal in his hand, and it seemed as if his soul world would devour it if he didn't restrict it anymore. This black crystal something good for my soul world, Jason questioned himself. Without restricting his soul world, Jason shockingly noticed that a soul thread detached itself from within his soul world, coursing through his body until it reached his hand, which held the black crystal. What do you want from me? He was about to shout out, but he could roughly sense what his soul world wanted from him. Binding the black crystal to myself. Does my soul world consider this crystal as a soul bond right now? Jason was unsure, but before he could decide what to do, the soul thread tried to break through his skin in order to enter the black crystal, while the black crystal began to heat up without him noticing it. Within a second, Jason's skin was burned and the soul thread left his hand shooting straight into the black crystal's core, without listening to his orders. Hyyyy, aren't you my soul? Why are you doing things on your own? Jason lamented as he began to feel a thin connection establishing itself between him and the black crystal. Right after the thin connection was constructed, a tiny crack appeared on the black crystal, and it didn't take long until the crack spread through the whole crystal like a single cobweb. Jason was curious and slightly frightened at the same time because he wasn't sure what was going on as he gazed down at the crystal. The black flame inside the crystal began to vibrate, causing the black crystal shattered. The released pinky fingertip-sized black flame flickering in Jason's hand without hurting him at all, while the shattered crystal pieces were laying in his hand without any signs of mana fluctuations. With his mana eyes, Jason sensed that the flame in his hand was special if he hadn't noticed that before. But before he could continue to look at the black flame in his hand, he noticed strong mana fluctuations behind him as Shane entered the space behind him. Shane could only see Jason's back as he announced, "Jason, let's go. The rescue team is already close and within the first cavern hall. If we don't want to stand out, we should go now." But Jason wasn't moving a single step, and it seemed as if he hadn't heard Shane at all. Seconds passed without anyone moving, and Shane felt that the current situation was slightly awkward. As such, he called out Jason a few more times, but there was not a single sign of Jason noticing him, which was frustrating. It had been a long time since he was ignored by someone, and his pride couldn't accept that, as he walked towards Jason to lecture him once they left the goblin settlement. But only now did Shane notice something unusual about Jason, as he saw a black shattered crystal within his hands. Looking into Jason's face, he could see a pained expression while sweat poured down his cheeks. Inside his golden eyes, one could see a tiny black flame flickering around vigorously filled with the desire to live. Shane noticed that Jason behaved weirdly as he saw a black flame flickering within his eyes. Touched Jason, Shane had a bad premonition as he scanned through his body that was excessively hot, seemingly burning from the inside. Injecting his mana, he could feel the remains of something dangerous yet a blessing. What the hell? Is this brat blessed by heavens? How did he find an origin flame? Shane shouted out flabbergasted before he used his spatial magic to teleport them away, with the orc behind them. Jason only knew that his whole body was burning, while there was no way for him to run away from this hellish fire, streaming through his mana channels, veins, through his heart where it was distributed in all directions. It was unknown how much time passed, but he could only think about the pain he felt and him being unable to move a single inch. When his connection with the black flame was formed, it entered his soul world before it began to connect with his body. Not only was this flame connected to his soul, but it also burned through his body, causing a metamorphosis to happen within him, as well as on the outside. Unknown to him, Jason was lying inside a king-sized bed, while an old but refined woman with silver hair stood next to Shane. While the woman looked worriedly at the heavy sweating, panting black-haired youth in front of her, Shane looked jealous at Jason. How can he find an origin flame just like that? What is such a treasure doing within the goblin settlement? He grumbled, and the woman next to him consulted him with a gentle slap on his shoulder. It's not like you can do anything with it, my old geezer, right? She chuckled lightly before she returned her gaze to Jason. Shane sighed, and he couldn't say anything against her argument as it was true. Arg, if I only had a spot for another soulbun left. Suddenly Jason cried out in pain, and the room temperature increased by another 2 to 3 degrees. Black flames spurted out of him with a black, reeking mixture of impurities and old skin, which caused both the old woman and Shane to widen their eyes. Dahlia, you've never heard about a black origin flame either, right? Shane asked, and the old woman could only shake her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Touching the flame with her hand, she sensed a terrifying heat that wanted to devour her, as she took it back after a few seconds. There was not a single burn on her hand, and she seemed fine, but her words shocked Shane a little bit. This is definitely not an average origin flame. It should be at least a B-rank origin flame, maybe even A or S, but I'm not sure about that. Even if the origin flame has only awakened a few hours ago, it might be comparable with mature D-rank origin flames, which underwent its first evolution. Doubts started to run through Shan's head, and he whispered quietly. Was the Goblin King supported by someone? Was it a human clan that wanted to reign over humanity, or one of the foreign intelligent races? Handing out an unawakened A-rank origin flame should be impossible for a human and a waste of resources. Shane was unsure, and only Dahlia, his wife, could hear him, and she was as confused as Shane, maybe even more. Since they had to flee from Canner in order to hide because of her special physique, many things changed for humanity, and even Shane began to change his attitude from trying to save everyone into someone rational, who would sacrifice thousands of people to save millions in exchange. This caused her to feel dejected, with her guilt accumulating. Shane only showed his emotions to her since many things happened in his past, and it was only a few months ago that he showed signs of taking interest in someone else. And it was apparently this black-haired youth in front of her who underwent the first baptism originated from having bound an unawakened origin flame. Even if she knew that Shane only began to show interest in him because of his mana eyes and his soul awakening, she was also aware that his observances and interest began to increase the more time passed. She had the feeling that it was not only his dream that kept Shane on observing Jason. Dahlia thought Shane could see himself in Jason, at least a little bit, and she was happy seeing that. She couldn't bear children due to her special physique, and maybe Jason could replace her dream of having someone similar, but that was only a distant dream from her, and would most likely remain something like that. A dream. First, Jason would have to survive his baptism. Even for D-rank origin flames, one had to be at least at the expert rank to ensure one's survival, and Jason was only at the first adept rank, while he underwent the baptism of an unknown ranked origin flame. Jason seemed to be under constant pain and black blood oozed out of his pores and 7 orifices, while Dahlia couldn't look at this anymore, when a lush and vibrant green magic circle appeared in front of her with another dark green magic circle next to it. 2 1.7-meter tall humanoid-looking trees appeared in front of her. One had shoulder-long dark green vines representing her hair, while the other one had blue hair, while a vibrant, distinct green gem represented their eyes. Their bodies were similar to gorgeous women with voluptuous curves, while barks covered their bodies except for the head and limbs as they looked around curiously. These 2 beasts were dryads, and if Jason saw them, he would be extremely astonished to see them. Dryads were thought to be extinct, and seeing 2 of them, and at such a high rank at that, was an extremely rare sight. Furthermore, their complexion was almost the same as humans, which indicated a well-defined intelligence. This would cause Jason's curiosity to soar even higher, but unfortunately, Jason was burning in hell's fire at the moment, oozing out black heaps of impurities, while Shane wondered how much impurities more would be expelled from Jason. But his thoughts were not based on facts. Logically seen, a baptism should only force out some impurities inside a body, but considering that origin flames were even beneficial for Lord-ranked humans, it was only obvious that Jason, who was at the adept rank, would have to force out a huge mass of impurities. Furthermore, due to them not knowing what grade his black origin flame was, they could only estimate the baptism's degree roughly. This whole scenario could be observed for hours, and Jason was filled with a huge pile of his own impurities, which were enveloped by mana and thrown somewhere else with Shan's spatial magic. It was only after a long time that he stopped roaring out in pain as the leaking blood lessened, leaving an exhausted youth without any energy left behind. Jason felt completely numb, and hours passed without him even being able to open his eyes, and it was only the constant supply with a cooling sensation that caused him to feel alive, as he was finally able to open his eyes after an eternity passed. Jason didn't know where he was, and he could only remember that Shane appeared behind him and the black flame entering his soul world, causing chaos. His body began to heat up, and he felt as if he was burning alive. But this burning sensation was already comparable to the pain he endured when he ate the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit, and Jason shuddered being reminded about the pain. Weirdly enough, he could remain much calmer this time, even after enduring this kind of pain once again, which was definitely not normal. Trying to move his body, Jason felt as if he was filled with energy to the brim. As such, he decided to sit up straight before looking around curiously. The room he slept in was empty, without much furniture except the king-sized bed, while the walls seemed to be made out of high-grade wood because it seemed to be extremely refined. Jason didn't even know how much time had passed since he formed a bond with the weird black flame. Looking at the date, Jason's eyes widened in shock. It's already Monday. More than 30 hours had passed, and Jason was unsure what the Fleurs would say about him being out once again. Maybe they don't care, Jason thought, trying to reassure himself because he was not their child or relative, but it was hardly possible that this would happen, and he went out of the bed. Firmly standing on the bottom, Jason felt like he was a newly born because his skin seemed to be much fairer than before, and upon looking closer, it was almost transparent, displaying his veins and even mana channels that were directly joint with each other, clearly. Jason's muscles were much firmer than before, while every cell inside his body was brimming with power. He punched out with his fists, and he could see marginal air currents manifesting, which astonished him. Sensing throughout his whole body, Jason detected many differences inside his body, but more importantly was that he could have never imagined that his body could be so clean from the inside, as most impurities he sensed before had been exhaled. Furthermore, even his mana core was shining faintly, which astonished him, but that was not the most shocking matter. After inspecting his physique, he concluded that he had most likely reached the physique of a normal 4th adept rank, which astonished Jason, while his mana core increased also uniformly to the 4th adept rank. Was all of this caused by the tiny black flame my soul desperately wanted to contract? Jason thought, doubting everything in the world as he entered his soul world, where he could see the tiny flame flickering next to his soul world core. Why are you so close to my soul world core? Don't you dare to do anything to my soul energy, Jason thought, and even if he was thankful for the metamorphosis he had undergone, he was still extremely suspicious of this tiny flame, which caused him excessive pain. Apparently, the black flame was not harmful to Jason's soul world core, rather than that it seemed that the black flame could purify his soul energy further, while the soul energy that was the closest to the black flame looked more vibrant and shined brighter compared to the rest. Thus, Jason tried to use his connection with the black flame to order it below the soul world core, and after a few motivating words, the flame slowly floated below the soul world core, purifying everything in a close range. Jason nodded in satisfaction and decided to leave the soul world after checking how much soul energy he had accumulated and how far Artemis' evolution was. It seemed like Artemis would evolve at the end of the week, which was fine as his soul energy had surprisingly reached 15 units. But what Jason also noticed was that the black flame used up 0.01 units of his soul energy, which was more than a little bit suspicious. Was it considered as his soul bond, or what the hell is this black flame? Leaving the soul world, Jason decided to test something out, because he noticed something particular inside the soul world. Circulating his mana while looking at it with his mana eyes, his doubts were proven correct. My mana transmuted, and there is a slight touch of a black flame affinity within. Thinking about this, his expression brightened up. Have I also gained an affinity through this black flame? Jason questioned and felt the connection through the black flame. He released some of his mana, leading it to his hand, while activating the connection between the flame and him. A tiny black flame appeared in Jason's head, and he jumped up with a bright face. Due to the loss of concentration, the black flame immediately extinguished, but that was not important right now. He gained his first affinity, and it was the tiny black flame that made everything possible. Hahaha, not only have I gained a fortune by gathering the herbs, but also another amazing soul bond with an affinity, Jason thought proudly before he remembered that his third soul bond also needed soul energy, and a frown appeared in his mind. I can't even provide enough soul energy for my two former soul bonds. How should I provide enough for the tiny flame? Will it devour me if I can't provide enough energy? He thought, causing the frown in his face to deepen even more. Dahlia and Shane were sitting outside the room on the couch when they heard Jason waking up, causing Dahlia to jump up. But before she could do anything, Shane held her back, calmly stating, "Give him some time to adjust to everything." "Ah, yeah," Dahlia replied, a little bit dejected. She wanted to look how Jason was feeling, but Shane's words also made sense. After a baptism, one had to overcome the trauma about being burned alive before one was able to adjust to the increased strength and cleansed body. Both of them wouldn't expect Jason to disregard the trauma about being burned inside out without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, Jason finished expecting his body, and it was only now that a disgusting smell pierced into his nostrils, causing him to retch. His clothes were reeking disgustingly, and the room he was inside was also smelling like someone stored garbage inside it for years. Changing his clothes alone would be useless, and he searched for the bathroom, which he fortunately found after opening the second door. Taking of his clothes, Jason's eyes widened. Whoa, he thought, looking at his chiseled abs in admiration. Never had he seen such abs, and Jason decided to look into the mirror for the first time in the last few weeks. A tall, black-haired youth with golden eyes could be seen. While his sights were still relatively short-cut, his golden eyes were also the only indicator telling him that he could see himself inside the mirror. A young man with a chiseled face and perfect proportions could be seen inside the mirror, causing Jason to question himself. Is that really me? Furthermore, Jason noticed that he grew a few centimeters. He was now over 1.7 million tall, and muscles covered his whole body, without obstructing his flexibility, while he couldn't see a tiny bit of baby fat in his face anymore. Nobody would believe him that he was only 14 years old, and he himself would rather say he was 16 years old if not older. His fair skin underlined a feeble appearance with his beautiful facial features, while his distinct muscles told a different story. Wearing oversized clothes, Jason would look rather feeble, but now, he didn't doubt that he could be a model, which caused his confidence to heighten to an extreme. Stepping inside the shower, he turned on the water, and only 30 minutes later, he left the shower with a fragrant smell. His innate smell was much better compared to before, as all kinds of impurities were cleansed from his body. Outside the room, Dahlia and Shane looked perplexed at each other when they heard the water turning on. Hadn't he only awoken like 20 minutes ago? They asked themselves, confused, and Dahlia was even more shocked because the trauma she received from forming a soul bond with her origin flame was still apparent in her mind. It took her a few days to overcome the fear of burning alive, and even longer before she allowed anything touching her in fear that it would hurt her. but Jason was showering like nothing happened after waking up for 20 minutes. When Jason finished showering, he changed into a new set of clothes and left the still reeking room in order to enter a comfy small living room with all kinds of old but mysterious-looking furniture around. He immediately spotted Shane and a woman next to him, who he suspected to be Shan's wife, and greeted them politely. "Are you fine, Jason?" Shane asked and looked doubtfully at Jason. He knew about his experience with the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit, but he was still astonished to see that Jason seemed fine after receiving a similar experience. Shane avoided his wife's gaze, and before he could say anything, Dahlia introduced herself. "Hello, Jason. My name is Dahlia Blair, and Shane is my husband. Just call me Dahlia if you want." His prediction was correct, and he smiled before he introduced himself politely. "Hello, Dahlia. My name is Jason Stella. It's an honor to meet you." "Aw, you don't have to be so polite. Shane likes you. Just be comfortable with us," Dahlia said, trying to avoid talking politely. She didn't like talking politely because it reminded her of humanity's social hierarchy, even thought it was courtesy. But Jason was rather astonished. "Shane likes me. Why?" Averting his gaze to Shane, he didn't seem to avoid him. "What my wife said is true. I like you, but there are multiple reasons for that. I know it's already late and you haven't been at home at the Fleurs for quite some time, but I hope you have some time to talk with us. The Fleurs were worried about you, but I called Little Till to tell them that you have important matters to attend right now and everything should work out. You are probably curious about the black flame you formed a soul bond with and what happened in the last 30+ hours, right? Furthermore, I want to talk to you about an important subject. But before I'll start a speech about things that don't even interest you, ask every question you want. We will answer everything as detailed as possible." Shane said while smiling gently, and Jason wondered how a single person could have so many personalities. In Jason's opinion, Shane was rather cruel to strangers, while he looked lovingly at his wife, and he was even kind to him, which also strange. Furthermore, Shane seemed greedy, which seemed excessive yet not. It was weird. Jason had too many questions in his mind, and he wasn't sure which one to pick, so he just followed his gut feeling and began with his questions. "There is too much I want to know, and I would like to listen to your story, but right now, it's more important for me to know what you want from me. I doubt you wanted to play Samaritan or nice grandpa from next door when you appeared inside the sanctuary. Bringing me to see the whole goblin beast tide was probably also because of that, and giving me inconspicuous benefits by taking me with you to the goblin basement was probably also intentionally. From your eyes, I can tell that the incident with the black flame was not planned. I don't know if you regret it, but you didn't seem to have a prior look within the large goblin basement if there was anything really important. Otherwise, you would have picked it up before I could, right?" Jason finished his short speech, and Dahlia looked at Jason with a bright smile when she averted her gaze to Shane. Seeing Shane, she began to chuckle lightly, which caused the awkward situation to loosen up slightly. Shane didn't expect Jason to discover so much. "You got me, brat. I'll explain everything. Where should I start?" Shane pondered how to begin, but he wanted to keep it simple, so he just started straightforwardly. "You also want to know what I want, right? That's extremely simple. I want you, not your body or something like that, but rather than everything else, I want your talent, which includes your mana eye's special trait and inconspicuous soul awakening. As you already know, I'm far from being a Samaritan, but y'all also change once you figure out how the real world works. You're still too young to understand that. Bringing you out to the Goblin Tide was for you to see the cruelty from both sides, beasts and humans, and I think this was partially successful, don't you think so? I intended to bribe you a little bit to achieve my goal, but you already figured it out, and it's definitely true that the incident with the black origin flame was not planned. In the end, one could say you are extremely fortunate because I wouldn't be able to make use of this origin flame, even if I knew about it. Otherwise, I would be really pissed. I think you already figured out that I'm kinda greedy, and this is human nature and nothing to be ashamed of. Without resources, you won't survive long enough on Argus, or maybe even within some dangerous cities. Staying weak will only harm you in the future if you don't want to back off against stronger ones." Shane finished and looked at Jason, waiting for questions, but Shan's answer only gave Jason more questions. "Why do you need me? My soul energy is extremely weak, and it will take years until I'm able to contract a magical ranked beast. Let's not talk about a higher ranked beast," he said, aware of his lie about the soul energy. Jason wouldn't need a few years until he could contract a magical ranked beast. With his current increase of soul energy, it wouldn't take that long, because he received a amplification from his soul bonds, which in return causes the demand of soul energy for every soul bond to lessen by. Furthermore, with more soul energy, and each practice with the Heaven's Hell technique would increase his soul energy exponential. Additional to his exceptional soul energy replenishing rate, Jason was confident in Artemis' continuous increase in strength. "I noticed humanity's curelity a long time ago, and we are no better than beasts. However, more important to me is what exactly this origin flame is that I apparently contracted. Jason was aware of the cruelty this world created and humans' inexhaustible greed to become stronger. They would probably sacrifice as many lives as they wanted to become stronger, and Jason could only sigh while thinking about that. But with this thought in mind, he would rather think about the unknown origin flame in his soul world that was bond to him. Before I can explain why I need you, it's definitely better to tell you more about origin flames. But before that, DONTFK with me. I know about your soul awakening. How dare you tell me that your soul energy is weak? You have at least a soul energy of 10 and it's increasing extremely fast. With your mutated snowflake owl, you might be able to have a magical ranked beast in a year at most. With your high soul energy reproduction, we can work hard to achieve the 5 braided helix of the Heaven's Hell technique for an additional boost in your soul energy training. Maybe we can boost your soul energy increase to around 1.5 each day after I get to know how fast your reproduction speed is. Shane said proudly. It was extremely hard for youngsters to achieve a 5 braided helix after having one soul only awoken for a few months, but Jason's next words shocked him. Jason didn't have a reason to lie, because Shane would get to know it sooner or later and there was nothing to hide. See, only 2.5 in one day. What did you say? Shane thought he had misheard, and previously he expected Jason to have a 0.5 increase of his soul energy in one day at most, which would be considered ordinary for a common practice for Heaven's Hell at the second level. Dahlia's eyes shined brightly, and joy could be seen in her eyes, but this was because of 2 reasons. It had been a long time for her to see Shane losing control over his voice, and him acting so flabbergasted at the same time, but also the achievements Jason accomplished, without anyone's help, were a feat to be proud of. Maybe he is really the treasure we search for, she thought, and continued smiling at Jason. Jason felt a bright smile piercing into him, and he wasn't even able to look to his right, as he would only feel awkward seeing Dahlia smiling so brightly at him. Shane took a moment to gather his thoughts before he continued, with a slightly grim face. Just forget what I said about your soul energy. Just continue working hard, all right? Let me explain to you what origin flames are and why they are so special. As you may have noticed, the origin flame is connected to your soul like every other beast you formed a soul bond with, right? But their relation with each other is slightly different. Beasts can provide their contractor with a certain amplification in mana, physical strength, and some even in affinity, while they can also be summoned and used in combat. The amplification percentage is correlated to your soul, which you should be aware of. The origin is completely different from the moment they awaken. They provide their contractor with a baptism which will exhale a huge pile of impurities, which will in return increase one's mana gathering, refining, and absorption talent. Due to the exhaled impurities, there won't be great obstacles while breaking through, and you'll increase your mana core rank extremely fast. Furthermore, the baptism you underwent most likely provided you with a huge increase in your mana core size and strengthened your whole body. In addition to all of that, you'll look much better and the aging process will slow down to an extreme, as the impurities inside your body are washed away, giving mana the chance to rejuvenate your cells much easier. Last but not least, you'll gain the affinity for the origin flame, which is most likely more powerful than most fire abilities from beasts. There are 2 disadvantages for origin flames. One is that the origin flame uses up a spot for soul beasts that not many humans have left once they find an origin flame. This is unfortunate, but they can sell unawakened origin flames for unimaginable prices because the baptism is just too valuable. Another disadvantage is at the same time an advantage. You have to nurture your origin flame with soul energy by letting it annex more of it. Alright, now your origin flame shouldn't be that large, while the soul energy it occupies is most likely less than 1 unit. It will increase in size and become stronger the more soul energy it annexed. Once your origin flame reaches a certain threshold, it will evolve into a higher grade, providing you with another baptism, which will cleanse another round of your impurities and strengthen your body. Origin flames are divided into different ranks from E to S rank, while their evolution grade is divided into tiers. Right now your origin flame is tierless, and after the first evolution it would be called Tier 1. There are dozens of origin flames we found until now, but the most common one is a common red origin flame, which is labeled as E rank. The impurity cleansing, strengthening, and strength of it is not really great, but the ability to evolve makes it worthwhile for most humans to try to obtain even the worst one, while even old geezers want them to live longer and regain some of their youth. Higher-ranked origin flames provide a qualitative higher baptism with a larger increase in all kinds of aspects. Shane ended, giving Dahlia the chance to say something, trying to console Jason because she thought he was still shocked about being burned alive. Jason, you don't have to be scared about the baptism, as it will only happen once you want your flame to evolve after reaching its demands. If the first baptism was too scary for you, you can just leave the origin flame behind, but you should keep in mind that the chances to obtain an origin flame are minuscule and probably less than 300 humans have one, while most of them have below average ranks. This is because origin flames only appear within the most concentrated volcanoes with overwhelming amounts of mana, which can only be found in special rifts and on the main continent through unique incidents. It's extremely difficult for flames to achieve sentient and create a crystal layer around their body to stay sentient. Saying all of this, a silver flame appeared on her hand, floating around her hands as if the flame was playing with her, and Jason activated his mana eyes out of curiosity. Light gray, Jason saw the radiating color and wondered what that meant, and his mind was rattling violently. Miss BL, he sensed a glare from Dahlia and corrected himself. Dahlia, is this silver flame an origin flame? If that's the case, is it a tier 2 origin flame? He was only guessing, but seeing Dahlia's face, his guess seemed correct. How does he know? Before she could say anything, Jason continued. My eyes are special and I just guessed it. Please don't mind my rudeness. I'm sorry. Turning to Shane, he continued asking questions. If I let my origin flame occupy more soul energy, will there still be the shared amplification of soul energy from my soul world? Or is this occupied soul energy completely used up? Furthermore, what is the rank of my black origin flame? Apparently it is only awoken, but my strength and mana core increased by a whole stage through the baptism. It feels like the black flame affinity's power is comparable to the strongest fire affinity from evolved ranked beasts. Previously, both Shane and Dahlia thought they would overwhelm Jason with information, but it seemed as if the youth in front of them could adapt faster than they themselves. The information Jason provided was more shocking than their information. Jason's eyes could detect what tier Dahlia's origin flame was. The baptism provided Jason with a boost of a whole stage, comparable to the strongest fire affinities from evolved ranked beasts directly after awakening. This had to be a bad joke, and Jason looked at Shane and Dahlia expectantly, while they didn't know what to think about the youth in front of them. It took them a while before they regained their senses, and Shane began to laugh out loud. Ha, you're great. You are really good. Ha. And it took him a while before he regained his composure. Dahlia was more composed and answered Jason after some time. The soul energy you provide will not be completely used up, rather than that you can say that you'll still receive your normal soul amplification. If you provide your origin flame with 100 soul energy, and your soul has a conversion ratio of 5, you receive 5 units back. As for your origin flame's rank, to be completely honest, we don't know that. Maybe they wanted to wait for something to use the black origin flame, and it could be possible that the Goblin King wanted to absorb it to break through its shackles, which is the most likely case as it already possessed a fire affinity. We also want to know who is behind all of this, because supporting a Goblin King in devastating a human island is not beneficial for us. If foreign races were already able to infiltrate human territory without getting found out, it would be bad. As such, it was either someone else or we have a perilous time charging towards us. About your origin flame's rank. We are not sure, but considering the pile of impurities you exhaled during the baptism and the increase in mana core size and physique, it should be at least an A rank, maybe even S rank, but I don't know about that, because I've never heard about anyone possessing an S rank origin flame. This might also be because we are not connected to Canir for the last few decades, but that is a different story. Jason nodded, and he wanted to find out much more, especially about Canir and their story. What about Canir? Why are you hiding here? And why are you not in touch with? But he was interrupted by Shane. Stop. Before you continue asking questions, we should tell our story to prevent unnecessary questions later on. All right, he said, and Jason nodded in anticipation. This will only be a short summary. Explaining everything in detail would take too long, Shane informed before he started. I was born 250 years ago when the mana outbreak happened, only slightly longer than 50 years, while humanity was still overwhelmed, not only from the foreign intelligent races, but also from all kinds of beasts invading Argus. Fortunately for me was only that I was born in Canir and my family had a few stronger powerhouses, defending us and the surrounding villages. Years passed and humanity began to reign supreme over Canir, while I strengthened myself by absorbing mana. While growing up, many things changed for humanity, and one important factor was the existence of the soul awakening orbs you already know, and it was only because we stole one of these orbs from a foreign race that we could research and duplicate it. We know that the foreign intelligent races don't use this orb for a soul awakening because we have never seen them using soul bonds, but these orbs are probably used for something else in their case, according to their genetic pool. However, this is only an assumption and doesn't have to be the truth. After awakening my soul energy, which was considered extremely high at this time, caused many family members to back me with resources to let me grow even faster. Being considered a prodigy felt good, and I was extremely arrogant during this time, but that was only until my family that established a small clan was completely destroyed by a high-grade beast tide with Lord-ranked beings leading it. During that time, Lord-ranked humans were still a dram, and without the help of other clans, my family was only able to send me away. Without being able to rely on anyone else and the feeling of betrayal from the other close-tied families, I worked hard to improve my strength. Not caring about anyone else, I became slightly crueler, but that was only until I met Dahlia 150 years ago. She brought me back to the right path and we fell in love, marrying only a few years later. Dahlia, with her special physique, wasn't able to bear a child, which caused her family to disdain her behind her back. They wouldn't dare to do that in front of her, because her special physique was helpful to them, and additional her talent in alchemy caused everyone to see her as perfect if there was not the child problem. Without bearing an offspring, the patriarch disregarded Dahlia's existence more, and I think it was around 70 years ago, when I was on a mission for the government, that Dahlia was abducted from the Shore clan that was after Dahlia's special physique. Halting his story for a moment, Shane looked at Dahlia before he averted his gaze to Jason to say, let Dahlia explain about her special physique later if she wishes to tell you her secret. Back to my story, when I came back from my mission, I couldn't find her and the patriarch told me that she voluntarily went to the Shore clan, but knowing the Shore clan, I immediately understood that something was wrong. Arriving at the Shore manor, I found Dahlia being forced to exert her special physique in exchange for her life force, which obviously enraged me. Briefly summarized, I annihilated the Shore clan, took Dahlia back to her clan, where we were almost immediately kicked out by the enraged patriarch, cutting ties with us. It was not long until we were deemed as devils, rumored to be in an alliance with the foreign races, and other baseless rumors were spread. We fled and changed our appearance to a certain degree while hiding on different islands. And more than 20 years ago, we decided to live here on Asterix, where we haven't been found, at least until now. Shane finished, and Jason looked at Shane doubtfully. Was he really that lovingly to sacrifice everything for his wife? He didn't think of Shane like that, and annihilating a large clan was definitely something only the cream of the crop of humanity would be able to do, but there was something Jason couldn't get the hang on. Why do you even need me? Do you want me to get stronger than these old geezers that can even force you to flee, to let you live openly? Furthermore, I don't get what's special about Dahlia's physique. The only thing I can see is a feeble light white radiating from her. It looks pure, but I can't understand that. Jason found the information provided by Shane somehow lacking, but maybe there were things he didn't want to say, and prying in their privacy was not something he initially wanted to do. Still, Dahlia's special physique made him curious, and with his mana eyes, there was not really anything special except a white light radiating from her. This time Dahlia began speaking, while she looked even more interested at Jason than before. His eyes were extremely precious and not commonly seen mana eyes. My physique is special because of something we call purifying effect. I think you know what beast creators are, right? They can cause evolutions of beasts, as long as the evolution path is within their potential range. Maybe you have also heard about the purification theory, where a beast's potential is forcefully raised by digesting magical treasures, cleansing the beast's body from impurities, which in fact is the cause that increases their potential. High-grade treasures that can even cleanse impurities from magical or guardian-ranked beasts are extremely rare, and my physique could be said to be such a treasure. She hesitated for a moment before she continues. Not many people knew about her secret. If I release my special physique, I can cleanse beasts and increase their potential to a certain extent. In exchange, I'll have to either use a vast amount of resources that are even more expensive than the regular treasure, or I can use my life force. Using my life force, 1 year could be exchanged to cause a magical ranked beast to reach the potential of a guardian ranked beast. The Shore clan forced me to cleanse multiple magical ranked beasts, and if they knew how exactly my special physique works, I would either be dead right now or so weak that I wouldn't be able to talk with you. I've only once increased the potential of a guardian beast to a lord-ranked beast, but the demanded resources are way too large, and a cleansing magical treasure might even be cheaper. Just like that, I'm not even sure how many years of my life I would have to waste to increase a beast's potential to such an extent. Jason's eyes widened, and he questioned himself, can there be such a powerful body constitution? But her next words shocked Jason even more. Maybe you won't believe me, but my soul awakening was the worst for my clan. I awoke with an affinity to wood and fire, with less than 3 soul energy units. At this time, sentient beasts with a wooden affinity like treants or dryads hadn't been found yet, and with my low soul energy, the clan gave almost all of their wealth to obtain a B-rank silver origin flame. My special physique was probably also a reason to provide me with the origin flame, in order to increase my lifespan, which can then be burned up by my physique. Years passed and I married Shane, but we still haven't found a single sentient tree or something similar when Shane came back with a special treasure that should be able to cause mana-infested woods to awaken sentience. I used it on 2 half-sentient branches instead of 1 large tree because my soul energy was still extremely small, and furthermore, I had 2 soulbond spots left to be occupied. Without the will to fight, I wanted to receive 2 wooden affinity beasts, saying that she summoned her 2 guardian-ranked dryads that looked around curiously. These are the 2 branches, and due to my physique in addition to vast amounts of resources, I increased their potential and evolved them both into dryads. Jason was perplexed. This special physique of Dolly was extremely precious, but probably also extremely dangerous. He would never want to have such an obvious body trait because he didn't think Dahlia could completely suppress her physique to prevent anyone from finding out by sensing through her. Well, it's not like my mana eyes are less obvious. While Jason was still deep in thoughts, Shane decided to lead the conversation again. To be honest with you, I followed you since your soul awakening, and I made a background check to find out if you're suitable for us, and you exceeded my expectations and probably also Dahlia's. We don't want you to fight for us or something like that, but rather than that, it is more important for humanity to see a ray of hope. You may not be aware of your talent, but alone your soul awakening is good enough to consider you as prodigious. It is unknown how many soul bonds you can contract, and it looks like your soul energy will increase many folds in the next few months or years. I'm confident about your combat prowess, and by combining these facts, I think you can help humanity to unite, or at least form a defensive line on Canier. You may not be aware of the dangers humanity has to face in the last few dozen years, but even before we had to flee from Canier, more and more beasts invaded it from temporary materialized rifts while the intelligent races approached us on Canier. While everyone believes that humanity is united in the Federation, that is only a facade. You already know that the archipelago is divided among the big clans, families, and firms, while the same could be said for Canier. In Canier, most countries are reigned by a clan, and instead of fighting together against the threat we should face together, they prey on each other to obtain more lands and resources. This is either done by scheming, crafty tricks, or even open battles, and even if a country would be annihilated due to the invasion of foreign races, I doubt that other clans would help. They would probably either wait until everyone is weakened before they would begin their own conquest and annihilation of foreign races. Jason looked at Shane with a complex expression before he subconsciously blurred out, "Are you drunk?" Hearing the reason why Shane wanted his talent, Jason was a little bit flabbergasted. They want to nurture me so I can unite humanity. Did they fall on their heads, or was their isolation bad for their mental health? Jason was a rather gentle kid, but he had never led anyone, rather than that he was a social cripple who couldn't even socialize in school. How should he change the mind of powerhouses comparable to Shane if he was like that? Even if he wasn't fond of the society with its hierarchical system, it was only normal to let stronger ones lead weaker humans, with the exception of a few wise men and women. The only thing that really shocked him was the enmity among humans and the big clans. They were already under a devastating threat, and now Jason found out that humans additionally fought against each other. It sounded like a bad joke, and Jason paled, thinking about millions of humans that died needlessly because of that. Shane and Dahlia noticed that, and they couldn't really do anything to help him understand the current situation. The most problematic was that the information they provided about Canier were already outdated, and the threat from foreign races could have increased by a large margin. But why me? Can't they search for someone else? It's not like I'm a saint or something like that. Jason needed some time to think their proposal through when a certain question nagged at him. I have a question about the goblin breakout. Both of you are under the assumption that the black origin flame can't be from Asterix and is probably from someone supporting the Goblin King to reign over the island, right? Is it possible that another faction from the human race supported the Goblin King and provided it with enough resources to nurture a rune master, blacksmiths, and even an unawakened origin flame? This question was essential for Jason to figure out what to do. Even if the chance was minuscule, it couldn't be accepted that some humans could decide over more than 300 million lives only because of some small benefits. He knew that Saron and Till were good examples for descendants from big families, and Jason also thought that not every big family would sacrifice humans to gain small benefits, but they were most likely the minority. Jason had read enough stories about humans to find out that they are greedy enough to sacrifice or murder others in order to gain wealth and power. Shane sighed while Dahlia looked down, visibly sad. In my opinion, this incident was most likely planned by a foreign race. However, Asterix is one of the furthest islands from the main continents with the foreign races situated on. As such, I'm relatively sure that humans participated in this whole Goblin King issue. I can't say for sure that one of the big families, clans, or companies participated, but the chance is definitely there. And to be honest, it wouldn't be surprising, Shane said, and Jason saw that his eyes gleamed in anger and frustration, as he was also a victim of the greed from the big clans. All of them wanted Dahlia's special physique, and he wanted to protect her. As such, he became a devil in humanity's eyes, while the true devils lived among humans. He had to hide while the others could continue with their hideous acts. Jason had already the bad premonition that humans were colluding with foreign races for a long time, but figuring out the truth was still appalling. More than 10 minutes passed, and he was still unable to gather his thoughts, while Dahlia ordered the Dryads to release some of their fragrance to ease Jason's mind. She was sorry for Jason because he was only 14 years old, and they asked him to unite humanity. It seemed extremely wrong to force such a huge responsibility on him, but after searching for 70 years, Jason was the first one that seemed to have the potential needed to accomplish this task. His soul's size was incredibly huge, his soul energy reproduction was fast, and he could already practice the 5-braided helix of the Heaven's Hell technique. Additionally, his body was cleansed by an unknown, yet high-ranked origin flame. Jason's mana core rank would increase extremely fast, and his combat prowess was superior to most peers without gaining any special instruction since a young age. They also found out that Jason's knowledge was vast while his memory seemed extraordinary due to the fact that he had already refined his brain, which Shane also observed. Having formed a sub-area at the age of 14 was also a feat not many could accomplish. And in the end, Jason seemed extremely calm during important moments, while his determination was not ascertainable. Dahlia wondered how Shane found Jason, but he seemed to be their final solution. It was already lunchtime when Jason gathered his thoughts. After thinking for a long time, he came to the final decision, but another question in his mind should give the final drop to his answer. This question might sound rude, but what can both of you provide me if I try my best in uniting humanity? There is not really much I'm lacking right now, only time, and I can purchase resources with the spoils I received from the Goblin King's basement. Jason had now enough wealth to purchase a vast pile of resources after selling the herbs and ores he collected. Was there even the need for him to promise the Blairs to unite humanity if he was not confident in leading anyone or even achieving the required strength? Not really. In the end, Jason could only think of a few things they could provide, and he wanted to hear them saying it before he would tell them his decision. The two of them were prepared to answer this question, and it was only obvious to ask that after they noticed that Jason got a fortune from the basement, and in addition even an unknown ranked origin flame. First of all, we don't want to provide you with mana stones and other resources like that, because we think you shouldn't completely rely on us, but that doesn't mean we can't give you anything. While I am a rank 7 blacksmith and rank 5 runemaster, Dahlia is a rank 7 alchemist and rank 6 beast creator, which is mainly because of her physique. We can teach you all lifestyle artisan occupations, and in addition the beast creator occupation. Due to that, you can gain a fortune by selling your products later on. Our knowledge surpasses that of almost all humans, with the exception of a few old hag and gramps I know, and it is extremely rare that someone at our age takes in multiple disciples. Both of us want to teach you everything, while Dahlia can even help you with the control over Origin Flame, which even fewer people can provide. And I doubt you believe we don't know any martial art techniques. Don't forget that both of us hail from prosperous clans, even if mine has fallen a long time ago. I noticed that Little Till gave you the unique technique splitting mind after you've accomplished a mission. Let me be honest, I can give you more once your body is ready. There is also the family heirloom from the Shore family, which is a blessed graded technique that was found in a temporary manifested rift. Shane finished, and Jason, who wanted to remain calm, couldn't help but sweat as his eyes shined with desire. The cream of the crop, Jason thought as he heard about the artisan ranks of Shane and Dahlia. To be honest, this was already enough for him to accept their proposal. His desire to obtain more knowledge was insatiable, and furthermore, he obtained the opportunity to learn exclusive and rare martial art techniques. As such, he couldn't contain himself anymore, even if Shane didn't say what Jason wanted to hear. Really, he shouted and jumped up. Can I learn everything? The desire in Jason's eyes shocked Shane and Dahlia. Dahlia smiled brightly and gently. Of course you can, before adding, if you provide me with enough mana. I can even increase your soul beast's potential to a certain degree, if you want to. Now the words Jason wanted to hear fell, and he looked at Dahlia seriously. Really? And his voice grew even more excited. Shane looked at Dahlia with a blank gaze. Does she like this brat that much, he wondered, as increasing the potential of beasts would hurt her, even with the required resources supplied. It wouldn't shorten her lifespan, but Dahlia was sensible to pain and would avoid it if possible. Dahlia nodded with a gentle smile. She noticed Shane's gaze but decided to ignore it. Sighing, Shane turned back to Jason and warned him. There are a few things you should know once you decide to either accept or decline our proposal. If you decline it, you'll have to form an advanced soul contract that you have never seen or heard about us. Lying to us or thinking about breaking the contract will immediately kill you, but it is still better than torture, right? accepting our proposal means that most big families will hunt you because learning from us makes you our disciple. The chances to die once that happens are high, to put it simple. Furthermore, once you accept our proposal, don't force Dahlia to use her physique too often. It's dangerous. Jason already predicted that he would be hunted once he accepted the proposal stated by Shane, but the last sentence caused Jason to look confused. Is it really that dangerous to increase the potential of beasts? He asked innocently, slightly worried about Dahlia. She was extremely nice to Jason and could be considered a cute granny. Thinking that she would be in danger, because if she increased beast potential would be frustrating, Shane was about to answer as Dahlia interrupted. It is per se not dangerous, it only hurts and my body is sensitive to pain. I won't die or receive permanent injuries. But Jason looked worried at Dahlia and said, "Can't that be prevented?" Shane stated. It can be prevented, but the resources required to upgrade a beast's potential triple or increase by even more, and thus it would be much easier to search for magical treasures with the same effect. Fortunately, Dahlia won't feel much pain to increase the potential of beasts below the magical rank. As such, after you accept our proposal, we immediately accept you as our disciple. Gritting his teeth, Shane added. Once you have the required resources, Dahlia can increase your soulbond's potential to the unblemished rank, without receiving many backslashes, but after that, it'll be painful. Jason was already sure what to decide, but after hearing Dahlia's offer he was touched. I don't want the weak to suffer, but I can't promise anything. He hesitated because he was unsure if he would be able to do it. Furthermore, he was unsure what he wanted to do in the future, and if accepting their proposal was even useful for him, as he had to shoulder a huge responsibility in this case. Looking up, Shane and Dahlia looked at each other for a moment, before they nodded, accepting that Jason would have to give his best, as Jason was their best solution they found within the last 70 years. They weren't even sure if they searched already for too long, and it could already too late. Noticing their approval, Jason sighed in relief, as he said, "Disciple greets Master Shane and Master Dahlia. It's an honor to meet both of you." The whole atmosphere lifted up and Dahlia's smile was now even brighter, almost radiating the whole room, while even Shane sighed in relief, showing a thin smile. Nobody would know what was going to happen in the future, but Jason's decision to accept the Deuce Master was the best choice he could have ever made. Hours passed and it was almost evening when the three of them finished their conversation. Only now did Jason's new masters understand his desire for knowledge, because Jason asked hundreds of questions about almost everything. This included herbs, ores, their ranking, beasts, habitats, landscapes, temporary rifts and their connection with us, permanent rifts, and what the other side really was. Was there a whole planet on the other side, or was it only a world fragment, plane, or something else? If it was a planet, where exactly was this planet situated? A whole different universe, only a few stellar systems or multiple galaxies away. What about Argus? How strong are humans compared to the foreign races? What are the rankings after the Lord rank, and how many of such individuals existed? When was he able to learn forging, brewing, inscribing, and everything important to understand how to evolve beasts, and so on? Shane and Dahlia looked extremely exhausted at Jason, who was still spirited to ask more. Previously, they weren't sure if Jason would be able to learn even 2 basic artisan occupations from them, but now they didn't have to hesitate for a second to answer such a simple question. If Jason wasn't capable to learn 2 lifestyle occupations, nobody would, and they gave Jason a memory stick with a few hundred book files that were extremely large. Unfortunately, his quantum bracelet began to work slower once he received all files, and Jason noticed that the memory storage was completely filled. Because he used external memory storage for the things from his new teachers, Jason had to purchase a better memory chip in order to access everything without attracting unwanted attention. The files were locked, and only Jason's fingerprint and iris scan could unlock them. Once he would purchase a new memory chip, he would also purchase a larger storage device that had an integrated cooler and a larger space with much more functions. It would be expensive, but Jason could just sell a few ripened fruits he had thrown into his storage. His whole storage of 2,500 cubic meters was filled with all kinds of things, and Jason wondered if he would still receive the lace points from the goblin corpses, because they were now completely annihilated. Thinking about it, Jason noticed that it was not really important as before, because he could obtain much more credits by selling the rune weapons and pendants to the artisan tower, while the other things he received from the goblin basement were even more valuable. Looking at the sealed herbs inside his storage device, Jason frowned, which was noticed by Shane and Dahlia. Over the last few hours, their relationship became much better, and it was comparable to a real master-disciple relationship, while Jason had 2 knowledgeable teachers that knew almost everything. After inquiring what was wrong, Jason stated the problem with the sealed herbs and that he couldn't just plant them at the Fleur's home as they were too valuable and would attract much attention. The solution was much simpler than he expected, as Dahlia took out a miniature conservatory from her ring that was a spatial device specially made by Shane. The spatial device made by Shane couldn't store beasts, or rather sentient beasts. However, there was a section specially made for gardening, which Dahlia loved. With this, Dahlia was able to store pots with herbs and trees inside the spatial device, even though they were alive. With this, they would even grow within the specially made spatial ring, as the time flow continued normally. What Dahlia gave Jason was something similar. It was an adjustable miniature conservatory, which could grow in size and was originally 10,000 meters large, which was a shocking size to imagine. He couldn't store it in his common spatial storage, but the conservatory was made out of rare metals and tempered glass and could even take hits from magical ranked beasts without shattering. There was even a magical watery system that only had to be supplied with enough water and mana stones in order to work for a long time. As such, Dahlia gave it to Jason with a strengthened vine from one of the dryads to transform the conservatory into a pendant. The conservatory in its smallest form was only 3 centimeters long, 3 centimeters in width, and 0.5 centimeters in height, which was incredible, and Shane looked at his masterwork with a proud face. Producing this conservatory took a great amount of effort, and many spatial affinity mana cores had to be sacrificed to find out the collaboration between space, time, and life itself. Compressing living beings was seen as impossible, but not knowing how it worked and spreading the rumor that it was not possible were two completely different matters, while Shane now knew how to do it. Giving such a precious present to Jason was a good way to gain his favor, but if Dahlia had gifted that to Jason a few hours ago, Shane would probably be furious. This, however, changed quickly after he found out Jason's thirst for knowledge in all kinds of aspects, which caused him to admire his new disciple a little bit. Dahlia led Jason outside, where he noticed for the first time that they were below a sea or lake. Jason could see a faint blur of a stone arch above the lake's surface, and it seemed somehow familiar. Looking at Shane with a perplexed expression, Dahlia chuckled while saying, "Next time please don't jump into the lake naked." Hearing that, Jason immediately blushed and he knew where they were. 6th Affiliated Vanguard School, below the lake inside the forest, FL, and Jason could only cry on his inside as he remembered the first day of school when he jumped into the lake, naked at that. Now, enlarge the conservatory slightly and plant the herbs and trees. Sealing them away for too long will only damage them and decrease the efficiency of your plants. Following the descriptions from Dahlia, Jason enlarged the conservatory, and only now did he notice how large it really was, even though he didn't use the biggest size. Nevertheless, it still fits easily inside the dome-surrounded hideout from his new masters, and he wondered how they managed to create this base underwater. Taking out the soil as first, he filled the niche to plant the trees and herbs inside. After the soil was used up, Jason took out one plant after another outside. Before, he wasn't sure how beneficial his trip through the goblin basement was, and only now could he see everything clearly. Alone from the herbs Jason gathered, there were 51 colored ones, while many colorless plants were simply thrown into his storage space. Even the colorless plants were rare, and Jason wanted them to stay alive, as fresh ingredients were always more worth than ones that were harvested a few days ago. As such, Jason began to use his hands to plant all of the plants one by one. Shane would have never thought that Jason had gathered so many herbs within such a short amount of time, and his suspicion about Jason's mana eyes grew once again. "Jason, we are considered as your masters now, right? I hope you don't mind telling us about your mana eyes." He simply asked, and Shane was sure that Jason would answer everything, because both he and Dahlia told Jason their secrets. Jason didn't even look up from working and answered without thinking about the consequences for a long time. "I don't really know if I have mana eyes or something else, but I can see almost everything with them. For example, that you have 4 different kinds of beasts contracted, while 2 of them are darkness attributed, another one has a water affinity, and your last soul bond has a spatial affinity. I can tell that because of the transmuted mana and the colors within the mana. Dahlia's mana is transmuted by her silver origin flame and the wooden affinity. Furthermore, my eyes have weird effects. One of them can roughly tell either the potential of beasts or the purify or their mana core. I'm not sure about that. There are different colors radiating from almost every beast, and until now, I've never seen a beast with a higher rank than the color I've seen. Another effect of my eyes is that they can somehow intimidate others once I'm angry. This only applies to beings below my own rank or unguarded humans. The last effect I know is called abyssal effect and is caused by my killing intent in addition to supplying my eyes with more mana. I don't know if Shane watched my spar against Leo, but if you did, the effects should be clear. I could almost defeat someone 2 stages above my rank with that. Unfortunately, I don't really know anything about my eyes, and the information I provided are not proven or something like that. My eyesight increases exceptionally with my mana core rank increase, and the same can be said for my trait. The stronger I get, the better I understand my mana eyes. Jason finished, and he had almost finished planting all the trees and herbs when he looked up right into Shan's doubtful eyes, as he noticed something weird. Why did I tell them everything? Couldn't I have hidden a few facts? Sighing, Jason noticed that it was already too late, so he had to confidently charge through everything. Should I prove some of my information somehow? He simply asked without any sign of being agitated about getting doubted. I believe you, but can you still show me what exactly you meant with seeing the potential? Shane said, and 4 beasts were summoned in front of the conservatory. In front of Shane appeared a 100-meter-long and 2.5 diameter width blue-scaled snake with sapphire eyes, next to a 20-centimeter-long golden mouse with golden eyes. Jason felt chills when he saw the next beasts, and at first, his gaze fell on the bane of the Thousand Eyes wolf, which he immediately avoided, only to look at a pitch-black armor with blue flames spewing out of the visor slits. Death personally could be perceived from this direction, and Dahlia told Jason to store away the conservatory before the herbs would wither and rot. The death aura radiating from this black armor was overwhelming, and Dahlia was worried about the well-being of the plants, which subsided after Jason adjusted the size of the conservatory. After Jason put on the conservatory necklace, everything should be fine, as the material the conservatory was made of could prevent any outside auras infiltrating it, as long as it was not forcefully pushed in. Please tell me what their potential is, and their rank if possible, Shane said, looking carefully at Jason, whose eyes were now shining lightly. Jason saw a new color he had never seen before. Wait, didn't the Goblin King also have this color? He asked himself, and only now did he realize that it wasn't only the blue flame that radiated from the Goblin King, but also a dark blue hue indicating its potential. The Golden Mouse is a magical ranked beast with a spatial affinity and your weakest soul bond. The Bane of the Thousand Eyes Wolf is a mid-guardian ranked beast that reached its limits according to the potential I see, while the Water Serpent probably has some dragon bloodline in it because its rank is at the peak of the Guardian rank, while the potential should barely reach the Lord rank, and that death-radiating armor thing, which is probably a Death Knight, should be at the Lord rank while its potential is also used up. Only the Water Serpent can grow slightly, while all other beasts have used their potential completely up. Jason finished, and Shane could only nod helplessly. His assumptions were completely right. His soul energy was extremely high since he awoke his soul, and with that, he had only formed soul bonds with high-potential beasts, except the sly space-jumping mouse, as he needed a beast with a spatial affinity, and this beast was considered one of the best, considering that he could only form a contract with a magical ranked beast at the highest due to his low affinity with the spatial attribute. That's great. With that, you don't even have to use Dahlia's physique to contract a good soul bond, Shane said, trying to hide his jealousy. It was already evening, and Jason should go back to the Fleurs as they were probably worried about him, even if his till called them. He received a pendant with golden runes inscribed from Shane, with which he could enter the underwater hideout if he was not there, and Jason went back with millions of thoughts tormenting his mind. Too many things had happened in the last few days. Jason arrived at home, still disturbed by the thoughts rummaging in his mind. Too much happened during the last few days, and Jason was barely able to concentrate enough to practice the Heaven's Hell technique within the shuttle. But it was necessary because the time when Artemis evolution finished was approaching. Arriving at the Fleurs' home late at night, he silently entered the house only to be greeted by a bulldozer hugging him, while slender arms squeezing through the thick arms that enveloped his whole body. Greg and Malia were hugging him, and behind them, Jason could see Gabriella and Mark. Gabriella looked at him worried, but seeing that he was fine, her tension eased up. Mark also sighed in relief when he saw that Jason was fine. He had been away for 3 days in a row without sending a single message, which was not normal for him. His teacher called them saying Jason was in an important breakthrough, but it seemed weird to them as the timing was unfitting. What kind of breakthrough would take 3 days, at Jason's mana core rank at that? Maybe if one wanted to break into the Magus rank, a breakthrough could take so long, but that was definitely not something Jason could achieve soon. It took Jason more than 3 minutes until he was able to escape the siblings' grasp and they began to calm down. Where have you been for the last few days, and what kind of breakthrough took you 3 days? Greg asked curiously, and Jason wondered what he meant. Did Till tell them that I had some kind of breakthrough? What should I tell them? Jason wasn't sure what to do, and he decided to hide the truth in a small lie. Rather than a breakthrough, I had some complications with my third soul bond. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, there was a mutated fire elemental hatchling that was about to die, and I formed a contract with it to prevent that. Unfortunately, I underestimated the consumption of soul energy caused by this mutated fire elemental, causing it to go overboard and almost out of control. The last few days were extremely exhausting, but everything is fine now. Jason tried to explain without telling anything about his origin flame because Shane told him that he should hide the origin flame's existence as a secret, at least as long as it was possible. Shane said that he should just explain that he had a mutated fire elemental as soulbond if someone asked, as this was a possibility to gain a mutated fire elemental with a black flame as soulbond, even though it was rare. Releasing a small black flame on his hand, everyone looked at it with astonishment. Even Gabriella and Mark had never seen a black flame, and it was bewitching to look into. A moment later, Jason closed his fist and the flame vanished into thin air. Gabriella came back to her senses and asked, slightly worried, once she finished scanning Jason about his well-being, "But you are definitely okay, right? There is no internal injury within your body or soul," to which Jason nodded. All of the Fleurs were nice and kind to him, and Jason was happy to have met them, and he felt bad lying to them. They talked for some time, and Jason received a lot of information about the Goblin Tide and where the Fleurs were during that time. Apparently, the Fleurs were at home sleeping or absorbing mana, and they had only heard the Beast Tide alarm sound through the whole city and reports about a Beast Tide later. But only a few hours later, everything was over, and they hadn't seen a single goblin close to them. Nevertheless, there seemed to be more than 1 million victims from the ghettos, or rather poorer districts, where the Magus and Grand Magus rank fought their battle. After they finished talking, Jason went into his bed, which seemed to devour him, sending him into a deep sleep. It was 6 a.m. when Jason felt stingers attacking him, and it was Scorpio waking him up. Over the last few days, Scorpio was forced to stay inside the soul world against its will, which was mainly because Jason hunted goblins that could kill Scorpio without any effort. After the Goblin Tide and with his baptism, Jason had no chance to do something for Scorpio, and it could be said that it was lucky that Soulbond subsisted while feeding on the contractor's mana. It was less efficient than high-nutrition food with a large amount of mana, but it was still enough to survive. Jason took out a lot of dried mana flies at the awakened stage and fed them to Scorpio. It seemed as if his second Soulbond would soon reach the 5-star wild rank, and Jason hoped that this would happen after Artemis finished her evolution, because the amount Artemis required was much more compared to Scorpio. Nevertheless, Jason had to increase his soul energy for all of his Soulbonds, which included his origin flame, which still annexed only 0.01 units. After doing his morning workout with some extra reps, Jason washed up, changed into his school uniform, and went down to eat breakfast before he called his shuttle. Practicing the Heaven's Hell technique inside the shuttle, Jason estimated that his soul energy reached 15.2 units, and he was still some units away from the minimum required soul energy needed, even though he would receive some shared soul energy from Artemis. In the end, playing safe was important in this matter. His new masters, also called Deuce Masters, told him that he should stay in school and continue to study as if nothing happened. Over the next month, he should read all books they sent him while he should at least understand the basics. Shane and Dahlia knew about him attending the basic artisan exams, and this could be said to be a small mission from them. There was no reward or punishment at the moment, but it was obvious that Jason would lose some of his master's favor if he failed the first small mission. Arriving at school, Jason entered class number 54 as he saw his classmates already sitting there. Looking at Jason, some of them were stupefied. Has he done some plastic surgery over the weekend? Was he not in school because of his pain after the surgery? Were some thoughts of jealous youths, while the girls looked at Jason's broad shoulders and his chiseled face as they could hardly contain themselves. They wanted to approach him and make him theirs. Right as the first girl was about to give it a try, Till entered the room, causing the girl that took the first step to turn around with lightning speed before she sat down. Till noticed Jason's attendance and was astonished. How has his appearance changed so much over the last 3 days? His body seemed to be much more muscular and well-versed for all types of movements. Enveloping Jason with his mana, Till figured out that his body seemed to be perfect for all kinds of landscapes. His muscles seemed flexible, strong, and tenacious. However, Tills, who already predicted something over the last few days, could only sigh in regret. He really took him in as a disciple, was his thoughts, and he could only lament. Jason was really a promising child, but having Shane as his master was definitely a double-edged sword. On one side, Shane could teach him his vast knowledge and piles of martial art techniques he knew, while on the other side, Jason could die faster than someone counting down from 3, once it was found out that he was Shan's disciple. But there was nothing he could do as he started his lessons. After the Mana Breakout School was divided into theoretical and practical lessons. While theory subjects were taught in the morning, the afternoon was filled with practical lessons like combat. Jason completely disregarded the theoretical subjects because he already knew everything that Till taught them at the moment, which was somehow disappointing. As such, he opened the smallest file he received from Shane as he began to read it. Shan's books were mostly about runes and blacksmithing. Each book contained knowledge about one particular processing step which had to be perfected. While reading, Jason completely forgot that he was in school, and he felt like he entered an extremely focused state. Time passed without him being aware of it, and only when he sensed a strong mana fluctuation enveloping him, Jason looked up to see that he was still in school. Looking up, Jason noticed many of his classmates eyeing him while Till looked at him intently. "Mr. Stella, is my lesson boring for you?" Jason looked at Till slightly confused, and only now did he understand that he undermined his teacher's authority. "Mr. Grail, your lesson is not boring, but I already know everything important for the next few months," Jason stated. Eyeing Jason once again, Till had an idea as he retorted. "If my lesson is boring and you already know so much, please tell me what an origin flame is, including its advantages and disadvantages." Origin flame. Why that one, Jason thought, and he began to sweat lightly, thinking that his teacher might have found out his secret. But his worry was without reason, and Jason could calm down after a few seconds. Origin flames are flames that gain sentience deep inside volcanoes with concentrated mana around. They're extremely rare, and after gaining sentience, they create a crystal layer to not get washed away by the forceful energy in its surrounding. The price for an unawakened origin flame is extremely expensive because one can form a soul bond with them before they awaken, and in exchange for soul energy, initiating a baptism that will cleanse the body from impurities and increase one's lifespan. There are two disadvantages for origin flames. One is that it uses up a spot within the soul world, which not many humans have once they find an unawakened origin flame. Another disadvantage is at the same time an advantage. One has to nurture the origin flame with soul energy by letting it occupy more units. Once an origin flame reaches a certain threshold, it will evolve into a higher tier, providing the contractor with another baptism, which will cleanse another round of impurities and strengthen the body. Jason finished his long speech, while Till looked at Jason as if he was a monster. How can a high schooler answer this question? How does he know about origin flames? Till was frustrated as he had thought that he could trick Jason out. However, it seemed as if it was the other way around, and they looked at each other, and Till made a decision that caused an uproar in the whole classroom. "Jason, you don't have to attend early classes anymore. Just read through all mandatory books and come to the afternoon classes. I don't think it's necessary for you to waste any time here with my theoretical lessons. Leave." Till said with some might behind his words, and Jason only smiled lightly as he bowed to his teacher before leaving the class while being eyed by 200+ pairs of eyes. There were still a few hours left before the combat classes would begin, and Jason looked out for a quiet place to read his books. It was only around lunchtime when Scorpio began to sting him once again in order to throw Jason out of his focused reading. Scorpio was like a timer for him, and every few hours he would either wake him up because he was bored or hungry. Looking at Scorpio, Jason thought that it would take probably only a few days until he reached the 5-star wild beast rank, which should be fine, considering that Artemis would also finish her evolution soon. Giving Scorpio something to eat, Jason took out something for himself before he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique. After that, it was already time for him to rush to the combat arena, where he found Saron and some of his classmates. Saron was also absent at the theoretical lessons, which was probably because of the same reason Jason had. The subjects provided at the 6th affiliated Vanguard School for first graders were basics that could be learned within a few weeks, with some tiny bit of effort. Seeing Jason, Saron was shocked. Not only was he now taller than himself, but he also looked much better than by a few grades, causing Saron's jaw to drop. It seemed like Saron was still at the 3rd adept rank, and Jason began to smile. With Saron's enhancement from his unknown soul bond, he should be able to reach the 4th adept rank in both mana core size and physique, which meant that both Jason and Saron had now the same strength. When Jason was weaker in both, Saron could easily win while holding back, which frustrated him a lot, but maybe it would be different today. They greeted each other and began to start a light conversation until all of their classmates arrived. Going inside, they went to their groups like always and waited for an instructor or their teacher to arrive. But not Jason and Saron. Both of them went silently towards the combat arena, where they would have their spar. They didn't want to wait for anyone, as increasing the mastery of one's martial arts techniques was mostly done under pressure during a fight. With this thought in mind, the AI started the countdown for their spar. 3, 2, 1, start. Starting the fight, both Saron and Jason summoned their weapons at the same time before they executed their movement technique without hesitating for a moment. But Jason's execution seemed slightly faster, and only now did he really feel the difference between cleansed mana channels and impure mana channels that obstructed his mana circulation. Jason's movement technique was slightly weaker, but it seemed like his control over his technique skyrocketed as his speed increased by almost 20, which was much more than normally possible with the weightless steps technique at his current mastery. Took them less than a breath to reach each other, while Jason's daggers twirled around creating sparks at Saron's sword that could barely evade the onslaught of multiple dagger strikes. Saron hadn't expected Jason's speed to reach such a degree, and from the impact caused by his strikes, Saron could tell that Jason's physique was not much worse than his own if not on par. Seeing a bright smile on Jason's serious face, Saron disregarded everything his master told him when attending school on Asterix. Don't attract too much attention, hold back your strength, hide your identity from anyone. His identity was long known by Jason, and fighting with him was just too satisfying and beneficial for himself that he couldn't help but release the shackles he put on himself. Exerting the floating sky technique to his fullest potential, Saron's speed skyrocketed while Jason noticed that Saron's mana core increased slightly in size, while it became even more difficult to his strikes. Instead of overpowering Saron with his newly acquired strength, Jason took note that Saron stopped holding back in order to fight with his whole strength. This caused his already bright smile to turn even wider. Don't even think about holding back, Jason shouted as his mana erupted, injecting even more in his movement technique in addition to his lower body. Jason seemed much slower than Saron, but his choice of weapon was much better, a close combat fight, as he could nimbly attack while evading the slightly slower sword of Saron. But this didn't mean Saron had no chance. Rather than that, Jason was overpowered as Saron's physique and mana core size reached the standards of common 5th adepts, infinitely close to the 6th. Under extreme pressure, Jason's mind was thinking of multiple paths to find a way out of the barrage of slashes caused by Saron. Unfortunately, Saron's technique seemed extremely precise utilized, and once Jason found a flaw, Saron retreated immediately when Jason slashed out with his dagger. Fighting Saron head-on was extremely difficult too, and Jason's lack of combat experience to fight any human head-on came into play. Neither Greg nor Saron fought him completely seriously until now, and fighting Saron with all his might, it was apparent that Saron had a much wider variety of combat experience. But Jason's will was much grander than anyone could think of, while giving up was not something found in his vocabulary. As such, his exceptional eyesight searched for a way to get out of this fight, as he evaded all kinds of sword slashes, cleaves, and thrusts by a hair width to find a flaw in Sharon's defensive. Minutes passed, and both had used up a large margin of their mana. At least it seemed that way, but Jason knew it better, while the smile that stiffened during the fight blossomed once again. While Saron held back with his mana consumption, while trying to focus on the passive mana replenishing technique, which was too taxing, Jason's mana pool was already replenished. The fight continued, and Saron had to use some of his mana reserves inside his mana pool, causing Jason to use even more mana in his attacks. Jason's speed increased further while his proficiency with the weightless step technique had already crossed the basic mastery and was on the way to the familiar mastery. Saron's speed decreased due to the lack of mana, and Jason's speed increased at the same time. He thought it would be soon over when Saron's mana exploded suddenly, refilling most of his mana instantly. With widened eyes, Jason couldn't help but smile. Is that his soulbond's effect? Not bad, he thought without thinking about the shock this caused in their surroundings. The spar between both of them took over 10 minutes, and the mana consumption of both was astronomical, while their fight even pressured the surrounding youths that sparred half-heartedly. Till arrived shortly after the two youths began sparring, and a frown could be seen on his face, seeing Saron giving his all, even revealing his soulbond's special inherited ability. Saron, don't procrastinate the fight. Jason has almost infinitely mana with his current consumption, he sighed, but Till had to say that it was shocking seeing Jason being able to defend against Saron for so long. If Saron was more proficient with daggers or other high-velocity weapons instead of the longsword, he would probably have won. But Saron liked fighting with longswords, which was also why he received a longsword soul weapon from his father when he awoke his soul, even though his mana channels were almost completely crippled. While Saron trained his body and sword martial art techniques without mana consumption since he was 4, Jason lacked in combat experience, and their fight demonstrated both of the youth's determination to increase their strength while trying to find each other's flaws. These flaws were fixed as soon as they were attacked, and the comprehension ability both showcased was shocking to the surrounding students. Till smiled as he was once again reminded that it was a good choice to drag Saron to Asterix, even though it was initially only for his second soul bond. Meeting Jason was probably much better than finding the second soul bond. Their fight dragged on for another 10 minutes, and both of them were sweating heavily. Jason's mana replenishing lost slowly its effect as his consumption increased over time, while Saron had used his soulbond's special effect multiple times in succession, which seemed weird to Jason, as both distanced themselves from each other. Taking a few deep breathers, Saron warned, Look out if you don't want to injure yourself. Better forfeit or use your whole mana to deflect my next attack. With his mana eyes activated, Jason noticed that Saron used up his whole mana pool, in addition to 2 instant refills, which seemed even more suspicious than before as a white-bluish loose membrane began to envelop his longsword. Circulating the mana in a certain path, Saron pulled back his sword and was about to swing down when goosebumps spread all over Jason's skin, with the sensation of danger filling his mind. OST, he cursed inwardly as he noticed that the mana membrane peeled off from the sword, shooting straight towards him. With a terrifying speed that even till astonished, Jason could only helplessly look at the sword ray shooting right into him, when he instinctively felt something in his soul world shaking violently. He lifted his arm, and a black flame appeared right before the sword ray pierced into Jason's hand, as he released his whole mana pool at once. BOOM. BOOM, a thick cloud of dust was whirled up, enveloping the whole combat area while Till charged towards them, in order to see if Jason was fine because the black flame couldn't be seen. Jason's black origin flame was as strong as a peak evolved ranked fire affinity, and destroying the sword ray wasn't considered a problem for it. However, Jason had never used it before. As such, he was only able to summon the flame in the last moment before the sword ray arrived. From the outside, it looked like Jason was about to block the sword ray with his hand, which was unimaginably stupid, causing Till to charge towards them. If something were to happen, he would immediately throw Jason into a freezing capsule and give everything he could to keep him alive. However, right as the dust cloud vanished with Till standing where Jason should have been, he saw him right in front of Saron, who looked down at Jason with widened eyes. After using his Soulbond's ability so many times in addition to his most threatening sword technique, Saron's mana was completely used up, and seeing that Jason was completely fine was not something he could comprehend. He couldn't even say anything before Jason stated, "It's my win today," with a bright smile on his face. Storing away the daggers in his hand, Jason supported Saron, who was extremely exhausted, to leave the combat area where they passed, Till who looked at Jason with doubt. How is his strength so much stronger compared to 3 days ago? Saron's sword ray should have already reached the might of the evolved rank attack. It was obvious that Jason couldn't destroy the sword ray with his bare hands. As such, there had to be something different, but Till couldn't get the hang of it. Jason and Saron were supporting each other as they left the combat arena while their classmates looked at them with widened eyes and traces of shock, underlining their obvious astonishment. Some of their classmates even dropped their weapons involuntarily while observing Saron and Jason's intense spar. They sat down at a nearby bank inside the hall and didn't talk for some time, not minding the onlookers. The silence was awkward, but the questions that stirred in their heads could only be answered by revealing each other's secrets, and asking for something like that was not to be sought at. In the end, Jason decided to not ask Saron about his soul bond, and rather than that, a praise was appropriate, as Saron's soul bond was simple to Chidi. During the whole fight, Saron had at least refilled his mana 10 times, while Jason had to reduce his mana consumption, even if he had the passive mana gathering technique. Sighing, Jason said, "Our spar was really nice, and your Soulbond's ability was really unexpected," trying to break the awkward silence, and Saron replied earnestly, "It had been a really long time since I was able to fight any of my peers head-on without holding back, but your mana replenishing caught me off guard." Hearing that, Jason was a little bit confused. "Hasn't Mr. Grail told you that I refined a sub-area inside my mind?" Jason said innocently while looking at Saron. "Why, you mean the splitting mind technique's first level? You've done that. Did you want to die?" Saron shouted, jumping up from his seat, looking at Jason as if he was a stupefied monster, refining his brain and splitting a small fracture from it to create a sub-area at the adept rank. No, probably even at the novice rank. Maybe there is something wrong with Jason's brain, or did he just want to die? Thinking back on the danger he underwent, Jason shuddered before he looked at Saron once again. "Well, I'm doing fine, right? Due to the sub-area and the automatic passive mana replenishing process, I was able to defeat you in the end," he said with a sly smile which infuriated Saron. That was only because Slimy was exhausted. Saron's tongue slipped and he cursed himself inwardly. "Slimy, is your soulbond a slime?" Jason asked curiously, as he couldn't imagine naming a soulbond Slimy, except it was either slime or some other slimy beast. "I am so stupid," Saron thought, but now Jason could find out what his soulbond was, once he researched a little bit. As such, Saron decided to tell Jason the truth. Clearing his throat, he began. "My soulbond is a mutated mana slime without any affinity. Rather than that, because of the slime's innate attributes, my malfunctioned mana channels could be fixed to a certain degree. Due to its mutation, I received the ability called Mana Injection, which can immediately replenish my mana to a certain degree. Normally, I can use this ability only once a day, but the mutated mana slime can store the usages to a certain degree. During our fight, I used up too many stored mana injections at the same time, causing Slimy to end up extremely exhausted. It was unfortunate that I couldn't win against you, but what makes me more curious is the fact how you defended against my sword ray. This sword ray should have been at the evolved rank. Saron explained before he decided to ask Jason what he was curious about. Both of them already told each other a few secrets, and Saron thought it was useless to hide the other less secretive things. Jason knew more about him than most people from his own clan, except his parents and siblings. While Jason's knowledge was already relatively vast, he didn't know that an ability like the mana injection existed, so he was astonished, and a cool escaped from him accidentally. Saron looked at Jason before he began to laugh heartily. Thinking too hard, Saron had thought Jason could tell his secrets to other families. Their own clan had enmity with in order to gain credits, but looking into Jason's eyes, he knew that there wouldn't be a single problem to tell him the truth. Jason's eyes seemed more trustworthy than his own close family, which was somehow scary, but at the same time reassuring. Due to Sermon's laughter, Jason was also infected by it, and they began to laugh sincerely, causing their surroundings to look at them extremely weird with complex expressions. Are you two combat machines even aware that we have combat lessons right now? And not long passed before Saron and Jason noticed that they were enveloped in thick mana and dragged through the hall until they arrived inside the combat arena once again. If you can laugh, honing your skills shouldn't be a problem. Continue sparring. Till said, trying to show a serious face, but both Saron and Jason noticed that Till was also amused by them and rather proud about their combat prowess. But Till's next announcement caused both Jason and Saron to frown deeply. We will now make team battles as a small mission. Each team that is capable of defeating Jason and Saron will receive 10 lace points, while surviving for 5 minutes will reward you with 5 lace points. Suddenly, the whole combat area turned into a bunch of hyenas eyeing Jason and Saron that stood inside the combat arena not knowing what was going on. There was nothing to lose for their classmates, as not a single lace point would be deducted, and they began to queue up to fight Jason and Saron, with greed overwhelming their emotions. There were only 5 to 10 lace points they could obtain, but converted it was still a fortune of 100 to 200 credits. Both he and Saron were confused about how their conversation turned into a battlefield against all of their classmates. However, Jason had not fought against many elemental affinities. As such, he was expectant to fight his classmates, that eyed them carefully. He himself was only at the first adept rank, but his strength and mana core was comparable to the common 4th adept rank. As such, not many of his classmates had an advantage in this field. After fighting Greg and Saron for weeks, his combat experience was much higher than before, even though there were quite a lot of unfamiliar abilities and affinities he had yet to come in contact with. Most classmates decided to wait for the first few rounds to finish until they would challenge Jason and Saron in order to pray them once they were exhausted. As such, the exhaustion should overwhelm them after some battles, because they would definitely not win over 100 spars in a row. Being able to accomplish something like that would require a vast amount of energy, mana, and concentration, which could hardly be afforded at the adept rank. Maybe one would be able to fight for a long time once one reached the magus rank or similar ranks, but at the adept rank, one was still considered a drop in the ocean. But rather than feeling demotivated, a black fire burned within Jason's golden eyes, unknowingly to everyone, while the fighting spirit released by him filled the whole room, driving away Saron's slight hesitation through the emergence of a fighting spirit that was unknown to him. "Let's go," Jason calmly said as the first battle started. Due to his fast mana replenishing speed, Jason decided to fully exert his weightless step movement technique to charge at his 2 opponents, which was both at the 2nd adept rank, in addition to the amplification of their beast, which increased their strength to common 3rd adept ranks. Even though Jason was innately only at the 1st adept rank, due to the baptism from the Black Origin Flame, his strength and mana core size were comparable to common 4th adept ranks. As such, he was stronger and faster than his first 2 opponents. Exerting weightless steps, his speed increased by 20. Reflecting his opponent's straight spear thrust with 1 dagger, he leaned even further towards the ground before he appeared in front of the spear wielder. Jason could only see a shocked impression on his opponent's face as he cut through his neck with his dulled dagger. The spear wielder took 1 step back and his legs began to shiver as they lost all strength, giving in. Jason didn't care about his death opponent, and he saw Saron attacking his opponent without using any mana, as Jason appeared behind the sword wielder, finishing him off. Right now, it was more important to save as much mana as possible, at least for Saron, while Jason could use almost as much as he wanted, which frustrated Saron the most. His soulbond was already exhausted and couldn't use any more mana injections, while Jason could fight to his heart's content with some marginal adjustments. He had to adjust his combat style much more than Jason, and because of that, Jason's fight seemed more proficient and elegant. It seemed as if Jason's mana was without limit, and both Saron and Jason looked fine, finishing 20 spars in a row, only with some sweat pouring down their temples. Their classmates looked at them, as if two Lord-ranked beasts emerged in front of them, and they wondered how these two freaks suddenly appeared in their class without them knowing. Time passed, and it was only when the 50th spar began that Jason began to regulate his fighting style a little bit more, while Saron was also visibly exhausted. Suddenly, at the 51st spar, Leo Hart and another top ranker of their class entered the combat arena. With their 5th adept monocore and physique in addition to their amplification, they were at the 6th and 7th adept rank respectively, and Jason frowned. "Ill take irk," Jason said to Saron, who could only nod helplessly. Their combat prowess was extremely good compared to their monocore rank, but even though that was the case, the difference in their monocore rank and physique was still apparent. In addition to that, they already fought 51 battles, if one included their own spar, which took most of their energy. Looking at Till, Saron could only lament in his heart. "What is your plan, master?" he asked in his mind as the battle began. Leaning forward, Jason shot towards Urk, the student with a monocore size of a 7th adept. As he released a bright red flame that enveloped his whole arm. Urk obtained a fire affinity from a low-evolved beast, and he was extremely proud of his strength. When he was placed in Class 75, his self-esteem seemed to be completely shattered, as he couldn't comprehend this kind of unfairness. Thinking of himself as a prodigy, he didn't even understand that his soul awakening was more likely average, with only 3 vacancies and a single affinity towards fire. The only thing that was relatively good about his soul awakening was his soul energy, but even that could barely count as meeting the requirements. With his rather high monocore rank, he was confident in defeating anyone in his class and even the classes above him, but now these two clowns in front of him stole the attention he wanted to obtain because of their single spar and the toy fights against 50 other pairs. Urk wanted to receive praises from his teacher and classmates. As such, he went all out, and the flames that enveloped his arm were flickering powerful with his desire. Jason knew that his opponent had a fire affinity, which was at the same time the reason for him to choose this opponent. In Urk's hand was a longsword, one of the most common weapons used by most hunters, and Jason's smile widened, causing Urk to feel humiliated and even more enraged. Throwing a fireball without aiming carefully, Jason evaded it with a jump to the side, which he completed with a roll to stand up directly. With his weightless steps, he was extremely nimble and could evade the relatively slow fireballs from Urk with ease, which enraged his opponent even more. As Jason was only 5 meters apart from Urk, he summoned a wall of fire in front of him before he cleaved through his own firewall. The firewall should disguise his attack, and this tactic worked under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, this was useless against Jason, who had his mana eyes activated during the whole spar. Seeing the longsword cleaving through the firewall, Jason evaded the attack by leaning infinitely close towards the bottom, not without stopping his charge forwards. The firewall was still standing, even though the upper part was cut and dissipating. Urk supplied the lower part of the firewall with mana because he wanted to have enough time to get into his combat stance once again. How could he have known that Jason didn't care about the low-evolved ranked firewall, because he himself owned a black origin flame and was resistant to most flames that were weaker than his own? The firewall as obstacle was completely ignored, and Jason charged through it, while even his hair didn't incinerate, which was an astonishing fact before his dagger cut through Urk's calves. Jason finished his smooth move with a half-turn and a thrust towards Urk's neck, which killed him within seconds. Even though Jason knew this fight would be rather short, he was disappointed with Urk's combat experience and stupid tactic, causing him to lament their school's average strength. With some mana left within his monocore, Jason ignored the enraged piercing stare Urk threw towards him as he charged towards Leo's back, which was uncovered. Only when 2 meters distance was between Leo and him, Jason got discovered when an earth wall erected between them. Saron was fighting with Leo head-on, reserving some of his mana, when his fighting spirit suddenly ignited once again as he perceived Jason approaching them. He didn't want to wait for Jason, but right when he was about to charge at his opponent once again, Saron noticed that Leo erected an earth wall behind him, and a bad premonition erected in his mind. "Don't you dare, Jason." Saron shouted when he saw golden eyes flashing out of the right side of the wall, with his dagger ready to thrust towards Leo. Saron didn't like Jason earning all the praises, and he was only a few meters apart from his opponent. Activating his floating sky movement technique, he appeared in front of Leo without notice, and due to the pressure on 2 sides, Leo was completely overwhelmed as he covered himself with a thick membrane of earth. Unfortunately, this was relatively useless, as Saron activated his sword technique, cleaving apart the earth wall, before Jason appeared below Saron, thrusting out with his dagger right into Leo's chest, killing him. Jason and Saron won another battle, and they smiled exhaustedly, even though Saron was pissed, which he displayed by punching Jason on his shoulder with some strength behind. Don't steal my prey, he said, laughing lightly when they went back to the starting position. There were still more than 50 battles in front of them, at least as long as everyone wanted to fight them, which they didn't hope. After fighting against Leo and Urk, that were among the top 5 students within their class, the others were all rather demotivated, and nobody wanted to fight them, with the exception of the other top students that wanted to regain their reputation. Suddenly, they saw Saron taking out 2 red-orange reagents. While he gulped down one, he gave Jason the other one, which caused them to doubt the fairness of this battle. Lamenting to their teacher, the only response these top students received was, "Before you show me that you are capable of sparing more than 50 spars without taking a single energy-replenishing reagent, you guys better stay quiet." This statement caused the stirred-up mob to quiet down instantly, without anyone complaining about Jason and Saron anymore. Jason was glad to get an energy-replenishing reagent from Saron, as he himself did not have any potions, which was somehow frustrating and had to be changed soon. Gulping down the liquid, his energy replenished extremely fast and he felt extremely vigorous in a matter of seconds. The same could be said for Saron, and the top students looked at them with fear, even though their strength was higher compared to the 2 youths. Till saw this and said, "I increased the reward for defeating Saron and Jason to 100 lace points, while holding out for 5 minutes will be enough to obtain 50 lace points." This statement caused many youths to look at Saron and Jason with even more greed than before, and it didn't matter if they lost. As long as they survived 5 minutes, they could earn 50 lace points. With this small fortune, they would be able to purchase a new combat technique or similar rare items in a much shorter period. Entering the combat grounds one after another, Jason and Saron gave Till an annoyed stare. If glances could kill, Till would have died a few hundred times right at this moment. In the end, they could only sight as both made themselves ready to continue their spars. It was already evening when the last spared were fought, and Saron already gave Jason another 2 energy-replenishing potions, as their fights seemed to become more exhausting after the rewards were increased. Both couldn't even move anymore, even though their mind was still working on full speed. While they replicated the fights they underwent, laying on the ground. Without the ability to move anymore, that was the only thing they could do, as their mind was the only thing that seemed to work. Recreating their fights was one way to improve one's combat experience, and Jason thought the 100-plus fights he went through today increased his observance and minuscule movement by a large margin, while he got the hang of his body after he received the baptism. This overjoyed Jason, but he could barely force a smile on his face. Till released the other students from their torture, and they could go home, while he picked up Jason and Saron as white golden manifested on his back. He brought both of them back home, while Saron was dropped off at a large mansion where a maid already waited for them. Seeing Saron's dirty and disheveled appearance without any strength left in his legs, she looked fearful at Till before she dragged him inside. Jason looked at Till, who was deep in thoughts, and before Jason could say anything, Till said, "I assume you are now Shan's disciple. You don't have to answer, but keep in mind that this decision is an extremely dangerous one. Consider that you could also pull in the Fleurs with your decision. Have you ever thought about that?" Teal said with a serious tone, and Shane had completely forgotten that he could have drawn the Fleurs accidentally into the fray, causing his face to sour. He had only thought about himself and didn't know what he should do now. But everything was already done, and he couldn't really change it. The only thing that he could do was to ask his masters about this matter, as he didn't want to see any of the Fleurs injured because of his misdeed. Jason nodded seriously before he barely opened his mouth, trying to change the subject. What happened to the school mission and so on? Can I still receive some lace points for the goblins and stone weapons with runes on them? Teal looked at Jason with a perplexed expression. You want to talk about that? Isn't the protection of the Fleurs more important? But he disregarded this thought, as he thought Jason had already asked Shane about this matter. As such, he answered, "Y'all still receive the same rewards as before. The only disadvantage is that the stone weapons with runes on them are worth slightly less compared to before, and the same can be said for the protection pendants. You can go to the Artisan Tower tomorrow, and I doubt y'all be disappointed with what you get." Till thought for a moment, and he remembered that the government still had to pay Shane his fee of 20 for all the materials they received from the goblin basement. While they were flying, Jason also remembered that Shane had to receive his commission from the goblin basement, but he thought that sending it to his bank account like Shane wanted was too suspicious. As such, Jason thought for a moment and said, "Give me the star notes and credits in a spatial ring. And please don't try to find his base. My eyes can see GPS devices, and so on easier than others." Till nodded nonchalantly, but he had to acknowledge that Jason was definitely not stupid. The fortune Shane would receive was humongous, and even he had to say that he was jealous about it, but there was nothing one could do. Shane Blair saved the whole island in the end. Old Drake would have been killed and the whole city annihilated. Otherwise, the Goblin King would have probably strengthened himself even more. Mr. Grail, can I receive my lace points also from you? I don't want to go to school tomorrow morning, and the artisan tower is quite a distance away from school. Teal was thrown out of his thought, and he only nodded because there was no reason to decline Jason's offer, and only a minute later, he landed in front of the Fleur's house, where he dropped of Jason. They exchanged the goblin soldier, goblin mage apprentice, and hobgoblin corpses won the street, which was weirdly eyed by his neighbors, before Jason received a notification on his quantum bracelet. His school profile was updated, and Jason had now 100 lace points, which was nothing compared to the wealth that hung around his neck inside the conservatory, causing him to smile dryly. His quantum bracelet was also completely overfilled with inscribed stone weapons and forging materials, but he was reluctant to sell them forging materials because he would so learn how to forge soon enough. The only thing that he didn't really like was the extremely unsightly anvil that was heavier than anything he ever lifted. Jason said goodbye to Till, who looked at him with an interested gleam in his eyes before he soared into the sky. Looking at Till, who flew nimbly through the air, Jason also wanted to be able to fly as soon as possible when he went inside the house, thinking about flying around with a smile on his face. Jason greeted Gabriella and Mark, who sat at the dinner table eating, and he sat down with them to eat something. Apparently, Greg was absorbing mana as if he was obsessed after Jason's strength increased. Even Malia was overwhelmed by Jason's skyrocketed strength, causing her to focus more on increasing her own strength instead of helping Jason out by answering questions all the time. As such, Jason ate with Gabriella and Mark before he went upside to his room, where he carefully sat on his bed before practicing the Heaven's Hell technique. Afterward, he felt extremely exhausted, and after feeding Scorpio with his last remaining strength, Jason fell into a deep sleep. It was 8 a.m. when Jason woke up by lovely stings that poked him, and he could see Scorpio that looked at him intently while transmitting the desire to eat something. Feeding Scorpio and handing out a small mana stone which he could absorb partially, Jason inspected his soul bond, as he noticed that his exoskeleton seemed to have grown more sturdy, while he reached a length of 16 centimeters. His incomplete mana core told Jason that Scorpio would soon reach the 5-star wild beast rank, and Jason had a bad premonition that it would be at the same time when Artemis awoke, and he immediately called a shuttle. Inside the shuttle, he would practice his Heaven's Hell technique, but before the shuttle arrived, Jason worked out and washed up. Entering the shuttle and practicing the Heaven's Hell technique, Jason noted that his soul energy had increased to slightly above 15.4, which caused him to sigh in relief. If his increase in soul energy stayed the same, he would reach 16 units in his soul energy until Friday, which could be enough for both Artemis and Scorpio. At least Jason hoped so. Arriving at his destination, he could see a huge tower in front of him with the size of a few hundred meters, made out of tempered Alia glass and Alio marble, which were both grade 2 materials. Looking up, dizziness overcame him and he almost lost his balance. Barely being able to stand, he entered the artisan tower, where he was immediately obstructed by the guard at the front gates, who controlled everyone. Apparently, the artisan tower had a few enemies, and some desperate would try to bomb the tower. With whatever reason there may be, and Jason found this a little bit exaggerated. But he had nothing to hide anymore, and his quantum bracelet storage device was scanned, only for the guard to look at him with widened eyes, as he gave him the bracelet back with shivering hands. Apparently, he had seen the content of his storage device that was crammed with expensive ores not many people would be able to afford, and the extremely big anvil was an even more astonishing sight. The guard made space for Jason, as he thought the black-haired youth in front of him could be the disciple of a high-ranked blacksmith or something like that. Avoiding offending people like Jason was always his top priority, otherwise he might even lose his life if he did something wrong. Entering Zero City's Artisan Tower, Jason couldn't help but exclaim as he looked around. The whole entrance hall was filled with dense mana, and the sensation inside could be described as cooling and extremely relaxing. Walking towards the reception, Jason requested for an inspector to value some of his materials and weapons. The receptionist looked at Jason's ID he sent her, and she could only look weirdly at the ID and the person in front of her. Is that picture old? What? He is barely 14 years old. She doubted her eyes and looked at the picture of his holographic ID picture and Jason in front of her, wondering what was going on. But noting that he was only 14 years old, she wondered what he would have to let someone inspecting it. Due to her working spirit, she wouldn't allow any of her esteemed inspectors to waste their time on something unworthy. As such, a slight seed of prejudice formed in her mind, telling her that Jason didn't have anything worthy with him because he wasn't from a renewed family or clan, which would otherwise be pointed out on his ID. Meanwhile, Jason wondered why the receptionist's expression turned so serious within a second. Before I can let you through to an inspector, I have to see if the items you want to evaluate are worth the effort to call them. Please show me what you want to have inspected, she stated with a cold voice. Here, Jason asked hesitantly, and the receptionist laughed coldly in her mind, stating yes, please SIR. Okay. Without minding the receptionist's attitude, Jason entered his quantum bracelet with his mind, and suddenly with a loud boom, a few tons heavy anvil fell on the ground, creating multiple cracks on the marble floor that was strengthened by toughness runes. Ups. Oops, Jason said when he noticed the cracks appearing on the beautiful floor, while the receptionist's face paled within seconds as she saw the humongous-sized anvil landing on the floor, breaking it open. Not only was she pale, but even the people around the entrance hall were also alarmed at the appearance of the dark blue titanic anvil appearing, and the guards at the entrance charged towards Jason, with their weapons unsheathed. What happened here? The guard that let Jason through asked, seriously glaring at Jason. Damaging the artisan tower's property was nothing to scoff at, and it was obvious that this wasn't an accident. Scratching the back of his head, Jason explained the situation roughly, and the receptionist's face grew even paler if that was even possible as her legs gave in, thinking about the possibility that she could be fired or even worse. Her eyes turned wet with tears pouring down her cheeks. Aren't you a little bit over the top? Jason asked in his mind, and only now did he notice that he wasn't flustered to be the center of attention anymore like it was when he gained his eyesight. Weird, Jason told himself, but without giving him any time to think about it, a familiar woman entered his sight, causing him to grow slightly excited. Miss Sharon, he said happily, not knowing why he was so happy to see her. Jason just didn't like this situation he was in right now, and he had much more things to do than wasting time to explain the whole incident he was dragged in. Oh, Jason Stella. Antalya remembered the youth that topped all basic artisan exams with flying colors even though he only learned for a week, and a weird shining light appeared in her eyes. What happened? She inquired, and Jason summarized what happened, which caused her to look at the receptionist weirdly. Antalya knew this receptionist for a few years, and she was always extremely ambitious, and from her knowledge, she roughly knew that the receptionist didn't want to bother the artisan's inspections too much if it wasn't necessary, and most of the time she was right, but apparently not this time. Sighing, Antalya said. Turning around, she walked toward the elevators, and Jason had to quickly envelop the anvil with his mana before it was stored away. Afterward, he looked one last time back at the guards and the crying receptionist with slight pity in his eyes before he rushed after Antalya. He wasn't sure where exactly they were going, but he thought Antalya might bring him to an inspector, which caused him to follow her. Entering the elevator, they descended towards the underground, and only a few seconds later the doors opened, revealing a massive white silver shining hallway with dozens of doors leading to other rooms. With his mana eyes activated, Jason could see the mana fluctuations through the doors, and there were all kinds of testing machines, smithies, brewing rooms, and rooms for runemasters to learn about inscribing. Antalya explained where they were, and apparently the rooms above the surface were for rank 2 and above artisans, while rank 0, apprentices, and rank 1 beginner had to stay below the surface. Antalya talked a lot, and she seemed to be excessively proud of Siri City's artisan tower, causing Jason to suppress a chuckle. How funny it would be to tell her about my master's artisan ranks, Jason thought in his mind, laughing inwardly. But Antalya looked extremely satisfied, which Jason found it quite interesting, so he followed her to a seemingly ordinary room. They entered without knocking. Entering the room, Jason saw a middle-aged man hammering on a red shining ore, which was shaped under the violent assaults of the hammer strikes, while black grains and impurities seemed to be expelled. The ingot cooled down extremely fast, while the middle-aged man released a red-orange flame from his hand, enveloping the chunk before it ignited once again. Continuing to strike the red shining ore until it was shaped a perfect chunk, Jason's mana eyes were drawn to it, as he noticed something important. First, the red chunk was a grade 3 fire affinity infused ore, called Hephaestus, which was mainly used to manufacture fire affinity mana weapons, and the mana veins within the red chunk seemed to be partially cleansed to Jason, even though he wasn't sure why it looked like this. Second, and the most shocking factor was that right in front of him was a tier 1 D rank origin flame, which was said to be extremely rare. Did Shane or Dahlia lie to me? Jason wondered, but then he remembered that not even Shane himself had one, which meant it had to be rare. Who is that man? Giving it some thoughts, there couldn't be many humans within on Asterix with such a valuable flame. Is that maybe Zero City's rank 5 blacksmith, who is also the president of the Artisan Tower? Was Antalya trying to bribe him, or what was going on? Jason wondered, and only now did the bulky middle-aged man notice his guests. "Oh, Talai, what are you doing here?" "And who is that small boy?" he asked, and Jason wondered Talai. But hearing Antalya's response, everything was immediately clear. "Dad, This is a student of the 6th affiliated Vanguard School who has passed all basic artisan exams with 100, Antalya said, and somehow Jason thought there was a meaning behind her behaving like that. However, he didn't really care about that because he only wanted to make business today. Hello, sir. My name is Jason Stella, and today I'm only here to conduct business with the Artisan Tower, Jason said, explaining everything clearly without creating any misunderstanding, while glaring towards Miss Sharon, without anyone saying anything. The middle-aged man seemed nice, and he decided to ignore his daughter's scheming as he greeted Jason friendly. Hello, Jason. My name is Cheng Sharon, and I am the president of the Artisan Tower, and also the only rank 5 blacksmith we have here. Cheng's smile seemed genuine, and Jason shook his hand with a bright smile, and Cheng could hardly contain to comment on his looks. Pretty. Are you sure you're a man? He asked, causing Jason to frown. Since the baptism, his skin seemed much smoother, and if his facial features weren't sharp, one would think he was a flat-chested woman, which was not what he wanted. Looking at Cheng, he wondered why he didn't look similar to him, because Cheng's skin was not as fair as his. But thinking about the difference of ranks between their origin flames, Jason conducted that a D-rank baptism was relatively weak and would only cleanse a small portion of impurities. But what wondered Cheng and his daughter was rather that Jason seemed unmoving with his comment that he was either the president of the Artisan Tower or the only rank 5 blacksmith, which was new to them. Normally, everyone wanted to get closer to them once they found out that Cheng was the president or Antalya his daughter, but Jason frowned, which was refreshing in Cheng's opinion as he began to laugh. While Cheng laughed, Antalya looked at Jason seriously, and she couldn't avoid asking, "Why are you not astonished about my dad?" And Jason's answer caused Cheng's laughing to immediately stop, as it seemed to have been stuck in his throat. I don't think anyone else except the Artisan Tower's president, and rank 5 or probably almost rank 6 Grandmaster Blacksmith should have an origin flame on asterisks, right? Both Antalya and Cheng looked at Jason with widened eyes, as the existence of the origin flame was their family secret, and Jason could only chuckle, saying, "If you expose your flame like that, it's only normal for someone like me to notice an origin flame." With that he meant his mana eyes, but he continued without explaining. "May we start our business?" Jason asked politely, and Cheng subconsciously nodded his head without caring that he previously wanted to finish forging a mana weapon out of the Hephaestus chunk he had already prepared. "You are here to get some things inspected, right? If my daughter brought you to me, you must have something expensive with you. Show it to me, please." Cheng was subconsciously already politely to Jason, who was only 14 years old, as it was not normal for a youth at his age to either knows about origin flames or how to identify them. Maybe he is an heir from a different island or even Canir. Who knows? Anything could happen, and it's not like it's the first time either, Cheng thought while seizing up Jason once again. After receiving his baptism, Jason's mind became more rational than before, and he didn't mind the attitude others give him as much as before. As such, he entered his spatial device with his mind and threw out 215 stone weapons with inscriptions on them, 60 iron weapons made out of rhyolite ore, 25 low and mid-grade 1 weapons that previously belonged to hunters, 3 peak grade 1 weapons from the hobgoblins, inside the large room, which was now littered with weapons. In Jason's hand, one could see 15 protection pendants, and with a smile he could barely draw the attention of the 2 artisans in front of him. Antalya couldn't get a grip over her emotions as almost the whole room was littered with weapons, but it seemed as if there was something missing. Meanwhile, Cheng's thoughts were completely different from his daughter's. Stone weapons with intact runes on them. They are definitely not from the goblin siege. Almost all runes were destroyed by the corrosive rain. As he faintly heard his daughter's voice, "Where is the anvil, Boom?" Suddenly a dark blue anvil appeared out of nowhere, landing on the ground, almost cracking up the ground due to the immense weight it possessed. The anvil was large enough to reach Jason's waist and radiated calm and tranquil mana. Luckily, they were within a forging room which was required to hold out some weight. Otherwise, Jason would have never taken out the heavy anvil again. He had already destroyed the entrance hall's floor, which made him already uncomfortable. Cheng carefully inspected the stone weapons with runes on them, when he turned around in shock once he heard the loud particular sound generated by crashing on the floor. He immediately knew that it was something extremely valuable. But once he saw the anvil, his breathing stopped, and he slowly staggered towards the anvil, without saying a single word, as sweat pearls appeared on his forehead. Antalya noticed her father's weird behavior she had never seen before and frowned, because she couldn't really detect anything exceptional from the anvil. But Jason was pleasantly surprised after seeing Cheng's behavior, because Shane behaved similarly, but more restrained before he told Jason what exactly the anvil was. After Shane told him what exactly the anvil was, Jason didn't want to sell it anymore, which Shane rejected. Shane said his anvil it better, and Jason was in dire need of star notes to increase his cultivation faster. As such, selling the anvil would be much better, because Jason wouldn't need it anyway. Before Cheng could say anything, he was once again shocked by Jason's next words. That's a pseudo-mana peak grade 3 cloud titanium anvil, and it has the effect to calm the blacksmith's mind, while additionally tempering the ingots shaped on it. Cheng's legs almost gave in hearing that, and looking at Jason's calm expression, he wondered what kind of terrifying youth his daughter brought to him. Tycoon was the only thought running through his mind, while his determination to obtain the cloud titanium anvil soared. He searched for new forging equipment for a long time, and this anvil in front of him was one of the best things he could ever get the hand on, considering the connections he had throughout the archipelago and some parts of Canyer. There was only one extremely big issue: the price. Cheng frowned deeply, as he knew that he didn't have enough funds to purchase such a treasure, even though he had amassed a small fortune over the last few years. He paled slightly and looked at Jason, uncertain. I want all of it. But what about the price? Cheng asked, hesitating slightly, which caused Antalya to look at both Jason and Cheng taken aback. She wanted to boast about her father being the president of the Artisan Tower, but now it seemed like her own father was trying to curry favor with Jason, a common student. This seemed extremely weird and shocked her to the core, as her father was normally extremely prideful. Jason looked at Cheng and wasn't sure what exactly to say. Shane hadn't told him the price for the cloud titanium anvil, which caused him now to frown. Cheng saw Jason's frown, and the sweat pearls on his temples thickened as he wanted the anvil in front of him, even if he had to take a loan. 10 star notes, how about that? But I don't have enough on my hand right now. It will take some time to gather all of them. Chen offered, and Antalya cried out in shock, "WHAT," while Jason could only hardly contain his expression. He knew that grade 3 weapons, for example, were worth a few 100 million credits, which was equivalent to a few star notes, and considering that the cloud titanium anvil was a pseudo-magic grade 3 object, Jason had thought he would probably get something between 300 to 500 star notes, which were more than enough for him. But 10 star notes that were 1 trillion credits, and Jason's eyes bulged unconsciously, thinking about this fortune, and he could only look at Cheng with shock. No, Jason could only faintly say, which caused Cheng to look even more desperate. How about 10.5 star notes? I don't have more, even if I take a loan. But Jason had to regain his senses before he could say. No, 10 star notes are more than enough, but can I exchange the star notes with other necessities? Jason asked, also beginning to sweat. What was the use of a fortune if he couldn't purchase anything in bulk, which was quite difficult as a common student? Considering this, Jason had to use Cheng as his sole connection to obtain things. Cheng's tension slightly eased up. Yes, that's definitely possible. Please state what you need. But Jason's mind was almost empty, and he couldn't really think of much, what he needed right off the bat, when a few materials appeared in his mind. I only need around 1,000 star notes, 50 mana stones ranging from grade 1 to 3 in large quantities, a few of dark iron, jade iron, tanzanite, magic silver, star sand, a bunch of magical rank mana cores from all kinds of elements, including spatial, light and darkness, grade 1 blood essences, a large quantity of nightshade flowers, blaze maples, stonacrops, radiant twigs, Crayola azaleas, mountain peony, hideous bee honey, and a ton grade 2 soil. Before Jason knew, he had already stated dozen of things he needed, and unconsciously Antalya had opened up her holographic screen to write down all things he stated. Looking over the list, she began to frown deeply. These were all items used for rank 0 to rank 3 artisans from all 3 occupations and gardeners. With this, she could only wonder what Jason wanted to do with so many materials. And I would like to change the storage device of my quantum bracelet to a more advanced one, which includes a larger storage device with a preservation function. I hope that is possible. If I ask for too much, I hope the rune-inscribed weapons are enough to compensate for it. Jason tried to make a generous face, but Antalya could only curse in her mind. Yeah, aunt, you think you're a little bit over the top. But before she could say anything, her father showed a radiating smile and answered. Deal, while holding his hand out to shake Jason's. Didn't take Cheng long to consider this deal, as he would never find such a treasure like a cloud titanium anvil ever again, except on Canyer maybe. However, the prices there were even more devastating for such treasures because of the big families that tried to monopolize everything, and he was even more glad that he could trade with a large number of low-grade materials, as the merchants he knew would give him a discount for bulk purchases. In the end, he would pay the most for the mana stones, as the merchant trading them gave the smallest discount. Thinking everything over, Cheng calculated that he would have to pay Jason at most 9 star notes, which was a discount of 10, and even if he would have to pay more, it would definitely be fine with him. Signing a contract, both Cheng and Jason seemed to be pleased with the outcome. Cheng obtained a pseudo-mana peak grade 3 anvil that increased his chances to enter the Grandmaster Blacksmith rank 6th, and Jason received a fortune worth of materials. Thinking about the herbs and plants he would receive soon, Jason decided to plant them into his conservatory in order to let them grow and stay fresh. Maybe he could even obtain some harvest from them, as Jason would at first learn how to forge from Shane, which was still a month or so away. Before he would learn how to forge, Shane told him that he had to memorize all the important aspects from the bulk of books he sent him. Only after some time passed, he would really start to forge, and to learn that, he would require a mountain of materials, as mastering anything could only learn how to forge out of failures. There has never been a master falling from the sky, except unfortunate cases that ended bloody. Before Jason would go to school, Cheng told him to follow him in order to change out his quantum bracelet storage device. Cheng manufactured a special quantum watch together with a fellow rune master not long ago with a large storage device which he wanted to give it to Jason. The quantum bracelet was made out of peak grade 2 and low grade 3 materials and completely black in color, while the storage device had a space of 100 mx 100 mx 10m, which was 40 times the size of his former storage device. One could say that it was a present from Cheng to Jason, and he thanked Cheng politely, which shocked the rank 5 blacksmith. Why is this youth so polite to a nobody like me? Does he not understand that I want to gain his favor? He thought without even considering that Jason's background could be shallow. If Cheng knew that Jason was an orphan without any wealth, he would wonder how a treasure like a cloud titanium anvil got into his hands. With his newly obtained quantum bracelet, Jason left the artisan tower after the configuration was done. Now, Jason was finally able to download all files sent by Shane and Dahlia from his large memory stick. While waiting for the shuttle, he received a notification from Antalya with a weird emote behind that almost caused Jason to throw up. Isn't she a little bit too old to throw herself at a 14-year-old student? Jason thought as he opened one book sent by Dahlia and Shane. Sitting inside the shuttle, Scorpio appeared in front of him, pleading for mana stones, which wondered Jason. Scorpio had only requested food until now, but Jason felt an itchy sensation coming from his small soul bond, causing him to feel expectant. Is it already time? He wondered as he took a batch of small mana stones from his vast storage device. Cheng would need some time to gather all materials, but to comfort Jason, he already received a small batch mana stones, and he asked himself if it was already enough for Dahlia to enhance Scorpio's potential, but it was unlikely. But that could wait for some time, as Artemis evolution was more important than increasing Scorpio's potential. Once Scorpio's potential increased, he would look out for a suitable evolution path for his cute scorpion, who laid on the grade 1 mana stones on his lap. Mana filled the whole shuttle, and Scorpio absorbed everything greedily until they arrived in front of the school gate. Carefully holding Scorpio and the mana stones with both hands, he left the shuttle without disturbing his soulbond's mana absorption. Searching for a tranquil place, Jason sat down, leaning on a tree before placing Scorpio once again on his lap. Taking out some more mana stones, he began to absorb the mana inside them and his surrounding. He had a mountain of low, mid, high peak, grade 1 mana stones, and lots of grade 2, and they were most likely more than enough for him to reach the master rank. They were worth a fortune, but remembering Dahlia's words about the vast mana she required to enhance a beast's potential, Jason ignored this mountain. Grade 1 and grade 2 mana stones were pure and efficient enough for someone to reach the Magus rank at a relatively fast pace, while grade 3 mana stones would be even purer and denser. Meanwhile, grade 4 mana stones couldn't be used by someone below the Magus rank under normal means, except if there were special occasions like the splitting mind technique Jason had undergone with the mana isolation circle. Once the mana inside mana stones was released, one had to either absorb it or it would slowly start to scatter, and only because of the mana isolation circle, Jason was able to absorb everything. Remembering the pain, Jason shuddered involuntarily before he distracted himself once again. Time passed, and it was already lunchtime when he noticed that Scorpio was molting once again. The old green exoskeleton was slowly expelled, while a darker and lusher shining exoskeleton could be seen. Inside the exoskeleton was a faint blue trace vibrantly gleaming, as if it was alive. Scorpio's length increased to almost 18 centimeters, and sensing through his incomplete mana core, Jason ensured that his soulbond reached the 5-star rank. Its exoskeleton was tougher and larger compared to the previous one, and Jason thought that Scorpio might grow a little bit more, considering that the size of the exoskeleton had enough space for slight growth. His own body expelled some old skin after his mana absorption finished, but overall not much changed, as he was already cleansed from most impurities. It would wonder him if there were many impurities inside his body until he reached the expert rank, but his skin grew slightly tougher, while his mana core and physique strengthened a tiny bit. However, compared to the amplification caused by the black origin flame, it was almost nothing. What Jason confused about his origin flame was that every time he saw an origin flame, his own flickered vigorously, transmitting him the thought of insatiable hunger. Maybe his origin flame wanted to devour other origin flames, but there was no way to test it out without searching for a different origin flame or experimenting with another one. Nevertheless, considering the dangers, Jason had to disregard this thought. It didn't take long for Scorpio to regain its senses after the molting was completed, and it jumped around joyful as its strength advanced further. It had the desire to help Jason out of a sticky situation, and it grew stronger with each day passing after Jason received the origin flame's baptism. As such, Scorpio wanted to grow even stronger, and with the mana it absorbed, it would begin to plant a poison affinity seed once it had accumulated enough. It roughly understood that Jason's new master could enhance its strength somehow, but right now it had already a good enough potential to reach the awakened stage. As such, Scorpio wanted to gift Jason a poison affinity within his mana, which meant that he wanted to create a poison affinity. Without knowing how long it would take, Scorpio clung onto a mana stone and continued absorbing it, without caring about Jason, who looked at Scorpio confused. Are you becoming greedy? Jason wondered, but it couldn't be considered bad if his soulbond was ambitious. Even though Scorpio's strength increment could be considered positive, the amount of soul energy it needed increased to 10 units, while Jason's own soul energy was amplified to 16.75 units. If Artemis needed 11 soul energy, Jason had to increase his own soul energy by more than 2 units for her to barely fit inside. And even this, as the worst-case scenario, was not possible to achieve for Jason, who could at most increase his soul energy by 1 unit until Friday evening. Because of that, he decided to disregard the possibility of increasing his soul energy to let Artemis fit into his soul world. Even though he did not have enough space for her, she would most likely still listen to his orders. The only issue was that Jason couldn't really store her inside his soul world without having enough soul energy, and due to that, she would have to stay with him the whole time. He wasn't sure how much her appearance would change, and if it was even allowed for Artemis to come out of the soul world while he was in school, as she would most likely attract more attention than Scorpio, who sat on his shoulder, inside his pullover bag, or hidden somewhere to not enter the soul world with the Artemis ice aura caused by her evolution, around. Thinking about that, he would have to inform Till about this, and the problem would most likely be solved, but it still bothered him that he didn't have enough soul energy for Artemis, causing him to sigh deeply. Jason took a bag out of his storage device with a large towel and a few additional mana stones. Placing the mana stones below the towel, he laid Scorpio on top of the towel in order to avoid any discomfort when he carefully put on the bag. Walking slowly towards the combat arena, Jason continued reading. He figured out that his knowledge increased with each day passing, as Shane and Dahlia's wisdom and experience could only be called vast, which was definitely an underestimation. It didn't take him long until he reached the combat arena, and unsurprisingly, he was one of the first to arrive, as there was still more than an hour left until combat classes would start. As such, Jason sat down and practiced the Heaven's Hell technique to increase his soul energy by 0.1 unit with a single sitting. When Jason opened his eyes, he noticed that Saron sat next to him, while most classmates already arrived. Seeing Jason opening his eyes, Saron asked, "Do you think we have to spar all the time with each other? Hopefully Master has something else to do. Otherwise, we will adapt to each other's combat style and it will become boring, don't you think so?" Smiling slyly, he added, "We need some stronger opponent with different combat styles. Our classmates are too weak." And as if Till heard Saron talking to Jason, he walked into the combat arena next to the instructor Brain, who taught them the weaponry night technique. Looking around, Instructor Brain noticed Jason, and upon inspecting his monocore, his eyes bulged, and a trace of fear could be seen within them before he averted his gaze to the other students. From today onwards, he'll be responsible for Class 54's combat training. Due to the wide range of combat experience, the school decided to take the best combatants from every class in order to create a special combat class to further develop their respective combat prowess even more. Jason, Stella, and Saron, please follow Mr. Grail. He will be responsible for the special combat class. After the instructor finished his short speech, the whole class went into an uproar. While Jason and Saron looked at each other with bright smiles, the weaker students gossiped with each other about what the special combat lessons were. However, the loudest voices were the top students, who couldn't accept this decision. Why weren't they taken to the special combat classes? They were the top students of their class, and before the combat arena went completely into a chaotic chicken nest, one could hear Till stating, "Right now only 2 students from every class will be selected to enter this lesson. If any one of you has the courage to fight either Jason or Saron, please come out. Otherwise, scram and wait until next week, where anyone is allowed to challenge the 150 special combat class seats." In order to prevent too many students from challenging anyone, Y'all have to pay 10 lace points to do so anyone. The 10 lace points will be deducted and not returned. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The reward for winning will be the permission to enter my special course, while losing will punish you with a 2-week ban from challenging anyone. Instructor Brian will proceed and explain everything to all of you. The top students felt betrayed about the school's decision, but there wasn't anything for them to do because they had to acknowledge that Jason and Saron were too strong for them. At least for the moment, and mainly because of their weird abilities, they still had to analyze. Jason and Saron looked at each other smiling brightly when they heard that they would be able to spar with the strongest students from all classes. This could be considered an immense opportunity, and Jason was even happier to have received such a pleasant privilege. Thinking back to the time where he was only a novice rank and extremely weak, Jason noticed that it hasn't even been that long since he became strong enough to compare himself with his peers, and thinking about his current combat prowess, he could only smile. With a mana core rank of a first adept, he could already defeat other classmates with a mana core rank of the 5th adept rank, after adding the amplifications from soulbonds, and in Jason's case his baptism. Jason's mana core size and physique reached the 4th adept rank, while he could still defeat 7th adept ranks with his strategies, mana eyes, and his evolved ranked black fire affinity once someone underestimated him. Being underestimated was rather unlikely within the special combat classes, and Jason was expectant to see how strong the other classes were. Following till, Jason and Saron talked to each other, and Saron estimated that most students had the strength that was comparable to theirs when they didn't use their most powerful attack. The biggest problem in his opinion was the excessively powerful elemental affinities from evolved beasts, and some even said that there was an unblemished beast soulbond within the 6th affiliated Vanguard school, which shocked Jason. Even though this student was said to have only a few soulbond spots, it was already rare for someone to contract an unblemished beast as the first soulbond, but Saron looked around unbothered. In Jason's opinion, Saron's behavior could only be described as nonchalant, as Saron told him that his second soulbond will be a rare guardian rank cub, which was even more shocking than getting to know that someone formed a contract with an unblemished beast. They trailed behind till for 5 minutes until they arrived at the highest floor of the combat arena, where the other students were already waiting for them. Looking at the badges on their school uniform, one could see 74 different numbers in pairs, and it seemed as if they were the last to arrive. Once they entered the combat arena, everyone immediately began to scan their mana core rank before they smiled weirdly. A first adept rank and a third adept rank. Is that some kind of bad joke? They asked themselves upon inspecting Jason and Saron's core, while Saron and Jason did exactly the same. Everyone except Jason could only see the mana core rank, while he could see everyone's real strength behind them, forcing him to smile weirdly. While Saron saw mana core ranks between the 4th 7th adept rank, Jason noticed that only around 30 students had a mana core size of a 5th adept, while the strongest ones seemed to have already reached a mana core size infinitely close to the expert rank, which caused a wide gap between the strongest and second strongest, who had a mana core size infinitely close to the 9th adept rank. Fortunately, there was only one of such existences, and Jason immediately thought it had to be the students that bond an unblemished beast. Seeing Jason's gaze remaining longer on her than on others, the slender girl with blonde hair and blue eyes wasn't sure what to think about him, except for one thing that was for sure. Hot, she thought as her gaze remained on Jason, even though he averted his gaze to scan through the other students around her. Jason was astonished to see that the top student of Class 1 was the blonde girl with her slender build, but her mana core size spoke more than 1,000 words. Mixing themselves among the 148 other students, Saron and Jason looked at till who began his short speech. Today, everyone here can be considered the best of the best among the combatants in our school's first grade. Due to our negligence, the school didn't establish a special combat class for the last few years to strengthen the new generation's best warriors, but after the Goblin Tide occurred, all schools will start to focus more on enhancing the abilities of our combatants once again. This is the reason we founded the special combat class. In this special combat class, everyone will fight against each other and learn about all kinds of combat styles firsthand, while we will focus on learning a variety of tiered techniques. The school will provide a large number of techniques in order for everyone here to increase their strength by a large margin, but don't think everything is free. You'll only be able to learn these techniques as long as you remain in the special combat class, which means once someone who aspired to enter the special combat class defeats you, your permission to read the technique will immediately be removed. Some of you may question why we give out tiered martial arts skills, and the answer involves multiple reasons. First, we obviously want to strengthen the next generation to prevent any accident like the Goblin Tide to happen ever again. We already suffered enough through the last few months with too many casualties during the beast tides, like it happened in Gyro and Zero City. This could have been avoided, and the government grants the schools a small fund to help out with increasing the future strength of Asterix. As for the second reason, the three big schools and the government decided to hold a tournament after the new year starts, which is only 100 days from now on. With this, the big three want to motivate everyone to strive for more, as the rewards can be considered huge, to simplify it. Among the rewards is a piece of peak grade 3 equipment, pseudo-mono low grade 3 equipment, and even soul weapons and armor, high-quality fruits to increase one's soul energy, impurity cleansing fruits, and even some that increase the affinity towards a certain affinity. But that's not it, and there is much more, which has been provided by the Drake family to strengthen our newest generation. These items are not even commonly found on the other islands, and one could say that some of these rewards are even rare on Canyer. In total, 3,000 students of every grade will be able to participate in the tournament, while 1,000 spots belong to the Vanguard School. You all may think that every branch will have 150 spots, while the main school has 100 spots, according to the student ratio attending the schools, but that is completely wrong. Right now, only students from your own school can challenge you for the special class spot, but 1 month from now, even the other branches and the main school students will be able to challenge you, in order for everyone to understand the strength of the Vanguard main school's first graders. Right now, within the main school, more than 500 students have reached the 8th Adept rank, and among them close to 100 students have reached the 9th Adept rank, while a few ascended to the Expert rank. Including their soul bonds, one could estimate that around 1,000 students with a mana core size at the 9th Adept rank exist within the Vanguard School. 900 among these 1,000 will challenge you, if not even more, and you'll have to either win or fight desperately in order to participate in the Big Three tournament. This may be shocking, and to be honest, even I am baffled because such high mana core ranks were rarely seen in the archipelago when I was young. Humanity's strength is increasing with each day passing, as Argus mana increases slowly and the resources it creates become more, increasing the chances for youth like all of you to ascend into higher realms in a shorter amount of time. What this means for everyone is clear. Most of you are essentially too weak, and in 2 months we want everyone to give their best to become stronger. If each of you wants to keep the spot within the special combat class, everyone has to give 150 for the next 3 months until the tournament starts. Everyone has been sent a special permission key to the quantum watches and bracelets. Once you get challenged, a signal will be sent to you, and both will have to meet up inside the school. The time one can get challenged is only within the combat class lessons. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find a time where one can meet up, and additionally, it would be unfair to send someone a challenge at 2 a.m. right? That's mainly it. Everyone is already granted permission to access all kinds of techniques, but keep in mind that once thrown out of the special class, the access to these techniques will be locked until one can defeat someone else from the special class, retrieving their seat. Strive for more and keep becoming stronger. That is my wish for everyone, and don't let your butt kicked by someone else. Till ended and the whole surrounding seemed perilous quiet, while Jason and Saron looked at each other. Right now they could barely defeat someone at the 5th Adept rank with their soul world amplification, and the main Vanguard School is said to have some powerhouses this year from all kinds of hidden clans and families, and they own strong techniques as heirlooms, like Saron's family had. But this didn't mean that both of them were discouraged. It was only a new challenge for them to show their determination and ambition, which increased even more. Saron didn't need any combat technique, as he was already his quantum bracelet was filled by hundreds of techniques he received from his family, and only his weak mana core rank prevented him from learning them in depth. But for Jason it was entirely different. He only had tierless foundation techniques, an all-rounder tier 1 weaponry knight technique, and the only special technique he had was weightless steps. As of now, Jason could only use tier 1 techniques for a long-term fight without injuring himself, which was the reason for him to pick 2 particular tier 1 techniques for the beginning. Transient Strike, a tier 1 technique focusing on a single strike, to kill one's enemy without much effort. Hazardous Assassin, another tier 1 technique with multiple sequences used to deal heavy strike towards the enemy with 2 daggers. Both techniques he picked out increased his offensive, and the only reason for him to do so was that he already knew shallow tierless defensive techniques he never used during a fight. In the end, he used daggers to fight, and it would be considered dumb to deflect blunt weapons and greatswords with a dagger. As such, he wanted to focus on his speed and attack in order to prevent landing into the position to defend against anyone. It might be stupid, but for his current goal, it was the only path he could choose. After he found these 2 techniques, Jason also looked for an archer technique, and a peak tier 1 technique called Spinning Arrow jumped into his view. As the name suggested, one could shoot spinning arrows that changed their trajectory within the air due to a certain circulation of mana within the arrow, and it was said to be a difficult Tier 1 technique. Downloading the 3 techniques, Jason seemed pleased, and Saron asked him if he wanted to learn the techniques now, or if they should search for opponents to spar when a boy and the blonde-haired female walked straight towards them, without caring about anyone around them. It almost looked like the combat arena belonged to them, and that they were king and queen within the special combat class, which caused Jason to smile lightly. Boy with his brown hair and green eyes greeted them, while the blonde-haired girl remained silent. "Hello, my name is Milo Dirk, and this is my classmate Bella Wall. We noticed that both of you belong to Class 54, which increased their class ranking by 21 grades, and we like to spar with our school's celebrities," Milo said, but Jason and Saron only looked at each other, confused celebrities, who, before their attention turned back to the brown-haired youth, looking at him as if he was a degenerate. Seeing that the youths were confused and looked at him like that, Milo's lips twitched lightly, which turned even worse when Bella next to him began to chuckle lightly before she asked, "Are both of you free to spar with us? According to your mana cores, it won't take long until the 2 of you will be thrown out of the class. Let me see how tough the 2 of you are," she said, smiling full of fighting spirit. Apparently, she was similar to Jason, even though both of them didn't know anything about each other. She wanted to care for her family who adopted her, and entering a good school was the best way to become stronger. With her high amount of soul energy and 4 soulbond spots, she was confident in defeating the 2 youths in front of her. It was said that Class 54 was the most dangerous among all classes because of 2 recently emerged freaks that defeated everyone within their whole class during a combat lesson, and she wanted to find out more about them. After she noticed that their mana core rank was extremely weak, she was immediately disappointed. Jason noticed that Bella was looking at them with a fighting spirit, but behind that, he could also faintly see traces of disappointment and even disgust, which wondered him. Both Saron and Jason accepted their proposal, and they went to the combat arena as one of the first among the 150 students within the combat arena, and it wasn't long until the first few began to gossip and even laugh at Jason and Saron because they dared to fight Class 1's top 2 students, even though their opponents were multiple levels above them, which annoyed the 2 friends. Without him knowing, Jason's pride he accumulated over the last 2 weeks was hurt at least as much as Saron's, who came from one of the big families. Over the last few weeks, Jason increased his strength by a few times, and even now there were still peers looking down on him, which not only frustrated him, but also a deep sense of anger began to emerge in his mind, which he never felt before. It had been a long time since Saron had been locked down upon, and in the past, it was only his family that dared to look down on him, but for peers that were only at the adept rank to look down at him like that was unacceptable and caused him to grit his teeth. He despised his own situation because he only began to absorb mana for a short time. If only his mana veins weren't malfunctioned, he would have already reached the expert rank and beat these idiots into a pulp if they dared to look at him and Jason with ridicule and even disgust. His mind was about to enter a state comparable to a berserk mode when Jason tugged at his shoulder. Turning around with anger, he was about to explode trying to release his anger when he gazed into Jason's eyes. Unconsciously stepping back, Saron could only be intimated by Jason's cold eyes that radiated a faint trace of killing intent, while the calmness within them seemed to be more dangerous than his own state. "Can you use your mana injection on other people?" Jason asked calmly, and Saron only nodded subconsciously. Who the hell is her? Saron couldn't help but think, still staring into Jason's eyes. He had never seen someone comparable to Jason, except war veterans and old geezers that survived through 1,000 deaths by a thin thread, but the most important thing Jason had in common with them was the calmness they radiated. Nodding his head, Jason thought for a moment until he said, "If you can inject me with 4 or more mana injections immediately after the fight starts, we will show them who these idiots are laughing at," with his lips curling up into a cold smile. He didn't have anything against Bella or Milo per se, but an example had to be made to show everyone who they laughed at. Seeing Jason's smile, Bella felt weird while Milo began to despise the 2 students in front of him that had the weakest among the weakest mana core among all 150 special combat class students. They were about to start the countdown when Jason turned around. "Mr. Grail, can you please supervise the battle and summon your greater, blessed wolf to prevent anyone from getting injured? We don't want anyone to receive permanent injuries, right?" This sentence caused the surrounding to laugh out, as it seemed that Jason didn't want to receive any injuries from the fight, but Till felt completely different with a bad premonition forming in his mind. He just couldn't get the hang of Jason at all, which was the most dangerous thing that could happen when fighting someone. Jason was unpredictable, which caused even Till to be slightly uncomfortable as he summoned his white goldish furred wolf. Turning back to Bella and Milo, Jason saw Milo's anger, and smiling at him with a radiating smile caused him to feel even more enraged. It was as if his eyes said, "I want to beat these two idiots into a pulp." Till ordered his soulbond to radiate his healing ability right off the bat because he felt that something was extremely odd, and an uncomfortable feeling spread through his whole body. When the countdown slowly began to resound through the combat, Arena 3.21, when the countdown reached 1, Jason stepped forward, while Saron placed both hands on Jason's back in the center of his scapula. And while the mechanical voice exclaimed "Fight Start," Saron immediately released 4 mana injections within a short succession, flooding Jason with a devastating and almost uncontrollable amount of mana, causing blood to pour out of his orifices. Meanwhile, Milo covered himself with his wind-transmuted mana as he charged towards the two of them with bloodshot eyes and his 2 daggers in his hands, while Bella shot 3 water jets toward Jason and Saron. Not even a second passed until Jason injected all of the mana within him into his eyes while releasing his accumulated killing intent to the fullest potential within his eyes. "Kneel," one could only faintly hear a quiet, yet overbearing voice coming from Jason, filling the whole combat room with a deep sense of death and the subconscious intention to follow his order. A few weak-willed students at the 4th Adept rank followed his order subconsciously, even though the order wasn't directed at them, forcing them to kneel down on the ground. Fear spread through every cell within their body, causing their instincts to take action without them noticing it, and they couldn't imagine how it would feel if this was directly ordered towards them. Radiating a dense, eerie, and perilous hue around, Milo, who was only a few meters apart from Jason, began to hesitate for a quarter of a second, which was enough for him to look straight into Jason's golden eyes that were filled with coldness and killing intent. Subconsciously, his attack stopped, and his daggers fell to the ground lifelessly, as he stared into these deep eyes, falling deep into an abyss that was filled with nothing. Suddenly, Milo sensed something in the far distance that looked down on him, seemingly comparing his whole existence to an ant. Noticing the sheer pressure radiating from the being, Milo's eyes widened and tears poured down his cheeks when he fell down on his knees, without the will to stand up once again, while his wet eyes turned lifeless. The water jets flying towards Jason disintegrated into smithereens due to the sheer pressure radiated from Jason's killing intent and mana, while Bella noticed that something was wrong when Jason's eyes pierced right into her mind. This caused her to enter a deep black abyss like Milo, without anything except a weird but alarming and dangerous pressure radiated from within. Without noticing, she subconsciously fell onto the ground exactly like Milo, while her eyes remained dry due to her distance towards Jason. Shivering violently, the frightening and uncomfortable sensation caused by the pressure completely shattered her will to fight Jason. She only dared to look at the bottom, not even daring to try looking into Jason's eyes due to fear, and a small trace of reverence emerged within her without her knowing. What happened a moment ago was deep imprinted into her mind, causing a deep fear against Jason to appear. Jason, meanwhile, receded his killing intent as his whole body grew weak, almost forcing him to collapse on the ground when Saron took a hold of him. "Can you inject another mana injection?" Jason's weak voice could barely be heard by Saron, but he only nodded and injected Jason with mana. After receiving a full portion of mana, Jason immediately circulated around his body and partially into his aching eyes, standing firmer on the ground below him. Jason looked around and sensed that almost everyone was looking at them, or rather him, which was weirdly enough not as uncomfortable as a few months ago. The only problem was that they looked at him as if he was a monster that cultivated itself a human body, trying to invade mankind. Nevertheless, behind the apparent fear these top students felt, there was also a deep sense of worship to the strong. Defeating the 2 top combatants from Class 1 as a 1st Adept rank was definitely more than any one of them could do. They already had problems overwhelming either common students 1 or 2 levels above them, or stronger students with the same mana core size. Jason's achievement broke their worldview completely, and the only thing that reassured them was his exhaustion, which could be clearly seen by everyone. While the classmates outside the sparring grounds looked at Jason with awe and fear, Milo and Bella had pale faces. While Milo fainted, Bella was still looking at Jason with fear as a quiet ST could be heard. Since Bella entered the 6th affiliated Vanguard school, she never even looked at the students in lower classes and focused only on herself in order to become stronger in order to enter the main school. However, this black-haired youth in front of her should only be a 1st Adept rank from Class 54, causing her to grit her teeth. She was terrified if more youths like Jason existed. Why did she even try to become stronger over the last few years? Bella mastered many tierless combat techniques, increased her mana core rank as fast as possible in order to earn some pocket money by hunting stronger beasts, and after her soul awakening, she was not only admitted to a branch of one of the best schools on Asterix, but even her soulbond was special. and now this feeble youth in front of her beat her within seconds by a single glance. She couldn't accept it. Trying to stand up, she pushed herself from the ground and was about to stand firmly on the ground when her vision blurred, causing her to lose balance before she fell back to the ground. Till was already acting when he felt the deep sense of killing intent in addition to Jason's eye's ability, causing even him to hesitate for a millisecond. While rushing towards Milo and Bella, Till was deep in thoughts, thinking that Jason's eyes couldn't only be mana eyes. Was his background a lie? Is he maybe? No. Otherwise, he would never accept Shane as his master. Till regarded Jason as mysterious, which he found uncomfortable, and even more so because his disciple and Jason seemed to have a proper friendship. Milo and Bella were taken out of the combat area by Till while Jason received help from Saron. Once they sat down, nobody dared to come closer to them while they were only looked at like zoo attractions. Jason decided to ignore his peers, while Saron didn't even notice them to begin with because he looked at his friend as confused as the others. Even though he stood behind Jason, rather than being invaded by Jason's killing intent, Saron could only feel a hunch of awe when the mana inside Jason surged out from an unknown ability, which most likely came from Jason's special trait. Because he didn't want to inflict the killing intent into Saron, Jason could barely prevent it from surging into his friend behind him. This caused the overall killing intent to weaken slightly, but the results were even better than Jason expected. While Saron looked at Jason, he was thinking carefully about his eye's ability and how far he could go with them. Jason wanted to participate in the Big 3 tournament and receive all kinds of rewards, which was more than enough reason for him to have 1 or 2 tricks in his sleeves, which would definitely not bad, and his Black Origin Flame could be considered one, as it was already as strong as a mid-late evolved fire affinity. But his eye's ability seems unstable, without injecting a little bit of killing intent into them. And killing intent couldn't just appear like that, at least for now. There had to be even the slighted trigger point to cause a surge of killing intent accumulating within him, even if it was only something minuscule, and he couldn't control it perfectly with his will. Without enough mana, his eye's ability was also not strong enough, and thinking about it, Jason estimated that he could barely intimidate someone at the same mana core rank or slightly above, while creating a small seed of fear within them. To accomplish this, he had to inject all of his mana inside the ability, which would almost completely destroy his combat prowess, as fighting without mana was not the best thing one could do. It was a one-time attack and not something to attack multiple times. The Greater Blessed Wolf healed Milo and Bella as well as possible, while Milo woke up after 10 minutes. Bella was already able to stand once again after a short recuperation time, and looking towards Jason, a deep sense of anger could be seen within her eyes with a small hue of fear, covered deep in the back of her eyes. She had never feared anyone until now, as her mana aptitude was advanced, and since her soul awakening a few months ago, she was revered as a prodigy. Now, however, she kissed the ground in front of another youth that was 7 levels below her to boot at. Milo woke up and looked around confused, not knowing what happened, when he spotted the black-haired youth with golden eyes, and he seemed to be in deep thoughts. Cold sweat poured down his back, and without caring for anything else, he rushed towards Jason, as his instincts told him. One had to know that Milo's instincts were extremely good, and since he was young, they always benefited him. He wasn't particularly rich, but due to his instincts, he picked an evolved ranked beast with the potential to reach the magical rank, which made not only himself but also his family proud. In addition to his large number of soul buns he can form, he had sometimes even found rare herbs within the wild zone that were covered extremely well. One time, he even helped an old lady who fell on the ground while crossing the street. It was not only his instincts that caused him to help her, but also his innately rather soft heart, while he looked rather crude and spoiled on the outside. As such, he gifted Milo something expensive. Since then, he completely trusted his instincts. Appearing in front of Jason, the black-haired youth was thrown out of his thoughts as he looked up, not knowing what Milo wanted from him. Even though Milo flinched when they looked into each other's eyes, he bowed down deeply and shouted with all his might, "I am sorry for provoking you too," which caused an even more chaotic situation than Jason and Saron defeating Milo and Bella, as everyone thought it was more of a one-time thing due to the top students underestimating their opponents, even if the spar created a deep sense of fear within them. Everyone looked perplexed at Milo and Jason, while Bella turned around with widened eyes, shocked about what her friend said to Jason, not understanding what the hell Milo thought. Jason looked straight into Milo's eyes that quivered, and he could see sincerity, even though there seemed to be something else. As such, he accepted Milo's apology because he wasn't hurt, rather than that he beat him up. "It's fine, if you want, you can sit down." He didn't care about Milo at all, but it was only weird that he seemed to have accepted the abyss ability from his eyes rather easily, compared to Greg and Leo Harth, which wondered him. Without further ado, Milo followed what Jason said, and Saron's thought seemed to turn even more complex, noticing that, Was he a king in his former life? Jason was way too exhausted to continue sparring, and nobody dared to come closer to them, even though Milo was looking around foolishly, while Bella looked at him like an idiot. There was nothing for Jason to do, except watching some spars in front of him, and while observing them, he tried to passively gather mana while his sub-area did the same. He wanted to figure out if he could stack the passive techniques effects and increase his mana gathering and absorbing like that. If that was possible, he could exert much more mana during a fight without worrying about his expenditures. Furthermore, he could increase his absorption effect without wasting much time and increase his mana core faster. With the mana stones he received, he was confident in breaking through multiple times in the next 3 months until the Big 3 tournament would start, and the only thing he had to take care of was not to be seriously injured or something similar like that. It didn't even matter if he would be thrown out of the special combat class for a few days, which was not that unrealistic, considering that there were thousands of students alone in the 6th branch school. In the hope that rumors about him would spread, Jason had to defeat Milo and Bella in an extremely terrifying manner. Other than watching spars, Jason figured out that from his combat experience alone, he was definitely more profound than them, with the only disadvantage being his non-existent proficiency with affinities and his own Black Origin Flames affinity usage. He wasn't sure what to do with Milo, but time would tell him, and he didn't want to waste time thinking about that for now. Till only nodded his head, without caring much about it because such a request wasn't an exceptionally rare occurrence on Canier's high schools, before he messaged the principal of the affiliated school. While the principal only looked at the message with shock, both Jason and Till weren't aware of what they did to the unfortunate principal, who had never seen such a case from a first grader in his whole career. If old Drake heard this, he would also be astonished about Jason's soulbond evolving after a few months already, even though he was rather tolerant to shocking news, but fortunately he was the principal of the main school. At the Fleurs, Jason saw Greg and Malia, and both looked like they were beaten into a pulp, causing Jason to run towards them. Upon figuring out that they also entered the special combat classes of their grade, Jason began to laugh for a few minutes. Even though Jason laughed, he was extremely astonished to see Greg obtaining a spot in the special combat class, and it looked like he fought with all his might, which Jason admired. Considering Greg's classmates' average strength at the 7th Adept rank, the top students of his class should already be at the 9th Adept stage. Adding a low-mid evolved beast to his calculations, Jason calculated that Greg must have defeated someone with an expert rank physique. How the hell did he win? Jason asked himself, but how should he know that the reinforced horned bull unsealed a part of its hidden bloodline, enabling it to increase Greg's physique by a few levels for a short amount of time? Only due to this berserk skill, Greg called it later, was it possible for him to barely enter the combat class ranking. Meanwhile, Jason's thoughts. There was still the possibility that Greg's class had only weak combatants or was filled with youths playing Loki, but considering that it was the main school and checking Greg's injuries, that looked extremely serious even after Gabriella healed him, showed his will to enter the special combat classes. Jason could only nod in admiration as his view about Greg changed somewhat. Malia looked better than Greg but still injured, with her burned clothes and disheveled hair. Apparently, she also fought the top of her class to enter the special combat class, and considering that she was already in the top 10 classes, it was even more difficult for her, even though she was already at the master rank as one of the only ones. Her being at the master rank was also the reason that she barely defeated her opponents, as her combat prowess was rather bad compared to real prodigies in Asterix. Her mana aptitude was superior to others, while her combat aptitude could have been better, which doesn't really matter as she has a wide knowledge. Furthermore, nobody would ever force her to fight someone with a life or death battle, at least Jason hoped so. Having reached the master rank at the age of 16, she would probably be able to compress her mana and create a drop of mana before she turns 20 years old, which is definitely a great feat. The aptitude towards mana on Canier was not per se better than on the archipelagos, while only the big family clans and companies increased this aptitude ratio slightly by inheriting their mana aptitude to their descendants. There were always exceptions, either positive or negative, while both Jason and Malia could be said to be positive examples. After they talked with each other for some time, everyone went into their own room to absorb mana or to train outside, honing their combat techniques. Right now, the most important thing for everyone was to increase their combat prowess and mana core rank to gain a good ranking on the Big 3 tournament if they were still able to take hold onto their spots, as the benefits were just too good. Jason wanted to break into the 2nd Adept rank before Friday, or rather, before Artemis finished her evolution, and because of that, he took out a few mana stones to actively absorb mana, before he took Scorpio out of the bag with all the mana stones within. Some of the mana stones lost a little bit of their luster, but Scorpio's mana absorption rate was much slower than Artemis and his own, causing Jason to place Scorpio next to him before he began to absorb mana for the next few hours until he switched to the Heaven's Hell technique. After finishing the 5-braided soul energy helix, Jason was once again awoken, which leads him to absorb for another few hours mana. Jason hoped he would be allowed to forge a graded weapon instead of some basic things which were almost worthless. In addition to that, he was expecting what kinds of herbs he would receive to concoct a potion and what type of rune he would have to inscribe to pass the exams. But somehow, Jason had a bad feeling that he would be disappointed tomorrow. Reading the few dozen profound books with thousands of sites each in addition to Shane and Dahlia's teachings would probably be much more helpful than the rank 3 and rank 4 lectures he would be able to attend. Jason had 2 monsters as masters. After memorizing the books in his memory chip, he would finally be able to learn something from them, and Dahlia could maybe even increase Scorpio's potential once they meet again. As of now, Jason was forbidden to contact them, as a kind of motivation or punishment, which he couldn't really understand. The only exception was if something urgent happened or he finished memorizing all books. This was some kind of passive torture to him, and he lamented about this a lot before he washed up, changed his clothes, and went into bed. Inside the shuttle, Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique like always, and noting that he reached soul energy of 17.1 units made him joyous, even though it wouldn't be enough for Artemis. Inside school, he received the location for their practical test, and it was in a small extra building that looked like a miniature artisan tower. However, in reality, it was probably only an exquisite warehouse, as he noticed that the forges he could see were portable and quite advanced at that. The interior of the large hall they were inside was crude, and if Jason was not wrong, nobody cared about this building as cobwebs and could be seen everywhere. Jason smiled weirdly as the contrast between the high-technology advanced forges and the whole building seemed to have an intentional effect. They tried to increase the artisan tower's reputation, even though some of their school's teachers looked unpleased. Nevertheless, Jason didn't care either way, and he sat on his designated forge, patiently waiting for everyone to enter the room. One by one, the examiners came inside, and unsurprisingly, it was the same blacksmith and runemaster he had seen before while Antalya stood in front of them once again, eyeing Jason with curiosity. This caused him to shudder, and he decided to ignore the busty woman's gazes, focusing on his forge, when he heard the task they had to accomplish. The bulky middle-aged man was firmly standing on the ground with a straightened back, viewing over the students that looked at him expectantly awaiting a task to accomplish. Dear students of the 6th Affiliated Vanguard School, today are the artisan exams, and we assume that not many of you have never forged, brewed, or inscribed anything in your life. If you have, congrats, but that doesn't matter to us. The tasks we want to give all of you isn't that difficult for the blacksmith exam. Forge a weapon without completely destroying the ore's mana conductivity. We don't care about the weapon's grade, aesthetics, or anything else. The weapon only has to have a certain degree of mana conductivity and shouldn't crumble under the pressure while cutting the meat of a low wild beast. There is no time limit, but if you want to participate in the other exams, you should not waste too much time, as we only test them today. Ending her short speech, Antalya and the runemaster said something else before they went up the stairs to the floor, where their test would be conducted. Jason sweated under the gaze Antalya threw at him, and he felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard a number of loud bangs where the bulky man stood. Turning around, he could suddenly see all kinds of ores used to craft weapons, while not a single grade 2 ore could be seen. What kind of miracle do they want students to do with these high-quality forges? Most students don't even know how to operate a forge because the provided knowledge is so shallow. Jason wondered. Nevertheless, the ores were worth quite a lot, and the students could take whatever piece they wanted. While the other students rushed forward, Jason activated his mana eyes to conduct a quick inspection of all kinds of ores in front of him. And unsurprisingly, there were many ores with death mana veins inside them, indicating that the ore itself was dead and couldn't be used for forge weapons that relied on mana conductivity to gain a certain toughness and sharpness. Smiling lightly, Jason noticed a few students picking the largest pieces of ores they could see, and among them were dead ores, causing him to frown lightly. Sighing deeply, he looked for a familiar ore, and when he found something, a small smile emerged on his face. Jade iron ore, and a large amount at that. While some of them were already dead, Jason picked out the best one before he went back to his designated forge. Blacksmithing could be divided into many sections, and they were as follows. The first step was only required if one was working with ores, and the step was called reduction, which was used to oxide the ore, obtaining the pure ingots. This step wasn't that difficult, as Jason knew the exact heat jade iron required to heat up. Too much heat would cause the mana veins to evaporate and die, while the ore itself would just melt. A low heat would be totally useless, as the oxide wouldn't react with the charcoal within the flame to create carbon dioxide, leaving behind the pure metal. Not more than a few minutes passed before Jason saw the mana veins within the jade iron ore turning slightly yellowish. Taking out the reduced jade iron ore with reinforced tongs, Jason noticed green sparks within the red heated-up ingot. Turning towards the hammer press, he used it instead of hammers to form a chunk of jade iron because he didn't want to waste too much energy right off the bat. Carefully using his feet to activate the hammer press, he used the tongs to slowly form the desired shape of the chunk. Jason had used an especially large piece of jade iron ore because he knew the size would decrease by more than 50 until he had his desired chunk, and without using more precious time, he couldn't bear smelting more jade iron ore. In the end, it wouldn't even matter what kind of weapon he made, as long as it didn't break while cutting some meat. As such, Jason would just make a crude dagger and finish his assignment as soon as possible. Slowly forming the chunk, Jason was eyed from the side because other students thought he was dumb, using a hammer press to make a chunk without damaging the mana veins. However, these students forgot something important, as they would have never thought that Jason did not only save much time, but jade iron was rather resilient towards a violent forming of its mana veins compared to other ingots, causing it to be the best material for beginners to use. Nevertheless, it was still rather uncommon to use a hammer press to preserve intact and undamaged mana veins, but in front of him stood one, and without wasting too much time, he reheated the slightly formed chunk until it was close to the melting point, perfect for him to form it. Jason repeated this process a few times before a 15 centimeters long, 5 centimeter width, and 1 centimeter thick chunk was finally formed. 1 centimeter was perfect for his task, and he went directly to the second step. Heating up the jade iron ingot once again, he placed the end of it on the anvil that stood in front of him, while the other end was gripped by the tongs. Taking out a rounding hammer, Jason hammered on the corners of the chunk to slowly form the end of the chunk into the shape of a knife point. The round side was supposed to be the back, while the flat edge would become the cutting edge. Reheating and shaping the jade iron chunk for a few times, Jason had to be careful as the chunk was not especially thick and could easily break, but fortunately nothing like that happened. Leaving enough space for the tong to grip the end of the chunk, Jason looked at the piece of jade iron with a satisfying smile. It looked better than expected, and now he had to establish a blade. Heating up the chunk once again, he repeated rows of small taps with his hammer up the blade to narrow the jade iron. Working on both sides, Jason prevented it from distorting, which was also extremely important to maintain a good balance. Jason pondered if he should have a distal taper, which meant the blade gets thinner the closer one gets to the tip, but he decided against it because it wasn't necessary for his task. The small dagger was almost finished, and Jason reheated the jade iron chunk once again, with sweat pearls forming on his face. Even though he was resistant to heat, it was still hot, and his body wasn't adjusted to the heat, causing him to sweat heavily. Looking around, he noticed that his classmates looked like they were dying within the flames, as most school uniforms had already ignited, causing the examiner to jump into the fray. Jason had long since covered himself with a fire-resistant robe and face protection to prevent any kind of accident to occur, even though his fire resistance was superior than the flame in front of him. Heating up the grade 1 Krilo oil next to him to 50°C, Jason took out the shaped dagger and adjusted some marginal flaws he didn't like before he cooled down the hot jade iron ingot within the slightly heated up oil in front of him. Jason heard a sizzling, and if he didn't know what he was doing, he would be extremely scared, but fortunately, the quenching succeeded. Water would have also worked, but Jason wanted to go sure, as rapidly cooling down the hit chunk of jadaran within oil prevented cracks to appear while quenching, which could happen using water. The chances were small but safety sure, and after the dagger was cooled down to a certain degree, he took it out to reheat and quench it again before letting it slowly cool down in the air to temper it even more. Turning off everything, the flame disappeared, and Jason turned away from the smithy to the working bench that stood next to him. Now it was time to sharpen the dagger to a certain extent, and he placed the whetstone he found inside the smithy's drawer into water until he couldn't see any bubbles rising from it anymore, which was the perfect state, before he took it out, laying it on a towel. Placing the dagger on the whetstone, he lifted the back of it by a 20-degree angle, causing the blade to touch the whetstone. Dragging the heel of the knife down and pressing the knife down to the whetstone, Jason had to completely focus on the blade. From the heel all the way to the tip in gliding motion, going back and forth. One side then the other side, and the only thing he had to worry about would be keeping the 20-degree angle while maintaining the same amount of pressure on it. Once the whetstone dried up slightly, Jason applied some water on it before he finished sharpening it on the rougher side of the whetstone. Turning around the whetstone, he watered the fine side and repeated the same process until Jason thought the knife was sharp enough. He wasn't completely satisfied with his first product, but it looked better than he expected, and if Jason knew that his whole procedure was observed by Shane, he would most likely have tried harder. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, but Shane, who hid inside the shadow of the building, nodded his head in approval, while the rank 3 blacksmith noticed Jason walking towards him, with question marks in his eyes before his expression turned into astonishment when he saw the knife in Jason's hand. Jason knew that he would pass this exam, and he waited for the perplexed blacksmith to finish his examination before he went up to the second floor after he took back his first produced dagger. Only 3 hours passed since the exam started, and there were still students of the first batch trying to accomplish their task. Noticing Jason walking up the second floor, the young rank 3 runemaster thought this black-haired youth in front of him was either too late or impatiently worked on the blacksmithing exam. Either way, it didn't really matter, and once Jason arrived in front of him, he could smell a faint smoke from him, answering his question where the youth came from. Looking at his ID, the runemaster noticed that Jason passed all 3 exams, which caused him to look at the black-haired, golden-eyed youth in front of him once again. Seeing the golden eyes gleaming with mana, the runemaster's gut feeling told him that it was a special trait, even if he wasn't sure what kind of eye trait. The most common special trait for eyes were mana eyes, but he had never seen anyone with mana eyes. As such, he had no idea what the youth in front of him had as a special trait. Previously, Jason wanted to hide his mana eyes, but with time passing, he found it unreasonable, as it would cause a big decrease in his development. Following that, he sat down on his designated place, where he found dozens of materials and necessities to work with. Jason was the most confident in rune inscribing due to his mana eyes, because he read that the most difficult part in inscribing was sensing the mana around while one had to work with opened eyes. One would have to mold either an incomplete unblemished mana core or magical ranked mana cores to inscribe runes, and the radiating mana from these materials could be labeled as vast, but this was only the case before they mold. The mana conductivity from mana cores was the most complex in every living being, and without destroying that, one had to be extremely careful with heating up the mana cores, as every mana core had a differing molting temperature. In front of him were only incomplete unblemished mana cores, and it was most likely to save some credits, while it was also the best for beginners to try inscribing. For this exam, the artisan tower even provided the names from the beasts where the mana cores came from, to give the students the opportunity to use their knowledge, without the need to figure out the mana core's origin. However, looking around, Jason could only smile dryly as he saw many students not knowing what they really did, while some were focused on their task. It was roughly the same as on the blacksmith exam, as some knew what they were doing, while others only tried out some things that seemed right, but on a completely wrong level, as they ignited the flames too high, used a wrong mixing ratio for the inscription mixture, or if the first few steps were done correctly, they messed up with the inscription due to their lack of ability to sense the mana within the inscription solution. This last step was important, as one could adjust the mana stream slightly to combine the inscribed runes with each other in order to create a usable rune. One could say, adjusting the mana flow within the inscription mixture was necessary, and without it could only be described as lucky if the rune worked the way one wanted it to do. Jason smiled, hearing small puffs from all around him and smoke clouds rising where the puffs were heard. It seemed that the tasks were the same for every artisan exam. Produce something that works or something like that, and Jason had to inscribe whatever rune he wanted on anything he liked. Taking out the dagger he previously forged, Jason decided to inscribe a rune on it. Pondering for a moment, Jason decided to go with the most common inscription mixture, without adding anything special into it to increase the amplification or duration time after mana was injected. Simple is best. Was Jason's thought for the 3 exams as he forged, brewed, and inscribed for the first time in his life. Weighing the ingredients, he placed the rest on the site before he looked at the burner and the reagents. Taking the testing tubes, he disregarded the burner as he wanted to try something for himself. The burner in front of him could hardly maintain a stable temperature and would fluctuate slightly once in a while, which was not something any lifestyle occupation wanted to work with. As such, he opened his hand with a black flame appearing within. Seeing that, the runemaster's eyes widened, and he wondered how such a young youth found a mutated fire affinity, causing him to feel jealous, as mutated fire affinities were stronger than normal ones, with some of them having special abilities. Jason attracted the runemaster's attention, but even after noticing that, Jason ignored it and worked hard on his task. Holding both above the test tube, Jason worked rather crude right now, but the result was the only thing that mattered. Seeing what Jason did, the runemaster frowned, and he wanted to lecture the student about aesthetics and the pride of runemasters when he saw that the incomplete unblemished mana core was already melting. It was faster than he expected, and he initially thought the black-haired youth was only here to play jokester, but apparently, he seemed to briefly understand what to do. The incomplete mana core liquid poured into the test tube, and once a certain amount was inside, Jason laid the core aside, before washing his hand that held the core. It was a little bit hot, but he was immune to his own flame and wouldn't be burned through it. The black origin flame was still within his other hand, burning with a slightly lower temperature when he placed the test tube on top of the tripod, which had a small hole within, perfectly able to hold it. Pouring a little bit normal water within the test tube, in addition to some luo sand inside, Jason heated the test tube up before swirling around the sand within the water. Gleaming faintly, Jason knew the mana particle within the sand reacted with the water, and Jason added 3 small pieces of lowest grade 1 herbs into the test tube while heating up his flame. Luo sand was mostly used to combine the magical effect of certain ingredients together, as long as they were less reactive. With that, many simple potions and inscription solutions could be made, and Jason used it because of that. Controlling the flame's heat, Jason carefully inspected the reaction that happened, coloring the water slightly green. Leading the mana properties slightly, they reacted with each other, and the water turned slightly more viscous with a faint aroma spreading out of the test tube. Extinguishing the flame, Jason sieved out the sand and drained the herbs in order to receive his thick herb solution, in addition to his liquefied incomplete mana core in a different test tube. Right now, Jason was already at the last 2 steps, and he ignited 2 flames in his hands to place them below the 2 tripods the test tubes stood within respectively. Controlling the head at the same temperature, Jason sweated heavily as he had never summoned multiple flames at the same time, neither had he controlled them like that. Once the content within the test tubes reached a certain temperature, Jason placed a flask in front of him, before he poured the content of both the molten incomplete core and the herb solution within it, creating a small puff as reaction. That's unfortunate. The Runemaster sighed deeply in regret, as he thought he had witnessed something special, but the smoke that rose in front of the black-haired youth indicated a failure. Wait, his eyes widened as he saw that it was not black or gray smoke, rather than that it seemed to be more with impurities inside, and it seemed as if an illusion emerged in front of him. How did he extract the impurities within the herbs? He almost shouted, but he could barely get a hang of himself. Otherwise, his image would crumble to smithereens. Looking at Jason with widened eyes, only Shane, Dahlia, and Jason himself knew what was going on. Jason's black origin flame was like every origin flame, only special in its rank. As such, like every origin flame, it had the ability to cleanse not only the body but also herbs and ores from their impurities, which one could see right now. The mixture of the molten incomplete mana core and the herb solution mixed together perfectly as the mana particles reacted with each other, creating a purple solution that shone in a faint hue and radiated a calming aroma. One could think that Jason was brewing potions right now, but rather than that he was only mixing a solution for his inscriptions. Right now, even Shan's eyes were widened as he looked at Jason weirdly. How can he learn so much without anyone teaching him? Can I beat him up? He thought, and this caused him to be slightly dejected, as he wanted Jason only to learn everything theoretical, to give his practical knowledge to him over time. Looking at Jason, he took out a specially made ballpoint that was completely empty and not filled with anything. What should I do with such a prodigy? Shane sighed as he looked at Jason with envy. The ballpoint size was more than 20 centimeters long, which was unusual, but filling carefully with the inscription solution he finished. Jason's eyes cleaned. There was still a lot of his inscription solution left, which he stored away within the perennial neoxid box. Looking at his dagger, he pondered what kind of rune he should inscribe when a sudden thought appeared in his mind. Smiling, Jason thought, why not? Before he started to inscribe familiar but also somewhat unfamiliar runes on the dagger's surface. While the Runemaster looked at the runes with a confused expression, as if he had never seen these runes, Shane was about to give Jason a beating. The Goblin Runemaster's runes mankind had yet to be fully researched. Jason finished his inscription within 30 minutes, and his knife had 4 additional sharpening runes on it, decorating the outer part of the blade. With this simple feat, Jason was already close on the way to learn how to create a mana weapon. The difference between normal weapons and mana weapons was mainly because of the materials used to forge high mana conductivity weapons, but also a high number of runes. These runes were much more powerful than the ones Jason inscribed, but even so, he crafted a tierless weapon with runes on it. While injecting mana into the blade, Jason noticed that the runes began to glow slightly, and a broad smile emerged on his face. While inscribing, it was not only important to lead the mana veins within the inscription solution together, but also to inscribe the runes on the exact position where the weapon's mana veins spread through. It would be the best if runes were always inscribed on the most circulated parts, and Jason did so. As such, the runes and forged crude dagger could be almost compared to the worst graded weapons, even though its toughness and aesthetics were below average for graded weapons, while it would reach the required threshold in terms of sharpness. Smiling brightly, Jason walked towards the dumbfounded rank 3 runemaster, handing him the dagger. Runemaster carefully inspected the runes intently, and only now did the somewhat familiar runes ring a bell in his mind. Are these the runes used by the goblins? The young runemaster asked Jason, who only replied with a confident smile. How was the only thing the runemaster in front of Jason could ask, as not even his master had fully researched the runes yet. Looking at the black-haired youth in front of him, the young runemaster was somewhat scared. The crude dagger was obviously not bought somewhere. It looked like Jason passed the blacksmith exam, which was nothing special per se, but making an inscription solution was already extremely difficult, while this black-haired youth made an almost perfect solution on his first try. If that was everything, the runemaster would already let Jason pass, but he even inscribed them on a very good position with a high mana circulation. Amazing. This youth, no young man in front of him, is a treasure. The runemaster thought, and he tried to talk to him, but before that could happen, Jason took back his crude dagger and asked if he passed the exam. Nodding faintly, the runemaster could only hear Jason saying, "Sorry for bothering you. Have a nice day. I'll take the alchemy exam now." And if Jason looked at the runemaster now, one could only see a jaw drop to the ground. Did he ignore me? He thought, sulking slightly, but somehow he didn't dare to interrupt the black-haired young man. There was something weird about him. Shane, who sensed everything through the ground, frowned deeply because he understood that he had to change his plans in order to pressure Jason more once he wanted to learn how to forge, inscribe, brew, and so on. Praising Jason would probably not be acceptable in order for him to not become arrogant and full of himself, and Shane was deep in thoughts, while Jason appeared on the third and last floor. Roughly 5 hours passed since the exams had started, and Antalya was astonished to see Jason already appearing on the third floor. Seeing him walking towards her, she smiled brightly, putting up a facade to cover her astonishment. "I've passed the first 2 exams. What should I do for the alchemy exam?" he asked nonchalantly, and even though Antalya was mentally prepared, she was still astonished that Jason really did it. Clearing her throat, she managed to gain a moment in order to regain her almost revealed composure. "My task is the same as the first 2. In order to pass the exam, you have to concoct an effective potion without a backslash." Saying that, Jason turned around before he quietly said. Hearing that, Antalya finally remembered that she told Jason if he passed the written exams with 100 and all practical artisan exams, she would give him the chance to request anything from the artisan tower, and her expression fell into hell. Looking desperate at Jason, she had a bad premonition that he would accomplish the exam rather easily. The inscription solution alone could be considered as an effective potion, even though it was just a subcategory, and if Antalya knew that Jason had already brewed his own inscription solution, her last ray of hope would be immediately shattered. The runemaster exam allowed students to use the worst inscribing mixture in order to pass the test because they focused their attention on the inscribing process rather than the mixture itself. Jason sat down on his designated place, and he could see many different items and herbs in front of him on a large table. There were also many test tubes, the tripods, and the burner Jason wouldn't use once again. But before he decided to create a potion, Jason was adamant about practicing the Heaven's Hell technique in order to maximize his soul energy as soon as possible. Sitting down on the ground, he didn't mind any onlookers and entered his soul world. Looking at Artemis' cold snowflake cocoon, Jason smiled gently before he left the soul world once again 85 minutes later, after braiding his 5-strand helix and injecting it into his soul world core. The pain lessened consistently, and Jason was becoming more proficient in braiding and holding a large amount of focus on different things, causing the practicing time to decrease slightly. Maybe he could decrease the time even more, but he was unsure how far that could go, and a slight expectation built inside his mind. Standing up, Jason noticed that fewer students could be seen around him, and they seemed to have passed while a few charred students with desperate expressions gazed at the ingredients in front of them. Some students even had puffed up hair, and Jason tried really hard to not laugh out loud. Calming himself down after laughing for himself sometimes, Jason turned to the table and decided to do the simplest potion he knew. Taking out luo sand and 4 different gradeless herbs, Jason placed them in front of him, while he put aside the other unneeded herbs. Igniting the black origin flame once again in his hand, Jason placed it below the tripod. Filling a flask with a small amount of water, he placed it exactly in the center of the tripod, before Jason supplied it with the luo sand. The mana particles inside the sand reacted with the water, causing the sand to lose its faint luster. Gleaming weakly, the previous normal water was now infused with a slight amount of mana particles, and once a certain heat was reached, Jason put in one herb after another, not forgetting to follow the correct order. Some herbs could only react with the slowly concocted potion after the previous reactions took place without creating possible other reactions, which might create another potion or completely waste it. As such, he checked 2 times if he did everything correctly to avoid any minute mistakes. Carefully putting the last herb inside the flask, the water turned slightly blue with a faint aroma spreading out from it. It was a calming feeling, and upon smelling the aroma, Jason knew that it was time for the next step. Heating up his flame by a notch, a disgusting stench covered the faint aroma, and Jason's nose twitched. The impurities were slowly washed, reacting with the sand, instead of being exalted with a whitish smoke cloud like it was the case with his inscription solution. This, however, was mainly because the impurities of the herbs and magical essence reacted with the liquefied unblemished ranked mana core when he created the inscribing mixture. Upon a certain amount of impurities could be seen by the visible eye, without Jason using his mana eyes. Extinguishing the flame with a single thought, Jason placed a beaker in front of him with a sieve on top of it in order to divide the solution with the waste materials and impurities. This caused Jason not only to question if every potion had impurities inside them, which wouldn't be that surprising, but also how many impurities were within normal potions. Because of his black origin flame, he got rid of a lot of impurities that wouldn't have been expelled normally, and Jason decided that he would brew his own potions in the future. Looking at the faintly gleaming blue potion in the beaker, he filled 3 vials before the beaker was completely empty. Following Jason's steps, Antalya was not only put in a tied spot, but also astonished by Jason's calmness during the whole concoction process. It was as if he wasn't even trying hard to secure the stableness from the potion during the concoction process. The mana control needed to lead the magical ingredients together was also not easy, and one had a need to do multiple things at the same time, which Jason innately couldn't do. But due to his superior eyes, refined brain, the black origin flame's baptism which enhanced everything about him, and his detailed knowledge about the exact concocting process of the gradeless calming potion allowed him to make it look as if he didn't even try hard. In honesty, Jason was sweating heavily during the whole process, and it was only that the sweat evaporated before Antalya noticed it. Remaining concentrated over the whole process of concocting the calming potions, Jason could finally sigh in relief as he handed Antalya one potion. The calming potion was one of the most common potions, and it was as useful as an expensive calming tea. Drinking a potion, one would feel refreshed and the tension of one's body would ease up. The potion was mostly used before important events and exams to calm down, increasing the activity of the mind passively. Being tensed up would cause students to be worse during exams and tests, while one would be able to think faster about a solution with calm composure after drinking the calming potion. Antalya inspected the potion carefully. Before, she had already seen Jason using a black flame affinity instead of the burner, which she deemed as a mutated fire elemental being. But there was something she was suspicious of, and inspecting the potion, Antalya noticed that the potion was partially cleansed, which was not something someone who brewed for the first time should be able to do. It was only a calming potion, and extracting the impurities within wasn't difficult even for proper rank 1 beginner alchemists, but Antalya hadn't seen Jason using any kind of method to extract impurities that would explain the purity of the calming potion in front of her. Uncertain, she asked, "Does your mutated elemental being have the ability to cleanse ingredients to a certain extent?" Antalya didn't expect Jason to reveal his secret, but she would combine the signs to herself upon seeing Jason's reaction. However, surprisingly, Jason answered her, which she didn't expect. You could say so. Previously, he was slightly nervous about how to explain the high purity of his inscribing mixture and potions, but Antalya gave him the best answer he could choose. As such, he took the opportunity and accepted her idea. Antalya told him that he could even expel impurities from ores, but that would require lots of practice and was quite taxing to one's body. Before it was safe to purify high-grade ores, Jason would have to reach the Magus rank or evolve his tierless origin flame, while grade 1 ores were an exception. The only problem was that neither Jason, Shane nor Dahlia knew how much soul energy his black origin flame needed to evolve. Even Dahlia's silver origin flame needed a few hundred soul energy units, and it was only a B-rank origin flame, while Jason's black one was at least 1 rank higher. While Antalya digested Jason's answer, she wasn't excessively shocked because she predicted this outcome, but it was more like she was envious of Jason finding such a perfect soul bond for all artisan occupations. Working with purified materials would result in a qualitative better product, which would in return increase the price for the products. If Jason focused on his artisan career, according to the talent she was, he would probably be able to reach at least her faster's rank in one of the 3 occupations and a slightly lower rank in the rest. Maybe he could even soar higher if his ambition was high enough. Looking at Jason with twinkling stars, Antalya asked the question she wanted to ask for the last few days since he met her father. Do you want to be my disciple? My father also said that he is interested in you, but he told me to not ask you anything regarding master-disciple relationships. I don't care about what my father said, and it's probably nothing special to begin with. Maybe Dad wants to ask you too if you want to be his disciple. Wouldn't that be great? Antalya was full of ambition and determined, while her eyes gleamed in anticipation. Please think about my offer. I can provide you with a lot of information and resources, and if you want, my dad and I can teach you all our knowledge together. Wouldn't it be great to have a master who is almost a rank 6 in terms of forging and smithing in addition to a future rank 5 alchemist? She said, proudly, not forgetting to show off her own and her dad's talent, but Jason was only smiling faintly, if you only knew. Jason thought, and he could barely hold in his laughter. Before he shattered her joyous time, he asked if he passed the exam, which she affirmed eagerly. She only wanted to hear Jason approving her as master, but his next words shattered her dream immediately. Jason said before he took his calming potion back, which he stored inside his storage device. Antalya looked at him with a flabbergasted and depressed expression, not knowing what she did wrong or rather why Jason should reject her generous offer, and she was about to rebuke his rejection when a unanimous feeling approached her, preventing her from saying anything. Jason noticed that and opened his mana eyes, only to see familiar mana fluctuations within the shadows, enveloping Antalya. Shane didn't like the young busty woman next to Jason, and after trying to lure his disciple over, he had to do something to release his anger, even though it was only a minuscule revelation. With a slight amount of mana released, Shane caused Antalya to be unable to move around or even speak. She wasn't hurt in any way and only restricted. As such, Jason decided to let it go as he looked at Shane within the shadows before he turned towards the stairs he descended slowly. If Jason was honest, he felt extremely disappointed in today's exams, and even more so in his classmates. From the initial 30 students, less than 10 had the required mana aptitude, while less than 2 made the cut for the theoretical exam as they were too lazy or untalented to learn. Even so, Jason hadn't seen a single proper forged item, concocted potion, or inscribed rune, and everything seemed crude. He wasn't sure if it was his high standard or the extremely low standard for the artisan occupations, but he couldn't help to sigh in regret. Maybe the real talents already started with their forging or other lifestyle occupations some time ago. Why would they bother to show up at such a test if they don't need the lectures? Maybe Jason wouldn't think so if he didn't have the knowledge from his masters, which increased his standards by a large margin, but fortunately he got to know them, causing his high interest in all basic artisan occupations. Walking out of the slightly shabby building, Jason suddenly heard a voice below him. Good job, brat. I've never thought that your first forged weapon and inscribed rune would come out this well, but don't think too much of yourself. You act way too slow, and there were many flaws within your technique, while the time you allocated for every step was also wrong. There is much for me and Dahlia to do once you finish reading the books about everything theoretical. Obviously, it saw Shane speaking, and he praised Jason before he complained about him, causing Jason to cringe a little bit. But even so, Jason had to acknowledge that his first work was crude, while it was still valuable for his practice experience. Jason knew that Shane only wanted to motivate him more, but he felt that Shane could use better words to make him strive for more. Nevertheless, after today, Jason's desire for artisan occupations increased, even the exams were boring. With his first try in the different occupations, he found out the perks from each of them. Jason found alchemy the easiest as of now due to its demand for focus and mana control, while forging took most of his time and strength. Inscribing was somewhat between the two other occupations. Shane was inside Jason's shadow, and he wondered how that was possible. Is this an ability, but from which soul bond? Definitely not from the Death Knight, and neither from the Bane of the Thousand Eyes Wolf. Did he study his darkness affinity, or is it something else? It can't be a mixture between darkness and spatial affinity, right? Jason was extremely astonished, and that was exactly what Shane wanted from his disciple. The desire to find out more about the world, which changed completely after the mana outbreak. As long as Shane awoke this desire within Jason, his whole potential could erupt. In addition to the unimaginable potential of Jason's black origin flame, he had Artemis, the evolving snowflake owl, whose potential was also unknown. Shane wondered how far Jason could go with enough time. Reaching his own rank shouldn't be a problem as long as Jason survived, and maybe humanity would even be able to fight to conquer their main continents once again. As long as mankind united, recapturing the other mainlands should be possible with enough time passing. Jason's desire was still not completely awoken, but his interest in all kinds of affinities heightened, causing him to wonder what he could do with his own fire ability he received from the black origin flame. Abilities could be described as imprinted knowledge from Solbon's special traits. At least that was what the books Shane and Dahlia gave him said. Saron's mutated slime was able to store high amounts of mana and release them with an explosive speed, which was in return the mana injection. As long as the mutated slime stored enough mana, Saron could even rival Magus ranks with his vast amount of mana. But to store enough mana to rival a Magus rank, while the mutated slime was at the evolved rank, would take some time, and it wasn't worth the effort one had to go through, as one was still physically weaker, and without liquefied mana, which amplified one's mana output by a large margin. There was still much for Jason to learn, and he talked with Shane for some time before they parted ways, as Jason went towards the forest to gather and refine mana. It was already afternoon when Jason found a decent spot with a high mana flow within the forest. He wasn't sure if he would be able to break through until the next day, but Jason wanted to give it a try. The only thing he wanted to do in between was practicing the Heaven's Hell technique. Taking out a bunch of grade 1 mana stones, Scorpio jumped around happily on his shoulder before he leaped on his lap. Without delaying any further, Scorpio curled up and began absorbing the released mana. Looking at this, Jason smiled joyously and began to lose countless threads from the mana stones around him at the same time. Leading the mana within towards him in addition to the mana in his surrounding, a huge mass of foreign mana invaded his mana channels. Circulating the mana within his cleansed channels was much easier after undergoing the baptism, but the sheer amount of mana that invaded him was also higher, forcing him to focus completely on circulating the mana within him before he injected into his mana core to annex it. The feeling of circulating mana and annexing it into his mana core made Jason ecstasy, and it was even better compared to the day. Sitting between trees within nature, absorbing nature's mana besides the compressed mana within mana stones was refreshing, and Jason felt immediately much more vigorous than before. Jason didn't even know how much time passed, and he only subconsciously noticed the sun going under. His initial plan was to practice the Heaven's Hell technique now, but that was unimportant for Jason right now, as he felt his body being slowly filled up with the mana in his surroundings and the addicting feeling enveloping him, filling his eyes with desire. Instead of annexing the whole mana into his mana core, Jason also decided to fill up his mana eyes more, which he previously neglected. But that would change now. With his thousands of mana stones inside his spatial store, he had more than enough mana to fill his mana core, and at the same time his eyes to a certain extent. Furthermore, it had only been a week since he entered the Adept rank, and with his cleansed mana channels, his passive mana gathering technique caused his mana core to be filled extremely fast. It only took him a week to reach the barrier between the first and the second Adept rank, which was extremely fast. Normally one would need roughly a few months to reach each of the first 3 Adept ranks, considering that one possessed an average mana aptitude. There were always differences between each individual, and sometimes it would take longer or shorter. In addition to the mana aptitude, the amplification from beasts was also an important factor, as one had to fill a much larger mana core caused by the soul world's amplification increasing its size. The average of youths in mana core ranks was that one needed slightly more than 3 to 4 years from the novice to the adept rank, as the beginning was the most difficult with exploring the meaning of mana, how it worked, and how to circulate it without damaging the mana channels, while the average age for children to sense mana was 10. Most children couldn't understand the importance of mana. As such, they were rather lazy with their mana absorption until they regretted it someday. After one had entered the adept rank, someone with an average mana aptitude would need roughly 5 years to enter the expert rank. From then on, their range of an average mana aptitude changed, and it was unknown how long one would need. The amplification of soulbonds made exact researches almost impossible, but it wondered Jason that he only needed a week to almost completely fill his mana core at the first adept rank with a size of a 4th adept rank. Artemis' evolution was still a mystery for Jason, but he was already excitedly waiting for her to come back to him. Jason was still carefully circulating the mana within his mana channels and injected it into his mana core while time passed without him noticing that it was already dark outside. Only when the mana he absorbed from the outside lessened, Jason opened his eyes once again. The mana stones around him turned gray and couldn't be differentiated from normal stones anymore. Looking around, Jason's perplexed expression told more than 1,000 words, as he had no idea that it was already dark outside. Messaging the Fleurs, he notified them that he wouldn't come back today because he believed that he would be able to break through into the second adept rank if he worked hard enough for the next few hours. Taking a glance at Scorpio, Jason saw with astonishment that Scorpio's exoskeletons gleamed faintly, and activating his mana eyes, he was taken aback to see an almost invisible small affinity seed being constructed. This small fella is working hard, let's also work hard. Jason thought while he glanced at Scorpio. Taking out double the amount of grade 1 mana stones than before, Jason once again loosened up mana threads, leading them right into him. Groaning from the sudden surge of mana, he immediately began to sweat, but with the help of his passive mana gathering and refining technique, actively absorbing the mana was much easier. As such, he could take the sheer amount of mana, rather after adjusting for a short moment before Jason once again lost track of time. Without him knowing, he had even completely forgotten to practice the Heaven's Hell technique, which was rather important. Overflowing with mana, his determination to absorb it increased even more, and Jason smoothly absorbed it into his mana core after he circulated it carefully through his mana veins. It was almost a single movement, without much time wasted, and the suction force of Jason slowly accelerated. The mana in his surroundings began to envelop him, separating him from the outside. Compressing around Jason, the mana looked like a cocoon upon closer inspection. While the cocoon grew in size, Jason greedily absorbed the mana from within, without feeling even a tiny bit tired. Hours passed and the sun began to ascend, shining on a paper-thin cocoon, which enveloped Jason. An even thinner membrane of impurities stuck to Jason's clothes, and it was mostly the impurities his body generated after the baptism. Opening his eyes slowly, Jason's golden eyes flicked vigorously with a tiny black flame shimmering far in the back, demanding to grow stronger as it sensed more and more soul energy within Jason's soul world core. Standing up, he noticed the thin film of impurities enveloping him. He didn't take off his clothes, but turned into a black burning torch in order to ignite the impurities on him, which immediately incinerated like his clothes. With this, he wouldn't have to wash up immediately. Looking at the quantum watch, he noticed a few messages and also the time. It was 5 a.m. and Jason nodded his head. Inspecting his own body, he could only laugh out loud, still naked. He had reached the second adept rank only 1 week after he had entered the first adept rank, which could only be described as fast. Even though he noticed that his mana core wouldn't be able to keep up with this speed, he was still extremely proud of his achievement. Inspecting the size of his mana core, Jason knew that he was infinitely close to the 5th adept rank, while his physique was also extremely close to the 5th adept rank. Scorpio woke up from its affinity seed construction because Jason threw him from his lap unconsciously. Seeing its master laughing while being naked was a funny sight, and Scorpio transmitted what it saw to Jason. Struck by a lightning, he immediately stopped moving. Clothes appeared out of his spatial ring, and he wore them, without caring about Scorpio's weird sounds, trying to imitate a laugher in his mind. Ignoring Scorpio, Jason entered the soul world as nonchalant as possible. Around Artemis, there was only a thin sheet of mana and snowflakes, and Jason could faintly see Artemis outlines, which didn't seem to have changed that much. With a soul energy of 18.2 units, Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique within 84 minutes, increasing it once again by 0.1 units. It was already 630 m, and before Jason did anything else, he replied to the messages from the Fleurs group chat. Everyone asked him why he stayed outside, and only now did he reply that he cultivated through the night, which eased the others' worries a lot. It was not as if Jason was a relative of them, but to the Fleurs he felt comfortable, even though he knew almost nothing about them. Jason knew that it might be foolish, but his heart warmed up because they worried about him. Even Mark was worried since the incident about last time's unannounced stay out was imprinted in his mind. After the incident happened, Mark researched about the devilish Valkyrie shield fruit, and the extremely shallow information was devastating, causing him to feel sorry for Jason, who had to endure such a terrible thing. Mark also felt that Jason's ambition and determination were incomparable with anyone he knew. Even his daughter, who was a genius, wasn't that ambition to grow strong as Jason. As such, each unannounced stay out would worry not only Mark but all family members, even though they didn't know what was going on. They tried to distract themselves by reading books, absorbing mana, and sparring with each other, but it was only partially helpful. Sensing the Fleur's genuine love and caring for him, he felt honored and warm around his heart. He swore himself that he would tell them more information the next time he would stay out, even though he couldn't tell them everything, as he would probably stay with Shane and Dahlia sometimes. As such, a slight tinge of guilt built up within Jason before anything even happened. Suddenly, Jason's whole body cooled down and he shivered while his temperature decreased, visibly changing his appearance. The surroundings' temperature plumbed by a few degrees, and a confused expression appeared on Jason's face as his soul world began to shake violently. "Little princess, are you already done?" Jason thought with a bright smile on his ice-cold face. Jason's temperature further decreased, while Scorpio leaped away from him due to the unexpected cold. Entering his soul world, he gazed at Artemis Hue, which looked similar to her previous appearance. The only difference he immediately noticed was that she grew in size. However, he wasn't sure how much, as the sizes in the soul world were not necessarily right and without any measurement. While the temperature around Jason plumbed further, he enveloped himself in a faint layer of flames in order to warm himself up. Even though Jason awaited Artemis' evolution and arrival, she could have been a little bit more considerate, thinking that he increased the heat of his black origin flame and waited patiently for the snowflakes around Artemis to disappear slowly. Meanwhile, Scorpio didn't know where to go, as he didn't like the cold, which caused him to detest entering the soul world, as Artemis' evolution decreased the temperature within. Now with Artemis plumbing down the temperature around them, a magic circle appeared below Scorpio as he appeared in the soul world. Charging as far away from the snowflakes, the temperature within the soul world was more acceptable for it compared to Jason's surroundings. Jason noticed that and smiled faintly, without averting his focus from Artemis within the soul world, as a pure white magic circle appeared in front of Jason with the size of 80 centimeters in diameter. Fully leaving the soul world, Jason gazed shocked at the magic circle with a frown. Don't tell me, Jason began to think as a gigantic white plumage appeared in front of him, leaving him with a shocked expression. Creased was the only thing Jason heard as a wave of emotion overwhelmed him while the pure white plumage attacked him. Jason knew it was Artemis, but he was still shocked to see that not only had her size increased to a length of 1 meter from her tail feather to the head, and a wingspan of 3 meters, but also her eyes turned glacier blue, while 2 small pitch-black horns appeared above her eyes, shocking him to the core. Artemis' weight was now probably around 10 kg, but rather than seeing that as a problem, her plumage was extremely fluffy, suffocating Jason almost. Laughing out with a radiant smile, he was extremely happy to have Artemis next to him once again, after a whole month passed. It was a long time and he missed her dearly. Somehow, however, Jason was disappointed because her evolution was more unspectacular than he previously thought, but before the disappointment could spread through his body, he was attacked by a searing pain which suddenly emerged within his whole body, mana core, and even soul world core. Everything seemed to burn and Jason cried out in pain, causing Artemis to look at him worriedly. Her evolution took so long because she wanted to take the most efficient way to increase her strength in order to help Jason out in getting stronger, causing her to digest the magical rank mana core slowly, leading her genetic pool to change, but apparently that wasn't well thought out. Not only had Artemis evolved and amplified her strength, but she also created a more complete mana core in addition to an ice affinity seed within her mana core. If that was everything, he could endure it easily, but Artemis' soul energy was much more than he had ever expected. Right now Jason was forced to enter his soul world because his soul world core was trembling violently because Artemis' amplification of 1/3 of her strength caused the soul world core to get overwhelmed. Holding it together with all his might, Jason's mind began to burn as his soul world core forcefully increased in size. Without knowing how much time passed, he was still sitting in his soul world, while Artemis wanted to follow him due to her worry. But it was impossible because Jason's soul energy was too low to store her within his soul world, causing her to feel frustrated. She couldn't do anything to help Jason out, which was worse as she saw sweat pearl dropping from his temples. Wiping them away with her pure white feathered wings was the only thing Artemis could do right now as she waited patiently. Hours passed and the worry in Artemis' glacier blue eyes turned even more distinct when she noticed that Jason's pale face. He seemed to be in pain and she couldn't do anything to help, rather than that she was the cause of his pain, which traumatized her somehow. Right now, Jason could barely hold the soul world core together in order for it to not shatter, and right after that happened, the soul world core slowly stabilized, causing Jason to sigh in relief. Unexpectedly, his soul energy has increased to 467 units, which was an increase of 2.5 folds. Astonishing enough, Artemis evolved into a peak awakened beast with a soul energy requirement of 90 units. Jason wasn't even sure what kind of beast she was except her race being an owl. She had suddenly gained blue gleaming eyes, 2 horns on her head appeared, and her size tripled. In addition to all of that, Artemis seemed to have gained a huge amount of infused mana in her blood, turning her even stronger. Even though her almost complete mana core had only the strength of a peak awakened beast, Jason could see and feel that she might even be able to fight evolved beasts head-on with her affinity. Wait, Jason shouted in his head, which felt as if it was mashed. She's about to construct an almost complete mana core. How? Jason bombarded himself with questions, and it seemed like Artemis not only digested the core, but also used the liquefied mana within the core to slowly establish her own mana core, enhancing it. Does that mean feeding Artemis more liquefied mana cores will cause her to meet the requirement as a magical beast, after a single evolution? He was not sure about this though, but Artemis' evolution was just too chaotic, and Jason wasn't sure what to think of her. How was he so fortunate to meet her, and what exactly was her mutation? Thinking about the possibility to complete Artemis Monocore with a few magical beast monocores seemed just too easy, and he told himself to purchase a few magical rank monocores solely for the purpose to feed them Artemis. His soul world was still ravaging, and when it ended, Jason left the soul world, where he could immediately notice Artemis looking at him with a gloomy and distressed expression. Jason felt her emotions, but rather than being angry with her, he felt overjoyed that Artemis evolved into such a gorgeous existence which he showed her. The amplification he received from Artemis was still not complete because his soul energy was not enough, but it was still much more than he thought. Artemis leaped towards Jason, attacking him with her plumage while he caressed her. Looking at the time, Jason noticed that there was not that much time left for him as he stood up with slight difficulties. Unfortunately, he had to be present to the special combat class, but that didn't mean he wasn't allowed to be too late. It was probably not allowed, but Jason couldn't care less right now. He found it unlikely that many would dare to challenge him this week, as only someone within the special combat class was allowed to do that for now. Only 3 days later, once the new week began, were students outside the special combat class allowed to challenge the students within the special class, as long as they had enough lace points. Furthermore, the challenge was only accepted within the special combat classes, as such every student had to be present in the afternoon from Monday next week on. Artemis had finished her evolution, and Jason couldn't care less about others right now. Sitting on the ground, he caressed her, while Artemis laid on his lap, filling it completely. I hope she won't increase too much in size, otherwise I won't be able to take her with me all the time. Jason thought worried, and Artemis heard him before she transmitted a thought that calmed him down. Apparently she would grow in size, but she could adjust her size to her current size, which was the smallest form she was able to adjust to. As of now, it was also her largest size, as she was still a youngling in her new evolution, which shocked Jason. Would she really be able to reach the magical rank without evolving another time? Jason thought in his mind with a bright smile on his face. He missed her so much, and finding out that she wouldn't leave him in the near future for another evolution caused him to be overjoyed. More than half an hour passed before Jason decided to stand up. The special combat class started a few minutes ago, but Jason straightened his back in a nonchalant manner before he turned into the combat arena's direction. Artemis, with her large body, was squeezing herself on Jason's shoulder, and he tried to take a good look at her. Her plumage was pure white, and while the horns on her forehead were pitch black in contrast. Considering her previous black eyes, Artemis had now blue eyes, and the infused mana in her blood was much higher in purity compared to before. But her mana core was odd, and Jason only knew that Artemis was at the peak awakened rank, while her soul energy requirement was at 90 units. It was only weird that Jason had never heard of a 1-meter-long owl race with blue piercing eyes and black horns. As such, he didn't really know anything about Artemis' racial limits, except the things she transmitted him. From her ice affinity, Jason could tell that it was at least at the peak awakened stage, which caused him to wonder if the ice affinity would grow with Artemis, or if that was the peak of her racial limit. The latter was rather unlikely, and Jason smiled, feeling Artemis' weight on his shoulder, while he walked towards the combat arena. Jason was more than half an hour late for the special combat class, which attracted some attention because he was the highlight of the first huge special combat class sparring. Seeing Jason walking into the combat arena with Artemis on his shoulder, everyone looked at him with variations of different expressions: astonishment, anger, ambition, determination, fear, and multiple more. They were astonished to see Artemis on his should because they never saw such an owl race. Furthermore, it was normally forbidden to summon one's soul bond out of the soul world during lessons, once they reached a certain height. Small soul bonds would not attract the attention of others or hinder them in any way, but Artemis radiated a noble and elegant aura, which attracted the attention of her surroundings subconsciously. Traces of anger could only be seen in the top students' eyes, and they couldn't accept that the student with the weakest mana core rank of their special combat class was able to defeat their best student. This was unacceptable for them, but even if that was the case, fear made up the majority of their emotions, causing them to not challenge Jason or Saron needlessly. They were scared to end like Milo and Bella. The slightly weaker special combat class students that would most likely be replaced in a month remembered Jason's fight against someone 7 levels above his own rank, motivating them while ambition and determination slowly accumulated within them. Without ambition and determination, they wouldn't be able to reach higher mana core realms. As such, they had to find someone they could look up to. Jason's spar the day before was charismatic and dominating, causing them to feel a certain reverence towards Jason, filling them with their ambition and determination. When he walked down to the combat arena, he tried to test out his newly obtained ice affinity, but it was much harder than he expected. Nothing really worked the way he wanted, and he could only lament that his fire origin flame affinity was much easier to handle. This was probably because the Black Origin Flame soul bond was at the same time his affinity, which would listen to his transmitted thought, while Jason had to learn more about the ice affinity he received from Artemis by himself. It seemed logical, and Jason decided to train his ice and fire ability more in the future, as he could still see many areas of improvement everywhere. His affinities were strong enough for him to defeat someone with higher mana core ranks, and his ice affinity was at the peak of the awakened rank, while his black fire affinity was at the mid-late evolved rank. With that, he might even be able to defeat someone at the later adept ranks, as long as his proficiency with his affinities heightened, even though his mana core rank and physique were much weaker. Not everything depends on one's physique and mana core rank, otherwise one wouldn't learn tactics, knowledge about landscapes, weaknesses, and strengths of one's enemies, and contracting soul bonds with strong affinities would become useless. Till noticed Jason being late, but he didn't consider that as important after seeing Artemis on his shoulder. What owl beast is that? He wondered because he had never seen an owl like Jason's soul bond, turning him curious. Jason walked towards him before he said, "Mr. Grail, I am sorry for being late. Artemis evolution finished this morning, and adjusting to her amplification turned out to take longer than expected. But instead of caring about that, Till noticed something else which astonished him. You already broke into the second adept rank, he asked bewildered, clearly remembering that Jason broke into the adept rank only a week ago. Nodding faintly, the surrounding students began to gossip, but it wasn't even closely comparable to their teacher's astonished face in addition to Saron, who heard what his master asked. Scanning Jason's mana core, Saron's eyes widened as he asked himself in shock what kind of beast Jason was. I need to work harder, Saron thought, clearly remembering that Jason only broke into the adept rank a week ago. The difference between the first and the second adept rank was always seen as the first step into cultivation, as the difference between the adept ranks began to widen, in addition to the soulbond's amplification. One could say that everyone followed a different path, considering what kind of beast they could contract, and if they wanted to follow the path of a larger mana core size or a stronger physique. Some tried to maintain a soul mana core size increase with small physique enhancements from their soul bonds to use their affinity in a larger variation, while others focused more on their physique with all of their different paths, like agility, endurance, strength, and so on. Most parents told their children stories about wizards ruling the elements, warriors destroying mountains, and many more different paths one could take, as the number of soul bonds one could contract was numbered. Being an all-rounder was extremely difficult with a low amount of space for soul bonds within one's soul. As such, it was better to be the best in a single field in order to defeat beasts and enemies in this way, while the soul awakening could also prevent certain paths, by awakening a physical soul without being compatible with any element. If his soul energy was also vast in addition to his current soul, Jason would probably be the top of the Vanguard school of all grades, without even the need for anyone to reconsider it. After Jason finished talking to Till, who looked a little bit complicated at him, he saw Saron. Greeting each other, Jason introduced his first soulbond Artemis to Saron, who could only weirdly greet her back. Why is there a need to introduce his soulbond? Saron thought in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud, because some connections between soulbonds and their contractor were special, causing them to be like Jason. Challenging Saron to a fight, Jason wanted to figure out more about his ice affinity. Walking towards the combat area, Jason and Saron attracted a lot of unwanted attention, but there wasn't much for them to do against it, as they were seen as the most threatening opponents in this whole special combat class, even though Jason was only at the second adept rank, while Saron was at the third adept rank. Their physique and mana core size was roughly the same, with Jason being only slightly stronger after he received the amplification provided by Artemis. Jason was already halfway through towards the sixth adept rank, while Saron was on point at the fifth adept rank in both mana core size and physique, which wondered Jason. His soul bond was a slime without any enhancement in physique normally, but somehow he still increased his physique. But it didn't really matter, and Jason stood opposite Saron, who radiated a distinct fighting spirit. Waiting for the AI to start the spar, Jason already circulated mana within him, in order to test out his ice affinity, while Artemis sat on the bench, looking around with curiosity. When the signal rang out, Saron exerted his floating sky technique to the fullest as his speed accelerated from 0 to 100 within a moment. This move was something Saron had thought of, and previously his speed would only slowly increase, but now with his explosive increase of speed, he would be able to overwhelm Jason. His eyesight was extraordinary, and he could easily follow Saron's path, but the problem he had to face right now was different. How do I erect an ice wall or something like that? He asked himself with an odd expression as Saron appeared in front of him with his sword thrust forward. Releasing his ice affinity with all his might, the only thing that happened was a large mass of crackling ice particles spreading out from his hand, preventing anyone from seeing both Jason and Saron clashing with each other. Suddenly, the surrounding turned silent, and the only thing that could be heard was the AI announcing, "Winner, Saron Jeer." Everyone could only look at the ice mist in front of them weirdly. Why was Jason defeated so quickly? Why is he so weak? Was something wrong? Nobody could understand anything at all, and even Saron, whose sword almost pierced Jason, looked at him dumbfounded with question marks in his eyes. "Ups," Jason said with a childish smile as he looked at Saron. "That was my fault." Even though Jason expected his proficiency with the ice affinity to be garbage, what happened was ridiculous. He wanted to erect an ice wall, but what came out was an explosion of ice particles forming an ice cloud around the two of them. The only thing it was useful for was to prevent anyone from seeing what happened inside, but neither did it protect him from Saron's sword, nor could he do anything with it. Expecting to form at least a crude wall was a dream to him, and only now did he understand why it was so hard for normally procured affinities to control and use. His origin flame was an exception, and Jason relied on his experience from there only to be completely betrayed. Standing up slowly, he could feel more than 100 pairs of eyes staring at him, and they were full of ridicule and amusement. Jason, they praised, admired, and even feared, for his fight the day before was defeated with a single strike, unable to do anything at all. Some even began to suspect that their sparring against Milo and Bella was fake if the eerie and monstrous killing intent Jason released wasn't real. The whole situation turned awkward, and some youths began to laugh, happy to see Jason being defeated, while others decided to mind their own business and train themselves in order to survive the next few months until the Big Three tournament would start. Once Jason stood firmly on the ground, Saron gazed at him weirdly, not knowing what was going on. "Sorry, Saron. I wanted to test my newly obtained ice affinity, and it seemed like I was too impatient. I would have never imagined that it would be this difficult to handle an affinity." Jason explained, and Saron could only nod. He didn't have an elemental affinity as of now, but his master told him that it was extremely difficult to learn an affinity, and it will take some time to understand even the basics. Using an affinity the way one wanted was even more difficult, and it would take even longer to learn how to handle one's first affinity. Learning the second, third, or even more affinities would become much easier because one would roughly understand what to pay attention to. Jason wondered how long it would take him to learn how to handle the ice affinity, and he was even more curious how the following affinities would work. From his knowledge about his soul world, it seemed as if he could be able to form a contract with whatever beast he wanted to, without any exception. This could be considered good, but the problem was that Jason didn't have enough time to learn every affinity. Circulating mana within his mana channels, Jason slowly activated his ice affinity with the desire to form an icicle, and it seemed to work until his focus lessened, while the frail constructed icicle fell to the ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces. This is really difficult, Jason thought, as he ignored Saron, who still stood next to him inside the combat arena. Trying out multiple different shapes with his ice affinity, Jason seemed to get the hang on it pretty fast, and Artemis, who was shocked about her master being beaten, landed on his shoulder. She transmitted him multiple thoughts, giving Jason tips on how to handle the ice affinity, and with her instructions, he could already form a stable icicle only 30 minutes later. Throwing it towards the ceiling, its velocity seemed to be slow, while the might behind his attack was already decent. But it shattered way too easily and wouldn't even penetrate into thick skin, which bothered Jason. It wasn't bad that his icicle shattered, as it could deal additional damage, but it should only shatter once he infiltrated his opponent's body, creating much more lethal damage. Deep in thoughts, Jason completely lost track of time, and Saron decided to leave him alone inside the combat arena, while Till picked him up to take him outside the arena with his mana enveloping him. Distracting Jason right now would be extremely bad, as he seemed to have entered a fully focused state, where one's comprehension heightened to a certain extent. Artemis still provided him with pictures. The feeling and thoughts in her input astonished Jason, as she had never used her ice affinity in front of him. Nevertheless, she seemed to be proficient with the ice affinity, and Jason got the hang of the basics much faster than he estimated. While the other special combat class sets looked at him with ridicule and amusement, Saron and Milo were passionately fighting against each other. Milo overwhelmed Saron slightly due to his high mana core rank, but Saron's mana injections balanced the fight out, causing them to be in a stalemate. Hours passed, and the special combat class was almost at the end when Artemis flew back to the bench, with Jason waking up from his deep comprehension. He thought that using his ice ability all the time would improve his proficiency, and his sub-area with the passive mana replenishing was immensely helpful to provide him with enough mana to balance his consumption. Walking towards Saron, his golden eyes had a whitish trace, as his ice affinity was used constantly, without wasting any mana. Feeling the ice affinity was one important aspect to learn how to control a newly obtained affinity. It was like Jason gained another set of muscles, and learning how to move and use them was important. His surrounding was slightly cooler compared to the rest of the arena, and his eyes spread a coldness, causing goosebumps to appear on students that looked straight into his eyes. Saron and Milo were still in a stalemate when they noticed Jason walking towards them. Seeing how confident Jason walked towards them, Saron immediately knew that he comprehended something important, while Milo was not exactly sure how to behave in front of Jason. His exceptional gut feeling still told him to follow Jason, but today's fight was extremely embarrassing, and Milo wasn't sure if he should put his pride over the gut feeling. But seeing Jason's confidence, Milo was sure that his gut feeling had to be true. Standing in front of Saron and Milo, Jason wanted to fight both of them at once, but if he was to do that, he would only be beaten up, and it was better to avoid that for now, even if the pressure would help his combat prowess to soar. In the beginning, he wanted to fight Saron, but when he saw Milo's wind affinity and speed, he changed his target to Milo. "Let's fight, Milo," Jason said before he nodded to Saron, who stepped back. It was not that Jason didn't want to fight Saron, but he understood that Milo was the better training partner for now, while Saron and Milo couldn't pressure the other party enough in order to squeeze out their potential. In Saron's opinion, Jason was the best sparring partner for him, as his strength couldn't be underestimated. A few weeks ago, he had to restrict his mana core and physique by a large margin, but now he was able to fight Jason with all his might and special techniques he was only barely able to control. This could be considered a godly feat, and Saron was even jealous of Jason's fast increasing combat prowess, causing him to work even harder since he met Jason. Due to this, his mana absorption and refining speed accelerated by a large margin. Standing roughly 30 meters apart from each other, Jason gazed at Milo with his 7th Adept rank mana core. His physique and mana core size was already at the 9th Adept rank, indicating that he contracted an evolved beast which gave him his evolved ranked wind affinity. It surprised him that Milo and even Bella were only at the 6th affiliated school, but it was most likely because of their background or something like that. The 6 affiliated schools were only namely divided into weakest to strongest, and it was only a coincidence that the 6th affiliated school was considered the weakest, which was mostly the case because the more students from average households with high potential went there. Nevertheless, there were still prodigious talents standing out from the common grounds, climbing up the social ladder with their mana aptitude and soul rating. It was rare but happened often enough to consider the first class of the 6th affiliated school comparable with the main vanguard weaker classes. As such, defeating Class 1 was as if Jason defeated the main school's weakest class, causing Jason to be extremely satisfied with his current results. Nevertheless, striving for more was a must for him, and his unbending determination could be seen gleaming in his eyes as he stared at Milo, while the AI started the countdown for their spar. Issuing the start of their fight, Milo immediately enveloped himself with a thick layer of wind-transmuted mana, while he executed his wind affinity movement technique. Crossing a distance of 30 meters was nothing for him with his physique at the 9th Adept rank, in addition to exerting his movement technique to the fullest, while being enveloped with wind-transmuted mana. Trying to attack Jason from the side, Milo didn't attack his opponent from the front when the surrounding temperature plumbed. Suddenly, Jason's body was covered by a thick ice wall that increased in size, directly shooting towards Milo. Jason summoned a spiked wall that charged towards Milo, who was proficient in dual dagger, and the 5-meter-tall spiked wall charging towards him, which was unexpected. In Jason's view, this wall was extremely crude, as it was just a lump of almost 30 of his mana reserves forced together into a single attack. Milo twisted his body and landed 5 meters apart from Jason, who looked at him, only to notice that the left and right sides were completely sealed off by ice walls, giving Milo a single path left to attack, straight towards Jason. What Milo didn't know was that the walls Jason manifested after using the large lump of ice to distract him were only thin walls one was barely unable to see through. Nevertheless, through the pressure Milo gave himself, he didn't even consider trying to break out of the encasement, as he charged straight at Jason with his movement technique still exerted to the limit. Jason smiled lightly, as the white tinge in his eyes was replaced by a black flame, as he used another 30 of his mana to form 6 hand-sized fireballs he threw towards Milo one after another, slowing the shocked Milo down. Suddenly, Jason vanished from Milo's view right as the last 2 black fireballs flew simultaneously at him. Severing the 2 black fireballs, Milo was barely able to sense something rushing past him, as goosebumps spread all over his skin. Milo only felt a slight cooling sensation on his neck as cold steel pressed on it when the AI announced the result. Victory, Jason Stella. Everyone was astonished as Jason's control over his ice affinity suddenly increased by leaps and bounds, ignoring the normal struggle everyone had to go through. But for Jason, he didn't think that it was something special, as his brain was refined, increasing his capabilities to an extreme high, while Artemis guided him with the sensation and memories she seemed to have inherited when she evolved. Furthermore, looking closer, Jason's ice affinity was still crude and not very detailed or refined, as the big spiked ice wall was just a lump of mana pressed together by his ice affinity without a high resistance and at most capable to shock someone, while the other two walls that sealed of Milo's path were almost thin enough to see through. Using his fire ability, Jason knew he couldn't hide it anymore, but this was only a small problem because he already showed his black origin flame at the artisan practical exam. As such, revealing the black fire affinity wouldn't be considered so bad, even though Jason didn't have a hidden trump that nobody knew left. This could be considered a minuscule issue, but nothing really threatening, while his reputation in addition to his dominance was once again showcased. He had to do that in order for other classmates to fear him at least slightly once rumors would begin to spread. In order to not be challenged by every Tom and Jerry, Jason had to show his dominance, and Milo was the best target for this, as he was the second strongest student at the 6th affiliated Vanguard school. In the end, he only won because Milo underestimated his ice affinity while he didn't know about his fire ability, but that didn't really matter right now, because more than 100 pairs of eyes stared at him with admiration, jealousy, fear, and also anger, as they couldn't believe Milo lost once against Jason once again, indicating that the spar a day before wasn't luck. Without the surprising aspect in his attack, Jason wouldn't have been able to beat Milo with his own speed, because of the gap between someone with a physique and mana core size of a 5th adept in comparison to someone with a physique and mana core size of a 9th adept. The difference was vast, but tactics and the perfect usage of affinities were apparently enough to overcome the difference to a certain degree. In a head-on spar, Jason would definitely lose with his current capabilities, and he knew that, but it didn't change his crazy combat prowess to fight someone a few levels higher than himself. Initially, Jason was only a 2nd adept rank, but after obtaining the baptism from the Black Origin Flame in addition to Artemis, and Scorpio's amplification through the Soul Bond, Jason's physique and mana core size were already halfway on their path towards the 6th adept rank, which was an amplification of almost 4 levels. Fighting someone 4 levels higher was already amazing, but Jason was even able to fight Milo, who is initially only a 7th adept rank, crossing a gap of 5 levels solely because of his Soul Bond's benefits, as his Black Origin Flame was also Jason's Soul Bond. Zeron hadn't seen Jason using the Black Fire ability, and he was shocked, while Antalya the rank 4 alchemist already informed till about his student's special fire affinity, with the request to force him to enter the Artisan Tower, which caused him to smile dryly. How could he force Jason into entering the Artisan Tower if he was Shan's student? A being with prismarine crystal formed into his mana pool, indicating that he already solidified some of his mana within it. In the end, this meant that Jason was the disciple of one of the most terrifying powerhouses of humanity, which was also called Sovereign Rank, 1 rank above the Lord rank. Teal wasn't sure how many human sovereigns existed, but there hasn't been a single being that crossed this realm and entered the rank above. Otherwise, this one being would most likely reign whole humanity, uniting, suppressing, or dominating it. Nevertheless, Till couldn't force Jason into doing anything if he wanted to survive and live a peaceful life. As such, he ignored the rank 4 alchemist's request while he read the message a few times. He can even cleanse the impurities within herbs and plants. Jason, who the hell are you? Till wasn't sure what to think of Jason anymore, as he shocked him one time after another, while the most shocking was when he refined his brain and created a sub-area while being at the novice rank, even though he helped out a lot. It was extremely easy for Jason to control his fire ability as it worked perfectly fine with a single thought to his origin flame, while he had to instruct his ice affinity one step at a time, which slowed down the response to his wish by a small margin. While his black origin flame responded immediately, the ice affinity took roughly 2 seconds, which was way too long, considering that it could decide if someone lived or died, including his own life. Jason was confident in increasing his proficiency with both his fire affinity and the ice affinity, while his ice affinity would need most of his focus. Taking away his dagger from Milo's neck, he went outside while the crowd of students looked after him. Jason went towards Teal, while Artemis landed on his shoulder. It was already late, and it wouldn't be long before the special combat class ended, and Jason notified Till that he would leave before he walked out of the gym. Right now, Jason thought that he had too many things to do and not enough time for everything. He pondered what he should focus on the most, while other aspects had to be less prioritized. Jason had to practice his affinities to a certain extent, hone his newly obtained martial skills in addition to his old ones, and work out in order to stay fit. If that was everything, he would have already much to do, but not only had he also the responsibility to read all the books about herbs, plants, ores, runes, forging, alchemy, and so on, for the time being. Furthermore, Jason also had to increase his soul energy in order for Artemis to enter his soul world, which was the most comfortable place for every soulbound beast. Even without sleep, he would have a fully packed schedule, and he could only frown displeased by how short a day was. Practicing the Heaven's Hell skill 3 times a day was a must, which would already take more than 4 hours of his day, while honing his martial art techniques could be done in his afternoon class, while sparring with all kinds of stronger special combat class students. Practicing with his affinity in the morning and reading books in the evening would most likely work out, while he could work out in the morning and before sleeping. With this tough timetable in his mind, Jason happily entered the shuttle in front of him with a pleased smile. Having a rough schedule was definitely better than not knowing what to do, and Jason would start using this schedule for the future if nothing important came into his way. Inside the shuttle, he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique with his immense amount of soul energy, increasing his braiding and injecting time to increase to slightly more than 90 minutes. The shuttle had long arrived in front of the Fleur's house, and Jason left it immediately after he finished up his practice. Fortunately, the shuttle service wouldn't throw him out of the shuttle, and it would only be paid more per minute he wasted. Credits weren't a problem for him anymore, and he entered the Fleur's mansion with Artemis on his shoulders, attracting everyone's attention. Not only was it important for them that Artemis finished her evolution, but also that Jason seemed fine, even though he looked a little bit dirty right now. Happily caressing Artemis, who transmitted her overjoyed emotions towards Jason, everyone looked at him with shock as they sensed his mana core at the 2nd adept rank. Gritting his teeth, Greg felt extremely jealous, while even Malia could only look at Jason with shock in her eyes. The whole Fleur family had one thought in common as they saw Artemis' evolution into an unknown race, in addition to Jason's extremely fast breakthrough rate: monsters. Waking up early in the morning by a sharp stung in addition to suffocating within fluffy plumage could already be considered a part of Jason's life as he opened his eyes slowly. Looking at Scorpio's 30-centimeter-long body while Artemis stood next to him, Jason smiled brightly. Not only increased Scorpio in size, but his exoskeleton's blue stitch got deeper. While he already broke into the awakened rank it longed for tens of days. Artemis in front of Jason also increased slightly in size and was now 1.1 meters long, while her wingspan reached a whooping length of 3.3 meters. But even more shocking was that she already broke into the early evolved rank a few days ago, shocking the Fleurs, till Saron, and even Jason himself. It has already been a whole month since Artemis finished her evolution, and fortunately enough, there was not a single accident during that time. The only thing that Jason did was follow his strict schedule while accepting a few challenges from pseudo-powerful schoolmates of him within the special combat class lessons. It was more like practice for Jason, but even that was helpful, as such he couldn't complain about receiving a few challenges. Nevertheless, rumors about his strength went viral and everyone in school knew about his feat, causing them to disregard the idea of challenging him, exactly like Jason planned. He prevented a huge hassle and could silently digest everything slowly, from honing skills to increasing his proficiency with his affinities in addition to practicing Heaven's Hell. Everything went smoothly, which satisfied him. Jason was happy over the last 30 days as he could silently read all books about smithing, alchemy, runemaster, and so on, which was the goal he desired. But that wasn't everything that happened. Jason never forgot to practice the Heaven's Hell technique for a single time over the last 30 days, causing his soul energy to increase by leaps and bounds. Scorpio reached its limit a few days later with 15 soul energy units, causing Jason to be even more motivated to meet Dahlia once again. He wanted to increase Scorpio's limit in order for it to evolve or break through without an evolution, if that was even possible. On the 20th day after Artemis finished her evolution, she broke suddenly into the low evolved rank after digesting dozens of beast mana cores Jason provided. With that, Artemis' soul energy increased to 130 units, which once again increased Jason's soul energy. It was only on the 25th day that Jason's soul world began to shake, for a while because it increased in size by a small margin, before he noticed that his bond with Artemis and Scorpio was strengthened as it seemed to be more solid. Trying to figure out the cause of it, the most simple answer could have been Jason's soul energy reaching 100 units, which was a small threshold for one's soul energy. Nevertheless, he was still more than glad to have reached this threshold, and multiple days passed. 28 days after he broke into the 2nd adept rank, Jason broke silently into the 3rd adept rank, without the need of absorbing mana by himself. He had too many things to do at once, and his mana core rank was the only thing he could passively increase without caring about it. As such, Jason neglected it, and only when he broke through, he noticed that 28 days passed. Breaking into the 3rd Adept rank without wasting a single second on gathering and refining mana after 28 days was extremely fast, even though it was rather slow for him if he actively absorbed it with more time. Nevertheless, Jason could do so much in the meantime that his combat prowess increased by a huge margin, while his soul energy reached 116.2 units. Compared to before, this amount was extremely vast, but it was still not enough for Artemis to fit in, as her required soul energy increased to 130 units, while Scorpio occupied 15 soul energy units. Without having nurtured the Black Origin Flame with a single soul energy unit, it was still at 0.01 soul energy units. In total, Jason would need 145.01 soul energy units for Artemis to fit inside, and it would still take some time for him to reach this threshold. But even so, he was already much closer to his desired goal. While most students with a high aptitude towards mana increased their mana core rank by at least 1, some prodigious increased their rank by 2 ranks within a month due to their desire to become stronger, like Saron and even Greg, which was astonishing. These 2 individuals were so shocked about Jason's achievements that they could only work harder and strive for more in order to not get overrun by Jason, who wasn't aware of their competitive spirit against him. Jason was rather satisfied with Greg reaching the 6th Adept rank, which was an incredible accomplishment, considering that he broke into the 4th Adept rank around the corner when Jason broke into the 2nd Adept rank. This shocked the Fleurs, and even more so after they found out that he broke into the 6th Blacksmith rank, which was also called Grandmaster Blacksmith, as the first human on Asterix. When Chen came over to Jason's house, in order to give him all required materials, he exchanged for the Cloud Titanium Anvil, which was a pseudo-magic grade 3 item previously. He was shocked to see that Jason lived in such a small house with a minor noble family, and there wasn't even the faintest smell of a smithy, telling Chen that Jason required the ore and other items he required for something else. But it wasn't for Chen to doubt Jason's behavior as such. He went home after a short chat with Jason, without wasting too much of his time. The black-haired youth with golden eyes was still a whole mystery for him, and he would rather be careful instead of doing something stupid. After Jason received everything he asked Chen for, he wanted to gift all of the Fleurs a bunch of grade 3 mana stones, because he was still in their debt, but Gabriella and Mark declined shocked, saying that the 3 of them would need them more than them, as they doubted that they would be able to increase their mana core rank by a lot. And even if they could, the days with their best years with the highest potential were already over, and it was better for the younger generation to use the limited amount of resources for themselves. As such, Greg and Malia reluctantly accepted Jason's gift. Malia reached the 2nd Master rank, while Greg reached the 6th Adept rank, and it was also because of his gift that it was possible, but more important was their desire to get stronger, as they noticed that Jason seemed to have met someone powerful that could nurture him. Otherwise, why would Jason have so many grade 3 mana stones spare? This shocked them, and they could only frustratingly absorb mana day in and out, trying their best that Jason wouldn't be able to overrun them someday. Greg's physique was even tougher than Jason's due to his physical soul amplification, in addition to his mid-evolved soulbond Taurus. Nevertheless, having an affinity was better than not having one, and Jason was glad that Scorpio worked hard in order for him to receive more possibilities to fight against opponents. Unfortunately, an awakened poison affinity was rather useless for him at the moment, as his other 2 affinities were both at the evolved rank, causing much more lethal damage. With Jason advancing to the 3rd Adept rank, in addition to Artemis and Scorpio's breakthrough, Jason's physique and mana core size reached the 7th Adept rank, turning him into a beast among the 3rd Adept ranks within the 6th affiliated school. It was still morning, but today was very important as 1 month passed since the special combat class was established, allowing all affiliated schools, and even the main school, to challenge everyone within the special combat classes. Jason knew that the 6th affiliated school would most likely be seen as parasites from some nobles, as he made himself ready to go to school earlier than he would normally go. After Jason worked out in the morning and washed up, he just ate a small breakfast before he called the shuttle that drove him to school. Practicing the Heaven's Hell technique, his soul energy increased almost by a whole unit, causing him to grin widely as he left the shuttle arrived in front of school. It was still early in the morning, and previously he wanted to meet Shane and Dahlia now, as he finished all required books, but he received a message from them, saying that he should come the day after, which soured Jason's mood by a lot. The only contact he had with the 2 of them was the exchange of a spatial ring he received from Till with the commission from the goblin basement. Jason hoped they would talk at least for a few minutes, but Shane only appeared in front of him, took the spatial ring, and disappeared, completely disregarding his existence, which frustrated him and made him extremely angry. And now they wouldn't even meet up with him. Were they really his masters? Jason was extremely infuriated, but he had to calm down as the temperature around him fluctuated by increasing a few degrees before it plumbed almost to 0 degrees within a single second. He forgot that he practiced with his fire and ice affinity by utilizing both of them all day long. With his outburst of emotions, the control over his affinities became unstable, causing them to be released, but fortunately, Jason was in the open and not somewhere inside. There was still some time left before the special combat class would start, and today, Jason would have to work extremely hard if he was to be challenged by some students from other affiliated schools. One couldn't say that he was scared, and rather than that, he felt motivated and even excited to show his progress to others. Over the last month, Jason's proficiency with his ice affinity soared and reached the familiar proficiency, while his black origin flame reached the experienced mastery. With enough mana supplied, Jason was able to do almost everything he wanted with his black origin flame, while the control over his ice affinity was still relatively rough, even more so after Artemis broke into the low evolved rank, as his ice affinity increased equally. The affinity seed would change if its strength increased or also decreased, which was also possible if the contracted beast shattered its affinity or degenerated it by digesting a magical treasure with the exact opposite elemental affinity, which was a fire affinity in Artemis' case, and the proficiency would in return lessen by a certain degree. As such, Jason would have to work hard to practice with both affinities, because was sure that they would increase in power with him. The black origin flame would evolve into a Tier 1 origin flame somewhen in the future, while Artemis Monocore was increasing steadily with her absorbing magical rank monocores. Artemis was able to digest a whole magical rank monocore within a week, and her strength increased after she digested the third one. The difference to before was, however, that Artemis didn't have to go to sleep in order to digest the violent mana from the magical ranked cores, which was a huge benefit. As such, Jason bought a bulk of magical ranked monocores to provide enough for Artemis' future development. The only thing that bothered Jason was Scorpio's mood after it noticed that it reached the racial cap, in addition to the increased limit it received from eating the holy white bakuri fruit. This was devastating information for Scorpio, and only after reassuring it that Dahlia was able to increase its potential, Scorpio calmed down. Practicing with the two affinities inside him, Artemis pressured herself a little bit by flying through the forest with a decent speed in order to train her reflexes, movement speed, while she adjusted to her strength with every day passing. When it was lunchtime, Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique smoothly in 70 minutes, which was insanely fast, considering that his soul energy increased by a few times over the last few weeks. His soul energy was extremely pure and stable due to its multiple refinings every single day. Smiling lightly, Jason ate something before he went to the combat arena. Not even 15 minutes passed before Jason saw a huge mass of students lingering in front of the combat arena, waiting for something or someone, and a bad premonition build up within Jason. Walking towards the combat arena, the students in front of the combat arena gazed at him hostile before they noticed his uniform in addition to his 6th affiliated Class 54 emblem. Seeing the emblem on Jason's uniform, the surrounding youth stared at him like hyenas, and he immediately understood the situation in front of him. Smiling brightly, he lifted his head and ignored the surrounding youth's whole existence before he walked into the combat arena through the students' group. And when Jason finally entered the combat arena, the predicted reaction came into play, as he could hear multiple loud voices complaining, stirring up chaos. What an ole. Who does he think he is? Class 54. Let's beat him up later. Jason could only smile at their reaction, but he was rather disappointed as he hoped for a more chaotic reaction. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and Jason had to be satisfied with the somewhat slacking reaction. Nevertheless, while walking through the masses of students, Jason noticed a few things which were interesting and anticlimactic at the same time. Jason knew that the 6th affiliated Vanguard school was one of the weakest, and it was noticeable by comparing the monocore ranks from the other affiliated school to theirs, but somehow the students he saw in front of the combat arena seemed extremely weak. If he wasn't wrong, there didn't seem to be any of Vanguard's main school students among them, while multiple other affiliated Vanguard schools could be seen. Nevertheless, most of them were at the 6th Adept rank, which was only one level above the average of their special combat class. There were also stronger students at the 7th Adept rank, but the amplification they received from their soul due to the soul bond they contracted seemed lacking, while Jason only saw a few 8th Adept ranks and not a single 9th Adept rank. Walking into their assigned combat ground, Jason saw Saron as the first one, and his mana core at the 5th adept rank could be seen brimming with energy. Saron's rank increased by 2 levels over the past month, but he was still at most on par with Jason's combat prowess, more likely even weaker, as Jason held back with his most lethal affinity attacks, while Saron's did the same with his mana injections, even though he still used them. Jason's increase in combat prowess was insane, and Saron admired him for his persistence and endurance to hone his skills, train his proficiency, and widen his horizon by reading for the whole day, which he couldn't do before. Only after getting to know Jason, he began to understand what ambition and determination really meant, and seeing Jason's fast progress, Saron didn't want to be left behind, increasing his aptitude towards mana by a lot as his ambition heightened. After greeting each other, Jason looked at Till, who nodded at him as he was the last one to arrive before he turned towards the whole group as he announced, "Students, pay attention to everything in the next few hours. If any of you want to remain on their special combat class spot, be aware that you have to fight with all your might. A single step might immediately throw you off." Turning to the closed combat arena door, he announced, "AI, open the door and let the first wave begin," and the doors opened slowly, revealing a group of hungry hyenas, also called students. The arena's doors opened slowly, and the students outside walked towards the 150 combat class students that stood around nervously, ambitious, or full of fighting spirit. However, all of them had something particular in common. They were expectant to the following challenges, as the large mass of students that walked inside spread in order to look out for a suitable prey. Jason estimated that there were at least 400 students as of now, and probably even more that would follow soon. Nevertheless, even these 400 students were more than enough for everyone within the special combat class to fight 2 times with 100 students that had to fight 3 times if they were challenged. The only thing that prevented a large number of students to challenge a single special combat seat was the recuperation period of 30 minutes after each challenge. With that and the knowledge that each special combat class lesson was scheduled for 4 hours, one could at most challenge a single student 7 times within a day. If a student was heavily injured within the previous fight, it was only fair for the student to be healed and to receive some recuperation time, as weakening someone and letting the next one occupy the special combat challenger would take place otherwise. As such, the previously stated measure was taken to prevent students from paying others to plan out their own advancement into the special combat class in order to enter the Big 3 tournament 2 months later. While most students from the other affiliated schools walked in, Jason and Saron were talking with each other, not minding the gaze of everyone in their surroundings, as a few students walked straight towards them with angered expressions, as they voiced out, "Aren't you two a little bit relaxed for your shallow mana core rank? A 5th and a 3 RD adept rank dare to take the special combat class seats." He was obviously enraged, causing Jason and Saron to look at each other visibly confused as they returned their gaze back to the vexed students. It looked as if they didn't mind their anger, and as Jason and Saron were about to continue their chat, a few students shouted out, "I'll challenge you," and their voices rang out simultaneously. Jason looked at the students in front of them, nonchalantly saying, "Just tell me who's going first. As for the others, you guys should wait patiently," as he turned to Saron once again, who only nodded in agreement. The students were fuming in rage while their red heads were almost puffing in anger as a certain 1.8-meter tall youth walked out of the group. "I'll challenge you," Goldie the youth said, and he obviously meant Jason with Goldie, causing Jason to lift his eyebrows. He had never been called Goldie by someone, but from the tone of the youth's voice, it was definitely not a compliment. Scanning his opponent's mana core size with his mana eyes in addition to the transmuted mana, something particular jumped into his view, causing him to smile lightly. "What are you smiling at? Do you think it's funny to lose your seat on the first day?" "Ha, the tall youth said, and Jason could only shake his head in denial. Somehow everything seemed like a cliché to Jason, as he had read too many novels with his mother, causing him to cringe every time he heard someone boasting about their strength. What if the tall youth was an 8th adept rank? Was it important for Jason? "Nope. If you say so," Jason said, ignoring his provocation as he entered the combat ring, waiting for the tall youth to enter it. "Ready?" Jason asked impatiently before he activated the AI's countdown when the youth nodded his head. Summoning a great battle axe, the tall youth was already ready to charge at him, only waiting for the countdown to go down when Jason unsheathed his 2 daggers. Compared to before, Jason began to notice that he required new equipment to fight stronger beasts, as his current daggers were unable to penetrate through evolved ranked beast hide, which was especially bad, as he was already at the 7th adept rank from his mana core size and physique, while his mana core rank was only at the 3rd adept. Seeing the great battle axe in his opponent's hands, Jason smiled, as he also knew that his opponent didn't own transmuted mana, indicating him having a physical soul that solely enhanced his physique. As such, Jason calculated that his opponent had to have a low expert rank physique, which could bring him a huge problem if he was the same as a month ago. As long as one's physique was much higher compared to the opponent's physique, it was extremely easy to overwhelm one, but once one was able to fight back with either their physique or drag the fight on by using an elemental affinity, it would become extremely difficult for someone with a physical soul world to win against his opponent. Having an affinity was a huge advantage, and so was a high physique, as long as one could overwhelm the opponent with it. Greg's physique, for example, was weaker than Jason's affinities, and it was possible for him to dominate the fight with it. Additionally, Greg's amplification from Taurus, the reinforced horn bull, was mostly towards strength and endurance instead of agility, and the same type of physical amplification seemed to be in front of Jason right now. The youth in front of him was bulky and not even slightly athletic, and it would wonder Jason if he could reach an astronomical speed. And even if the tall youth was faster than him, he still had his affinities left, which increased his confidence by a huge margin. Smiling at his opponent, the tall youth could barely hold back himself, as the AI initiated the start of the spar, as he pushed himself from the ground with all the strength behind his low expert physique. The difference between both of them couldn't be considered large, and with a single push from the ground, the tall youth crossed the distance of a few meters. Even if Jason predicted the tall, bulky youth to be fast, his speed astonished him. Nevertheless, Jason remained extremely calm, and if one were to scan him carefully, one would be able to see a tiny black flame within his right eye spreading a hellish heat, covered by the distinct golden color, while his left eye released a terrifying cold. Smiling at the charging youth with the battle axe in his hands, Jason's eyes turned cold as he released his mana. Releasing more than half of his mana at once, Jason's eyes radiated a terrifying heat and cold at the same time as a dozen tiny black flames manifested around him. Shaping them into spikes, Jason enveloped them into mana icicles before his gazes turned to the tall youth who charged at him with his full speed. Doing multiple things at the same time was extremely difficult, even for Jason, who refined his brain and was more proficient in multitasking than others, but he still froze the floor 5 meters in front of him, turning it into a completely smooth surface. This could be seen as a small obstacle, but rather than doing it obviously, the focus of most students, which included the tall, bulky youth that charged at him, was mostly at the icicles with burning black flames within. Ice and fire were opposite elements, and more than a little bit hostile to each other, as the hot flame would melt ice, and in return, the produced water would extinguish the flames. Seeing dozens of icicles enveloping a black flame, everyone was shocked as not a single drop of water fell to the ground, indicating a melting process as their eyes widened. Jason only smiled lightly, as this was one of his most recent achievements. As both of the affinities belonged to him, Jason could regulate them however he wanted with enough proficiency, which included the heat of his black origin flame. More importantly, however, was that Jason could even set a rough timer for his black origin flame to explode with a terrifying heat he didn't know before. Because the black origin flame was his soul bond, he could control it much easier than any affinity, and transmitting orders felt as if his black fire affinity didn't have to be controlled by him, but rather the origin flame within him. Ordering it to have an extremely low temperature within the icicles, everything seemed magical, but at the same time, it was entirely useless and only decoration, if nothing changed. Smiling cunningly, Jason distracted the tall youth from the smooth ground in front of him, as he shot out 2 of his dozen black flame icicles at him. Now Jason's timing had to be perfect. As he focused his attention on the 2 icicles, he shoots towards the tall youth. The icicles' speed wasn't excessively fast, but that wasn't even their task. As such, it was entirely useless for them to reach a high velocity when they entered the range of 1 meter around the tall youth. Cleaving down with his battle axe, Jason found the perfect timing, as he ordered the origin flame to increase the flame's heat to the highest possible before he simultaneously changed to the ice affinity in order to force the icicles to explode in front of the tall youth. Thousands of ice splitters flew through the whole arena, covering the view of the tall youth as his axe cleaved down without hitting anything. Rather than that, the tall youth suddenly noticed goosebumps covering his whole body as a terrifying heat spread from the position the exploded icicles previously exploded, as a wall of fire could be seen only a few dozen centimeters away from him. The tall youth could only decelerate his steps in order to cleave at the firewall in front of him to charge towards his opponent or change his direction with his current speed, as 2 icicles to the tall youth's left and right side appeared, exploding at an even closer range to him. The heat that spread through the combat arena approached him and burned the hair on his arm as he cleaved down enraged. He couldn't allow a 3rd adept rank to play with him. Where was his pride? The tall youth wanted to win more than anything, but the current situation didn't go as planned, causing him to frown deeply. Jason, meanwhile, continued to shoot the remaining 6 icicles at the position. The former icicles with the black origin flames exploded in order to cover the view of the tall, bulky youth for some more, as he exerted his weightless step technique to his fullest potential. Over the last month, his weightless step movement technique reached profound mastery, and his speed increased by roughly 40 with it, as he charged at the black firewall that enveloped the tall, bulky youth. Due to his mana eyes, he could perfectly see what was going on behind the black firewall, and what he saw caused him to smile oddly. The tall youth cleaved at the firewall in front of him only to notice another batch of icicles exploding, exactly where he cleaved at, constructing another wall of fire. Completely enraged, the tall, bulky youth pondered if he should just charge through the firewall, before he immediately disregarded the suicidal move, as he pulled his battle axe back in order to cleave at all firewalls at the same time with a spinning cleave. Seeing this through the firewall, Jason smiled as he reached the tall youth's side. Cleaving down, the tall youth severed the firewall, extinguishing them, as Jason canceled his mana supply completely at the same time before he enveloped his lower body with a mana membrane, while circulating it additionally in his lower body, exerting the weightless step once again. To fight with a battle axe, every attack had to hit the target, as the combat style with heavy weapons was mostly focused on inflicting heavy injuries with a single strike, and not clashing with someone hundreds of times within a minute. As such, some time was required to pull back the heavy battle axe, and Jason used this period of time to charge at the unaware tall youth who looked straight forward, only to notice that Jason vanished from his previous position. Sensing something amiss, he wanted to pull back his battle axe faster, as he pondered if he should abandon his weapon when something cold grazed his neck. Victory, Jason's Stella could only be heard when Jason's dagger laid upon the tall youth's neck, indicating his death sentence if this spar was a life-and-death fight. For Saron and other students of the 6th affiliated special combat class, Jason's crafty tactics were already known to a certain extent, but they were still shocked to see the icicles enveloping his black fire affinity, which was something only someone with an extremely high fire affinity proficiency could do. They knew Jason fought mostly with tactics that were mostly focused on deception and other facts, causing them to lose even though they knew about it, but now complete strangers fought against him, and they were unaware of Jason's craftiness, who overwhelmed his opponent with his strategy and high affinity proficiency. Even though these students didn't know how a 3rd adept rank was able to enter the special combat class before, now they knew, and they somehow pitied the 8th adept rank that dared to fight Jason head-on. Everyone could roughly estimate that both of Jason's affinities were most likely at the low evolved rank, if not even higher, indicating him having formed a soul bond with 2 evolved beasts, which was shocking. Nobody would do something like that, as wasting 2 spots for evolved beasts was extremely wasteful, and they wondered why this black-haired youth with golden eyes did something like that, as a shocking idea formed in their minds. Many different terrifying ideas formed within the minds of the other affiliated students that observed Jason's battle against the tall youth, as one silently mumbled to himself, "How large is his soul?" which everyone heard because the surrounding was dead silent, and the other youths all around wondered the same as they began to gossip amongst each other. Do you think his physique and mana core size already reached the 6th adept rank with 2 evolved ranked beasts as soul bond? What about his soul? Why is he even at the 6th affiliated school with an extremely large soul world, in addition to contract 2 evolved ranked beasts, indicating a soul energy of more than 200? Are we some kind of joke, or why is someone like this not at the main Vanguard school? Jason took a few deep breaths in order to calm down his messy mind, as it was extremely difficult to multitask so many things at the same time. Not only did he have to supply everything with his mana, but he also had to regulate the perfect timing for the icicles to explode, while exerting his weightless step in order to rush to the tall youth's side, only for him to eliminate him at the perfect moment. The tall youth stared at him with shock, as Jason sheathed his daggers once again, only to smile apologetically towards the tall youth. "Sorry for the inconvenience. Next time, don't be so arrogant without having accumulated enough information about your opponent." Without trying to act arrogant, Jason added silently, "You could have picked someone easier in order to obtain a special combat class spot." Ignoring the dumbfounded expression on the tall youth, he walked back to Saron, who congratulated him disgruntled. Saron was confident in his own strength, as he reached the physique and mana core size of a 7th adept while being innately at the 5th adept rank, which could already be considered good. In addition to that, he was also able to defeat someone with a physique and mana core size at the 9th adept rank with enough mana injections, but Jason's feat looked extremely easy from the outside. Even though Saron knew that it was an extremely difficult accomplishment, the elegance and fineness Jason showcased, in addition to the astonishing feat of generating icicles with flames within, was even more shocking and difficult at the same time. Sauron's fight mostly relied on his physique, and the detailed usage of his mana to enhance his physique at certain body parts in order to ensure his victory against higher-ranked opponents. But his fights felt and looked rather shabby, which wasn't the case with Jason's fights. As an heir of the Jir family, he had to hold on to the reputation of the family and fight gloriously, but instead of that, he was on Asterix Island, a small punny island, fighting against higher-ranked students while feeling like a beggar. It was extremely annoying, and even more frustrating was Jason's combat prowess that was comparable to his own if not even higher, while he was 2 whole levels lower than he himself. His desire to become stronger increased every time he saw Jason fight, and Sauron was even more motivated, as he received a challenge from a 7th Adept rank. Accepting the challenge, Sauron's fighting spirit soared, and Jason felt the indestructible will to win from Sauron, causing him to ignore the onlooking gazes that tried to see through him. Looking at the combat arena, where Sauron was inside, Jason's mana eyes scanned through the challenger as he noticed his mana core size at the 9th Adept rank, while he had a water affinity. Sauron's mana core size was at the 7th Adept rank, but Jason doubted that Sauron would lose as his mana sensitivity and minute details were extremely well defined, in addition to his Soulbond's affinity mana injection, which were able to disregard the mana core size of his opponent. The only difference between Sauron and his opponent was that his opponent's physique was most likely higher in addition to the water affinity. Among the most basic affinities, the water affinity was seen as the weakest, followed by earth, wind, and fire, but Jason didn't agree with such statements. Every affinity had its strengths and flaws, and the wielder was the most problematic fact one had to consider when judging over the might of a certain affinity. For example, if Jason with a high comprehension would have a water affinity, he would practice it multiple hours a day to figure out all of its characteristics, before he would try to find ways to attack his opponent with lethal attacks. Water affinities were seen as rather weak because of their lacking attack and defensive abilities compared to the fire and earth affinity, while a wind affinity could increase one's speed by a large margin. Nevertheless, Jason liked the water affinity due to multiple reasons more than the earth affinity, for example, and he was expectant to see how Sauron's opponent would use his affinity in order to fight against Sauron's aggressive strategic advancement, causing a high amount of pressure Jason already witnessed hundreds of times. When the AI initiated the start of the fight, Jason's mana eyes noticed that Sauron immediately injected himself with 3 mana injections, as the mana fluctuations around Sauron heightened to a devastating degree, as Sauron's sword began to glow white. Jason questioned in his mind, as he noticed Sauron's special sword Ray Sauron used against him a month ago. This attack was at least at the evolved rank, and Jason's eyes widened in expectations to see how Sauron's opponent would defend against the Blade Ray as he continued watching. While Sauron gathered his mana within the sword, his opponent wasn't standing idle as he manifested a 5-meter-long spear out of thin air with compressed mana as he compressed it even more, forcing it into shape. So a head-on clash, he wondered. From Jason's estimation, both attacks would disintegrate upon clashing with each other, which meant the following sequences were equally important. However, one rather disappointing fact was that Sauron's opponent had used more than half of his mana in order to form the compressed evolved ranked water spear, which was a waste of precious mana during a fight, while Sauron only used his 3 mana injections, without a single drop of his own mana. Releasing his blade ray with a horizontal slash, Sauron already noticed that the water spear of his opponent would most likely shatter his own sword ray, causing him to frown lightly as the water spear shoot out with a terrifying velocity. Upon clashing with each other in the center of the combat arena, a loud boom resounded in the surrounding, as a fog wall spread through the combat ring, covering everything within for the spectating students. Only Jason with his mana eyes could see what was happening within as he suddenly turned away from the arena in order to caress Artemis, who nagged him all the time, demanding more pats. "This is boring," Jason mumbled, causing the surrounding students to look at him as if he was stupid. How could such a battle be boring? Their attacks were magnificent, and everyone was expecting what happened within. There was no way for them to know that Sauron exerted his floating sky movement technique immediately after the fog spread through the small arena in order to finish off his opponent, who was already extremely exhausted. With his spear, the water affinity user tried to fight Sauron with his physique, but due to Sauron's advantage with his whole mana pool and additional mana injections left, he could finish off his opponent rather easily. In the end, the water affinity user disappointed Jason, causing him to voice out his opinion. The AI issued the obvious outcome victory, Saron, Jir, and Jason focused more on Artemis than the astonished youths around him that once again gossiped around. Are these students here to challenge us or play around and gossip? Do they believe this is some kind of vacation? Jason thought in his mind, not being able to comprehend the thoughts of his 14 to 15-year-old peers. The first day with all Vanguard schools challenging each other went smoother than Jason thought, and the first wave, as their teacher called it, was extremely boring for him and Saron. At the end of the school day, both he and Saron were only challenged one time before the rest of the challengers separated themselves in order to find someone else to challenge. Jason's combat prowess was unknown for them, but his 2 elemental affinities had to be at the evolved rank from 2 soulbonds, in addition to his high proficiency with both of them. As such, Jason was a bad pick for anyone without a perfect elemental advantage or a great physique in order to overwhelm Jason with that. Saron's combat prowess was also odd, but more easily to estimate than Jason's, as his physique seemed to be roughly at the 7th adept rank. What made Saron's combat prowess estimation extremely difficult was the mysterious mana fluctuations within his body, which increased his presence in the combat arena. With that, Saron seemed to have been able to produce an expert-ranked sword ray with enough mana reserves left in his mana pool to finish off his opponent within the thick fog that covered their sight. In the end, it was a better choice from the surrounding affiliated Vanguard schools to pick other students as their prey in order to obtain a special combat class spot. Without further ado, Jason and Saron were once again alone. Both of them were disappointed that nobody else challenged them, but it was only logical to pick the easier targets before the stronger ones would venture to them and challenge them, and it would most likely only take some time before that would happen. Jason predicted that the first wave was something like the beginning of the storm that allowed the first batch of students to challenge them, because he hadn't seen any student from the main school. It was rather boring, but Jason and Saron decided to observe the battles all around them in order to figure out if there was someone strong enough to threaten them, but even that was somewhat disappointing after some time. As such, they decided to spar against each other without using their affinities and abilities, as their physique and mana core size were roughly at the same rank. Sparring against each other generated much more pressure as they knew each other's combat style, which forced both of them to adjust their own Unkyu combat style once in a while in order to win the sparring. With that, both Jason and Saron adjusted their fighting style multiple times and increased their combat prowess slowly but steadily. It was 5 p.m. when their teacher sent all of them home, and Artemis jumped back on his shoulder before they left the school grounds once again. Even though the first day of their all-associated Vanguard school challenges was rather disappointing, Jason was expectant towards the future, and he knew that the true opponents would only come out in the later game if they couldn't enter a special combat class seat within the main school. Obtaining a special combat class seat from the main Vanguard school was only a matter of pride, and not one seat within the affiliated school, in addition to the main Vanguard school, had a single difference, neither advantage nor disadvantage. But even if Jason was expectant of the future challenges, what was really important for him right now was meeting his teachers once again after more than a month passed. There were so many things he wanted to learn, and his mind was filled with questions he asked himself when he read the masses of books. Furthermore, when he forged, brewed, and inscribed for the first time, Jason was extremely dissatisfied with his result, even though the examiners saw that completely different. Somehow, he thought of himself as a perfectionist with flaws. Sometimes he wanted to do everything perfectly without anything going wrong, while other times he was perfectly fine with doing the bare minimum. But the latter didn't apply for the lifestyle occupations, blacksmithing, alchemy, and rune inscribing, which Jason found extremely interesting. From his first experience, he found out that it was extremely difficult to produce graded equipment, as he could barely make something feasible, but this difficulty fueled him with the desire for more. As such, the day passed silently, with Jason arriving at the Fleur's house, where Greg sat on the couch with a frustrated and dejected expression, only to jump up enraged. Greg seemed injured, and Jason figured out that his friend seemed to have been defeated during the first day of the special combat class lesson. Jason already predicted such an outcome, and it was already a wonder that he was able to take a hold on his seat for so long, when he figured out what the first wave, his teacher called it, really meant. In the end, his physique and above-average combat prowess was the only thing he had, and Jason predicted that a similar scenario he himself created while fighting against the tall, bulky youth was produced. He couldn't really help out Greg, and he had to find his flaws himself in order to fix them. In the end, one could even say that Greg was extremely lucky because he had 2 soul worlds, giving him the opportunity to wield elements while reaching a terrifying amplification to his physique from non-elemental beasts. Deciding to ignore Greg's chaotic emotions that changed between being angry and sulky, Jason went into his room in order to read the advanced Bestiarium before he practiced the Heaven's Hell technique. After finishing his practice, Jason worked out, washed up, and continued reading for some time before he felt tired. Sleeping in with Artemis next to him, Jason felt free without any worries. Waking up early in the morning like every day, Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique before he worked out once again. Washing up, Jason met Gabriella and Mark eating breakfast, and he sat down with them after greeting them. Gabriella and Mark were talking about the special combat class challenges, about Malia still being one of the seats after getting challenged a few times, while Greg lost his seat to an elemental affinity user with a mana core size of an expert rank. They involved Jason in their discussion by asking him multiple questions about the challenges within the 6th affiliated special combat class, but he couldn't really tell much as he wasn't actually observing many battles with great interest. Greg and Malia were still absorbing mana, while Jason decided to go to school earlier than normal. It was only 7 a.m. when he entered the school grounds, and he immediately rushed towards the forest, which only third-year students were allowed to venture in. Jason couldn't really understand why this was the case, but he just decided to ignore this rule, as he saw a large stone arch above a blue shimmering lake. Without hesitating for a second, Jason covered his whole body in a mana membrane before he jumped into the lake full of expectations, as his mana eyes detect something. Jason's mana eyes detected the underground water dome with ease as he dived deeper into the small lake within the forest. Without him knowing, Shane and Dahlia waited for him more since the early morning, equally expectant like Jason, to figure out how far they could go with Jason's talent. Since Jason accepted their proposal to be their disciple to a certain degree, they were worried and expectant at the same time. If something happened to Jason, it would be devastating, while his future achievements could change everything, as long as they had enough time to groom him into a strong individual. It wasn't that they were saints, but this did not change their opinion about the unfairness within mankind's territory and the dangerous threat coming from the other continents due to the foreign intelligent races. With Jason's extremely vast soul world, he wouldn't have any limits as long as his soul energy increased, which was impossible not to happen as Jason injected the soul energy into the soul world core in order to strengthen its production rate. Some humans called this soul energy training, while others simply said muscles training, because they saw the soul world core as a muscle that had to be trained and strengthened. Jason almost reached the dome that was enveloped in hundreds or maybe even 1,000 runes, as space next to him twisted with an old hand reaching out from within. Taken aback, Jason took a moment to notice the familiar mana fluctuations as he reached out for the hand, only to be transported a few meters further into the dome. Due to him being covered in mana, Jason's clothes were still dry, and he looked around the extremely large dome once again, before he saw two familiar faces standing behind him. Standing up, Jason greeted his masters with a radiant smile that was filled with joy, who also greeted him with a smile on their faces. Shane and Dahlia wanted to go inside the small wooden house they built within the dome, as Jason stopped them in their tracks. "Master, can we do something else first?" He asked, causing Shane and Dahlia to turn around with a slightly confused expression. "Artemis, my first soulbond, is still above. She didn't want to dive into the water." "Shane, Master, can you please take her down with your spatial ability?" Jason asked, slightly hesitating, as his master could feel like an errand boy like that, but what wondered him was Dahlia suddenly laughing out, while Shane looked at his wife betrayed. Tearing apart space, Artemis flew suddenly through the small portal that was created before she circled around within the dome's borders, only to squeeze herself on Jason's shoulder once again. Eyeing the two unfamiliar old humans in front of her, Artemis was extremely shocked to notice that she couldn't feel a single mana particle radiating from them, which had never happened to her over the last month. Transmitting her confusion to Jason, he could only smile weirdly, agreeing to her bewilderment. Not even he himself, with his mana eyes, could really detect much from his masters, except their mana core rank, without being able to identify what mana core size or how much liquefied or solid mana was within their mana core. The only thing Jason could tell for sure was that Shane was at the rank above the Lord rank, as he already constructed a prismarine crystal within his mana core, while Dahlia was most likely at the Lord stage, even though Jason couldn't exactly tell. Jason knew that Shane was born more than 250 years ago, while Dahlia was most likely also 200 years old, and with their vast knowledge and high mana core rank, they were most likely humanity's cream of the crop. Nevertheless, they still had to flee from the rest of humans' peak cultivators, as they were similarly strong. Now these two powerhouses wanted him to overrun old monsters that were 250 years old with his tender age of 14 years, which Jason found quite ridiculous. But even so, he was more astonished about Shane and Dahlia's reaction when they saw Artemis. Coming closer without warning, both stood suddenly in front of Jason, and he could only stand silently, while Artemis felt her whole body being scanned. Is that the snowflake owl? Shane asked, not believing what he saw right now. Both of them knew that Jason's soulbond was evolving, but what they saw right now was baffling, to put it simply. Looking at Dahlia, Shane could only ask, "Do you know what race she is?" only to see Dahlia shaking her head with gleaming eyes. Even though Shane's knowledge was vast, Dahlia was much more proficient in beastologia, the knowledge about beasts. If Dahlia didn't know what kind of beast Artemis was, there was no point in asking anyone else on Asterix or any other island. There were most likely only a dozen humans with a wider variety of knowledge about beasts than Dahlia, and seeing her shaking her head, Shane was shocked but at the same time proud. "I made the right choice by picking Jason as our disciple," Shane told himself as a big smile appeared on his face. Dahlia turned to Jason with curiosity, asking, "What ingredients and materials did you feed her to cause such an evolution? Wasn't she a 3-star wild beast before?" To evolve from a 3-star wild beast to a low-evolved ranked beast is not that easy, as low-ranked beasts don't own a high innate endurance towards foreign resources. Jason noticed that Dahlia's eyes gleamed in curiosity, and her desire to know more about Artemis evolution wonders him, but unfortunately he couldn't really help out much, as he himself didn't know how Artemis evolved like that. She gulped down a magical ranked ice affinity magic core and began evolving without previous warning. "I'm also not sure why pitch-black horns grow out of her forehead or what exactly happened." Sensing the frustration in Jason's eyes, Dahlia's curiosity died down as she nodded her head. "Well, it doesn't matter as long as everyone is healthy, right?" she said, trying to end the topic with that statement, while her heart hurt deeply because she wanted to figure out more about Artemis. Without further ado, they went inside in order to sit down at a wooden table that released a high amount of mana. Previously, Jason thought that he would most likely get thrown into practice without wasting much time, but before they began, Dahlia prepared tea for Jason, calming down the tension which had accumulated over the last few weeks, before they began to question Jason about various theoretical themes. This was solely done in order to figure out how much theoretical knowledge Jason memorized over the last month, and if he could understand everything he read, or if he just learned it without knowing what the words implied. To their surprise, Jason's memory was excellent, and he could name almost everything they wanted while his comprehension lagged behind, which was only obvious. It was already a wonder that he could read more than a dozen books with multiple thousand sites of knowledge within a month and memorize the most important points just like that. Comprehension could follow with practical experiments, and now Shane and Dahlia roughly understood how to start their teaching. Jason figured out that his knowledge was on par with the questions, but his understanding lagged behind, and he wasn't able to comprehend every situation stated by his masters, which was only reasonable. If he were able to answer everything after memorizing the content of the dozen books he read over the last month, why would he even need Shane and Dahlia as his artisan masters? It would be entirely useless and a waste of time. Nevertheless, his comprehension was good, but there was just too much to reconsider with every lifestyle occupation. Jason understood the main points, but concluding some facts was still extremely difficult due to his lack of practice. Dahlia and Shane also figured that out, and they decided to focus on these facts on his schedule. "Jason, you've been reading books about theoretical knowledge over the last few weeks. It would be best if you can come to us every day to teach you more about practical knowledge from all basic lifestyle occupations. We know that you don't have to attend the early classes in school. As such, it would be even better if you use your free time in the morning to come here," Shane said knowingly. Jason's free time in the morning was mostly used to increase his proficiency with his affinities, but it wouldn't be a problem to reschedule his schedule in order to free his morning. As such, Jason nodded his head before a thought appeared in his mind. "Can I practice my Black Origin Flames proficiency while brewing and refining materials?" he asked himself as he looked at Shane and Dahlia, asking the same question. Dahlia chuckled for a moment before she seriously answered. "You can obviously practice the proficiency of your Black Origin Flame while brewing inscription reagents and potions, as the control and accuracy of your flame determines the cleansing effect of Origin Flames. A single degree difference can change the purity of your herbs and materials by a huge margin. Maintaining the perfect temperature is taxing and will consume a lot of your focus, but with enough practice, you will be proficient with all of it." Saying so, Jason sighed in relief, and he could use most of his remaining time to increase the proficiency of his ice affinity, as long as his fire affinity proficiency increased while learning more about the lifestyle occupations. Now it was Shan's turn to say something, causing Jason to be slightly disgruntled. "As you already know, I've observed your performance at the school's basic artisan exam, and I have to say that you really found a good way to waste materials. Even a newborn would be able to forge a better dagger, and inscribing it with runes in order for it to be barely able to reach an acceptable sharpness was the only thing you did almost well. I wonder if your black origin flame is a normal flame you dyed, while trying to only make it look like a special origin flame or the real deal, because the impurities you extracted were laughable. I could do better with normal flames and a decent purifying method, and you want me to believe that you have a rare origin flame. If I didn't know better, I would have believed that you tried to con us with your black origin flame. Shane finished his speech and looked at Jason disappointed on the outside, while he felt slightly sorry on the inside. He wanted Jason to feel provoked in order to awaken his motivation to work harder. It would also backfire, but it seemed to work as he observed Jason's change in his expression. Jason felt wronged and couldn't understand Shane, as he only tried to pass the practical artisan exam and nothing more. Turning slightly red, Jason's anger was apparent, and he stood up saying, "I can do better, just give me another try and y'all see. Furthermore, why are you even pulling me down without having me taught anything? The only things you provided were the books only a few days before the exam started. For me to be able to pass all 3 lifestyle occupation exams with a single try is already better than almost all of my classmates. I'll do better," Jason said slightly louder. He wasn't dumb or naive to believe that Shane would praise him in order for him to grow lazy, but what he said right now was too much for him to endure because he gave his best over the last few weeks without slacking off for a single moment. It was tiring, and hearing Shane's speech provoked him, even though he knew that Shane solely said so in order to provoke him. Shane was astonished to see Jason's outburst, and he wanted to rebuke when Dahlia sent him a voice transmission. That was too much. Jason is still young, and he always gives his best. Hearing this from his wife, Shane remembered that Jason was barely 14 years old, causing him to slap his own forehead. Shane didn't see Jason as a teenager, as he behaved differently most of the time, and due to his height and well-developed body, in addition to his mature face, he treated him like a young man subconsciously. This wasn't particularly wrong, but Shane forgot that it was important for children to receive praise once in a while, in order for them to understand that their hard work pays off. Sighing, Shane decided to step back as he cleared his throat. "I don't want to undermine your achievement, but I know your capabilities and talent are much better than the products you delivered at the school artisan exam. As such, I might have overreacted a little bit. It's only for your good, and I want you to strive for the highest possible, instead of playing Loki, in order to not attract the attention of stronger individuals. It might be true that you shouldn't oppose the big clans for the time being, but nobody on Asterix will be able to handle me. I want you to give your best each, and every time you do something without having to hold back even a tiny bit." Listening to Shane, Jason calmed down as he figured out that his master only wanted the best for him. Having someone to rely on was not something Jason had for the last few years, while his mother was not strong enough to protect him from being bullied or anything like that due to her duty at the Saris family. As such, Shane's words warmed his heart, and Jason smiled at him. This made Shane uncomfortable, while Dahlia smiled at Jason brightly. Not being able to take this situation any longer, Shane changed the subject. "You don't really have to show me your current capabilities, as I could roughly estimate how far you can go at the moment. To show you how to handle forging, brewing, and inscribing, we want to demonstrate to you a perfect grade 1 weapon, potion, and inscription. Our confidence in your talent is high, and due to your mana eyes, y'all be able to understand everything much easier than most students. Just imprint our knowledge in your mind and learn it. Maybe you can even improve it in the future. Who knows?" Shane said with a slight tinge of pride in his voice as he turned around towards the spiral staircase that led them downwards. Jason was expecting to see how a perfect grade 1 product would look like and how much of a difference it would make compared to normal grade 1 products. From his knowledge, Jason knew that perfect products would only be produced with a purity of less than 0.02 left within the cleansed ingredients one used. To accomplish that, origin flames were the easiest way, and Jason wondered if he would be able to forge or concoct such products in the near future, or how long it would take for him to control his black origin flame perfectly in order to make it possible. Following Shane with fast steps towards the basement, Jason noticed that there was a hallway with multiple rooms. Activating his mana eyes, everything shone in bright colors, radiating a vast amount of mana, shocking Jason quite a bit. Comparing the basement's radiating mana to the Artisan Tower and Beast Pagoda, Jason didn't doubt that the basement mana was a few times higher. Absorbing mana here would increase his cultivation speed by a few times, but it would also most likely destroy the supply. The radiating mana distributed on the plants Jason perceived with his mana eyes within the rooms. Entering the room at the end of the hallway, a large smithy came into Jason's view, and the radiating mana and colors enveloping everything told him that the tools, anvil, and forge were of high quality and extremely valuable. Shane looked at the forge with pride, and Jason figured out that everything within this room was his treasures, causing him to smile lightly. "In the future, I'll also have my own high-quality equipment." he told himself with a trace of ambition gleaming in his heart. Turning around, Shane looked into Jason's eyes before he explained. I'll show you a way to remove the impurities from ores with a certain slagging method that is mostly used for grade 1 materials, because you are unable to solely use the origin flame for the impurity extraction for the moment. Nevertheless, I believe your origin flame will still be helpful to decrease the difficulty of exhaling impurities within all materials which normal flames don't provide. You will probably have a much easier time to learn how to perfectly purify materials than I had, but that is definitely an advantage. Jason nodded his head and he concluded the same thing. If he used an impurity extraction method in addition to his black origin flame, he might be able to have an easier time perfectly purifying each type of ingredient. As such, Jason listened carefully as Shane pulled a hammer and a large green shining ore out of his spatial ring. We will work with normal jade iron ore for now, and the slagging method I mentioned earlier isn't even that difficult for grade 1 materials, even though you have to be slightly careful to maintain the mana conductivity during the whole process. While heating up the forge, Shane explained, and he continued working while explaining. As you already figured out within your first forging process, you extracted the jade iron from your ore with a reduction. To put it simply, jade iron ore is extracted from its oxide by heating it up with charcoal, limestones, and so on. They react with each other and you will receive jade iron. This jade iron will then react with the impurities of the ore in order to form slag. This slag mostly floats over the top of molten ingots, but that's not the case every time, like it more than 300 years ago, before the mana outbreak happened. Due to the mana injected within everything, the slug can be suppressed within the molten ore, making it difficult to force it outside. In order to do that, you'll have to inject your own mana within the molten ingot and lead the impurities out of the molten jade iron. This process is extremely difficult for someone with bad mana sensitivity and control, but you shouldn't have a problem with that. It will drain a lot of your mana to expel all impurities, which is the reason everyone searches for origin flames, because they can force the suppressed purities more easily out of reduced jade iron, for example. The heat should increase consistently, but never cross a certain temperature where the mana veins within the materials will be damaged. Your theoretical knowledge is large enough to figure out what temperatures you can go at the highest without damaging the mana veins. As such, it shouldn't be much of a problem, as long as your control is precise enough. The red shining green jade iron mold shone brightly in Jason's eyes as his mana eyes were activated during the whole process, and he could perfectly see the impurities, or rather slag, within the molten jade iron. It blocked the mana veins and forced them to change their path slightly, turning into a small detour, which decreased the efficiency. In the end, a forged weapon with fewer impurities would have a smoother mana conductivity, which increased not only the mana circulation efficiency of the weapon, but also the mana consumption and required time to fully empower the weapon, which could determine over life and death. Extracting them slowly, Shane wanted to show Jason how it worked, even though he could do it much faster due to his vast amount of mana and proficiency with perfectly purifying low-graded materials. Imprinting Shane's words and the pictures he saw into his mind, Jason nodded his head as he noticed something odd the moment the molten jade iron expelled his last impurity. Not only was the molten jade iron shining, which could be seen by one's bare eyes, but Jason's special mana eyes could also detect a faint black color radiating from the jade iron in front of him, shocking him extremely. But he couldn't ask a question as Shane once again began his teaching while he worked on the jade iron. Now we have perfectly purified jade iron, the best of the best quality, and you could immediately hammer it into a nice shape in order to forge a weapon. However, for now, I want you to learn how to perfectly purify ores in order to build a firm foundation. With that, Shane stopped talking as he shaped the molten jade iron into a bar, which could be used in the future. Jason was more than confused by what he saw. He still listened to Shane, but the color radiating from the jade iron bar in front of him was tormenting his mind. Why is it radiating a color now? Because of the cleansed impurities. It has to be so, right? Jason knew he was right, but there was a nagging feeling within him, telling him that it could also be something different, but also the same. His gut feeling told him that his eyes didn't directly implement the purity of things, but rather something above that which included the purity as a subcategory. But even then, Jason had not a single idea what it could be, and he only shook his head in denial, which was noticed by Shane. Thinking Jason thought it was impossible for him to do the same, he encouraged him with a few words. Maybe your first few tries will end up as failure, but that is normal. Failure is the mother of success. Remember that, Jason. Just keep working hard and you'll be able to do it. Jason's mind was somewhere else because he still thought about the color radiating from the jade iron bar in front of him, but Shan's words made sense, and he doubted there would be someone who could do everything perfectly without failing a single time. Coming back to his sense, Jason considered it obvious that he would have to learn out of his mistakes, which he would definitely make in the future. Learning how to make a perfect jade iron bar was the first step Jason had to go in order to become a renowned blacksmith. He wasn't sure if he wanted to become a high-ranked blacksmith, alchemist, and runemaster, but it was definitely a huge advantage to know about all lifestyle occupations to a certain degree. The biggest advantage would be that being a high-ranked lifestyle artisan could generate a lot of credits and star notes, as long as one was diligent, while his mana control would increase inevitably with his practice. Furthermore, Jason's trust in weapons and protective garments made by someone else, he didn't even know couldn't be considered extraordinary high. If a weapon broke during a fight, death was the only outcome, and this was not something Jason wanted to happen. But even so, the mid-grade 1 tempered daggers Jason was using at the moment were not strong enough to pierce through the hide of peak awakened beasts, even less evolved ranked beasts. As such, Jason would have to make himself a weapon as soon as possible. The higher its grade, the better. It was even possible to make a grade 2 weapon with grade 1 materials as long as it was purified enough, releasing 100 of the material's potential. Furthermore, with runes inscribed on it, Jason would be able to improve the sharpness and endurance of his weapon, adding another layer towards the weapons he made by himself. In the end, Jason was confident in producing a pseudo-mana weapon with jade iron ore, as long as he had enough time. With jade iron as sole ingredients, it was impossible to forge a mana weapon, while adding certain ores and other ingredients would allow him to forge a mana weapon, which was one of Jason's dreams. Who wouldn't want to forge a powerful weapon, allowing him to increase his combat prowess by a large margin, turning the tides in a battle even though he would normally be considered weaker? Learning the path of a blacksmith and runemaster were intertwined with each other, as long as Jason wanted to manufacture a mana weapon by himself. One of Jason's small dreams was to manufacture an extremely strong weapon, allowing him to shatter mountains like he had heard from fairy tales when he was young. What he was extremely curious about were soul weapons and how exactly they were crafted and so on, but unfortunately, the theoretical books he received from Shane and Dahlia weren't much of a help for this theme. Jason thought Shane and Dahlia wanted to wait with this information for later until he reached a certain threshold, which wasn't that problematic. Even if he knew how to craft a soul weapon, he would still have to learn the basics. As such, Jason summoned a small mountain of jade iron ores which fell to the ground next to him. Lifting up a large piece, he went to the extinguished forge, while Shane stepped back without saying anything at all. Shane would just observe everything carefully, and he decided to explain Jason's mistakes after every failure. He calmed himself down before the black origin flame appeared within his hand. Leading the flame slowly towards the forge, Jason activated his mana eyes directly in order to follow every step he imprinted into his mind perfectly. At least that's what Jason wanted to do, as he heated up the flame to the temperature that was required to mold the jade iron ore. Noticing the oxide reacting with the limestone within the forge, Jason took the reduced jade iron out of the forge, before he led his mana within the sizzling hot jade iron mold. Only a few seconds passed, and he was already sweating buckets when he noticed that moving the impurities around was much more difficult than he previously imagined. Forcefully injecting his mana into the jade iron mold, Jason noticed that the difficulty increased further the more time passed, while the mold cooled down. Jason was confused and only noticed that the jade iron was cooled down when he was unable to move the impurities by a single millimeter. Feeling extremely stupid, Jason cursed to himself. The impurities can only be moved out of the ore as long as it's hot enough. Heating up the jade iron once again, Jason increased his origin flame's temperature by a few degrees as he injected his mana once again into the jade iron. This time it was much easier to lead the impurities out of the jade iron, as he once again increased the heat of his flame with ambition gleaming in his eyes. Unfortunately, Jason forgot to control his black origin flame and increased the temperature to high, immediately destroying the mana veins within the jade iron, turning it into scrap. Gazing at the scrap in front of him, Jason frowned deeply as he took out the next jade iron ore, giving it another try because he couldn't accept his failure. Shane didn't even correct Jason's mistakes as he seemed to have noticed them by himself. Working with a lower temperature was possible, but it would waste a high amount of mana due to the increased difficulty, and even more so was it a waste of time. Meanwhile, using a high temperature was much faster, but the temperature wasn't allowed to cross a certain range. Otherwise, the ore would slowly due to the damaged mana veins. In the recent era, everything had mana, and forging a weapon with burned mana veins was even worse than forging a gradeless weapon, as the enhancement of mana within weapons kept them alive. Injecting mana into one's weapons would not only enhance the weapon's sharpness, endurance, toughness, but even more important was the fact that a weapon with high mana conductivity could feel like an extension of the wielder's body. Having a low mana conductivity meant in return that one wouldn't feel connected to the weapon, and the smoothness of all kinds of moves was restricted. Mana veins were everything, and the purer they were, the higher was the enhancement from the injected mana, which included the feeling of moving one's body instead of a cold weapon used to kill. Jason was extremely fascinated by all the theoretical knowledge implanted into his mind, and he wanted to get to know the feeling of a perfectly purified ingot while comparing it to a rough product in order to figure out more about the significance of purification, as it included everything Jason got to know over the last few months. Hours passed and Jason's clothes were completely drenched in sweat as he gazed lovingly and with pride at the jade iron bar in front of him. He forgot how many times he failed to expel the impurities within the jade iron ore, and only the small mountain of scrap to his left could tell Jason the answer. But he didn't care about that as the jade iron bar in front of him shimmered lightly, revealing a faint black color, even if it was only barely visible. Shane looked at Jason oddly, as he questioned himself if Jason's eyes were made for forging, or if the origin flame he possessed was the cause of his superiority in exhaling the impurities out of the jade iron bar. Inspecting the jade iron bar in front of Jason, Shane was baffled to figure out that it was an almost perfectly purified jade iron bar, shocking him extremely. He was jealous of Jason's mana eyes and origin flame, but on the other side, it was a huge advantage for both of them, as Shane reduced the set time to teach Jason how to forge perfectly purified bars from all kinds of ores by a few months in an instant. Previously, he was already sure that Jason would be much faster than him in learning how to perfectly purify bars, due to Jason's mana eyes and origin flame, but he underestimated his disciple's capabilities by a lot. If he knew that Jason could see every single particle of impurities within the ores, Shane would definitely be enraged and overly jealous, but fortunately, that wasn't the case. Even Jason was astonished that he could control his flame relatively well after a few hours, as the temperature was relatively stable after experimenting some time. He decided to use a moderate temperature between the highest possible temperature to purify jade iron and the lowest possible temperature in order to have a small range for accidents. More problematic than his control over the black origin flame was rather injecting his mana into the jade iron mold, expelling the impurities forcefully by leading them around without bumping into the mana veins, damaging them. The detour Jason had to take sometimes was through the whole bar, and would take dozens of minutes, which he had to concentrate on maintaining the perfect heat of his flame, in addition to accurately leading around the impurities towards the surface. Even if the perfectly purified jade iron bar in front of him was his first success, Jason was lucky as the impurities were on the outside and not deep within the jade iron mold, like it was often the case with the other molds he tested. A single mistake would damage the mana veins and decrease the efficiency of a perfect purification if it wouldn't even destroy the mana veins within. In the beginning, Jason was extremely frustrated, but as time passed, he was becoming more relaxed, focused on the task in front of him, without caring about anyone's existence. It was already lunchtime when Jason finished his first try, and he initially wanted to continue practicing even more when he noticed Shane and Dahlia behind him with Artemis further away standing on a table. He hadn't even noticed that Artemis and Dahlia followed them, and Jason wondered why they were gazing at him so oddly, which was noticed by them. While Shane shook his head in denial, Dahlia laughed, before she told Jason to change his clothes to make himself ready to go to school. Previously, she wanted to teach him about alchemy and how to make perfect inscription solutions, but once she saw Jason's determination while exhaling the impurities within the ores, Dahlia was sure that Jason would do fine, even if she teaches him later. Socializing and being among peers was important in her opinion, and she wanted Jason to live his youth as well as possible without any worries, even though they forced a huge responsibility on him. Jason could follow this responsibility later if he wanted to, and it was no use to isolate him from his peers. Rather than that, it would most likely harm his growth and turn him less humane, which was the last thing they wanted to do. The thing they wanted Jason to do was to lead humanity into a more prosperous time, and in order to make that possible, he would need to have superior socializing skills and not social distancing. Jason himself didn't even know what he wanted, but he just nodded his head. Artemis was extremely bored throughout the last few hours, and spectating what Jason did wasn't really helpful, as he repeated the same thing over and over again. She couldn't even enter Jason's soul world because the soul energy she required was too high for Jason to handle, and standing too close to him while he worked was also not helpful. Even more than that, it was uncomfortable for her due to the heat she didn't really like. When Jason glanced at the clock, he stored away his perfectly purified jade iron bar before he left the forging room and entered a secluded room to change into a new set of clothes. Shane transported him out of the underwater bubble back to the surface, and Artemis flew through the treetop to greet the fresh air and sun that shone on her white plumage. The sun's heat wasn't uncomfortable for Artemis, only the black flame Jason had was, even though Artemis didn't know why that was the case. There was an odd feeling that Jason's black origin flame was the most dangerous existence she had ever felt. As such, Artemis told herself to either overpower the flame's heat or flee as far as possible in order to never meet this flame ever again. Unfortunately, as both Artemis and the black origin flame were Jason's soul bond, the latter option wasn't possible, and Artemis could only strengthen herself in order to ease her worry against the black origin flame. Outside the small lake, Jason looked around if someone saw him jumping out of twisted space, but Shane had most likely done the same by releasing his mana, easing up his tension. Running towards the combat arena, Jason figured out that there were more students challenging them than a day before, while their strength increased only slightly. Unfortunately, there was still not a single student from the main school, and most likely not many high-ranked students from the remaining affiliated schools, turning Jason's mood slightly down. He wanted to have some exciting spars that would cause his adrenaline to soar, but it looked like he would only again be disappointed, as not many high-ranked students would challenge him. There was still some time left before the special combat lesson would start, and Josso undecided to practice the Heaven's Hell technique to increase his soul energy. It was already Friday when Jason once again entered the combat arena with hundreds of familiar students standing in front of it, and he could only sigh disappointedly as something particular jumped into the corner of his eyes. A single individual among the more than 100 students seemed to behave differently than everyone else, and Jason's mana eyes immediately detected that he was the real deal. This caused Jason's sour mood to brighten up, and he smiled lightly as he sat down next to Saron, who gazed at him weirdly, wondering what was going on in his mind. Artemis sat on his shoulder like every day, which was already accepted by everyone around them, but Jason's composure changed during the last 4 days, causing the special combat class students to question what he was doing to have such a sudden change in his composure and temperament. Unbeknownst to Jason, his mana control heightened by a large margin while practicing to perfectly purify all kinds of ores for the last few mornings over multiple hours. It was not that Jason's temperament changed or something similar like that, but the passive mana gathering from his sub-area he created from the unique splitting mind technique more than a month ago was the most apparent thing he changed. His passive mana gathering was solely following Jason's orders, and throughout the last few days, he changed the characteristics of his mana gathering slightly with his consistently improving mana control as foundation. With that, not only his mana gathering increased by a lot, but also his ability to absorb mana into his mana core. Considering that his passive mana absorption was already relative fast, Jason was confident in breaking through the next mana core level within the next 3 weeks, without the need to absorb a single mana particle actively. Smiling brightly, Jason was proud of his sub-area within the mind he established when he was at the novice rank, as he entered his soul world to take a look at everything. Unfortunately, Scorpio was still at the Awaken rank with a soul energy of 15 units, as the opportunity to ask Dahlia for a purity cleansing didn't come due to Shane's demand for Jason to solely focus on blacksmithing for the time being. Nevertheless, Scorpio didn't leave the soul world because of its frustration and depression, shocking Jason, as he remembered his second soul bond as an active and a beast full of vigor. Due to this, it was only obvious what Jason would focus on in the following days, as he couldn't accept Scorpio's depression, even though he had to fight against Shan's stubbornness. Other than Scorpio, the black origin flame was still flickering around without having gained a single soul energy unit, which displeased it by a lot, but Jason couldn't afford to supply his third soul bond with soul energy, as long as Artemis couldn't enter his soul world. Entering the soul world was extremely important for Artemis, even though Jason wasn't sure why that was the case. Asking her couldn't answer his questions, and Jason could only obey disapproving about her behavior. It would probably take some time for him to fulfill the requirements of all his 3 soul bonds at once, which required around 145 soul energy units at the moment. However, in the end, he was getting closer with each day passing. Having reached the requirements to practice the 3rd level of the Heaven's Hell technique, Jason was still hesitant to practice it due to multiple reasons. First, his time was scarce, and he couldn't afford to give his Heaven's Hell practice more of it, and second, the focus he would have to provide was said to be multiple times more than before, even if Jason was not sure if this was even possible. In the end, he had to once again switch to the lower difficulty from the Heaven's Hell technique, and he wondered if that was even useful, as his current soul energy increasement could already be considered top-notch. This caused Jason to ponder for the last few days, but even so, he was still in a good mood with his current achievements. Shane was satisfied with his results he provided in the morning blacksmithing class, and Jason even forgot to join the school's artisan lectures he applied to in the beginning. As such, it would be a waste of time for him to attend the artisan lectures, and Jason wanted to focus on his perfect purified ores he hammered into bars for the time being. With 3 days passing since he purified his first jade iron bar, Jason was already much more proficient in it, as he was already aware of the most apparent facts he had to take care of. His control over mana, the mana sensitivity, accuracy, and even more so his control over the Black Origin Flame were the most important aspects. Immediately after the incredible capabilities of his mana eyes, Jason himself was astonished. In the end, his mana eyes helped him out to hasten up the whole process of perfectly purifying the jade iron ore with time passing, and only 3 days later, Jason could already be considered proficient enough in purifying jade iron bars from all of their impurities. Even though jade iron ore was one of the most basic grade 1 ores and materials, it was still an astonishing feat Jason delivered, causing Shane and Dahlia to feel extremely proud of Jason. Sitting next to Saron, both waited for the students to enter the combat arena, while Jason was still thinking about this one student that stood out according to his mana eyes. The other special combat class seats arrived only a few minutes after Jason, but something seemed off to the two of them as they heard some gossip. Have you guys heard about the Vanguard main school dispatching their first students to figure out the strength of the affiliated schools? A certain 7th adept rank said. Really? Why should they do something like that? It's not like we are at war with them. Can't they just openly challenge us as we did it? Another student said, and he was apparently one of the other 5 affiliated Vanguard schools that replaced one of their students. Nobody answered him, and most students that were about to talk with him turned away from the later student, causing an awkward atmosphere to spread around the combat arena. Jason knew that the competitiveness among the students was high, but seeing the later student being ignored was still somewhat weird. Wasn't it normal to replace the weaker students? If someone didn't like it, just fight back. As long as he survived, Jason would stand up once again, even if it would hurt like hell. The official cultivation average of all humans was at the expert rank, which included young, old, and ill people. Nevertheless, if humanity fought together, it would be impossible for the beasts on the islands to fight back against the sheer masses of high-ranked humans. Considering that not even some youths within the most prosperous school on Asterix dared to fight back against someone stronger than them, indicated that humans would rather flee and save themselves instead of fighting against someone stronger. But even so, there was not a single individual reigning over mankind, but multiple clans and families ruling over their own territory, trying to take control over more land in every possible way. In the end, that was also wrong in his opinion, and it wasn't a rare occurrence for Jason to think about Shane and Dahlia's words, which seemed to become more important the more he thought about them. Even if Jason couldn't see himself as someone who ruled others, there was a need for a firm pillar in order to eradicate the threat beasts and foreign races presented before they would even be able to focus on the permanent and temporary rifts within humanity's territories. As long as someone held everything together to a certain extent, the more threatening foreign threats could be eradicated. What happened after wasn't important in Jason's opinion, as humanity should fight with their own problems with each other, as long as they united against the foreign threats that were even more dangerous than their own race. Maybe his train of thoughts was completely wrong, and it was more important to force humanity into a treaty, but even if that happened, would that really change the problematic roots? Not really, as the strong could do whatever they wanted to, and a mighty background could be considered a free pass for everything, and Jason hated it. Even though he didn't want to be some sort of saint, or even something remotely close, Shane and Dahlia weren't wrong with the thought of a single ruler or pillar humanity desperately needed. While he was deep in thoughts, Saron was still looking around, chatting with Milo, who sat down next to the absent-minded Jason, and it seemed like everything was normal like every day as they didn't mind Jason's behavior. They already considered it as normal because he seemed to be often absent-minded thinking about something far ahead, leaving them alone in the dark present time. A few minutes passed, and Jason only began to notice that something was amiss, as Saron hesitantly tipped on his shoulder. Coming back to his senses, Jason realized the situation he was in, and it seemed like he was really out of luck when he noticed the youth in front of him. Sighing deeply, he asked the inevitable question. "Do you want to challenge me or one of my friends?" Without showing any kind of emotion, even though his heart skipped a beat after he completely scanned through the opposite youth's mana core. "If you're Jason Stella, I want to challenge you," the youth said, smiling proudly, as his short blue hair shimmered in the sunlight which shone through the windows. Saron next to Jason wiggled around on his seat visibly uncomfortable, and the youth stared at him with an arrogant smile which Saron could only accept reluctantly, as the youth turned around in order to walk towards the arena. A quiet "I forfeit" resounded through the arena section they were in, and the blue-haired youth stopped in his tracks, only to look back to Jason with a shocked expression as he asked, "You what?" It was as if he couldn't hear Jason completely, and he doubted his ears. This annoyed Jason, as he knew his opposite clearly heard him. Grinding his teeth, he could only repeat his sentence, "I said, I forfeit, are you deaf?" In the end, he wasn't able to hold back as he added a slight provocation at the end of his sentence. "What did you say?" Visibly enraged, the blue-haired youth's fair skin was suddenly enveloped in an extremely faint blue shimmering hue as he stomped towards Jason, who could only look at the opposite youth as if he fell on his head immediately after birth. "I won't repeat myself. You understood me," Jason said as the surrounding students began to mock him due to his cowardice. If they only knew, he thought, sighing. They didn't know what monocore rank the blue-haired youth was, as it seemed like he learned a high-tiered concealment technique. As such, it was unknown what monocore rank the youth was. Nevertheless, to be able to obtain and learn a concealment technique, one's background had to be high, even among nobles, and Jason, some slightly smarter students, knew that. Estimating the number of distributed concealment techniques on asterisks, there were most likely in the 2 digits, while this number was drastically reduced to a single digit if one were to pick out the young generation. These students didn't laugh at Jason and only silently agreed to his decision because it could become extremely dangerous. If they knew Jason could scan the monocore through the shallow concealment, their opinion might change, but not with the current information Jason figured out about his opponent. There were a few things he noticed. First, he definitely knew Saron and his background, but that didn't hold him back in mocking him. This indicated that the Jir family wouldn't do anything against this blue-haired youth. The second important fact only Jason knew was the blue-haired youth's monocore rank, in addition to his elemental affinity, with the additional amplification towards the youth's monocore size, which seemed to be extremely vast. Concluding the provided information together, Jason tried to figure out who the youth in front of him was, but there was no answer in his mind. Jason was still extremely calm, even though the youth in front of him tried to impress the surroundings with his overbearing voice. However, unfortunately for the youth was that the overbearing voice was completely nullified through Jason's golden eyes that shimmered lightly, reducing the mana within them by a minuscule amount, without him noticing. "Congrats on obtaining a special combat class seat," Jason said as he pulled Saron away from the group that formed around them due to the turmoil that attracted everyone's attention. The blue-haired youth couldn't believe what he saw and heard during the last minute, as he had never been treated like that, and he was about to pursue Jason. Suddenly, Jason noticed a familiar mana fluctuation next from the other side of the combat arena as he took a glance toward the direction. His eyes widened slightly and everything made sense. Without further ado, Jason turned around. "Is your family named Drake?" "Is your family named Drake?" Jason wasn't really good at beating around the bush and asked straight away without hesitating for a single moment, causing Saron to look at him taken aback. Saron was fine with being treated like that by Jason, but that was because they were friends and not strangers. However, the blue-haired youth was a complete stranger to Jason, yet decided to talk to him like he was a stupid monkey. Even the surrounding students were astonished by his behavior, as they could faintly perceive the blue-haired youth's strength. Jason, however, didn't mind that a single bit as he looked straight inside the blue-haired youth's blue shining eyes as if both were equally strong. "So you know who I am? How dare you treat me like that?" The blue-haired youth burst out, not minding his image as he did a moment before. "Why should I care about that? Idiot," Jason thought inwardly, no minding the blue-haired youth's anger. He was enraged right now as Jason, who stood right in front of him, was too much of a hassle for him. "Apparently I know your family name, but neither do I know why you're really how nor am I aware who you are," Jason admitted before he turned around, in order to squeeze his way through the group that surrounded them, leaving the blue-haired youth alone. "Did he leave, just like that?" The blue-haired youth mumbled, and he began to wonder how someone without background dared to do something like that. However, at that moment, he remembered something his great-grandfather told him when he arrived in Zero City. "Max, I know your talent is terrifying, but you shouldn't attract the attention of certain individuals on asterisks, even if the island is governed by our family, all right. It would be best if you stay away from Jason Stella and his company." Unfortunately, his great-grandfather's words, which faintly hinted at Jason's disguised background, caused exactly the opposite, as Max became curious about Jason and who exactly he was. In the beginning, when he saw him, Max felt extremely disappointed as Jason's monocore rank was barely at the 3rd adept rank, which wasn't even remotely close to his own rank. However, Jason's behavior was interesting and ignited the lost curiosity in Max's heart once again. "Why did Gramps tell me something like that, and what exactly is so special about Jason?" that not even Gramps says something to him. Not only is Saron, the cripple, here in such a shabby school, but he also seems to be his friend. Furthermore, he ignored me and doesn't care about my existence at all. Whole exactly is he. Max's curiosity heightened, and he decided to pursue Jason, who dragged Saron behind him. The surrounding group of students made his place as the aura around him scared them away, as Max's bluish gleaming fair skin underlined his outbursting anger. Saron felt still slightly uncomfortable, but Jason's confident and useless prideful words brought him back to his senses. As such, he looked at his friend, wondering how he figured out that Max was from the Drake family and why he behaved like that, without even daring to accept Max's challenge. Saron was sure that not a single special combat class seat of any class could handle Max's strength, except the most powerful prodigies from the main school, but it was still not the best move to disregard his challenge and even retort like that. Even these might have a hard time against Max due to multiple reasons, but to Saron it looked like Jason only figured out that Max was from the Drake family a few seconds ago. Why did you drag me away? Don't you know that offending Max will be bad? Saron said worriedly, and only now did Jason get to know that the blue-haired with blue eyes was called Max. So his name is Max Drake. Well, it doesn't matter. His attitude pissed me off. Jason confessed with a weird smile when both of them heard something behind them. I pissed you off. Why are you so full of yourself? Can't I even challenge someone on asterisks? If everyone is as scared to fight anyone like you obviously are, humanity would already be annihilated. Max heard Jason talking about him and was even more enraged than before. He couldn't really understand why Jason was treating him like that and felt treated unfairly. I don't know if you're just behaving like a spoiled child or if you really are one, but why should I risk injuring myself by fighting against someone with a third expert mana core rank in addition to an unblemished soul bond at the worst? Should I continue and talk about your special trait right now, or can you just stop bothering me? Halting his steps and turning his head, Jason wanted to finally have some peace. He was still exhausted from his morning blacksmithing exercises, and Jason was not really someone who loved to be the main attraction in his surroundings. But how could Max know that Jason knew about his mana core rank he intentionally concealed? If that was everything Jason knew, Max wouldn't be as surprised as he was right now, but Jason even figured out about his soulbond's rank in addition to his physique, which not many people knew about. At most, the big families, clans, companies, and some higher authorities on Canir knew about it, as it was an important secret weapon of his family. But now, nobody should have figured out about his strength just like that. Max couldn't believe it, and he glared at Saron as if he killed his whole family. You revealed our family's secret to someone like him. Don't you know about the silent treaty our families have? Max shouted out, attracting the surrounding students' attention once again. Noticing that, Jason stepped forward, trying to soothe the escalating situation. It's not like that. Relax, or everyone will know about your secret because y'all expose yourself and nobody here wants that, okay? Max averted his gaze towards Jason, whose eyes were much calmer than before as he tried to provoke him. However, this didn't change the fact that he was still pissed off. Once Max calmed down to a certain degree, Jason was once again able to talk to him as he said, "Old Drake is here, probably to look out for you, right? Should I ask him why you tried to challenge me intentionally, even though you're not even a student from the main Vanguard school?" Due to his good eyesight, Jason cited something particular which seemed odd as both Max and Saron looked at him weirdly. How did you figure that out? I could have been a Vanguard main school student like Saron is a student of the 6th affiliated school. Looking at his clothes, Max couldn't find anything amiss as he threw an asking glance towards Jason, trying to squeeze a question out of him. "I won't tell you. Let's go to Old Drake," Jason simply said, killing the curiosity within Max as a bad premonition formed in his mind. Ugh, FK. Max could only think in his mind, immediately forgetting how it was possible for his disguise to be discovered. Even Saron was unaware what Jason noticed about Max's outfit, but if Jason answered honestly, both would be left with more questions than before. That was because his mana eyes detected something interesting, as it seemed like Max's clothes were actually from an Earth Elemental Affinity user, as his eyes perceived traces of Earth transmuted mana lingering at the clothes. Max wasn't able to use his force in order to drag Jason away from his current path because too many students watched them. The only thing he could do was to pray that his great-grandfather wouldn't beat the SHT out of him because he disregarded his good-meant advice, some may even see as order. He was suspicious about Jason, as he seemed to know his great-grandfather, which not many people on Asterix could claim, even fewer youths. This was weird, but Max couldn't find a logical reason for this scenario, except that Jason's background was forged. In the end, he convinced himself that Jason was from a large ancient clan because it was easier for him to comprehend that an ancient clan's heir disregarded his authority than a nobody. Taking this scenario also as the reason for him to be acquainted with his great-grandfather made it much easier for him to understand everything. Nodding his head, the misunderstanding Max formed took a firm place within his mind as he followed Jason, who was still dragging Saron behind him. Jason heard that Max, who followed him, turning noticeably quieter, even though he was still lamenting and cursing out from time to time. This wondered him, as he thought the annoying blue-haired brickhead might even use brute force to prevent him from walking towards old Drake, which, however, didn't happen. Walking towards old Drake, who stood next to Till with his hands crossed behind his back, noticed Jason and Saron walking towards them, as he sensed an overly familiar mana fluctuation. Only a moment later, he saw Max, his great-grandson, and his eyebrows furrowed, almost immediately causing Max to flinch. "I am doomed," was the only thought in his mind, as he ran past Jason towards old Drake. Seeing that, Jason smiled lightly as he appeared in front of his teacher. Max was unaware of what Jason might do, causing him to confess what he did. This was to prevent Jason from distorting the story in order to display him as a villain. However, Jason never wanted to tell old Drake something unnecessary like that, to begin with. Rather than that, he played a small mind game with Max, and he only wanted to inform Till about his forfeited match, as every student did so in order to keep the track of how many 6th affiliated students could hold their special combat class seats, and for how long. Till, however, heard Max confessing everything to old Drake and frowned, as he turned his gaze toward Jason with an obvious question in his mind. How did you annoy someone without even knowing who he is? There is something called holding back, but even so, he wouldn't say something like that to Jason, as he inwardly approved his behavior. It was completely unnecessary to challenge Jason for his special combat class seat in such a manner. Even more so because Max was not a Vanguard school student to begin with. It was not only that, but he was also neither a student of any school on Asterix nor some other islands, but from Canir. And even there, Max was in one of the most prestigious schools, which couldn't even remotely be compared to the Vanguard school. Noticing Till's gaze, Jason almost chuckled as he declared confidently without being ashamed of his loss. "I've lost my seat. Should I challenge someone right off the bat, or do I have to wait?" Hearing that, Till's questionable expression was immediately replaced with a faint smile as he said, "Max isn't even a student on Asterix. As such, you haven't lost your seat," he stated, but Jason immediately rejected what his teacher said. "Even though that might be the case, Max is stronger than me and he defeated me fairly. I won't take this seat back." Turning towards Max, who seemed to endure old Drake telling off, Jason smiled. He was more than satisfied with this, as not a tiny speck from the previous overbearing appearance radiated from Max anymore. Meanwhile, Saron still felt uncomfortable when Artemis landed on his head, releasing a small cry, seemingly trying to comfort him. He was still feeling weird seeing Max, as his memories about the past tortured him somewhat. All slightly powerful families like to compare their children to other descendants, and due to his malfunctioned mana veins, he was quite often the topic of everyone's conversation when it came to comparing their own children to others. This ashamed not only the Jir family, but caused the heirs at Saron's age to bully him often. Max, with his superior physique and high mana sensitivity, was the most recent prodigy the Drake family had, and they were coincidentally at the same age with only a few months separating them. While Saron was seen as a weakling, comparing him to Max, who was a prodigy, was definitely a painful reminder, with an unbearable sting piercing his heart, torturing him every single day. Max didn't bully him, but it felt even worse, as he seemed to have disregarded his whole existence, as if he was worthless. This could have happened subconsciously, but it was hard for Saron to bear. However, he wondered how Max even knew his name, as they never talked to each other, which was suspicious. Jason waited for old Drake to finish him telling off Max, and when he turned back to them, both he and Saron greeted him politely. Through his mana eyes, he saw something that attracted his attention about Max. It was roughly the same Jason perceived more than a month ago within Dahlia, but there was a vast difference between both of them, as he could see everything clearly within Max. He was unable to peek into Dahlia, and only due to her revelation, Jason was able to conclude what exactly he traced within her. Now, Jason could guarantee his train of thought through Max, if he were to answer some of his questions. Old Drake felt embarrassed about his great-grandson, who he searched throughout the whole morning, only to find him where he was definitely not supposed to be. As such, he talked with Jason for a few minutes and was about to go, when he heard something particular. "May I talk with Max for a second? I don't know if I'm allowed to ask that, but I'm curious about his constitution." No, forget that. It's probably a family secret." Jason's voice grew fainter the longer he talked, as he only noticed what he said when the words left his mouth. Asking someone about special traits was as if someone asked Jason to reveal his soul world in addition to every ounce of information about it, and extremely impolite. Till was about to drag Jason away from old Drake when he noticed the old man's widened eyes. "How do you know about his constitution?" he asked, visibly astonished as Jason pointed at his eyes. "I can see it," he revealed without hesitation, and one could see it as an offer from him because he revealed something about his own trait, hoping to receive something in return. This might be dangerous, but Jason wanted to understand special physiques and constitutions better in order to know what he should pay attention to in the future. Till only now noticed the significance of Jason's first words, as his eyes similarly widened, which was also the case with Saron and even Max, who knew nothing about him. He can see it. Max was visibly confused, but seeing curiosity gleaming in his great-grandfather's eyes, he remained silent. Old Drake forgot that Jason asked an impolite question and went closer towards him, causing the youths to feel uncomfortable. Noticing this, Till obstructed Old Drake's way, gently reminding him where they currently were. This place is not the best for us to talk about something private like traits, right? It would be the best if we go to a more secluded place like my office. Hearing that, Old Drake woke up from his stupor approach as he noticed the situation they were in. It was as if he was an old pervert, causing him to feel ashamed when he nodded his head as a sign of agreement. Till notified other teachers that he had something important to do in order to replace him at the current special combat class. Before the three youths, Till, Old Drake, and Artemis went into Till's office inside the school building. Sitting down on the couch, Jason felt comfortable, even though Old Drake and Max stared at him like he was their prey, but he didn't really mind that. Artemis landed on his shoulder, where she barely fitted on, as she returned his opponent's gaze with her blue shining eyes. It was only known that the Old Drake and Max really noticed Artemis' existence, which astonished them, as they didn't know what type of beast she was. Max knew many beasts, but his experience within temporary, permanent rifts and other mainlands was shallow, but that wasn't the case for Old Drake, who lived for more than 200 years and experienced more wonderful landscapes and hazardous battlefields than most humans could wish for. Pondering deeply, Old Drake couldn't remember a remotely close race to Artemis, as her eyes and pitch-black horns were distinct features he had never seen. If it were only her white plumage in addition to blue almost aquamarine eyes, Old Drake could name a few races, but adding pitch-black horns caused his knowledge to be entirely useless. Figuring out that Jason not only had special eyes but also an unknown owl species as his soul bond, Max assured himself that Jason was definitely from an ancient clan, while Old Drake thought that Shane might have caught it because he hadn't seen Artemis before and didn't know about her mutation. Jason knew that he couldn't hide his eyes forever, and fortunately, it was impossible to steal his special trait by transplanting his eyes, as it was a matter of the genetic model that unlocked special traits and supplemented them with energy. As such, transplanting his eyes was only possible if the opposite individual had an infinite close genetic model and the exact same mana fluctuations. Jason only knew this because humanity experimented with things like that. At least that was what Shane and Dahlia told him, which he found extremely disgusting and frustrating. Thankfully, transplanting was impossible, otherwise, he would have to be afraid of everyone with a minuscule amount of power. Each and every special trait holder would be scared to lose their life in order to supplement others with special traits, and one could say that luck was on the special trait holder's side with the stated requirement. In the end, this meant Jason could reveal his eyes just like that, as they couldn't be exploited like Dahlia's special physique. The only thing Jason would keep hidden partially was his ability to figure out how high a beast's potential was, even though he already told the Fleurs his secret to a certain extent. After everyone sat down, the room was awkwardly silent, waiting for someone to start, while Till and Saron sat there in order to alleviate their curiosity. Because they were within the room, Old Drake and Max were slightly uncomfortable with any revelation, but Jason began to talk, without minding anyone listening. As everyone here might know, I have a special trait, and it's similar to mana eyes, that allows me to perceive the mana flow in the surrounding. Both Till and Saron should already know that, right? But that's not all. My eyes can see through many things, and it revealed Max's disguise in addition to his mana core size, transmuted mana, and so on because his concealment is shallow. The reason why I asked both of you to reveal your secret was only for me to figure out something my eyes spotted which I've never seen before. Apparently, my guess about Max having a special constitution was correct, but I would like to ask more questions if that is allowed. I hope this is possible because I revealed my own special trait to receive both of your trust as an exchange for your trust, if that is feasible. What Jason stated was almost all true, with the exception that he had never seen anyone with a constitution like Max, as he omitted everything about Dahlia, as even Old Drake and Till didn't know about her at all. However, what he hadn't expected were 4 pairs of dumbfounded eyes staring at him as if he was about to con them. What's wrong? Jason was confused, as Saron, who sat next to him, sighed in frustration before he said, "The problem is that you have most likely mutated mana eyes with an extremely advantageous mutation at that. Being able to see through concealed mana cores and tell what kind of affinity someone has is more than a little bit overpowered, but you're probably aware of that fact. Every time you fight someone for the first time, you're at an advantage as long as you can see their mana core size in addition to his affinity. With this information, you can already estimate your opponent's combat prowess and maybe even his or her strategy, and now you're asking us what's wrong. Saron couldn't accept this anymore. He felt powerless next to Jason, whose background was shallow. But even so, Jason was much more diligent and determined than everyone he ever saw, causing him to feel only jealous about his trait, without any ill intention. Till knew more about Jason than anyone else, but even he was astonished, while old Drake and even more Max were shocked to their cores. Jason, meanwhile, looked innocently between everyone who sat around the small table, as if what Saron said had nothing to do with him. Old Drake figured out that something had to be special about Jason in order to attract Shan's attention, which would not happen less like that. As such, he estimated a few certain perks about the black-haired youth, which included the ability to see mana fluctuations. However, he underestimated Jason, causing him to feel shocked right now, while Max couldn't even think straight. Unknowingly, his jaw dropped as he stared at Jason with shock. Previously, Jason was nothing but a beginner adept rank to him, but now he was extremely astonished. It took old Drake a while to gather his thoughts before he decided to partially Jason, as it could be an advantage for their future, as he estimated the profits they might gain. Additionally, Max's physique wasn't that much of a secret on Canyer, and many high authorities knew about it. With Jason's capabilities and background, it wouldn't take long for him to reach Canyer, and figuring out Max's special trait couldn't be considered a hassle with enough star notes. You are right about Max's special trait. He has a certain constitution, or rather physique, which gives him higher amiability towards the water affinity. He revealed, and Jason nodded his head without showing any signs of being surprised, as he already knew about that. Does his physique has a special name, and how did he obtain it? Jason asked straightforwardly, not hiding his curiosity at all, causing Max to frown slightly, as old Drake said. Our family called Max's physique Lord of the Ocean because it leans towards the water amplification. Right when old Drake was about to continue explaining Max's physique, he was intercepted by a quiet voice. So that's what you call an amplification of 30. Jason mumbled quietly, but everyone around him could hear it, as the surroundings suddenly turned eerie and dangerously quiet, causing him to look up. Did I say something wrong? The sudden silence confused Jason as he looked up into old Drake's eyes that shot knives into him, as goosebumps covered his whole body. You can also tell that from your eyes, old Drake asked suspiciously, as he sighed deeply, when Jason nodded his head without saying anything further except a single word. Roughly. Old Drake decided to note down that Jason could become extremely dangerous to them in the future if he were to go down the wrong path. He knew Shane from his past, and was sure that he wouldn't teach Jason anything related to annihilating humanity or something like that. However, Shane was still someone dangerous in his eyes, because he even eradicated the Shore clan just like that, and old Drake decided to observe Jason, as his special trait was just too much of a mystery. If he knew that his knowledge about Jason's special trait wasn't completed with the most important feature being left out, old Drake would most likely either kill Jason or tie his relationship with Shane in order to bring Jason away from him. Fortunately, that wasn't the case, and Jason could stay with Shane and Dahlia. Everyone was shocked except Jason, who was confused as they continued to talk with each other about the special traits. What are the perks of the Lord of the Ocean physique? Are they capable of something else than reinforcing his mana output once he used them with his water affinity? Jason asked precisely, allowing the surrounding to understand that he could see much more than he already said. Igging, old Drake almost regretted having told Jason about Max's physique as an idea formed in his mind. Can you see how exactly his physique is constructed, like what body parts mutated into a water affinity constitution? He asked, causing Jason's eyes to lighten up. Scanning through Max with his mana eyes once again, Jason noticed Max's expression as he smiled lightly. Max felt extremely uncomfortable to be completely transparent for Jason's eyes, but there was nothing he could do about it, as his great-grandfather told Jason to tell him what he could see. I already told you that his physique most likely amplifies Max's affinity by 30, and it seems like his mana channels are completely enveloped with a thick blue membrane, which most likely caused the water physique. Other than that, I can only tell that his mana core is also enveloped with this blue membrane, and if I were to say something, the surrounding transmuted mana particles of other elements seem to repulse him, while the water transmuted particles are attracted towards him. With this, one could conclude that his physique only attracts normal and water transmutes mana, while it pushes away the rest. This is maybe over the top and only a theory, but with this Max might be unable to form a contract with beasts that have a different affinity than water or non-elemental. It is only a thought of mine and might as well be completely wrong. Jason explained his theory and old Drake nodded, while Max jumped up. That's why my father's late worm's offspring didn't want to form a bond with me. No. Max cried out loud, and Saron rolled his eyes as it seemed ridiculous to him that he was annoyed about his physique's requirement. Old Drake nodded his head as he mumbled that's why his mana absorbing and refining was faster close to the ocean, and Jason only heard it faintly, causing him to be even more interested in his physique. Shouldn't they know something like that already? Isn't that quite easy to figure out? Somehow Jason felt that the big families were either extremely stupid or just weird. Even if he was slightly jealous of a 30 amplification, Jason wouldn't want to change with Max, as he would most likely only form a soul bond with water affinity beasts, which narrows his variety of attacks by a large degree. Nevertheless, it was still extremely powerful, and Jason knew that Max could become a terrifying existence in the future, as long as his ambition and determination were strong enough to motivate him. His soul world was what made Jason feel good about not having a physique like Max, as his own variety would be much wider than him in the future. With a soul amplification of 33, an unknown amount of possible soul bonds and affinities he could obtain, Jason felt that a physique forcing on someone, a single elemental like that would narrow his opportunities, destroying his future partially. As such, Jason smiled weirdly when he heard Max lamenting about his physique for a second before old Drake gave him a slap on the back of his head in order to calm him down. They continued to talk for around half an hour, and the special combat class was still filled with students trying to challenge the seats when the five of them finished talking with each other. Rather than a talk of five, one could say that Jason and old Drake discussed all kinds of possibilities with each other in order to figure out more about Max's physique. With this, Jason could finally comprehend a few things. First, his mana eyes were definitely more powerful than normal mana eyes of all stages, while it was unknown what exactly its mutation was. One could say his eyes were a super rare limited edition, only one human had, satisfying Jason. The second thing he found out was that ancient clans with special traits existed, as old Drake told him a few things about them. There were also sects that accepted only special trait users, with the smallest sect with all members having special trait eyes, being called Heaven's Eyes. It was unknown how many such sects existed, but it was for sure that the big families weren't the only humans with powerhouses backing them, as some of them were almost killed after they offended ancient sects. This shocked Jason extremely, but he was the only one within the room that was unaware of what happens to Canier, not like the others who lived there for a long time and were even raised on Canier. While the third and most important fact he comprehended was that he was now able to tell what kind of amplification a special physique could bring. In the beginning, Jason could only tell roughly as he only took a single glance at Max's physique, but inspecting it for a bunch of minutes opened up a firmly closed door for Jason, revealing information he could never think of. After they finished chatting with each other, everyone seemed satisfied, while Saron and Max's seemed to be roasted by the sheer amount of information they absorbed from old Drake and Jason's discussion. Till smiled weirdly at his disciple, shaking his head, as old Drake glanced perplexed at Max. Jason didn't mind either of them behaving like that, as the amount of information they received was really huge, he declared with confidence in his voice. Now that my curiosity is satisfied, I'll be reclaiming my special combat class seat. Jason was already standing, ready to go back to the arena, where the other challenges were still ongoing, as old Drake said something, causing him to hold in his tracks. Jason, even if your background is amazing, it's always better to be careful and more suspicious about everyone and everything than trusting anyone you get to know, only because you receive benefits from them. Humanity needs a brave new generation, and you're a promising grain that is about to blossom. As he finished, old Drake stood up, before he walked out of the office after he told Max to do whatever he wanted to. Old Drake didn't fear his great-grandson's supreme ability to cause trouble anymore, as he already got to know Jason, which was his biggest fear. This meant Max could do whatever he wanted to, as long as he stayed on Asterix without causing too much trouble like demolishing Zero City. Even if he watched over Max, it would be useless as such. He loosened the strings around him. Jason's gaze followed old Drake as he was pondering what exactly he meant with his words. It was only obvious that he shouldn't trust anyone, but did that mean he shouldn't trust Shane at all? And what about Dahlia? Was she implicated in this mess, or did everyone think she died already? Somehow, Jason felt suddenly worried without knowing why, because he was sure that he could trust Dahlia to a certain degree, while Shane felt like a locked book to him. There was something important hidden from him, but Jason wasn't sure what exactly it was. Previously, he thought that his trust was hard to earn to the fullest, and only thought that the Fleurs deserved some trust from him. Furthermore, he was still unsure about the dispute between the big families, clans, and his masters, as he himself hadn't seen anything from his own perspective, which would prove either his master's side wrong or the other clans and big families. It was easy to tell him all kinds of stories through their perspective while manipulating them slightly, in order to look better or maybe to let someone else look like the villain in the story, while someone else was it initially. In order to figure out whom he could fully trust, Jason would have to know everyone's background in addition to Argos' true history. In the end, Jason knew that he only trusted himself, Artemis, Scorpio, and his late mother completely. He would die for them if it was needed to save either of them, while the Fleurs could be placed immediately after them. Saron was still young and more naive than he was, and Jason wasn't sure if he should trust him completely, as he could still be manipulated by his family, which was definitely a disadvantage. Till Shane and Dahlia were always nice to him and gifted him many things, like the opportunity to split his mind, which were in the end, however, rather painful. Furthermore, there was the chance to see the Goblin's settlement and the opportunity to gain a huge fortune, which brought him the Black Origin Flame. The most important aspect that caused Jason to trust Shane and Dahlia more than Till was, however, that Dahlia revealed her physique to him in addition to her offer to cleanse his beasts, which would harm her. With ill intentions, she would have hidden a part of her capabilities in order to prevent any kind of pain. In the end, it was extremely difficult for Jason to figure out whom to trust and who he should label as suspicious, without further information. As such, Jason decided to think of ranking everyone roughly in order to figure out whom to trust more and which type of human should stay as suspicious in his opinion. He trusted his soul bonds to 100 because he raised them in addition to the common control one had over their soul bonds, as long as he possessed enough soul energy. Other than that, he didn't trust anyone fully, even though the Fleurs were the closest behind his beloved soul bonds. After them, Shane and Dahlia were the two he trusted the most after the Fleurs, while Till and other members within the big clans were still ranked as suspicious, which included Saron, even if he was ranked in between his masters and Till. As for Shane and Dahlia, as long as they didn't force him to do anything he didn't want to, which could additionally damage anyone around him, Jason would trust them as much as possible because his gut feeling told him it was the best thing to do. The others within the office were already standing and about to go when they noticed that Jason being deep in thoughts about old Drake's words, which caused them to feel somewhat weird. While Max and Saron could only partially understand old Drake's words, Till knew exactly what he indicated. As such, it was only obvious what Jason was thinking about as he gazed at him with a pondering expression. Right now, Jason's potential was at its prime, and even more important for him should be how to increase his combat prowess, because the foreign races seemed to come closer towards Canir with each day passing. Unfortunately, in Till's opinion was only that old Drake's words were correct. Mankind was filled with greedy and hideous humans that would do whatever they could in order to strengthen themselves, even if it could hinder humanity's advancement. Meanwhile, some humans even associated with foreign races in order to become stronger as they were promised mountains of resources one could only dream of. It was even unknown which big clans associated with foreign races or if humanity could ever unite under the current circumstances. The good meant words old Drake spoke were definitely meant for Jason in order to overthink everything his new master told him. In the end, it also included everything others said because the big families that governed the islands could also spread a twisted history. However, it was weird for old Drake to say something like this, because it would inevitably cause Jason to suspect him too, which Till found weird. He also thought about Shane, who he knew was alive, but he wasn't sure if Dahlia was still alive or not. Still, it was highly likely that she was still alive like Shane, as both of them vanished roughly at the same time. At least he sincerely hoped so. Jason came back to his senses and noticed Till's complex expression that caused him to smile lightly, as he could roughly understand what his teacher thought. Shaking his head lightly, Artemis was troubled to stay on his shoulder, as he went out of the office immediately after Till, who was faster than him to jump out of his train of thoughts. Entering the combat arena only 1 minute later, Jason pondered who to pick as his opponent in order to regain his special combat class seat. During the whole week, the ranking changed a lot, which caused him to scan through all mana cores before he was able to make an unwise decision. He wasn't sure whether he should feel proud or embarrassed about their 6th affiliated school's strength, as most of their seats had been replaced by the other 5 associated schools. But even so, their strength was still better than initially expected, and Jason couldn't help but praise his classmates in his mind. After he scanned through all mana cores, Jason gained a rough understanding of everyone's capabilities, and now there seemed to be another problem. Which poor student should become his prey? Instead of going home, Max followed them towards the combat arena, because he was now even more expectant to figure out more about Jason's capabilities. Now, he wanted to see his combat prowess, as he wanted to see what a 3rd adept rank could do against other higher-ranked adepts with amplifications that could even allow some students to reach the physique of an average expert rank. He didn't know that Jason's mana core size and physique were already at the 7th adept stage, which would astonish him slightly, while Max was also unaware of Jason's affinities. The only thing he could estimate was Artemis' affinity, and Jason's inherited affinity through that, while he could only tell that Artemis was a low-evolved beast at the moment. But this wouldn't mean she was already matured or how strong Jason's soul bond could still grow. As such, Max's curiosity was enormous, and he wanted to see a satisfying fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave the combat arena or force someone to spar with him in order to feel the excitement within him. Walking around, Jason pondered who to pick as his prey, as he could roughly estimate the average strength of everyone. As of now, it seemed as if most seats were occupied by students with a mana core size and physique of an 8th to 9th adept, which was after their amplification from their soul bonds. With that in mind, Jason's 7th adept rank seemed weaker, but that was not something he was bothered about because he could roughly estimate everyone's affinity rank and rough power outburst due to hundreds of tests with all kinds of students and provided information. He compared. As such, Jason wanted to try something new when he saw a water affinity user with a 9th adept mana core size. His outer appearance was rather feeble, and due to his water affinity, he estimated that his soul bond was at the mid-evolved rank, which was slightly higher than his ice affinity and on par with his fire affinity. Even so, Jason walked towards the feeble youth, who was weirdly enough avoided by everyone as he noticed 3 youths with a thick aura walking towards him. It hadn't been long since he gained his seat, and he didn't want to lose it once again. As such, he scanned through Jason and Saron's mana core, only to notice that they weren't a problem for him to defeat as his eyes darkened. Concealed, the youth thought, which caused him to have a bad premonition, as a concealment technique was either a sign of extreme wealth and power or that someone was at the magus rank, which the 14-year-old youth in front of him couldn't be. As such, it had to be the first reason, and he readied himself to lose his seat as the black-haired, golden-eyed youth in front of the group began to talk. "I'll challenge you. That's okay, right?" Jason asked nonchalantly, which surprised the water affinity user greatly. "The 3rd adept rank wants to challenge me." Looking dumbfounded at him, Jason took it as a yes before he walked past the feeble youth onto the combat platform. Since the last few weeks, Jason's confidence soared and he wouldn't accept anyone that disregarded him anymore, which was a rather bad attitude. As such, he decided to act according to his own desire, doing only what he wanted to. Figuring out that Jason walked past the youth without considering the possibility of him denying his challenge, the student with the water affinity was unsure what to think. Am I a pushover or what? If he declined the fight, he would lose. As such, it was only logical that they would fight right now, but his opponent could have at least waited for his answer instead of ignoring him. This frustrated him, and he immediately summoned his blue shining spear as he entered the combat arena. Right now, Jason was not even thinking about the youth in front of him, as he only gazed at the blue shining spear with a somewhat envious gaze. All weapons he currently possessed were useless to him, but he was too stingy to purchase new ones because he could just forge new weapons for a much cheaper price, while Jason could even assure their quality because he would make them by himself. As such, his strongest cold weapon was his mid-grade 1 tempered jade iron dagger, which could pierce through awakened beast hide at most. It was today that Jason lamented about his non-existent equipment in front of Shane, as he almost begged him to let him forge some weapons out of the dozen perfectly purified jade iron bars he already made by himself. Unfortunately, Shane was resolute in his decision to build up a perfect foundation for Jason without accepting a major change in his plan. Jason, meanwhile, felt extremely frustrated because of that, as his daggers were almost worn out and about to shatter, which Shane didn't really care about, as long as he didn't venture outside the dome, where he could be protected. The water affinity spear wielder noticed that Jason didn't even look at him, which infuriated him even more, as Jason heard the AI counting down from which brought him back to reality. His 2 daggers appeared within his hands as the AI initiated the start of their spar. Weirdly enough, Jason noticed a new form of affinity user, as the feeble spear wielder enveloped himself with a thick armor of firmly compressed water, which astounded him a lot. Due to his water affinity being around the mid-evolved rank, the most compressed areas of the newly manifested water armor could defend against attacks at the same rank, which was extremely good against other opponents. Unfortunately, his opponent was none other than Jason, who had his mana eyes activated consistently for a few weeks. Sensing the mana circulation within the water armor, he could immediately tell which areas the youth focused on the most and which areas were more unstable. It was unfortunate for his opponent, but Jason didn't want to drag the fight longer than necessary, as he summoned 10 fist-sized ice needles at once, which he threw towards the charging youth. With 10 fist-sized ice needles, Jason targeted 10 different areas that were all relatively unstable, as he began his own charge after executing the weightless steps technique in order to increase his speed by roughly 40. Jason estimated the mana consumption of the spear wielder's water armor to be extremely high, which was also most likely the cause for the multiple unstable parts he perceived. With this in mind, Jason knew that his opponent would most likely be unable to manifest other techniques or water affinity attacks at the same time. As such, he obtained the chance to finish off his opponent faster than initially expected, as the spear wielder could barely deflect 6 ice needles at once while evading the other 4. However, what he hadn't expected was that the remaining ice needles exploded, with shards shooting into the unstable water armor, causing violent ripples to appear. Unbeknownst to him, Jason already summoned a black fireball, which he shot at the distracted youth, who could barely handle his own water armor at the moment. With the black fireball in front of him, he couldn't focus too much on the water armor that was still rippling and about to disperse, as he pierced out with his blue shining spear towards the oncoming fireball. The black fireball exploding when it was split into 2, Jason suddenly appeared next to the spear wielder, piercing into an unstable part of his water armor, which immediately dissolved. Not wasting a millisecond, Jason twisted his body in order to avoid the spear thrust that shot towards him, as he turned his free dagger midair in his hand, before piercing it into the spear wielder's open chest, ending the battle. Victory, Jason Stella, the AI declared, and Jason's opponent was fortunate enough that he dulled his daggers with mana before their fight began. Otherwise, he would be either dead or heavily injured. The spear wielder's legs gave in as he collapsed on the ground with a shocked expression, not knowing how his opponent saw through his self-made technique's flaw. Meanwhile, Jason left the combat arena after telling his opponent to focus more on quality instead of quantity. Jason was already excited about what he was going to do this weekend. However, it was already Saturday afternoon when he sat inside the smithing room, purifying all kinds of ores into perfect bars like every single day. Yesterday, after his rather easy victory, he reclaimed his special combat class seat before class ended. Immediately afterward, Max and Saron went their own ways, leaving Jason alone within the combat arena with the exception of Artemis. Apparently, both youths received a notification, after which their expressions soured. Rushing out of the combat arena, Jason wondered why they were in such a hassle. Did something happen with the big families, or maybe even something on Asterix? He thought bewildered, but there was nobody who could answer his question. As such, Jason decided to change his plans slightly, as he messaged the Fleurs that he wouldn't come home for the weekend. He strived towards the small blue shining lake's direction straight into the flourishing forest, and only slightly more than 15 minutes later, Jason already stood in front of the lake with the exotic arch in the center. Spreading out his mana, Jason activated a certain rune below a tree trunk that was covered with another few runes to hide them. It was as if Jason rang a doorbell when a spatial portal suddenly appeared in front of him, where he immediately jumped through without considering if it was a trap or something similar. With Artemis squeezed on his shoulder, he stepped straight into Shane and Dahlia's hideout, where he was greeted by a radiant smile on Dahlia's face, while Shane only smiled lightly. Seeing them smiling, Jason almost immediately disregarded his previous trust ranking, even though it was still weird for him, as old Drake's words lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, Jason's mission right now was something else. He only wanted to improve his proficiency in perfectly cleansing ores in order to produce the most perfect grade 1 bars. Jason initially wanted to convince Shane to let him craft his first weapon, but he had a different plan, which he would utilize later. Somehow a whole day passed with him solely forging in order to purify iron ores perfectly, while he also ate and practiced the Heaven's Hell technique. When Shane and Dahlia noticed how often Jason practiced the Heaven's Hell technique, they were baffled and asked him about his soul energy replenishing speed, which Jason answered honestly. There was no need to lie, and telling them the truth about his 6-hour replenishing process would not really hurt him in any way. However, what Jason did not expect was their shock, as they looked at him with widened eyes. Previously, Shane already estimated that his soul energy replenishing process should be faster than the average, but he thought it would at most double as fast as the average that most humans had. A replenishing process of 12 hours would already be seen as extremely fast, and one wouldn't even care about one's starting soul energy with such a short replenishing time, as it would be better than high soul energy with time passing. Living for 200 years, one could practice the Heaven's Hell technique exactly double as often as others, which would lead to a devastating gap in soul energy. When Jason finished another perfect purified jade iron bar, he noticed Dahlia looking at him intently as she did for a few days now. Previously, he wasn't sure what she wanted from him, and he didn't feel comfortable with asking her. As such, he tried to ignore her staring at him, but her gaze became even more uncomfortable to endure with time passing. In the end, Jason turned to Dahlia and asked, "Master, can I help you somehow, or is something the matter?" Jason hesitated slightly, as Dahlia was thrown out of her stubborn staring, only to look at Jason bewildered. Clearing her throat, she asked, Jason, previously I thought you would only forge for a few days before you would ask me what I was waiting for, but it had already been 6 days, and there is still not the desired question I am waiting for. Sighing deeply, Dahlia continued, frustrated. Didn't you want to increase your soulbond's potential? I told you that I can increase its potential with enough mana stones to supply, and I am certainly sure that you gained enough from the pseudo-magic grade 3 anvil you've sold, right? Why are you not asking me to help you? I feel useless right now because Shane is always bragging about your determination and achievements to perfectly purify ores into bars. Thinking you might be bored soon, I waited patiently, but there is still nothing I taught you. Let me help you, okay? It'll feel better that way. Hearing Dahlia sounding almost desperate, Jason wondered to what degree Shane and Dahlia were competing with each other in order to let her emotion escalate like that. He felt slightly weird, but it was as if a thick rock was thrown against his head when he remembered that he wanted to increase Scorpio's potential as soon as possible. As such, he smiled at Dahlia with a shining smile before he said, "Yes, let's do it," with a loud voice. Shane was still standing next to them and staring at his wife with daggers piercing straight into her because he wanted Jason to continue forging. However, now that Jason was distracted, it would only end up in chaos if he were to continue to forge without being completely focused on his task. As such, Shane could only step back and let Jason's second soul bond have its potential increased, which would take some time. Dahlia walked out of the smithy, while Jason followed her with a bright smile after he extinguished his black origin flame and cleansed everything. Due to his mana eyes, Jason found the room. Dahlia vanished into within only a few moments later, as he noticed something familiar on the ground of the large hall he entered. A large magic circle that would dissolve mana stones and isolate everything from within the magic circle from the outside world. This circle was already familiar to Jason, as Till drew the same one in order to provide him enough mana when he refined his brain to establish his sub-area. It was a painful memory, and he was slightly scared about this circle, as he knew that not a single mana particle could leave the field, as Dahlia told him to summon Scorpio. Jason did as his master told him when his 30-centimeter long miniature perisker appeared within the palm of his two hands. Gazing gently at him, Scorpio screeched out in joy when he noticed Artemis sitting on his shoulder, which annoyed it. Jason was unaware of it, but Artemis and Scorpio became somehow rivals in order to attract his attention, as both of them wanted to have him for themselves. However, Jason couldn't be split, and they had to share him with each other, which didn't satisfy either of them. Dahlia gave him more instructions that Jason followed, as he placed Scorpio in the middle of the magic circle, where he should stay put. In addition to that, Jason took out more than half of his stored mana stones, which Dahlia noticed with a proud smile. He really gained a fortune, she thought as she looked at Shan's disgruntled expression that caused her to almost blur out in a laugh. My greedy one. Jason followed Dahlia's instructions, and the magic circle was evenly filled with all kinds of mana stones, while Scorpio remained in the center, gazing at him uncomfortably and confused. Trying to explain the situation, his soulbond only understood that it was going to become stronger, which made it naturally happy when Dahlia appeared behind it. Jason left the magic circle in order to make some space for Dahlia, as he stood next to Shane. It would be the best if you look at everything carefully with your mana eyes fully utilized. You won't be able to see something like that often, Shane said, not covering his proud expression as he mumbled. I wonder how much this little scorpion's appearance will change. The last sentence wasn't supposed to be said out loud, but it unintentionally slipped out, which Shane didn't notice. But Jason heard him, and he grew curious about the whole process his soulbond was about to went through. Even more so what exactly would happen to Scorpio, as he activated his mana eyes to their fullest capabilities in order to see everything clearly. Only a few seconds later, Dahlia activated the 20 meters in diameter magic circle on the ground, as the large runes inscribed on it lightened up, forming a translucent dome around it. Meanwhile, the mana stones, graded from 1 to 4, began to dissolve with grade 1 and 2 mana stones manifesting a small fog. Meanwhile, the higher graded mana stones that dissolved released liquefied mana that either soared in the air through the surrounding fog or escaped towards the ground, where a small puddle manifested. However, this wasn't what was really interesting in Jason's eyes, as his memories about the torture and the splitting mind technique were still apparent in his mind. Rather than that, more interesting to Jason was Dahlia, who was surrounded by a radiating light, making her look as if she was a saintess, almost forcing Jason to kneel down solely from the pressure that spread throughout the room. What the hell is that? He wondered, excited and worried at the same time, as Dahlia's whole body began to shine in a holy light that began to absorb the surrounding mana greedily, turning her bright, holy aura more distinct, further increasing the pressure around her. The holy light released by her absorbed every single mana particle as it began to envelop Scorpio, who also began to brighten up. His green-bluish exoskeleton began to glow in a white, holy light, causing Jason to exclaim in astonishment. But that was not everything, as Scorpio was slowly lifted from the ground, only to ascend slightly above Dahlia's height, where the holy radiating light enveloped Scorpio completely before it seemed to manifest into a thick hue, which forcefully infiltrated him with sheer pressure from every possible direction. Right at the moment this happened, Jason felt a terrifying searing pain spreading out from his soul world towards Scorpio, as he faintly sensed something particular. The thick connection between both of them was strengthening with the holy radiant light infiltrated Scorpio, but Jason could only feel his soulbond's pain as a shocked expression appeared on his face. Why didn't they tell me that this whole procedure would be this painful for Scorpio? Jason complained inwardly as he looked at Shane as if they betrayed him, only to see Shane gazing at him knowingly. Did you think cleansing a beast's mana core would be painless? That's a free lesson for you. It would be better if you ask questions before you accept anything, wouldn't it? Shane explained, and it was certainly not wrong, but he still felt betrayed as he entered his soul world without caring about the spectacle that was about to happen in front of him. Mentally gripping the soul world connection between both of them, Jason hoped that the stuff he learned from Shane and Dahlia's book was correct. Concentrating his entire focus on the connection between him and Scorpio, Jason began to slowly accept his soul bond completely, without caring about the possible backlash. The bond between them thickened slightly, with Jason's face turning pale as he started to breathe heavily. This caused the pain within Scorpio to be partially transferred to him, which was the reason for him to do something recklessly as he did right now. Roaring out in pain, Jason could immediately feel the holy radiating light infiltrating Scorpio, changing every cell in its body, while he accepted Scorpio's burden, taking responsibility for everything that was about to happen. Seeing Jason roaring out in pain, Shane was confused, until he noticed blood pouring out of his disciple's pores, worrying him a lot. Taking a closer look, he barely deciphered a golden hue around Jason's head, which was his individual indicator that showed that he was within his soul world. Is he accepting Scorpio's pain? Shane wondered with a shocked expression, asking himself how the hell his disciple could do something like that while both the contractor and soulbond knew each other less than 3 months. Is he trying to forcefully increase their connection in order to accept his soulbond's pain? Speechlessly watching at his disciple bleeding out of all orifices, there wasn't really much he could do, other than prepare potions for the aftermath. Is he reckless or just stupid? Starting with his preparations, Shane didn't let Jason out of his eyes as he complained about his disciple's recklessness, while he was on the other side somewhat proud about Jason's decision. Jason was similar to a double-edged sword, talented and definitely prodigy on one side, while the other side was naive, reckless, and impatient. Sighing deeply, Shane wasn't sure what to think about Jason anymore as he was just too mysterious to understand. He wasn't sure if Scorpio would die from shock if it were to endure the cleansing by and metamorphosis of its whole body by itself. Fortunately, Jason acted fast enough and decided to share Scorpio's pain, as he would rather endure the pain by himself instead of forcing his soul bond to endure it alone. Even though Scorpio wanted to become stronger, it was innately Jason who planted the idea of becoming stronger into his soul bond's mind. As such, he had to take responsibility for everything that was about to happen. However, what made Jason suspicious was that Scorpio went through a whole metamorphosis, as if his whole genetic model changed instead of a simple incomplete monocore cleansing. This was extremely suspect in Jason's eyes, but there was nothing he could change about it right now. Even so, he was sure that it had to be either a misunderstanding or a lack of communication between him and his masters. Other than that, Jason couldn't comprehend another reason why they shouldn't have told him about the metamorphosis of his soulbond's body. In addition to the extreme pain a beast had to endure during the monocore cleansing. Jason wasn't sure how much time passed, but the pain Scorpio transferred through him increased consistently, causing him to sweat heavily in the hope that the holy radiant light would finish the cleansing soon. Hours passed with the moon rising high in the sky, only to be replaced by dawn, before the holy radiating light seemed to lessen slightly, with the searing pain decreasing consistently. Regaining his senses, Jason left his soul world, where he was still stuck, only to figure out that he was laying inside a basin. The basin was filled with a strong medical solution that supplied him with nutrition and a calming sensation, while multiple high-graded mana stones were placed around him, additional supporting the provided nutrition supply. Looking down at him, Jason noticed dried blood on his chest and arms. However, rather than feeling weak, he felt extremely vigorous, full of energy, as he noticed Shane in the center of the magic circle, taking care of Dahlia, who looked similarly wrecked like he probably did. Shit, what happened? Jason almost shouted out only to notice that he was unable to talk, with a screeching voice leaving his mouth. the vigorous energy within him diminished slowly, replacing his energetic self with exhaustion. Looking at Dahlia's well-being, his mana eyes told him that she used up a lot of mana, while the whole mountain of mana stones crumbled, without a single tiny mana particle left. However, what worried him even more right now was that he couldn't see Scorpio, who should be directly next to Dahlia in the center of the magic circle. But there was nobody except his masters, and it almost caused his heart to skip a beat, if he wasn't assured that his second soulbond was alive due to their connection, which seemed to have consolidated. This shocked Jason quite a bit, but it was less important for him than figuring out Scorpio's current well-being. His soul connection with Scorpio seemed to be unstable but already fortified, while his soul world was a mess, to put it simply. Jason's soul world core increased in size, blurring his senses within the soul world, which worried him even more. Releasing his mana, Jason wanted to search for Scorpio as his mana eyes noticed something directly next to him. Following that, Jason heaved his body out of the basin, only to see Artemis sleeping next to him. Scorpio, an 80-centimeter-long scorpion with razor-sharp claws, was next to her, while his whole body was enveloped with an overlapping exoskeleton with dark green and blue shining parts. Sleeping next to Artemis, he seemed to have grown by almost 3 times in size, which shocked Jason, as he would have never imagined that something like that was about to happen, even if he imagined a small change. Scanning through his second soulbond with his mana eyes, the first thing that jumped straight into his view was the color radiating from it, as it was dark green, indicating the potential of an unblemished beast. This caused Jason to frown lightly, as he couldn't even imagine how the following mana core cleansing would be, as the first one was already that devastating to his soulbond, himself, and even Dahlia. Now that he was standing, Jason cleansed himself, before he put on some clothes which Shane most likely took off, before he continued to inspect his soulbond, ignoring the searing pain inside his soul world that continued to ravage its way throughout his body. If Jason was sure the searing pain within him was bad, he would probably panic, but he knew that his soul energy was forcefully increasing in size by a few units, which caused the pain. Previously, Scorpio only needed 15 soul energy units, but that more than tripled just like that, which shocked Jason slightly, as he only wanted to cleanse his soulbond's mana core from impurities. Instead, it seemed like Scorpio evolved in an incomplete form, as its exoskeleton showcased. This evolution was solely forced by the vast amount of mana and wholly radiating light infiltrating him, changing his cells, and it seemed like Dahlia's physique was the cause in addition to his soulbond's will to become stronger. Frowning, Jason wasn't sure what to think of this incident, as everyone had to endure enormous pain due to the sudden metamorphosis. Suddenly, he remembered Dahlia's pale face with dried blood covering her whole body as he stood up to look out for her. Scorpio seemed fine, even though his evolution was only halfway finished, which would complicate things somewhat, but it was nothing permanent, as he found Shane and Dahlia once again. Rushing towards Dahlia, Jason noticed that she seemed unconscious, as he gazed at Shane, asking in a quiet voice, "What the hell happened there? Scorpio would have died without me sharing his pain, and why is Dahlia unconscious? Is she fine?" But Shane seemed as if he hadn't heard his question, as 2 magic circles appeared next to Dahlia with the dryads appearing within them. Releasing their nature affinity mana and innate abilities to heal their contractor, Shane sighed in relief as he noticed Jason next to him. Realizing what Jason asked, Shane sighed deeply in order to calm down his torment emotions as he was about to shout at Jason, which would not even remotely help either of them. Well, I'm not entirely sure because something like that has never happened before, but it looks like the holy radiant light that was supposed to solely cleanse your small scorpion's mana core from impurities caused a metamorphosis, changing its genetic model, enhancing it substantially. Obviously, your soulbond evolved into a higher being, or at least it tried to, which increased its rank. As you might have noticed, Scorpio's mana core is cleansed, but I doubt it can reach the magical rank with the utilized amount of mana stones, as most mana was most likely used for its evolution. Both the cleansing and the evolution happened simultaneously, causing this devastating situation. Fortunately, you forcefully transferred your soulbond's pain towards yourself, because I doubt it would have survived otherwise. As for Dahlia, she is fine and only unconscious, because she tried to forcefully take the lead over her physique in order to change the trajectory of the holy radiant light to help out Scorpio. But that's everything I know. Dahlia should be able to tell you more once she wakes up. Shane explained before he returned his gaze back to Dahlia before he picked her up. I think you should go home now. The last few hours were most likely extremely exhausting for both your mind and body. Take some rest and come back once you're fine. Dahlia will also need some rest. Opening a spatial portal for Jason, he added quietly. By the way, congratulations on forming a fortified soul conjunction with your second soul bond, little monster. as he released his mana to throw Jason through the portal. Being thrown out of his master's hideout definitely felt bad, and Jason wondered how his soulbonds were supposed to come to him, as they were also thrown through the spatial portal, which woke them up from their sweet dreams. Scorpio opened its drowsy eyes, only to see Jason smiling at him. Immediately fully awake, Scorpio jumped towards him in order to greet Jason, only to notice that it almost jumped too far. Feeling its increased strength, it was overjoyed as it rubbed its rough and slightly spiky exoskeleton at Jason. Artemis also woke up and noticed that her arch-enemy received Jason's whole attention, which she couldn't accept at all. Screeching out, she was about to grab Scorpio to throw it into the water as Jason caressed her plumage, which caused her to stop almost instantly. A few minutes passed until his two soulbonds stepped back, freeing him from their imprisonment. Remembering Shan's words about his fortified soul conjunction, Jason wanted to enter his soul world and figure everything out, as he felt a pain in his soul world. Apparently, both Artemis and Scorpio were fighting over his soul energy, which ended with none of them receiving any of it. Jason himself had to divide his soul energy, and he could give either one the majority of his soul energy. However, Scorpio already owned and annexed 15 soul energy units of him. This meant that even if Artemis annexed the remaining soul energy units Jason accumulated over the last weeks, it would be useless, as there was still not enough vacant soul energy units for her to be stored within his soul world once again. After entering the evolved stage, Artemis' soul energy increased to 130 units, but unfortunately for her was that she was still maturing and growing stronger. Right now, her required soul energy increased to 140 units, and it was still growing exceptionally fast, even though Jason only fed her the lowest possible mana unblemished and magical ranked mana cores once in a while, which she digested slowly. This didn't cause her to feel less frustrated, which she showcased with a small blizzard enveloping her, and Jason had to try his best in order to calm her down. Allowing Scorpio to annex 45 additional soul energy units, he immediately entered Jason's soul world, where one could see a paper-thin manifested connection between both Jason and Scorpio. Jason already predicted that, but upon seeing that the connection was extremely thin, he began to wonder if he could fuse with Scorpio like Till did, with the same speed and degree. Normally, it would take longer for the whole amplification from the soul world core to reach him in order to strengthen his physique and enlarge his mana core size, but it seemed like the fortified soul conjunction caused the whole process to accelerate, which was good to know for the future. Feeling his skin becoming tougher, while his bones and flesh were strengthened, Jason understood that Scorpio's evolution relied more on his endurance and exoskeleton rather than a mana strengthening or anything else, as his mana core size only increased by a small margin compared to the rest. He didn't reach a higher rank through the amplification, but his physique became tougher, while his mana core size increased slightly. With his body still itching, Artemis squeezed herself on his shoulder in order to mark her territory as he stood up in order to go home to the Fleur's house. The shuttle he called arrived only 5 minutes later as he entered it. Sitting inside it, Jason decided to practice the Heaven's Hell technique with his newly increased soul energy. The single practice he did right now increased his soul energy by roughly 1.2 units, which was extremely high and roughly 0.8 for each practice he did. As such, Jason felt confident in reaching a higher soul energy in order to store Artemis within his soul world soon. It was already Sunday and almost lunchtime when he arrived at the Fleur's house. He was happy to see the Fleurs, who looked at him with astonishment because they didn't expect him to come home so soon. As such, they asked him if something happened, which Jason didn't deny, as he told them that Scorpio would evolve soon and that it already underwent an incomplete evolution. Even if he lied to the Fleurs, the truth would be revealed sooner or later, as he couldn't hide Scorpio's existence and appearance forever because it would grow further with time passing. In the end, telling the truth was much easier than lying, but the Fleurs seemed to be extremely shocked about his revelation, as Greg asked with shining eyes. "Do you know a beast creator?" Greg was almost shouting, which took him by surprise, but after thinking about it for a moment, he remembered that his friend had a reinforced horned bull that could evolve as long as it had enough mana, the right valuable ingredients which had to be concocted into an evolution solution. The Fleurs were already searching for a beast creator since they found out about Greg's soulbond's hidden bloodline and its additional potential, but the requirements to even gain an appointment to see a beast creator were already extremely harsh. In the end, it wasn't even ensured if the beast creator could help them out or not, and even if he could help, they would have to search for the required materials and pay for them. Figuring out what Greg meant, Jason wasn't sure what to say, as an idea popped up in his mind. From what I read in books, evolving a beast with a sealed higher bloodline in their body is the easiest for seasoned beast creators. With enough information, Dahlia should be able to tell me what materials the reinforced horned bull requires in order to evolve, as long as she knows about the lesser Minotaur race. It should be feasible. Or is that too much to ask? Let's give it a try. Clearing his throat, Jason pondered how he should begin as he said hesitantly, I know a beast creator, but neither do I know what rank this beast creator is or even his or her name. One could say, I accidentally met this beast creator, and he took a liking to Scorpio as it noticed its potential. Maybe I can ask the beast creator if he can help Taurus out in order to evolve, but I can't promise anything for sure. With some small lies attached, Jason couldn't reveal his master's existence because she was hiding from the public. As such, Jason decided to create a mysterious beast creator, which would hopefully solve all of his problems. He couldn't promise anything, but Greg and the Fleurs seemed to feel overjoyed by Jason's simple words, even if he didn't ensure anything at all, as he gave them a slight ray of hope that seemed to have almost vanished due to the harsh stated conditions, Asterix's low-ranked beast creators stated. After eating lunch with the overjoyed Fleurs, Jason went inside his room, in order to test out something he long since awaited. He wanted to fuse with his soul bond and try to manifest their body parts on him. Previously, Jason thought it was more likely that Artemis would be his first soul bond to form a fortified soul conjunction with him, but surprisingly Scorpio, who still thought of Jason as his mother, was the first one to fortify his connection with him. Artemis was jealous of Scorpio's achievement and wanted to have the same bond with Jason, but unfortunately this would still take some time, even though the bond the two of them was already thick and unbreakable. Once Artemis' connection with him fortified, it wouldn't surprise Jason if their bond would be thicker than the one he had with Scorpio. There was no particular evidence to prove that, but he just felt that it might be the case. As such, Jason anticipated his fortified soul conjunction with Artemis as he entered the soul world, while Artemis laid on the bed, sulking. Within the soul world, Jason saw Scorpio running up to him. Touching Scorpio, he felt their thick bond with the thin fortification connecting them when he began to test out multiple things. His knowledge about soul fortification was minuscule, or rather non-existent, as he hadn't read any books about it. The only things he knew about it were the words Till told him, and it was nothing special. He wasn't even sure what exactly he should look out to manifest parts of Scorpio's body on him. What exactly is a fortified soul conjunction, Jason asked himself, as he tried to remember Till's word in addition to his own assumption. A fortified soul conjunction is the extremely distinct connection between the contractor and its soul bond. Both can't be separated anymore and can even be considered a single entity, which allows the contractor to fuse with his soul bond, manifesting its body parts like wings, claws, and so on. As he thought of these words, Jason was even more confused. Does this mean Scorpio exists within me and can't live if I die? What about the other way around? Will I die if Scorpio dies? And to what degree can I manifest Scorpio's body parts? He is only 80 centimeters, which means I can't cover myself with his complete exoskeleton, or can I? Can I even manifest anything except his exoskeleton? What about its claws and stinger? How do I manifest them? There were too many unanswered questions, but nobody could answer them right now, which forced him to answer them by himself. Trying to instruct Scorpio with a few things it should try, Jason left the soul world. Standing up, he waited for something to happen as he initiated Scorpio to start the experiments. But nothing happened as minutes passed, which caused Jason to wonder if he made a major mistake. Do I have to accept Scorpio as well, like giving him permission? Thinking this could be the solution, Jason tried to enter his soul world only partially, testing out if he could open a door between each other like this, but nothing happened. Suddenly, he noticed something within his mind, where the soul world was placed as a marginal-sized golden dot that could barely be discerned by Jason. Keeping his focus on the dot, Jason forcefully thought about opening a door between him and the soul world, as the dot began to increase in size, crushing the wall between contractor and soul bond. It was painful but bearable, as he entered the soul world to take a look at what happened right now. From within the soul world, he could only see Scorpio slowly approaching a large golden gate that suddenly appeared out of nowhere with a small open gap within it. And just like that, Scorpio vanished, as Jason's whole body began to itch violently, and it felt extremely weird as his mana core increased in size while his physique was strengthened. What? There was no pain like it was the case with every shared amplification from his soul world, and it felt more like he was infiltrated by something familiar and still strange. Leaving the soul world, Jason looked at himself with his mana eyes, while he scanned himself at the same time. He immediately figured out that his mana core size and physique received a boost to the 8th adept rank, and even further, while something particular resided within his mana core, which shocked him. Even if Jason didn't know how Scorpio entered his mana core just like that because it was connected to everything in his body. Is that how it works? Jason asked himself, as felt that Scorpio could do whatever it wanted to within his body. Smiling dryly, Jason wanted to test out something particular that might be able to increase his combat prowess by a few folds. Transmitting his thought to Scorpio within his monocore, while thinking about it at the same time, Jason felt his coccyx itching as a searing pain spread through it. Suddenly his jeans bulged as he heard a ripping sound. Running towards the mirror in his room, Jason felt something growing from his coccyx with an extremely slow speed as he looked at the mirror in shock. Damn. Jason exclaimed with an almost childish voice when he saw a green-bluish stinger growing out of his lower back, with a size of roughly half a meter. Even though it looked extremely cool, Jason immediately noted a downside. It took an extremely long time to fully grow, and he thought it might have something to do with the paper thing fortified soul conjunction, or because it was their first try. Trying to retract and extract the stinger multiple times, the growing speed increased slightly. But even so, it still took a long time, and Jason concluded that it was because their bond was still not completely stable, and the time they knew each other was also short. As such, Jason was confident that everything would become better with time passing. There were only two downsides with the fusion ability, Jason almost immediately noticed. While being fused with Scorpio, the energy and nutrition demanded to grow the stinger seemed to be rather high, while Scorpio itself couldn't fight next to him during their fusion, which was kinda obvious. The stamina consumption was rather high, which meant he would have to limit its usage if he didn't have enough energy potions or high nutrition food, but that was definitely fine for now. Playing around with his newly obtained ability to manifest Scorpio's body parts on his own body, Jason noted down many things he was able to do with it, as multiple combat strategies appeared within his mind. Even so, less than half an hour passed until Jason fell onto the bed, without any energy left, as Scorpio departed from his mana core in order to return back to the soul world. With this in mind, Jason's mana core size and physical strength plummeted to the mid-7th adept rank like it was before. The questions in his mind did not decrease, and rather than that, it seemed like they increased as he was curious about the Golden Gate and the requirements to establish a fortified soul conjunction. It was only Sunday afternoon, as Jason jumped up from his bed because he had too many things to do when he took out food to eat before he ran back out of the house past the Fleurs that didn't even bother to ask where he was going anymore. Calling a shuttle, Jason felt restless due to the idea that formed in his head. Inwardly, he already apologized to Shane, as he would do something his master told him not to do in the meantime. However, Jason couldn't wait anymore, as his daggers looked as if they would break any time, which annoyed him extremely. How should be able to fight in the special combat class challenges without a personal weapon, he knew from the inside out. It was still possible for him to use training weapons for the challenges, but it would be uncomfortable for him to handle, as most of these weapons were badly balanced and crudely forged. The same could be said for his tempered jade iron daggers, as the grip on his handle was not as comfortable as customized ones, which he could easily change now. Only 40 minutes later, he arrived in front of the artisan tower which he entered after going through the identity check. Walking towards the reception, Jason saw someone familiar as he approached the woman that previously tried to make his way to an item appraiser more difficult. Upon seeing Jason walking towards her, she frowned as sweat pearls emerged, pouring down her temples. Trying to adjust her stance, she wanted to remain level-headed without indicating the anxiety that spread through her whole body. "Hello, sir, how may I help you out today?" She asked politely, without looking into his eyes in order to avoid anything that could annoy Jason. She had learned her lesson from last time, and offending Jason could end up in a devastating accident. As such, she tried her best to do what Jason wanted, as long as it was within her possibilities. "Hello, I'd like to rent the best forging room for the next 6 hours if possible," Jason said, trying to sound nonchalant, as he noticed the woman's weird expression. "Is sir aware of the fact that unregistered blacksmiths can only rent basic forging rooms? If that isn't enough, I can only call a superior to request a special permission, or sir has to register within the artisan tower and underwent the designated tests." The receptionist said, hesitant, trying to sound as helpful as possible. Hearing Jason sigh deeply, goosebumps covered her whole skin, which wondered Jason. "Well, please call your superior if possible. Either of the Sharons should have high authority, right? Just tell them Jason Stella, the youth that brought the Cloud Titanium Anvil, is there." Jason was still calm, even though the receptionist was astonished that he said either of the Sharons without any title, as it was impolite and rude. How can he call our artisan tower president without his title? She wondered but didn't dare to say anything, as she was still afraid of him. She made a call directly towards the president's secretary, who was even more astonished to receive such a call. This information was only known by a few important figures within the artisan tower, and if the man at the reception was really the one he said he is, they shouldn't offend him in any way. What astonished her even more was that when she told the president about the youth at the reception, he immediately jumped up to rush towards the reception, only to see Jason, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Jason noticed strong mana fluctuations approaching him fast, as Cheng appeared next to him, which astonished him a little bit. Greeting each other, they ignored the receptionist and other people in the surrounding, as Cheng immediately led him somewhere. Do you want to trade, sell, or purchase something? Cheng asked, hoping to hear that Jason might sell something valuable once again, only to be surprised about Jason, who shook his head, as he said, I want to rent a high-tier forging room in order to forge for the next few hours. Hearing this, Cheng was confused and he only nodded his head until he noticed what Jason meant with his words. What? You're going to forge here? Why, don't you have a master with a forging room? This shocked Cheng greatly and he felt a glimmer of hope igniting, only to be extinguished a second later. My master doesn't know I'm here because he wouldn't allow me to forge weapons now because it's too early. That's why I need to rent a forging room here, Jason said, without really trying to hide anything. Cheng understood this, as he learned the basics longer than a year before he was even allowed to forge a weapon. However, there was a huge difference between Jason's basics and the basics Cheng was thinking about, as he learned reduction and other methods of extraction ingots from ores and so on at first. Jason, however, learned all of it through books and immediately started with perfectly cleansing ores while shaping them into bars. In the end, Jason's way of learning things was completely different compared to the common path, as his mana eyes and origin flame, in addition to his almost perfect memory, he obtained through his brain refining, changed a lot. Thinking for a little bit, Cheng wanted to see Jason's progress, as he was interested in the black-haired, golden-eyed youth in front of him. You can use my private room at the top of the tower, or one of the high-ranked forging rooms underground free of charge, but can I observe your forging process? I'm kinda interested to see how your progress is. Cheng sounded excited and Jason noticed that. However, Jason halted immediately in his steps, saying without hesitating for a single moment, that's not possible. If he let Cheng observe his forging process, his mana eyes stage would be exposed. This wouldn't be that bad per se, but the real problem would be his exposed black origin flame, which Jason didn't want to show anyone right now. It was impossible to keep his origin flame as a secret forever, but with his current strength, it would be better to play rather low-key. Cheng was taken aback to receive such a direct rejection, as he thought it wouldn't be a problem for him to observe his forging technique. Really? Is there really no way for me to observe your forging technique? He didn't want to give up without trying it once more, as he looked into Jason's eyes that looked as if he was pondering. But what he heard shocked him even more. It is possible for you to accompany me during my forging process, but only if you sign a sole contract with some extra paragraphs. What? Cheng couldn't believe what he heard, but seeing Jason's serious expression, he knew that the youth in front of him wasn't joking a tiny bit. Seeing his seriousness about the matter, Cheng became even more curious about what Jason was hiding, and he pondered if he should accept his demand or not. You probably don't want me to tell anyone what you'll see in the forging room, right? What exact extra paragraphs do you have in mind? Jason was astonished to notice that Cheng was considering signing a sole contract with him, which he would have never imagined before. Is he really that interested in my progress, or is it something else that attracted his attention? He pondered, and it might have been wrong for him to mention a sole contract that could have made Cheng curious. However, he already said so, and going back on his words could end up in a worse situation than letting the Artisan Tower president watch over his forging process after he signed the sole contract with him. Pondering for a second, Jason stated a few things he found important. If you want to observe my forging process, you're not allowed to tell anyone about it, which includes writing it down anywhere. Recording it and any other means to spread what you saw is also strictly forbidden. Furthermore, if anyone asked, you have never observed me forging anything within the Artisan Tower. If the receptionist tells anyone about me trying to find a forging room, just tell them that you know me from your daughter and that you brought me to a forging room because you took a liking to me. After a short chat, I left okay. Other than that, you should never try to find out who my master is or where I learned what I can do, all right? And additionally, everything we're talking about today will be kept a secret forever. Saying so, Jason released a thread of his soul that was shaped into a piece of paper as he wrote down the paragraphs he said before in an orderly manner. If you agree to the previously stated things, please sign the contract and we can continue, Jason said, smiling brightly in order to lighten up the tension which builds up between both of them. He might be overbearing right now, but it was extremely important for him to not reveal his black origin flame at the moment, because he couldn't protect himself yet. Seeing Jason's smile released the tension accumulated within Cheng slightly, but the stated facts were more detailed than he thought, as he read through the almost transparent soul contract in front of him. They were slightly different than what Jason said, but the content was roughly the same. Everything stated prevented him from leaking anything he would see and hear from Jason. Furthermore, it would be as if he had never asked the youth in front of him to observe his forging process. As such, everything would be kept a secret from anybody. The only thing that annoyed him slightly was that it was a one-sided soul contract without any binding force towards Jason. Jason could also undo the soul contract if he wanted to, which was unlikely to happen. Pondering for a moment, Cheng noticed that he grew even more curious than before, as it was impossible for nothing special to happen if Jason tried too hard to keep everything a secret. As such, he signed the soul contract as his curiosity and impatience were the worst characteristics he had. After Cheng signed the contract, Jason sighed in relief, as it was the first time for him to do something like that. Small sweat pearls poured down his temples, but that was it, and the tension between both of them almost immediately dissipated as they went towards Cheng's private forging room on the highest floor. Walking towards the forging room, Jason noticed that there was not a single person who saw them, which wondered him quite a bit. Cheng noticed Jason looking around as he explained to him. "There won't be anyone who might see you, because the path towards my forging room is solely for me, because others distract me easily, which is prevented like that. Sometimes an idea pops up in my head, and I have to immediately try it out. After being multiple times distracted on my way towards the forging room, I told my secretary and everyone on the highest floor to keep the hallway towards my forging room free." Jason found this weird, but he only nodded his head as if he was agreeing to Cheng's way of thinking, only to see enter the forging room, which was even larger than the one Shane had. But upon scanning through everything with his mana eyes, he felt disappointed. All tools, the force, smithy, and so on radiated a weaker color than he was already adjusted to all the time within Shan's small and comfy forging room. Sighing deeply, Jason looked at Cheng with a piercing gaze as he asked, "Can I begin now, or is there anything I should look after?" Seeing Jason so unbothered about the high-graded equipment he collected over the period of several dozen years felt upsetting, but he couldn't say anything against him, as he estimated that Jason's master was a higher-ranked blacksmith than he was. "You can start whenever you want to. Just treat everything here as if it belongs to you," Cheng said, as he saw Jason taking out dozens of basketball-sized jade iron ores. This was nothing special, but upon seeing a black flame igniting in Jason's hand, the origin flame within him shrieked out in fear, before it floated as far as possible from the black flame Jason ignited while staying within Cheng's soul world. What is wrong? Cheng had never felt any emotion from his D-rank origin flame, and now a deep sensation of fear and submission overwhelmed him. He didn't know what was going on, and roughly the same applied for Jason with an important contrast. His black origin flame transmitted him the desire to infiltrate Cheng in order to devour his origin flame, which worried Jason a little bit. Controlling it carefully, he began to perfectly cleanse the jade iron ore after he extracted the ingot. Cheng took a few minutes to control his origin flame, as he roughly figured out why Jason didn't want him to tell anyone about today's happenings. He also has an origin flame, and it has a much higher grade OMG. Isn't he only 14 years old? How? Barely being able to think straight, Cheng couldn't comprehend what exactly was going on as his gaze returned back to Jason, only to see Jason easily purifying the jade iron in front of him, as impurities and sludge were exhaled from the jade iron ingot just like that. There weren't even many special hammer strikes Jason applied, and Cheng only detected that Jason was using his mana extremely accurately in order to lead the impurities out of the jade iron bar, without hurting the mana conductivity. Upon seeing Jason exhaling the impurities within the jade iron so easily, Cheng wondered if he was dreaming, when the black-haired youth suddenly began to strike the ingot into a rough dagger-like shape. Only now did Cheng realize something particular about the jade iron in Jason's hand which caused him to blurt out what, before he regained his senses. He can already perfectly cleanse a grade 1 ore, and in only 30 minutes at that. Who is teaching this monster? OMG, if I could only tell someone. Cheng regretted his decision to have signed the soul contract. Hours passed and Jason was fully focused on his forging process, and he even forgot that Cheng was present when he took a look at the brightly green shining dagger in his hand that was 30 centimeters long and razor sharp. Smiling while looking at his first well-done product, Jason saw the familiar faint black color radiating from it, and he immediately knew that the dagger was already a top grade 1 product, which shocked him. It was only his second try to forge a weapon, but his second try was already a few hundred times better than his first one, as he applied multiple newly acquired techniques in order to temper the blade better and produce a more aesthetic-looking dagger. While the backside of the dagger was shining in a dark green color, the sharp blade side had a lighter green thought and was sharpened extremely fine with an expensive whetstone. The handle was customized for himself, and his right hand fitted almost perfectly into it, as he wrapped it into comfortable but tough evolved beast hide. Looking at the dagger in his hand once again, Jason felt that it was still not perfect for his first one, as he took out his perennial neoxid. There he firmly gripped the remaining inscription solution he had left from his Runemaster basic exam, as he filled half of the content into the empty ballpoint that appeared in his hand. Cheng looked carefully at what Jason was doing all the time, and the whole forging process went extremely smoothly, as if the 14-year-old youth in front of him had been doing it for years. Immediately identifying the inscription solution in Jason's hands, Cheng's eyes widened as shock spread through his whole body. Can he also inscribe runes on the dagger, without worsening the mana consumption which could destroy the whole blade? What monster did I found here? Wait. Want his perfectly cleansed jade iron dagger be considered a quasi-mana dagger if inscribed with suitable runes? The more Cheng thought about what Jason did, the more shocked he became, as he noticed Jason smoothly inscribing two different kinds of runes on the dagger. It was the sharpness and toughness runes, Jason imprinted into his mind from the goblin's weapons. Finishing the process with his mana eyes activated all the time, he was satisfied with the result, as he injected mana into the blade, which brightened up with the runes gleaming in white light. He really manufactured a quasi-mana dagger just like that. While only being 14 years old, Cheng almost lost his reasoning, while looking at Jason, whose smile radiated the whole room in shock. Cheng wasn't sure what to think about Jason anymore, as the abilities he showcased couldn't come from a normal 14-year-old youth that only began to learn any lifestyle occupation a few months ago. At least that's what Antalia, his daughter, told him when he asked her about Jason some time ago. This was because Jason's knowledge he used to answer the artisan exam question were from the books about the basic lifestyle occupations the artisan tower provided. Jason's answers were almost solely from these books without any additional knowledge. As such, Cheng had to conclude that Jason's knowledge was either only recently acquired or he intentionally tricked his daughter during the exam, which was more likely. How long is he already learning the path of a blacksmith? And he is even an upcoming rune master. This youth is a monster. Cheng looked at Jason slightly frightened, yet more jealous, as the capabilities of the youth in front of him were so much higher than his own, which was too shocking. However, Jason didn't stop after the quasi-mana grade 1 dagger was finished, but rather than that, he took out another batch of jade iron ore, as he ignited his black origin flame once again. Forging another dagger that was slightly curved and only 28 centimeters long for his sub-hand, he inscribed the same runes into it as he did with the first one. Holding up the finished product, Jason was perfectly satisfied with his result, even though his ambition told him to try forging a real mana weapon. However, to do so, Jason would have to mix certain ores with the perfectly purified jade iron, and he wasn't proficient in mixing an alloy while maintaining a high mana conductivity. The mana conductivity of real mana weapons had to be multiple times higher than the current daggers he crafted. However, even if that was the case, his quasi-mana daggers were already able to pierce through evolved staged beast hide, which was more than enough for the moment. Maybe he could even inflict an injury through an unblemished beast hide as long as he injected enough mana, but it was unlikely. Having finished his hidden task, Jason wanted to go home, as he noticed Cheng looking at him almost lifelessly. Smiling lightly, Jason could only apologize for having wasted the artisan tower president's time as he walked out of the forging room, after reminding Cheng about the soul contract once again. Cheng couldn't even hear Jason, who already left the forging room silently, as he was lost in thoughts, thinking about this youngster's capabilities. Regaining his senses after a long time, he only began to notice that there was nobody left with him, which left him a little bit disappointed, as he wanted to ask Jason way too many questions, which left him curious. Jason already sat within the shuttle practicing the Heaven's Hell technique on his way to the Fleur's house. His soul energy felt energized and vigorous, which caused Jason to smile lightly, as he stepped out of the shuttle to enter the Fleur's house quietly because it was already past midnight. Everyone was either sleeping or absorbing mana, and Jason didn't want to bother anyone. As such, he went to his room with Artemis, who was squeezed on his shoulder. Jason wasn't even aware of Artemis' existence for the whole period since he arrived within the Artisan Tower until he entered the shuttle, and he had to listen to her complaining screeches for several dozen minutes until she finally calmed down. Washing up and changing his clothes, Jason slept soundly until he was woken up by Artemis quarreling about food the next morning. Jason already provided her unblemished and magical ranked mana cores, which she digested extremely fast. This was rather bad news for his finances, as Jason wasn't exactly sure how long he could hold out with the funds he received from the Cloud Titanium anvil he sold to Cheng. But even so, Jason shouldn't have to worry about that too much, as he could sell perfectly purified ingots of all kinds of ores for multiple times the purchase price if he really were to go bankrupt. It was Monday morning, and he practiced his Heaven's Hell technique once again within the shuttle as he arrived in front of the school gate. Even though Jason wasn't sure if Dahlia was fine or not, he wanted to look for her as he felt somewhat guilty because of what happened the day before. Arriving in front of the blue shining lake, Jason activated the covered rune, only to see the spatial portal appear at the same position as a day before. Artemis on his shoulder screeched out as he stepped through the portal into Shane and Dahlia's hideout. Seeing Shane in front of him with Dahlia next to him, supported through Shan's shoulder, Jason was immediately worried. Running towards them, he even forgot to greet them as he blurred out, "Master, how are you? Is everything okay? I'm so sorry about what happened. If I knew Scorpio would evolve during the mana core cleansing and cause such a chaotic and dangerous situation, I would have never asked you to help me out." Jason sounded worried and continued to question her about her health, which caused her to smile weakly as she ruffled his hair. "Why are you so weak-willed? I offered my help and it's not your fault." Rather than seeing it as something bad, shouldn't we try to figure out what exactly happened? Isn't it interesting that Scorpio began evolving without any materials which could help to initiate an evolution, except the thick, condensed mana? Let's both just take it as a lesson to prepare better for the next mana core cleansing. However, before that happens, Shane told me that Scorpio underwent an incomplete evolution. We have to evolve Scorpio in order to prevent possible permanent injuries with the unknown possibility of a second evolution that could happen during the second cleansing. Scorpio has to finish his first evolution, which should be our first task for the next few days. Trying to stand firmly, she wavered for a moment, causing Shane to continue supporting Dahlia as she continued. "I heard you transferred the pain Scorpio had to endure to yourself, which saved its life. This was brave but also stupid. Please protect your own life before anyone else. But Shane also told me you formed a fortified soul conjunction with your second soul bond because of that, which is an extremely rare opportunity. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, don't you think so?" Dahlia asked, but she didn't even wait for Jason's answer as she said, "Can you please summon Scorpio? I want to figure out which evolution path he took or if it's a new one." Dahlia's voice sounded extremely curious and impatient, which wondered Jason slightly, while Shane sighed deeply. She was extremely excited, even though she felt weak, as Scorpio could have evolved into an unknown race as Artemis did. Seeing Artemis once again, her eyes glowed too, but unfortunately, she wouldn't let Dahlia come too close to her in order to test her throughout. It seemed as if Dahlia could be compared to a sponge, as long as it had something to do with beasts, their habits, way of living, evolution paths, mutations, ingredients that could help beasts to evolve, their potential, and so much more. Each theme was more interesting than another, and Dahlia's knowledge about beasts was much higher than anything else, caused by her thirst to know everything about beasts. Neither Jason nor Shane knew where this thirst came from, and both asked themselves if the true meaning of a beast creator was this incomprehensible thirst to understand more every cell within beasts. There was nothing else he could do. Shane and Jason could only hear Dahlia mumbling stuff to herself as she continued to inspect Scorpio while releasing her weakened mana in order to detect the minute details. Turning to Jason, she asked, "Can I draw out some of its blood in order to make a more in-depth test? I am already relatively sure what race your small soul bond is, but I could also be wrong with it having a unique variation mutation, which I want to find out." Nodding his head, Jason transmitted the thought to Scorpio, who looked at him as if he was betrayed, as a small syringe appeared in Dahlia's hand. Drawing out Scorpio's blood, Jason just transmitted the pain his soul bond received to himself in order to lessen his soul bond's thoughts about a betrayal. When Dahlia was done, she turned to Jason, or rather Artemis, with the same desire and curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Artemis, my dear cute princess, can I also have some of your blood?" Dahlia asked, trying to suck up to her, but everything was useless as Artemis screeched out, rejected the proposal without hesitating for a single second. She didn't want anyone except Jason to touch her, and drawing blood out of her was even less thinkable for her. Jason smiled only at Artemis' reaction, and he knew that she didn't like it, even though he was also curious about the test result Artemis could bring. The amount of mana within her blood increased substantially, and if this continued for good, Artemis' mana and blood would be completely fused, enhancing every body part without her doing anything at all. With this, she would most likely even be able to defeat beasts stronger than her, as long as she didn't have an innate disadvantage. But even if that was the case, Jason wouldn't force Artemis to do a test she didn't want to. Dahlia left Jason and Artemis with a dejected face before she took out a small and compact testing machine, which would test Scorpio's blood in order to find out similarities or contrasts compared to certain other beasts. The test would take some time, and Jason remembered Greg's situation suddenly as he voiced out his concern. Clearing his throat, he felt noticeably uncomfortable as he started. "Master, I didn't want to hide the fact that Scorpio evolved from the Fleurs, because it would be a hassle, and Greg, a good friend of mine who helped me out to come to Zero City, has a reinforced horned bull with a sealed lesser minotaur bloodline. Figuring out that I met a beast creator, they asked me if I could ask you, the mysterious beast creator I created, if there was a way for you to help Greg's soul bond to unseal his bloodline. I also want to help him, but I'm not sure if you can or want to help out." Dahlia looked at him without any noticeable emotions, which made Jason feel even more uncomfortable, as she said, "Well, helping out your friend shouldn't be a problem. If his non-elemental bull has a sealed bloodline, it won't be that much of an issue to unseal it, as long as determination, pain resistance, and the correct resources are provided. If you have the bull's data, you can show them to me, and it'll tell you what ingredients I need to concoct the evolution solution it will need to evolve. As long as they have the resources, it'll be able to concoct a potion or pellet in order to ignite the sealed bloodline. With that, the bull will have to endure endless pain like Scorpio did, as it will undergo a small transformation. The most important fact for this transformation will be the amount of mana in the surrounding. With enough mana, it might even finish its evolution directly, but the required amount is extremely vast, as you might have already noticed. As such, Greg and the Fleurs should already start to collect a mountain of mana stones in addition to the magical treasures, I'll name later. This will take a rather long time even for above-average households. In the end, a slow unsealing process should be easier but more painful for both Greg and his soulbond to endure. Even so, it's the faster process, as the bull will metamorphosis and enter a maturity process once again, exactly like your two soulbonds. When Dahlia finished, she looked at Jason, who showed multiple emotions at the same time. On one side, he was extremely happy for Greg to be able to evolve or rather unseal his soulbond's bloodline, but if his friend had to endure the same pain as he did, it would be a devastating process. In the end, it could even harm Greg's mental health, but Jason was confident in his friend's endurance. As such, everything was fine, as he sent Dahlia the newest data about Taurus, Greg's soulbond. Reading through the data, an O escaped her, as she read through the data slower in order to memorize everything. 2 minutes later, her gaze returned to Jason, as she said, "Well, this will be easier than I thought. Your friend's soulbond has already started to unseal its hidden bloodline, probably without even noticing it. As such, the required resources will be less while the ignition of its bloodline will be less painful, even though the metamorphosis will stay the same." Hearing this, Jason was astonished, and he suddenly remembered the day when the special combat classes started. Was it then? He asked himself, as he remembered that Greg was even capable of obtaining a special combat class seat within the main Vanguard school, even though he barely entered the 4th Adept rank that time. This had to be the answer, and Jason felt enlightened after understanding the reasoning behind Greg's special combat class seat ranking he accomplished in the beginning. Greg was most likely still unaware of this, as he was thrown out of the special combat class seat ranking and unable to retrieve it again. Jason was deep in thought and didn't even hear a single PIEEP that came from the small, compact blood testing machine. Only when he heard Dahlia exclaiming cheerfully, Jason looked up, only to see a holographic screen in front of his cheerful master. Shane was also astonished to see Dahlia being so cheerful, even though he was weak, as she said, "Jason, you're really fortunate. I don't really know exactly why or how Scorpio did it, but his evolution path is exceptional. If I'm not mistaken, Scorpio will evolve into a radiant sapphire scorpion, which is a magical ranked beast if enough potential and resources are given. You're truly fortunate." Huh, Shane and Jason exclaimed at the same time, as both couldn't believe what happened right now. Jason was astonished to figure out that Scorpio evolved straight into a beast that can reach the magical rank, without any intermediate evolution. But there was something only he knew, which was the only thing that plummeted his mood slightly. Even though Scorpio was only an incomplete radiant sapphire scorpion right now, it had the potential of an unblemished ranked beast. This meant, even if Scorpio evolved, it could at most reach the peak unblemished rank, without having its mana core cleansed once again. Nevertheless, figuring out that his second soulbond already reached such a high evolution from it, initially being a 3-star wild miniature perisker. Jason only fed it the holy white bakuri fruit in order to enhance the potential to the awakened rank, and now Scorpio already reached the potential of an unblemished beast. He couldn't believe what he saw, and Dahlia said, while his storage device had only a bunch of high-graded mana stones left. Dahlia's special constitution was extremely beneficial, but the resources it required were even more terrifying, and Jason was unsure how long it would take for him to enhance Scorpio higher than his current potential, as the demanded mana only increased exponentially. But rather than focusing too much on that, Jason had other issues, as collecting a huge amount of mana stones in order to cleanse Scorpio's mana core even more. Doing so would be a waste of time for now, and rather than doing that, Jason would have to collect funds in order to purchase the required materials to evolve Scorpio. Additionally, there was Artemis, who he had to feed magical ranked mana cores, which were also expensive. In the end, Jason was in a dire need of funds, and forging weapons would be the easiest way to provide him with that, as he looked at Shane with his eyes that spread from dire need. Shane also figured out that Jason's fortune would diminish extremely fast after the mana core cleansing, but figuring out that his disciple also had to provide his second soul bond with high-graded magical treasure would end up with a large hole in his little disciple's wallet. Noticing Jason's gaze, Shane only nodded lightly, before adverting his attention back to Dahlia, who looked weak yet energized. Thinking about ways to improve his financial issue, Jason also thought about the Big Three tournament, which rewarded the top students with many rare and, more importantly, expensive magical treasures he could batter or sell in order to receive the things he needed. Meanwhile, Scorpio felt uncomfortable because of Dahlia's gaze as he ran back to Jason, only for a green-bluish magic circle to appear below it. Entering the soul world, Scorpio felt immediately better as the soul world was his home, that no stranger could infiltrate. The only problem he had inside the soul world was the terrifying and eerie aura, radiating from the black origin flame, causing Scorpio to feel weird and uncomfortable the closer he came to it. As long as Scorpio maintained a certain distance to the black flame in the center of the soul world, everything was fine, and fortunately for him, was that the soul world was vast, providing more than enough space to stay. It was still early in the morning, and after Dahlia's curiosity was mostly satiated, she provided Jason with the materials required to unseal a non-elemental magical, ranked bloodline for the Fleurs to collect them. She didn't care if others find out what ingredients exactly were needed to unseal Greg's soulbond's bloodline, as the method to concoct everything together was only in her mind, while many other high-ranked beast creators might use different approaches to unseal a non-elemental beast's bloodline. Reading through the list Dahlia sent him, Jason figured out that he knew most of these materials, but their price was astronomical due to their scarcity. Well, it seems as if the Fleurs have to suffer for some time now, he thought while smiling dryly, as he noticed since a few weeks ago that Mark and Gabriella were at home all the time, not minding to hunt or catch any beasts in order to gain credits. This would most likely change now, as the Fleurs would have to work hard in order to provide Greg with some financial aid. If they didn't provide any financial aid to Greg, it would take years for him to gather enough funds, which would decrease his overall progress by a lot. Even with their help, it would probably take a few months to gather the funds. Suddenly, Jason noticed that he received another list from Dahlia, and the content written inside the file were magical ingredients that were even more expensive, causing him to frown deeply. Sighing out, he immediately knew that the second list of magical ingredients was required for Scorpio to finish his evolution, instead of staying incomplete. From his initial 1,000 star notes, Jason used 300 in order to purchase new self-cleaning clothes, magical ranked mana stones, and much more, while the mana stones he had were redacted to 5 from their prior mountain. Even so, it would still be enough for him to hasten up his cultivation process if wanted, or for Scorpio to absorb it in order to strengthen itself for quite some time. As such, Jason wanted to use only 500 star notes from his funds at most, in order to purchase the high-ranked magical ingredients, which was roughly half of what he most likely needed to obtain everything needed. As such, there was still a need of 500 star notes, or 50,000,000,000 credits. Thinking for quite some time, Jason wondered how much he could receive from a perfectly purified grade 1 bar or even a quasi-mana weapon, as he opened the online shop in order to start a small research. For one of his quasi-mana peak grade 1 dagger, Jason could receive roughly 500 credits due to its status as a quasi-mana weapon. If it were a real mana weapon, its damage output, and even more so, the price would soar tenfold if not more. Calculating with his current capabilities, Jason could forge a quasi-mana grade 1 weapon rather easily within 4 hours without accident. But even so, Jason's mood was extremely bad as he continued his calculation. If I have to produce 10 weapons like my dagger, it'll need 40 hours or 1.666 days without any sleep. No, Jason cried out, attracting Shan's attention as he saw his terrified gaze. Smiling knowingly, Jason immediately figured out that Shane felt with him, which didn't mean he would supply him with financial aid. Rather than that, Shane wanted Jason to grow stronger faster, and one had to fail in order to stand back up. Without failure, there won't be success, and Shane was sure this challenge would be important for him to overcome. Jason could also take an easier path by selling a large number of herbs and ore he stockpiled, but this would be too easy and hinder his future progress. As such, Shane didn't say anything at all, while holding Dahlia, who was also aware of Jason's current thoughts.